Boy, am I gonna regret this. Oh, am I going to regret this? Thanks, chat. Thanks, chat. I'm stressing myself out and you're doing it. Of course. I don't think that's how it's supposed to happen, so let's just reload that real quick. Remove the fuel factor. Come on, there could be shorter. I am going to regret this. I keep saying that I'm going to regret this. Yeah, I still do it. Alright, let's get everything set up first. GSX, please. Repo, thank you. And Jetway, please. keeps saying that it exceeds flight range, which pisses me off somehow. Just put it all on auto. It'll be fine. We'll be fine. Hi, Mika. 15 hours of pain incoming. I don't know if I'm gonna sleep through half of it, but, you know. If I'm gonna fly in the network, I'm gonna have to at least take off from it, so... Not sure if I want to take KJFK-841 or have a bit more symbolism and have 889. You know what? Fine. Prefile. Onto VTuber. File plan. Regret my decisions. We're going to use KJFK-841 today. Of course. Thanks, A-Cars. Damn it, A-Cars. Wait, where the fuck? Oh. Guess I'm gonna have to move. God damn it. Why am I in this location? You know what? Fine. Spawned right on him. Joy. Alright, let's try and shift our location real quick. Repo. Let's see, Foxtrot 5. Let's reconnect. This is gonna be fun. Alright, let's put everything in. Add new flight. Import from VATSIM. Let's turn on... Aircraft has Wi-Fi equipped. Yeah. Boarding music, custom safety brief. So it begins. Alright, let's put everything in now. Holy shit. Shin, Iraq, God damn it. Alright, let's initialize everything. In you go. Index. Root request. There you go. No. Sure. Alright. Tronic flight bag, data from SimBrief. Ah! Alright. Set payload. Set fuel. Select route. Activity. Alright. Let's see departures. JFK. Alright, what does it say? KJFK, KJFK-VHHH, on the Grecki. Remarks cleared score 5. Score 5, departure with Yankee. Give me. Give me ATIS. 1, 2. 8x725. I am going to regret this decision. Alright, let's see what's left here. Route uplink. They told me 7126. Alright, we got our squawks. Climb via SID, spec 2990. To 128.125 for taxi, so see window heat. Let's turn everything on. Pumps on. No smoking signs are on. Seatbelt signs are on. Waiting for boarding. Alright, let's get that departure profile set here. Flaps setting at 5. All good. Center of gravity. Looks alright. Yeah, okay. We got the V-speed set. All good. Sehr gut, sehr gut. Comes. ETC, flight info. Departure clearances. Continuous request. On the VATSIM. Yeah, there we go. And send. Review. Currently on boarding status, so haha. Ninety-two point 8. Huh. I don't know. Wait, has the petting thing been working? Yeah, it works. Good. Good. This is gonna be a ride. Alright, let's set that altimeter to 978. Departure heading is, let's do the calculations here. Performance. Oh, are we overweight? Ah, there we go. I think we can handle this. We'll work. This will work just fine. All right. How long left for boarding? Pre-flight. All right. Ready for push. Cabin crew, close cabin doors. APU's coming on. But we'll, yeah. I gotta have to set that on. God damn it, guys. Fortunately, we caught it early. Alright, sound check. Okay, I think it got bugged. Okay. PackX, come on. PackX crashed, yay!
We're ready to go when you are. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would love to welcome you aboard our flight. When you find your seat, please be sure to place your larger carry-on items in the overhead bins and smaller items underneath the seat in front of you. Unless you're in a front row, please place all of your items in the overhead bins. If you have any trouble finding a location for your carry-on items, please let a flight attendant know and we would be happy to assist you. If the overhead bin is full after you put your carry-on inside of it, please close the bin as a courtesy to other passengers. Once all your items are put away, card in the seat back in front of you. Please make sure you are willing and able to perform the actions required. If you are not able or prefer not to perform these actions, please let a flight attendant know so you can be reseated. You are free to use your portable electronic devices during the... Welcome aboard.
Alright, let's get that chart in. JFK chart. JFK
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 841. Our flight time will be roughly 14 hours and 56 minutes. Now that the cabin door is closed, please make sure that all devices are in airplane mode and your large devices are now shut down and stowed. Please fasten your seatbelt and make sure that all tray tables and seat backs are in a full upright and locked position for departure. Cabin crew, secure doors for departure. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your complete attention to the flight attendants. To start the flow of oxygen, hold the mask towards you.
Cargo Spring 412, flying 040, descend to maintain 3000. Apollo 109 Heavy, turn left direct correct east, climb and maintain 17,000. Spirit 37 Juliet, descend to maintain 2000, then turn 10 degrees
on
left.
first and then assist others. Keep your
Spirit
mask on
37
until a member of
Juliet,
the
you
crew
can turn
advises
right heading 280 now, join the runway 2 right localizer.
of a water landing.
Wait, they're right joining the 2 right localizer for 237 Juliet, and the parking stand will be stand 1-2.
Flip it over your head. Wrap the
what
strap around
terminal
your
for
waist
you?
and buckle at the front. Pull the strap to tighten. To inflate the
Very
vest,
good
pull firmly
question.
on the red cord.
Concourse C, Terminal
If it doesn't
8.
inflate automatically, you may
Thank
blow
you.
into the mouthpiece for manual inflation. The
Sorry,
strap is
Concourse
equipped
C,
with a
Terminal
whistle and
8.
a light. If you need to, your seat
Gotcha.
cushion can be used as a secondary flotation device.
New York approach, good morning, November 116 here, Juliet, VFR just to the east of Monmouth County, looking for clearance through the New York class Bravo for the Hudson River Skyline route, if
Make sure
able.
your seatbelts are fastened and seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright position. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight.
Our 116 here, Juliet, New York approach, I'm sorry, say that one more time.
We're just south of the New York class Bravo at Monmouth, looking for the Hudson River Skyline route.
We hope you enjoy your flight.
Now, which direction on the skyline route, east or west?
Northbound, if able.
Oh, coming around, November 116 here, Juliet. Squawk 0175.
0175, November 6 here, Juliet.
Red 37 Juliet, you're 10 miles from Zulab, maintain 2000 until established on the localizer, clear ILS from waist through and right approach.
So that means 2000 to establish clear LS 2 on my approach.
Affirm.
Sign in, please.
ICS com check. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Alright, 116 here today, radar contact 30 miles southwest of Kennedy Airport. Join the Skyline route northbound to maintain VFR at or below 1,500.
We're cleared through the Bravo for the Skyline route at or below 5,000, or correction, 1,500, November 6 here, Juliet. Sorry about that.
Out upon 109, contact Boston Center 134.7.
1247 for Boston Center, so long.
Okay.
We're ready for departure.
Mm-hmm. Canadian, good morning. Cafe 841 on November Bravo, ready for taxi.
Cafe 841, New York, hello, runway 31 left, taxi via left Alpha, Juliet, cross runway 4 left.
31 left on Alpha, Juliet, cross 4 left, Cafe 841.
Chicago Spring 412, turn left heading 340, join the 3 on right localizer.
Left turn 340, join the 31 right localizer, Chicago Spring 412.
Left on Alpha. Left on Alpha, Juliet, cross 4 left. Wait, 4 left? Okay, cross 4 left. Alright. Start rolling. What do you want?
New York approach to Des Moines, United 1599 Heavy. Are you available?
Yeah. 1599, only controlling Kennedy today.
I'm so sorry, second.
We're only controlling Kennedy.
Oh, roger.
Chicago Spring 412, you're 10 miles from Zulab, descend to maintain 2,000 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS runway 31 right approach.
So maintain 2,000 until established, cleared ILS 31 right approach, Chicago Spring 412.
So, on a Juliet, left Alpha, on a Juliet. Ah. Use the tiller here. All good, sehr good.
Service some Juliet's on uniform and stand 12, Concourse B, Terminal 8.
Juliet 37 Juliet, taxi to parking via right turn Alpha, see you later.
Right turn Alpha, see you later, 427 Juliet.
116 Sierra Juliet, you're leaving my airspace. The tower at Newark is closed. Your radar service is terminated. Frequency change approved. Have a good one.
Alright, over to advisory. Thanks for the help, November 6 Sierra Juliet.
Bye-bye.
Wait. Yeah, we're on Alpha. No problem. Seatbelt signs are on. Nav lights set on. Logo lights, wing lights. Yeah, alright. Beacons on. APU can go off. Traffic injector. Audio is good. And here we have the better. Hello, hello. We have the better cafe livery here.
Turn Alpha, Juliet, cross runway 4 left.
Taxi runway 30 left via left Alpha, Juliet, cross runway 14 left, or correction 4 left, American 104.
And you're going to runway 31 left.
Sorry, 31 left, yeah, American 104, sorry.
Kennedy approach, United 2046.
2046, good.
Yes, sir. Are you handling Newark, or is that not what you're doing?
Unfortunately, just Kennedy tonight.
Okay, we'll switch over to C-Town, United 2046. Thanks.
See ya.
Cafe 841, we clear across 4 left.
Cafe 841, firm, cross runway 4 left.
Roger, cross 4 left, Cafe 841.
Close Space 412 is clear of 31 right. It's Victor, like deck to the North Cargo Airville.
Dargo Spring 412, you could taxi to parking via left turn, or taxi parking straight ahead on Bravo, and then a right turn to back. See you later.
Let's see, let's try...
Alright, Bravo and then Sierra, Clover Spring 412.
Zulu, alright, let's try Zulu.
And Patrick Rob, New York will be closing in about 10 minutes.
Alright. Cabin seems okay. And Cafe 841, short of 31 left.
At 841, runway 3 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 31 left, Cafe 841. Let's turn on flight directors. What do you want from me? Oxygen tested. Alright, let's do the takeoff. Config spoilers.
Airspeed's alive.
Not sure what you want from me, but okay. What, you don't want me to arm spoilers? Fine. $150.
V1.
V1.
Rotate.
Rotate.
V2.
Go on up.
Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. Flaps up 1. Auto throttle set.
American 104, home short 3 left.
American 104, runway 3 left, line up the lane.
On a plate 3 left, American 104.
Copy 841, radar contact, say altitude.
Cafe 841, climbing up 5,000.
841, thank you. Turn left, heading 130, climb and maintain 17,000.
130, climb maintain 130, Cafe 841.
You can climb maintain 17,000.
Copy 17.
American 104, my thrust left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 31 left, American 104.
New York approach, Delta 1013, descending
3000 at flight level 150.
South 1013 New York Ports, unfortunately I'll be closing up here shortly. Frequency change approved. Have to go on.
Roger.
Delta 841, turn left, direct Grecki.
Direct for Grecki, Cafe 841.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now passing through 10,000 feet. You can now turn on your larger portable electronic devices. As a reminder, please keep your seatbelt fastened while you are seated and do not congregate in the galleys or near the lavatories. This aircraft is equipped with onboard Wi-Fi. You will be required to pay a small fee if you wish to access it. We do offer complimentary in-flight TV thanks to our partners. Connect to the Wi-Fi and you'll be able to access our wide range of free live TV and paid movies library. The flight crew has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. You can now get up and move about the cabin. However, we ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened when seated in case of unexpected turbulence.
Okay, he said 17,000, so let's go for 17,000.
American 104, have you passed in 2000?
Mark 104, thank you. Radar contact, turn left heading 130, climb and maintain 17,000.
Left 130, climb 17,000, American 104.
Okay, ground, good day, November 52 Alpha Whiskey at General Aviation Terminal, information Sierra, request clearance to Bermuda, please.
Roger, Alpha Whiskey, I'll be closing up here shortly. Frequency change approved. Sorry about that.
I appreciate it, thanks. Have a great day.
Cafe 841, just confirm direct Grecki and contact Boston Center 134.7.
Yeah, just set course on Grecki and contact Boston on, say frequency again?
134.7.
Roger, 134 deck 7, Cafe 841.
That kind of approach.
Okay, 340, jet code 5.
Boston Center, good day, Cafe 841 en route Grecki.
Cafe 841 Boston Center, climb and maintain, flight level 290.
290 climb, Cafe 841.
Boston Center Health, Seabird 9 Echo, 50223, 45370.
Yeah, Emirates 240, leave my airspace. Moncton Center is closed. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved.
I doubt you'd be there.
Frequency change approved. Emirates 240, I think. Goodbye.
Boston only for 109 air, requesting flight level 230.
Keep at 175, ready for dispatch.
Also, we have, yes,
gave
we have,
out of maintain for level 240.
We have a new toy here.
On upon 109, cannot be flight level 300, flight level 320.
Flight level 320 for control. 109.
All upon 109, climb maintain, flight level 320.
Flight level 320 for August level 1.
We have Pack X now.
Seabird 1 Bravo, descend via Ocean 5 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston, altimeter 2970.
This is just going to clutter the screen a lot.
Ocean 5 arrival, Seabird 1 Bravo.
These are you guys.
Boston Center, good evening, American 104, passing 10,000 for 17,000.
Ready for Bravo, Bravo, fly present heading, vectors for the approach, descend and maintain 6,000. Beaver 9 Echo, Boston Center, radar contact 30 miles southwest of Hartford, squawk 2235.
2235, Beaver 9 Echo.
Specs 2364, start your descent.
Specs 2364.
Who was that calling?
American 104.
American 104, Boston Center, climb maintain flight level 350.
Climb maintain 350, 104.
I have so much stuff cluttering the screen right now, it's not even funny.
Specs 2364, leave my airspace, New York approach for New York's closed, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, Specs 2364.
Wait for Alpha Bravo, fly heading 035, vectors for the downwind.
Heading 035, vectors for downwind for King Air 84 Bravo.
JetBlue 1318, cross runway 22 right at Echo, ground point 9.
Cross runway 22 on Echo, ground point 9, JetBlue 1318, good day.
Alright, no incident on the aircraft just yet. Always good. Let's set this onto standard. There we go. What do you mean I didn't need auto brakes? Alright, current fuel rates is at... fuels in pounds.
River 2274, cross tray, out of maintain flight level 240. November 84 Alpha Bravo, descend and maintain 3,000.
Down to 3,000 for November 84 Alpha Bravo. Boston, on deploy 109 Pyro.
On 109, go ahead.
On deploy 109, current position, moderate to clear air turbulence.
On 109, roger. River 2274, cross tray, out and maintain flight level 240. JetBlue 243, increase speed to 300 or greater.
300 or greater for JetBlue 243.
Boston Center, Leipzig Air 442 on flight level 370. Good day.
Boston Air 442, Boston Center, roger.
Going pretty well.
Number 2274, just to be sure, cross trait, add and maintain flight level 240. I don't care, guys. I don't care if there's a new fancy aircraft releasing. You all need to be paying attention or you're getting walloped.
What's going on? Okay, I am not paying attention at all. The center is not happy. I mean, lots of trips out in the air today. There are a lot of triples out in the air.
For Alpha Bravo, 5 mile, correction, 10 miles from Wayne, turn right heading 190, maintain 3000 still established, cleared ILS, runway 22 left approach.
Right turn 190, maintain 3000 till established, clear for you, 22 left ILS approach, King Air 84, Alpha Bravo.
Is Boston on stream right now? Is Boston on stream right now? Meanwhile, everyone's just flying Dubai. It's great.
On upon 109, contact Montreal Center, 128.77.
Montreal Center now 128.775. Good luck for all 109.
Now we just gotta see if this fuel load
Walker 3361 Heavy, good afternoon.
allows us to survive Polar 1.
Walker 3361 Boston Center, radar contact. Speedbird 1 Bravo, expect ILS, runway 22 left approach. Information Victor is current.
Information Victor, expect ILS2 to left approach, speed 1 Bravo Heavy.
LL16 Boston Center, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 22 right, LL16, thank you.
Boston Center, good day, Seabird 90 Echo Whiskey Heavy, flight level 340.
Speedbird 90 Echo Whiskey Boston Center, radar contact 48 miles northeast of Presco.
Push up for 90 Echo Whiskey.
Chapter 243 requesting flight level 120 for descent.
JetBlue 243 cross Calverton at a maintained 12000, ice left altimeter 2978.
Cross Calverton at 12,000 for JetBlue 243.
Boston Center, good afternoon. Southwest 1413, request IFR to Baltimore.
Southwest 1413, Boston Center, clinician request.
In a few moments, we'll be starting our in-flight service. We will be serving complimentary drinks and snacks. Please look in your seat back for our list of complimentary and premium drinks.
This is
Premium
vaccine.
drinks are available for a small charge. If you wish to make an additional purchase, please note that we only accept...
King Air 84 Alpha Bravo has localizer for 22 left.
Roger, no need to report it. Jet card 525, climb and maintain flight level, actually jet card 525, climb and maintain flight level 340, that'll be your final half descent in about 30 more miles.
And Boston Center, November 21, Mike Victor, runway 33, holding short red.
Remember Charlie, remember Mike Victor, runway 33, clear for takeoff, 330 at 6.
Alright, we are now cruising, so...
33, clear for takeoff, Charlie.
I never tried IVAO either. I stuck with VATSIM.
Altitude.
The last 16 passing 1,700.
LL16, thanks, climb maintain flight level 350.
Climb flight 350, last 16.
Center to TG Central.
Super 22274, I've been trying to reach you for the past 20 minutes. Descend maintain flight level 240.
No, you haven't, and we're just passing call 250, responded in text about 5 minutes ago, which was about 30 seconds after you responded.
Alright, well, you didn't tell me you were going
oh my
text
god,
only.
Volanta is just
we'll
insane right now.
Super 2274, descend maintain level 240.
I'm going to take about 240 to TG Central.
Hello, Boston Center, this is American 9206. We're a little far out. We're on crossing the JFK-VHHH.
Okay, I guess we're gonna be flying over to Montreal. We're gonna be passing Montreal Center as well. Holy fuck.
Super 2274, descend and maintain 12000, ice left altimeter 2978.
Turn 1000, 2978 to TG Central.
If there's a way to
JetBlue 243, cross Calverton at 250 knots.
That would be
Cross
great.
Calverton at 250 knots, JetBlue 243.
Super 1 Bravo flighting 280, vectors for the approach, descend and maintain 3000.
Fly heading 280, descend 3000, speed 1 Bravo Heavy.
And Boston Center, United 2046, coming up on Grecky. Let's see here, passing flight level 243.
Yeah, 2046 Boston Center, radar contact over Brecky, squawk 3053.
3053, then 2046.
Yeah, 2046 can offer you flight level 290, flight level 310, advisor preference.
We'll take 290.
Yeah, 2046, climb maintain, flight level 290.
290, and what was that squawk code again?
No problem, Unit 2046, squawk 3053.
3053, thank you.
Boston Center, American 261, holding short, runway 22 right at Boston, ready for takeoff.
Right, 2 seconds, please. November Charlie, Romeo Victor, radar contact, altitude.
4,000.
November Charlie, Romeo, Mike Victor, turn left direct Pompey, climb maintain 17,000.
Left, Pompey, 17,000. Charlie, Romeo, Mike Victor.
Jet card 525, cross Basie, at a maintain 8,000, Stewart altimeter 2978.
Cross Basie and maintain at 8,000, jet card 5.
Super 243, correction, JetBlue 243, leave my airspace, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved for JetBlue 243, have a good one.
Request to descend.
This is a big event, a big impromptu event for me, at least, but, you know.
Flight 442, descend via J-Fund 2 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston, altimeter 2970.
Hello, Boston Center, this is American 906, flight level 320.
Uniform November Delta 2 arrival, Leipzig Air 442.
Who else is calling?
American 90006, we're at flight level 300.
River 2274, leave my airspace, New York approach for Kennedy is closed, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Engine read 22 sample.
Boston Center, American 261, holding short 22 right at Boston.
American 261, Boston Center, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 22 right, American 261.
Boston Center, Southwest 1413.
Look at this thing, it's just majestic, look at it.
American 9006, radar contact, 20 miles north of Kennedy. Descend and maintain flight level 270. Correction, descend and maintain flight level 230, American 9006.
Descend and maintain flight level 230, American 9006.
American 9006, squawk 7755.
7755, we already got that in, American 9006.
Right, I gotta prepare because I think Montreal is on, so...
Southwest 1413, was it calling for IFR?
Southwest 1413, requesting IFR to Baltimore.
Southwest 1413, clear to Baltimore Airport, Noble 4 departure, Nelly transition, actually 2 seconds, sorry. Speedbird 1 Bravo, turn left heading 250, join the localizer.
Left heading 250 degrees, establish localizer, Speedbird 1 Bravo heavy.
Norway 4 Alpha Bravo, hold short of runway 22 right at Charlie.
Hold short of 22 right at Charlie, 4 November 84 up Bravo.
And Speedbird 1 Bravo, mile from Wayne, maintain 3000, cleared ILS, runway 22 left approach.
Maintain 3000 until Wayne, cleared ILS, 22 left approach, 1 Bravo.
Sorry about that, Southwest 1413, cleared to Baltimore Airport, Noble 4 departure, Nelly transition, then it's filed, maintain 3000, departure this frequency, squawk 3453, reback squawk code only.
3453 for Southwest 1413.
Southwest 1413, reback correct, push your discretion. Runway 29, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 36, and advise holding short.
29 via Alpha, cross runway 36, will advise holding short for Southwest 1413, thanks.
Boston United 206, heavy short 22 right.
Yeah, 206, Boston Center, runway 22 right, line up wait, traffic across Narrow Field.
Line up wait 22 right, United 206, heavy.
Unit 4 Alpha Bravo, cross runway 22 right, Charlie, ground point 9, traffic's in position.
I believe that was King Air 84 Alpha Bravo, cross 22 right, on Charlie.
In November 84 Alpha Bravo, contact ground point 9, traffic's holding in position.
It's quite a ride.
Boston Center, hello, American 67, heavy level 280.
American 106, Lima airspace, radar service terminated, frequency change approved, break, United 146, Lima airspace, frequency change approved, don't read it back, break, American 67, Boston Center, roger.
Boston Center, American 2028 on the ground at Bradley looking for Missoula, IFR.
American 2028 on request. American 261, radar contact, say altitude.
Passing 4,000, American 261.
American 261, climb, maintain, flight level 220.
Yeah, Boston's having a
Climbing
ride right
220,
now.
American 261.
Yeah, 206, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
We take off 22 right, United 206, center.
Boston Center, American 9006, flight level 220.
American 9006, roger.
Boston Center, the 49 from San Luis, 270.
Let's clear 442. Expect the ILS, runway 22 left approach, information Victor's current.
Steve 1 Bravo, going around.
Zebra 1 Bravo, fly runway heading, climb maintain 3000.
Runway heading, climb maintain 3000, Steve 1 Bravo.
Zebra 1 Bravo, fly heading 240.
240, Steve 1 Bravo.
Boston Center, good morning. Green Air 0901, flight level 370, just north of Eptel.
Attention aircraft, Boston Center is closing in the next 15 minutes. Break, Korean Air 91, Boston Center, roger. American 67, squawk 2425.
2425, 67.
Zebra 1 Bravo, radar contact, say altitude.
3,000 feet.
Zebra 1 Bravo, turn right heading 270.
Right heading 270, Steve 1 Bravo.
We're gonna be seeing a lot of this for like
257, leave my airspace, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
the next 15 hours.
Alright, just anybody I'm forgetting about, anybody that needs anything.
Nah, we're good.
Bus is in American 2028, looking for IFR to Missoula at Bradley.
Thank you. American 2028, expect a PDC.
Roger.
You know that's only 226.
Yeah, 226, go ahead.
026 at Boston ground with short of runway 22 right, we require 22 left echo.
Yeah, 226, understood. Boston Center, cross runway 22 right at November, hold short of runway 22 left.
Cross to right at November and short of to the left, so we know it's
Zebra 1 Bravo, turn right, heading 040.
Right, heading 040, so 1 Bravo heading.
It's Zebra 1 Bravo, unable to say reason for go around.
Yeah, we were just too high for that one. We need to come back in by 3,000. We were still just too high. Can't descend below the platform.
Zebra 1 Bravo, roger.
Boston Center, American 9006. Be cleared, I'll be Robux 3.
American 9006, A firm, you file it, you fly it.
You file it, you
American
fly it.
9006, descend via Robux 3 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 2970.
What control would you be under as you cross the Arctic? I have no idea.
Boston United 206.
I think I'll just be on SATCOM.
United 206, call you back.
I'm still reading through Simaware.
So the 419 it looks like we can get a squawk code.
Yeah, 206, radar contact, climb maintain, flight level 350. Hotel 35092, I'm sorry, who else is calling?
Delta 4927, we're asking for its block code, please.
Yeah, 226, runway 22 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway 22 left, clear for 226.
Jetguard 525, Lima airspace, New York approach is offline. Radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Over to Unicom, thanks for the ATC, Jetguard 525.
Delta 4927, Squawk Mo Charlie.
Squawk Mo Charlie, Delta 49.
Let's remove ACARS.
Plaza Center, American 2028. Just want to confirm pushback is at discretion. Will contact you for taxi.
American 2028, affirm. Call me ready for taxi. It's going to be runway 24.
Roger, contact you for taxi, American 2028.
Delta 4927, radar contact 30 miles northwest of Hancock, squawk 7325.
7325 for Delta 4927.
Lexus Bear 442, disregard.
They'll be fine.
Speedbird 1 Bravo, it's going to be the visual approach for runway 22 left. Turn right heading 120, descend and maintain 2000.
Right heading 120 degrees, descend maintain 2000, visual approach 22 left, Speedbird 1 Bravo heavy.
And 1 Bravo on the rollout field will be at your 3 o'clock and about 15 miles.
Roger, looking to the field, please 1 Bravo.
Speedbird United 226 radar contact to altitude.
Can you repeat from 26?
United 226 radar contact to altitude.
Theater 7 feet, United 26.
United 226, climb maintain flight level 380.
If you guys have
KJFK-841 contact Montreal Center 128.77.
128.775 and out, Cafe 841.
Field in sight, Speedbird 1 Bravo.
Gotta prep my French here.
Yeah. Calling Montreal 1 on 5, seems like you're very far.
Radio check.
Calling Montreal, that's barely better, did not get your call sign.
Qatari 710 radio check.
Qatari 710 Heavy Montreal Center, bonjour.
Good afternoon, Speedbird 7 Juliet Heavy, flight 360, service in the lake.
Speedbird 7 Juliet Heavy Montreal Center, bonjour. Qatari 710 squawk 0313.
0313, Qatari 710.
Montreal, salut, Cafe 841, 29,000.
Cathay 841 Heavy Montreal Center, bonjour.
This is Montreal Center. Montreal Center audio will be without surveillance for the next 2 minutes. For any inquiries, please contact via text. C'est la Centre de Montréal sera sans surveillance audio pour les 2 prochaines minutes. Pour toute question, contactez-moi via texte.
Quebec French. Damn the ad break. I don't know if you guys caught the French, but you caught the French. In the meantime, we're gonna be on cruise for the next 13 hours. So we're gonna look for something to play. Chat, what do you guys want to play?
Swoop 1775, Boston Center is going offline. Surveillance services terminated. Check en route frequency. Good day.
Over to Unicom 122.8 as Boston Center is going offline. Thank you for the ETC today. Have a great rest of your day. Swoop 1775.
Qatari 710 radio check.
Qatari 710, I hear you loud and clear.
Fine, thank you very much.
What's your center, Delta 127?
Delta 137, go ahead.
Can we press flight level 340 and some issues with our MCU between times Flight Alpha descent?
Delta 137, clear flight level 340.
Awesome, 340, thanks very much.
Holy shit, hi.
All Nippon 109, I tried adding you manually on CPD. I just sent you a test message. Just tell me if you get it. Alright, let's, now we get a chance to tour the cabin for once, so... let's tour the cabin. So this is first class. I mean, this is business class, I believe, yes? Technically, this would have first class.
continue back here. There's the cabin stuff. More business class seats. Here's the premium economy. Regular economy seats. Yeah, this is premium economy, so this one's regular economy. Lavatories, emergency exits, extra legroom seats. You cannot touch that. It's a bit too far out. At least you got electronics out here. Let's see the cabin lights. Yes. If you guys have something to recommend for in-flight entertainment, that would be great. Cabin could use a bit of a shift though. I guess, yeah, exits, galley, all that stuff. We are in the galley. We'll come back around. Lavatory. Lavatory. More 2-level seating. 2-side seating. Just keep walking. Yeah. Lovely. Let's just look out the window for a while. And just walk over here. No further. This one's on the wing side. Lavatory's not modeled. Oh well. Let's just take a seat over in here. Let's just pretend. I just look out this window like that. Or we could just find a better seat. I'll just stand up and go. Yeah, this looks a lot better. With all this complimentary seating stuff. Look at that very subtle wing.
Subaru Niner 82 Heavy Montreal Center, bonjour.
Look at that very subtle flutter on the wing. PMDG really outdid themselves. We got this side. Port side is always best side. You could even see the heat from the engines. Oh, I love this view. It's great. I love it. Also, this is the best livery. You can't tell otherwise.
Montreal Center, good morning. Looking at 643,
Air Canada 643, Montreal Center. Bonjour, squawk 0321.
0321, Air Canada 643.
Alright, let's find some entertainment. The only gripe I have is that my air rack is out of date by 2.
Air Canada 109. We forgot to turn off the auto step line, so we are at flight level 340 now.
Confirm that is all Nippon 109.
All Nippon 109, affirmative.
Roger.
Air Canada 643, wait for 10 minutes.
Air Canada 643, that's approved. Call me
When
when
do
you're
you
back.
expect leaving Canada and going into the more frozen areas? Judging by how far we're flying right now, I think it's gonna be a lot because Montreal kind of covers a lot up here.
Air Canada 833, descend 6,000.
Descend altitude 6,000 feet, Air Canada 833.
United 2046, Montreal Center, are you on frequency?
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the snowy climate. For a while, we're still flying over Montreal. Ha 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 ha.
Montreal Center, United 2046, we're with you out of 13.7, descending via the Carter 5.
United 2046, Montreal Center, bonjour. Montreal information, November, runway 24 left, descend 8,000, altimeter 2970.
Okay, copy the altimeters. We do have current ATIS information and requesting 24 right if possible.
United 2046, 24 right is approved.
All right, we'll plan 24 right and down to 8,000, United 2046.
Well, Steam sale is out also, so we'll have to have a look here.
Montreal Center, good morning, actually good afternoon, Air Canada 770, follow the 350.
Air Canada 778, Montreal Center, bonjour. Squawk 0340.
0340, my boss.
Good. I guess more internet historian?
Air Canada 833, descend 3000 via Lona, cleared ILS runway 24 right approach.
Descend altitude 3000 feet and by Lona, cleared ILS 24 right approach, Air Canada 833.
I guess it is.
And Montreal, United 2046, was that 8,000 or 9,000?
Started 2046, 8,000 initially, 5.3.
Copy.
If it's too loud, let me know. I'll turn it down.
If you found this tape, it means that everyone is dead. Or working at a different office. How did this happen? Well, I'll tell you. Buckle up, buckaroos. Today's lesson
confirm,
is the
that KLM 422 or KLM 421?
76.
Confirm, KLM 421. KLM 421, Montreal Center, bonjour, squawk 0305.
Just a little hyped up.
Squawk
Have we waited long enough, guys?
Oh, God, yes, we have, Todd.
I think we have.
Fallout 76, Bethesda's biggest game yet. My God, it was exciting. And they promised we'd know more at E3. E3 hype time. The press conference. 16 times the detail.
16 times the detail. There's all new rendering, lighting, and landscape technology.
United 2046, descend 6,000.
It is
6,000, United 2046.
Of Fallout 4. And it's our biggest one yet.
My God, it was exciting. November 14th, 2018. The game goes live with a day one patch of 50 gigabytes.
For fuck's sake. I'll see you tomorrow.
But once that's downloaded, people start logging into the hellscape that is Fallout 76. And oh dear Lord, they never fix the bugs. And there are so many of them. Goodbye world, goodbye necks, goodbye body, goodbye heads, bugs, bugs, bugs everywhere. Server crashes, game crashes, old bugs imported from Fallout 4. Use more than one nuke at a time, server's dead. Textures far too texturous, an all-consuming void. Error log 307. Can't pick up stuff, can't stop asserting dominance with a T-pose. Frame rate problems, screen tear problems, getting too swole, getting underneath the map, getting attacked by invisible enemies, spawning too many enemies.
Kinda speaks for itself.
Spawning too many god rays. Also, your camp resets after every session, and sometimes it goes underwater. Holotapes randomly play static, but too many holotapes mean none of them will play. Enemy AI is far more A than I. Animations are broken. Surprise.
Air Canada 643, roger, thanks.
And a traveling merchant. Just to name a few. Joseph Anson has a great video that documents just the ones that he found personally. That video is 3 hours long. But it gets worse. Error CE348780 can corrupt your data and force you to reinstall the game and console operating system. A few PC players had their computers brick entirely. Also, when the date rolled over to the 1st of January 2019, the nukes in the game stopped working altogether. No one thought it prudent to program in other years in an always online game. And a few players were straight up logging into other people's accounts. This guy had a level 78 character that was randomly replaced with a level 8 herald. Bethesda said they couldn't do anything about it. And many players are not thrilled with this game, and they want Bethesda to know that. And they want everyone else to know that too. But Bethesda owns the platform. Is Fallout 76 fun?
Yes, it is. Banned for racism. Tread lock.
They had no direct outlet for their rage. The only solution was to put a torch to everything.
KLM 644 Heavy Montreal Center, bonjour. Unfortunately, you will not be entering my high-level airspace. Stay on Unicom 122 this morning. Have a good flight.
But surely level heads would prevail. The reviewers would come out and say that the game isn't so bad.
United 2046, descend 4,000.
Down to 4,000,
This is
United 2046.
Despacito, clear country road.
Montreal Center, Qatari 710, requesting flight level 350.
Qatari 710, climb flight level 350.
Kind of maintain flight level 350, Qatari 710, thank you.
And the YouTube community had this to say.
It's really fucking boring.
Could barely
Air Canada 833 heavy, the winds at 290 at 13, gusting 20, clear to land runway 248.
Any more of this video game. I'm not going to subject myself to another 20, 30 hours of this fucking mess.
In short, Fallout 76 is morally, technically, and creatively bankrupt.
The mods on Bethesda forums were working overtime. The mods on Reddit almost gave up. Look, I'm not saying that some people didn't enjoy and have fun with this game. But what I am saying is
Qatari 710, really just to clarify, there seems to be a leftover speed restriction on your tag. Speed is at your discretion.
The deadlines were tight.
Qatari 710, thank you.
Plus, this wasn't Bethesda's A-team. It's actually a relatively inexperienced division based in Austin, and the scope of the game kept getting bigger.
We're gonna need distant weather systems.
Hey Todd, I stayed up all night and I just finished.
We're gonna need 16 times the detail.
Please, Todd, no more.
We're gonna need 4 times the size of Fallout 4.
That, and they were trying to patchwork the old Bethesda creation engine into a multiplayer framework. What else could you expect?
That's why I give my kids Fallout 76.
Now, Bethesda could tolerate the bugs and the bad reviews and the irate players, but what they couldn't tolerate were the exploits. Infinite inventory, infinite invisibility. The frame rate was tied to the game speed, so people
We're just
were
doing
going
it
a
on
lot faster
playlist
than
right
they
now.
should.
I'm just
Server
vibing.
hopping for more items, infinite cache and infinite duplication, unlimited XP, unlimited nuking. The nuclear codes were unencrypted and you could wall clip into the quest room. And someone was given the curse of infinite invincibility. Naturally, this can really mess with other players' online experience. So Bethesda was ready, with the ban hammer
This just works.
and a blindfold to wildly flail around and take down anyone who happened by. But Bethesda wasn't satisfied with just banning. No, they're a progressive company with big ideas. They wanted to give a road to redemption. So support sent out this email to players.
United 2046, turn left heading 330, descend 3000.
Essay on why the use of
330 down to
third-party software is
3,000, United
detrimental to an online
2046.
game community. That's right.
Patrol Center, bonjour, Air Canada 806, level 350.
And they may just give you your account back.
Air Canada 806, Patrol Center, bonjour, squawk 030.
Them to reconsider the
0302.
One more exploit. In all the Bethesda games, there's a dev room. Every item in the game is kept here. Security has to be top-notch, because otherwise, someone could just waltz in and take all of the best items of the game, and it would be an absolute disaster.
Oh,
well,
no.
Shit. Of course, Bethesda wasn't equipped to deal with the issue. People started flooding in, taking the best items in the game, then selling those items on the black market of sorts. At first, they tried the usual approach, banning people who had some of the best items in the game. You spent 700 hours just to get the best gun? Die, cheater! Next, they put in a system where players would get tagged if they ever entered the room, and they banned those players. That wasn't much better because people would just start using Smurf accounts. Get in quick with a level 1 account, get all that good shit, then get the fuck out. Then use a duplication glitch to get a ton more of those items. Then transfer that stuff to your main account, and you're good to go.
Air Canada 833, welcome to Montreal, exit left on Bravo 4, contact ground 121 manner.
And you've just beaten the game.
Bravo 4, contact ground 121.
So the problem continued. Bethesda is running out of ideas to solve it. There's a lot of speculation.
United 2046, turn left heading 270 for the intercept, clear ILS, runway to far right approach.
Exploiters knows for sure.
270, clear for the approach, Net 2046.
Before it ruins the economy of the game. So they wrote another email and sent it out to the Smurfs. Hello, Cheetah. Do you want to tell us how you did it, and we might unban...
Favored the 7 Juliet, Toronto Center is offline, surveillance services terminated, check out system tab, good day.
Approach work. But from what I've seen, it's still possible to get into the dev room. November 22nd, 2018. Just a week after the release, the game goes on discount. from $60 to $40 to $35 to $30. You can find it for $15 on eBay, and in Germany they straight up give it for free when you buy a PlayStation controller. Also, some stores are just zip tying it to other products. But to Bethesda, it's worth selling the thing at a price close to zero.
Speedbird 7 Juliet, surveillance services terminated, change on
which is where the real margins are. And it inflates the poor sales figures. Let's have a look at those. The latest figures show 76 sold less than a sixth of what Fallout 4 did. Not good. There's also been a massive oversupply of hard copies. Although, what's the point of a hard copy when the thing is just a cardboard disc telling you to redeem an online code?
This is your first officer. Hey, you look out of the window. We're currently actually flying over something pretty interesting this afternoon.
People began asking Bethesda for a refund. 76 is not on Steam. It's on Bethesda's own platform.
I'm sure I could say if we're on control. 356 heavy,
if players only play the game for a few hours, then generally they'll get their money back. However, it came out that people were sometimes getting refunds after a full 24 hours of play. Quite generous, but then word about this spread to forums. Then to Reddit, and a post got 12,500 upvotes informing people that this made pretty much everyone eligible for a refund, and the comments told them exactly how to do it. Bethesda was flooded with requests for refunds. And their response?
Yeah, I wanted to reconnect. Apologies for that.
No one gets a refund now. Everyone go home. Show's over. Robot customer service man engage.
Yeah, Air France 356, there does not seem to be any flight sense for you, so if you could just refund me.
A few things followed. First,
hey, can we get a drink up here?
Okay. Yeah, I've got the flight set now, Air France 356, thank you. Squawk 0351 an item.
Thank you for calling again. Stop this is Brian, how can I help you?
0351 item, Air France 356,
but probably also fake. Second, the media.
KM 695 Heavy Montreal Center, bonjour, squawk 0374.
Policy and terms of service may not be strictly legal. November 27th, 2018. Miglaccio and Rathod LLP filed a class action suit on behalf of customers. Media quickly picked up on that. Their main argument is that it's a sometimes unplayable game owing to its technical problems, then they're refusing refunds, and that Bethesda is engaged in a strategy to release anyway and then slowly patch their way into a more playable state. Updates on this lawsuit are slow, so I'll keep you informed on the second.
United 2046, the winds 290 at 17, testing 22, clear to land runway 24 right.
24 right, clear to land, United 2046.
We must do something. Was anyone curious enough to read about it online? Not me. Not me either. Nope. Oh no! Now people think I'm dumb and I have died a virgin. Don't let this happen to you. Get Curiosity Stream. It's a streaming platform with some of the best documentaries and non-fiction from around the world. Partial nudity? Maybe if you look hard enough. But more importantly, the most arousing thing of all, knowledge. Works for your Roku, Android, etc., etc. It works on everything, okay? Science, nature, history, tech, society. CuriosityStream.com/internethistorian for unlimited access to the world's free top documentaries and non-fiction series. Use the promo code InternetHistorian during the sign-up process to get the first 30 days free, then cancel any time. Wink. Please. Look, I need sponsors. I bought a lifetime supply of toilet paper thinking I was saving money, but then I left it out in the rain and the crows got it, and now I'm back to square one. Please. CuriosityStream.com/internethistorian. Ads over. Let's rewind a little bit. Fallout fans made their pre-orders, and the most dedicated pre-ordered the Power Armor Edition. Wow. It came with a helmet, box, map, army toys, and a genuine West Tech canvas bag. Fast forward to the release, and customers noticed that their precious bags, which are supposed to be made of the finest canvas and land, look a bit different.
Bruh.
In fact, it looks like a carry bag the real bag should come in.
Bruh.
Did they really just advertise one thing and deliver another? Can't do that. So there was a surge of backlash, and people began emailing Bethesda, asking for refunds, asking for answers. By this point, customer service is absolutely over it. They are done with the facade, and they send this email in response.
Hello. We are sorry that you aren't happy with the bag. The bag shown in the media was a prototype and was too expensive to make. We aren't planning on doing anything about it.
Damn.
That's the whole email. Staff at Bethesda aren't even hiding their contempt anymore. Naturally, the internet goes wild.
Are you fucking kidding me? Wow. Wow. Well, I got so mad, I shaved everything off my face.
Okay guys, this is a bit of a PR nightmare. We have to quell the outrage. What do? Well, we've got this in-game currency. Let's just give them the minimum amount of that. Fantastic idea. Hear ye, hear ye. Anyone who paid $200 to $300 for the Power Hour edition is hereby entitled to $5 worth of in-game currency that you'll be able to spend with us. 500 atoms? Fuck yeah! What are you gonna do with your atoms? I'm gonna buy 5/18ths of the white paint version of the Power Armor. Whoa! What about you? Light wood laminate, light wood laminate, light wood laminate. Fuck the bag! He's right! Fuck the bag! Light wood laminate, light wood laminate, light wood laminate, light wood laminate, light wood laminate. Of course, this was Bethesda's fantasy of what would happen. What really happened is further outrage.
United 2046, welcome to Montreal. Continue rolling. It's at Bravo 4 and contact ground 121.
It even became part of that class.
Okay, sorry about that. Bravo 4, ground point 9,
Bethesda
exact
put out
2046.
apologizing for their curt customer service and gave a different
And the last station checking in was the United 2935.
That was quickly debunked. Because it turns
United
out
2935, Montreal
they did
Center,
make
Ball
that
Roll,
canvas
Squawk
bag,
035.
except they gave them all out to influencers. Oh dear. It's not the same one, of course, but it's sourced from that ever-scarce material, canvas. But what's more amusing is that it turns out there is a canvas bag in the game.
Delta 137, Winnipeg Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated. Change runway frequency. Good day.
For 700 atoms. Ooh, just short.
Was that for only for one
the
heavy?
briefing from the online community continued, and Bethesda's lawyers...
That's negative. That was
So they
Delta
decided
137. Surveillance services terminated. Change runway frequency.
Fucking bag.
If you want to claim, sorry about that.
You'll have to fill out this form with your name, personal details, address, etc., etc., and we'll ship out the bag to you in 4 to 6 months. But it doesn't quite end there, because Bethesda is known for bugs, and of course their website is a buggy mess too. Turns out all of the customer support inquiries are unsecure and open to the public. In fact, people can open and close and change them at will. Listed are details of full legal names, phone numbers, home addresses, and more. If you've requested your canvas bag, you've just been doxxed. Not knowing how to immediately fix the problem, Bethesda panics and temporarily shuts down the whole website. And that is the tale of the duffel kerfuffle. How could this have been so difficult? They made one for New Vegas. One last piece of merch, a rum drink. Nuka-Cola Dark. Pre-orders available in September. Shipped out on November 14th. $80 plus postage and handling. Not cheap, but in return you got a very cool bootle. Looks good on the shelf. A great conversation piece with the family over Thanksgiving. Or at least it would have been. November 14th came and went, and there was no rum. Okay. A week later, on November 21st, an email comes through. There's a delay. Things aren't up to the usual Fallout standard, they say. The usual Fallout standard.
All of this just works.
Things aren't up to the usual Fallout standard. So we'll have it for you soon. No specific date given.
1 week later.
Nothing. Then on December 5th, another email. Good news. We start shipping on December 12th. It's been nearly 3 months since you pre-ordered, but as a show of good faith, we made this promotional video for you.
United 948 Heavy Montreal Center, Bonjour, Squawk 0342 and ident.
Did you catch that? That's just a regular industry bottle and a plastic shell. We paid $80 and waited a quarter of a year for a plastic shell? People were not happy. Look at that ratio. Nothing in the marketing said that it was a plastic shell. Super premium, we were promised. And the media agreed. People began cancelling their orders. Silver Screen tries to convince people that it's not cheap and shitty. It actually cost us twice as much. What? Then what the fuck? We spent 100 hours coding the design. Convincing stuff. So it arrives, just a few days before Christmas. The rum is about the quality you'd expect.
Can I swear on this? It's my own show.
Worse is the design. The oversized lip means liquid can pour inside the shell.
Hard to pour because how they made this damn thing. Spilled like half the shot.
Very dribbly.
So you're best off opening the whole thing up to prevent spilling. If you do that, there's a good chance that you'll snap the flimsy plastic. Any liquid will immediately ruin this cheap paper sticker. Some made their own at home and the quality was about on par. But look, if you do want a decent version of this product, there are reputable sellers of them. They're on Etsy. They're far cheaper and they actually give a shit. Not gonna lie though, some of the memes that came out of this were pretty good. Now, many claim that this was an honest mistake.
Sorry.
Or that customers were at fault for misinterpreting ambiguous marketing. I disagree. All of the marketing shows other glass items. All of the mock-ups show something more akin to frosted glass than plastic. They give plenty of descriptions of the product too, and not once do they mention plastic. And they were engaged in a bunch of other tomfuckery as well. Before the product was even available, they flooded their own product reviews with a bunch of 5 stars. This raised some eyebrows, and people on Reddit even called them out for it, so they deleted them. You can see all this activity on the Wayback Machine.
Damn.
Now, if they're happy to deceive people in this way, it seems silly to give them the benefit of the doubt about the glass. It's also worth quickly talking about the Bethesda merch store. Some of these items are pretty neat. That's cool. Good idea. I'd have that. Fallout 76 pound. Singular. But why is he so mad? The photography is all just slightly off. This gaudy jacket was mocked relentlessly on social media. But does the 76 and $276 really make it more immersive? And why did they just toss it on the ground? And it comes in this crumpled up toddler body bag. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars in merch and you don't have an eye on? Why is she wearing the size XXL? She's clearly not happy about it. But who looked at this and said, good job, print? Now that's surprising. And what the fuck? They made the bottle properly. Yeah, one of those, please, but bigger and brown. Is that so hard?
Okay, I was looking because I received the CPA841 from United Miner 01.
That caused quite a stir. The good. For PC, they included a number of quality of life improvements, including push to talk.
Roger. United Mine 48, I did not receive a CPDLC from you.
Hooray! Increased stash capacity from 400 pounds to 600 pounds, and a small buff to automatic weapons. Hooray! They decreased the carry weight of bobby pins so it no longer took up 10 to 20% of people's inventory.
I got a box of bobby pins the other week that said Wavies.
There were also upgrades to the camp that allowed for easier construction, and a bunch of bug fixes. Hooray! The bad. A whole bunch of unannounced stealth nerfs. They generally made the game grindy. Ammo production was decreased. Fusion cores burnt out faster. Legendary enemies spawned less frequently.
On guard. I'll set you up.
And the backlash was significant, because everybody knew why Bethesda was doing it. To encourage people to use the Atomic Shop. And let's talk briefly about that store. Some of the prices are outrageous. A Christmas tree for $12.
Wow.
A Santa outfit for $20. Blue and yellow paint for $18. Oh look, $3 for the same sweater vest and slacks item imported from Fallout 4. But the biggest offense of all was the holiday emote bundle. $24 for some Christmas-themed emotes. Twice the price of these games. The media agreed that these were egregious prices. But worse, they're engaged in some deceiving marketing practices too. Oh look, it's marked down half price. But it's not. It was released half price. They're artificially jacking up the price, only to then give a fake limited time discount in order to create a sense of urgency. That's illegal, here in Australia at least, in Canada and in the EU. Reddit quickly picked up on this and pointed it out. Bethesda reacted by scrapping the discount and just setting it as the always intended price. Okay, it's been about 25 minutes.
10-Miner, Edmonton Center is offline, surveillance is terminated, check general frequency.
Fiasco. The new camera,
over to the dark side for all Newfoundland 109er, thank you for service.
dwindling player numbers.
The dark side!
Montreal Center, United 879 request as well, frequency change.
Heck, No Man's Sky was a surprising comeback. So, maybe Bethesda can do it too. But for now,
United 879, Boston Center is offline, surveillance is terminated, check general frequency, have a good day.
Unicom, listen, mate, thank you very much for your safety, have a great day. See you soon, ciao.
And returning only when it's time to get our hopes up once again.
Did you receive it this time?
I still received something from United 901, nothing from 948.
Not many people know this, but I'm actually quite a good rap artist, rappist, if you will.
Oh, okay,
so
okay.
I'm going to save all these names for you from the credits as fast as I possibly.
Yeah, you might just have the wrong.
With the scroll. Here we go, one take.
The wrong log on code.
Just deal, Mal,
we are 901.
Steve Rizzo, Drudders, Indigo Zero, Luke Hackle, S15 210, Jordan Prince, Dr. Tex, Pub Spicy Peter, Tef, Edgy Kid X, Bryce, Toiler Ham,
okay, next. Okay, so I'll take you that way this time, but next time please use your actual IKO call sign, because that's how it is in real life as well for XPDLC.
Hi there. You're probably wondering how I got this tan. Well, let me tell you the story. It begins with a man by the name of
Like, do you
Billy
put it when you're seated? Well, when you're lying
Billy
down,
was a
how do
good
you
boy.
cover?
At 22,
when you're
he had
lying
dreams
down, you
of
just
becoming a
cover
super
yourself.
wealthy
You just cover
entrepreneur,
over yourself.
dropping
But
out of college to
do
start
you like
a business
wear it
called
like a
Make
cape
Aces.
when you?
Over the years, he managed to
wear it
network
when
with
you're
some
sitting
powerful
down?
people. One of them was Ja Rule. Translated from German, I believe it means yes, rule. Over drinks, he pitched an idea. Here's an accurate
Chat,
recreation
help.
of that event. Mr. Rule, he said, I have a brilliant idea.
Like, word, like, yo, what happened? I'm like, yo, this thing too wild, fucking fish.
Precisely. Great minds think alike. It will be 2 weeks of absolute luxury in the Bahamas. Mr. Rule. Promotion began in late 2016. Fire promised beaches, ladies, gourmet food, luxury villas, hosted on a private island in the Bahamas called Fire Cay, once owned by Pablo Escobar. VIP tickets up to $250,000. Swimming pigs. Blink 182. Major laser. A steel drum. Welcome to Fire Festival. The best.
United 948. Yeah, I did answer your
the day arrived.
CPDLC.
About 5,000 people are making their way directly from Miami Airport, and there are huge delays to get to Fire Cay. Although I shouldn't say fire.
Oh, okay, yeah,
because
I've got your
doesn't
new request.
exist. In the marketing, they referenced this island, the Norman's Cay, run by George Young, not Pablo, by the way. But that doesn't matter, because we're not going there either. We're going to Great Exuma. Private island?
Yeah, no problem.
Forget that. Population, 7,000. In fact, we're basically in the parking lot of a sandals resort.
What?
In the end, only about 500 of us make it to the island. The remaining customers...
Ouais, mais j'ai dit, c'est pour mettre les tous pour pas
We're
voir.
rolled onto a school bus and taken to the site, a gravel lot with a bunch of FEMA tents.
Oh no!
Remember those promises of luxurious villas? Branca. Enjoy your stay, and don't forget your complimentary cup of UNICEF rice.
Turn this bus right around.
Once there, no one knows whose tent belongs to whom, so staff try getting everyone into a line. Then they abandon that idea and tell everyone it's a free-for-all. Expecting a party, this guy took all of his drugs on the flight over. He's the only one having any fun. Everyone else is grumpy because it's been 5 hours and there's no food. In lieu of food, staff decide to start handing out tons of free tequila. This only exacerbates problems. Once the food does arrive, it's just as delectable as promised though. Gourmet craft single down. A few hours later, bags arrive on a shipping container. It was getting dark and there was no lighting.
So everybody's walking around with their cell phones trying to look through their luggage.
Plenty of people had their luggage stolen. But don't worry, if you have any valuables...
Air Canada 643 at Moncton Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated. Scheduled with frequency.
There are rumors of muggings by the locals.
I heard rumors of feral dogs.
A tent supposedly caught fire. The closest beach has a rampant shark problem. Staff don't have any uniforms or walkie-talkies, so no one knows who's in charge, and the people who are in charge can't talk to each other. Here's the bathroom. Many staff quit after only a couple of hours. Damn. For the few customers who were willing to just make the most of it and enjoy the music, they had some bad news too. All of the major musical acts pulled out. In fact, Major Lazer wasn't even confirmed to go in the first place. The event was promoted as cashless, so all people had were these useless Disney bucks on their fire bands, which meant they couldn't buy anything or catch a cab if they were stranded. And even with only 500 people, there are too few tents and beds, so everyone is just stealing each other's. And for any of you thinking you could just escape to the sandals, bad luck. It's peak season and they are absolutely full. People are reaching out to the
Condor 2054 Edmonton Center is offline. Surveillance is terminated.
And the rest were forced back home when the Bahamian government stepped in. The festival was closed. But the exodus from the island made its own problems. Guests spent hours dehydrated and hung over in a hot building. Why staff locked the door isn't entirely known.
Air Canada 9er Heavy Metro Center.
Before they were finally reopened. Everyone gets home and that was the end of it. Except for me. I was rescuing someone, helping them out, and I got lost in the woods. Anyway, back at home, the shitstorm on social media was just ramping up. The Reddit R Fire Festival was created, and it started documenting everything that went wrong at the event. People were circulating a fake tweet by Jar that the whole thing was a social experiment. Some wholesome festival memes there. And it quickly turned into a marketing case study of what not to do. In response, Fire started serving cease and desist letters to stop people from saying mean things about them. Mr. Rule released an official statement online, both apologizing and saying that it's not his fault. Interestingly, he wasn't even on the island at the time. He was giving a concert in Chicago. Although, to their credit,
I am the Flash.
A full refund. Or
welcome to
you
the
could always
stream. We are cruising at
and opt in for
29,000
2018's Fire Festival.
And a VIP ticket to next year's firefighter. If they decide to go. Exactly.
Meanwhile, Billy is on full damage control. He claims that a storm came in the night before and changed...
Speedbird, then, mining 2 affirmatives.
We got to a point that we were very excited about.
I'm just trying to figure out the handout because it's not doing it automatically.
We got hit by a big storm.
Just stay with me a couple of minutes.
But the apologies weren't enough. A few days later, and the first lawsuit was served.
Attorney Ben Mysalis doesn't think it's funny. He's filed a $100 million class action lawsuit against the organizers.
Then another suit. Then 7 more. Then the feds got involved, claiming Billy had committed wire fraud, serious charges with serious prison time. More on that later.
But first,
right now, let's go into the history of Fire Festival. The marketing was clever. To get the word out, they got in touch with about 400 influencers, Instagram celebrities, and they offered them VIP tickets or cash to promote the event. They even managed to get Kendall Jenner to post about it. Rumor has it she was paid $250,000 for this post. The marketing worked though. The festival sold out. So how did it go so wrong? Let's start with the money. During the planning process,
56396 Boston Center is offline. Surveillance is terminated. Scheduled with frequency everything.
And require another year of organization.
They should have planned this to hold this out.
This is after they made all the promises. and they had nothing near that amount, so they started cutting expenses way back. Remember those luxury villas? They were going to cost $10 million alone, so they scrapped them. Now everyone gets a 10. Deposits for the bands? Nope. Food, infrastructure, staff, all were cut back. But, you may ask, how did they have so little cash if they sold out? It's the price. It was way too low. Now wait a minute.
Speedbird 982, I did not get an answer from them, but they must be quite busy. Contact Gander Oceanic 131.7, I have a good flight.
Paying for tickets with a starting price of $12,000. And you can thank fake news for that assumption. You see that number repeated everywhere. But actually, very few were paying even close to that amount. The standard price was around $1,200. Which, if you think about 2 weeks in the Bahamas with practically all of your expenses taken care of, that's pretty bloody good. In fact, some tickets were as low as $500.
6 months ago, got together and got the early bird special for about $500. And this covered food, transportation, ticket, and somewhere to sleep.
How on earth were they going to break even with that? They weren't. And on the flip side, there's no proof whatsoever that anyone purchased a $250,000 ticket. So basically, they're stuck. Billy has to start taking tough short-term loans just to keep afloat. Which, by the way, is why they did the fire bans. It was to raise cash. It's reported that up to $2 million in Firebucks in-game currency was spent in the lead up to the event. But this wasn't even close to enough. Practically broke, and with the event only a few weeks away, the more experienced staff suggested postponing. But, thanks to those short-term loans, he couldn't. So he insisted on going forward. Those staff tried to control the damage by telling celebrities and public figures not to go.
How was the fire festival?
Last station calling Montreal, again.
So, Billy and Jar are in some serious trouble. But, let's please have one failed festival
Roger, thank you.
that has a sequel. Well, Billy is out on $300,000 bail. His assets were frozen as at May 18th. He dropped his expenses.
Air Canada 778, Moncton Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated. Change of frequency of the flight.
But it was cancelled for being fraudulent. Massively in debt and with no hope of paying it back. Fire went into involuntary bankruptcy. And that is the end of Fire Festival. I'll keep you posted about whether Billy is going to jail. So long,
Air Canada 778,
too beautiful.
Moncton Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated. Change of frequency. Have a good flight.
It's time to go.
For bridge of your afternoon.
This video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Business is important. Business is professional. Business is the engine in the car on the road that drives us forward to our journey. There is no I in business. Welcome to the seminar. Serious Business 101. First slide, please. It's August 6th, 2013, and we're at a conference in Nashville, Tennessee. Agile 2013. What's Agile? Well, it's blah 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 blah. That bit's not terribly important. What matters is that this is a very professional environment. Keynotes, panels, networking.
You're fascinating to talk to.
And a quirky little idea. Interactive display boards. 5 of these placed across the convention grounds, in lobbies, the cafeteria, gathering grounds. And there's a brilliant innovation to go with them. An automatic Twitter. Simply use the hashtag Agile2013 and your unmoderated message will appear on the board. It even displays images. What an amazing idea, you guys. And people will love it. Giving feedback. showing their pride. It was all going great. For a whole 87 minutes, when one attendee had a very unprofessional ID. He takes a photo of one of the displays and posts it to a certain message board with the following text.
From the flight deck, this is your first officer speaking. We hope you're enjoying your flight. We're making good progress here, and we're doing our best to get you in on time.
Imagery would be much appreciated. Please, pretty please. Well, we'd better test this out. So people logged into Twitter, wrote something dumb with the hashtag Agile2013, and hit send. A minute later, a new photo comes up on the message board.
Hey, what are the odds you guys could bring us a snack, please?
Ooh. So there was everyone enjoying the conference, when suddenly...
Where in this convention do I find the Zimmerman-themed butt plugs? My daddy never had big man talk with me. How do I make baby? I want baby.
And from there, it escalated.
There's a guy having concerning a dead person in Asia. You should find me, as they are only good for making concerning team. My father should be ignored, as they are only good for making electronics.
Now, it didn't take long for Agile organizers to notice.
Agile Alliance does not approve of the misuse of the hashtag.
And here was the fatal mistake. They thought,
it's only like 3 trolls from Twitter. It's no problem.
So they rallied their troops, telling them to fight back with the report spam function. Well, said B.
If they want war, we'll give them war.
And honestly, they took it too far. They started posting increasingly reprehensible stuff on the timeline, to the point where all of the other attendees were drowned out by a deluge of horrific images. Their reporting was slow and ineffective against people making alt accounts. So with each passing minute, they were losing more ground. A couple of Agile attendees stuck their heads up over the trenches and drew targeted fire.
Looks like the feed is being spammed pretty badly. Maybe time to switch hashtags. I can't be the only one reporting all these people. Why doesn't Twitter make them go away?
Lisa is giving free toss jobs at the main screens.
Flailing around.
I'm blocking and blocking, but they keep coming up.
Eventually, someone from B offered some useful advice.
Have you tried getting the cyber police involved?
How do I contact these cyber police?
But tragically, the cyber police never came. Report them! Stop them! Cried one of the organizers. But it was no use. And soon he was targeted too. With his profile...
TLM 166, Toronto Center is offline, surveillance is terminated, triggered with 3.7, good day.
Back onto the Agile hashtag. Eventually, Agile had had enough. And they surrendered, disabling the Agile 2013 hashtag. And that was the end of it. Or was it? Because it
TLM 167 Montreal Center, bonjour, squawk 0367, and I don't know.
They took the destroyer as well. And that really was the end. Or was it? Because B found the host's website. They went straight to the source, uploading content directly to the displays. And that really was the end. The next day, the only thing on the displays was this message.
We are working on shutting down the Eventifier site. We are reporting abusive accounts. We are also trying to find all other sources and shut them down as well. I'm sorry.
And that was the tragedy that befell the Gaylord Ops. Very unprofessional, you guys. Slide 2, please. But first, ad time. Shadow Man here with Raid Shadow Legends. Available now on iOS and Android. It's a totally free RPG PvP DVD for people with ADHD, but don't take my word for it. Here's someone from IGN. Look how many positive reviews it has. In fact, I bought another phone with my sponsorship money so I can dual-wield Raid Shallow Leaves.
You guys not have phones? Yeah.
Dozens of upgradable characters. Fleshed out storyline with... Wait, I just realized this is my one opportunity to say bad stuff about Shroud.
I've watched almost every one of his videos.
They'll never hear it because he always skips my fucking ads. Wait, where were we? Red Shady Lemons. But don't take my word for it. Here's someone from Qualcomm. Mom, I've been playing for 2 days straight, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Hey, no, stop. Mom. Look at this one. I use this champion because she has a massive cock. Are you playing a fucking console? Throw that in the trash, my dude.
That's my dialysis machine.
Your phone is the only dialysis machine you need. Giant boss fights, PvP battles, almost 10 million players. Are you playing yet? Get it with the code in the description and get 50k silver and a free epic champion. What a twist! There's also big plans to update the game. Here's a roadmap for the next 6 months. Alright, get the game. I've been Shadow Man. Thank you.
Air Canada 806.
Right, where was I?
Mark Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated.
In January 2012,
have a great day.
They had a brilliant idea. Let us improve brand perception with Twitter. Let us appeal to the common man with hashtag Meet the Farmers. A campaign that informs them that our meat only comes from local, independent producers, and not from, as the papers report, orphanages. So they published this promo.
And I don't think I've ever gone to work a day in my life.
And success.
Hell yeah, lads. Another win as usual.
People were loving it.
Ugh.
They had their usual detractors, of course, but overall, good stuff. So they swapped out this hashtag with a new one, McD's Stories. And here's where things took a turn.
No.
They wanted the Twitter public to tell their experiences at McDonald's. Obviously, only good things ever happen at McDonald's. This is going to be a slam dunk. Let us shake hands in confidence at our imminent success. So McD Stories premiered on the Twitter homepage, and within 5 minutes it was clear that people weren't going to harp on about the time they got a free extra sauce with their McNuggets. Instead, they were going to tell McHorror stories. Here's just a select few. A McFingernail in my fries. A woman McSoliciting McSex in the drive-thru lane. I looked this one up, by the way, it's true. My friend claims that Ronald McDonald exposed himself to her as a child. Awful. McRats in the buns. Oh yikes, this one's real too.
Go back here in the bun area. You're gonna find at least 3 racks that got droppings on them.
Oh god, make it stop. Someone stop it now. But it was gaining traction. More and more people were publishing their negative stories on the hashtag. And once they had used all those up, it progressed to just making up stuff for shock value. I ate McDonald's as a kid, and I'm pretty sure that's why my father left. Closed eyes, sad face. I once saw... I can't say that. But that'll make anyone grimace. Thank you, thank you. Within 2 hours, they pulled down the advertising campaign, and in its stead, put up a far more innocuous Little Things hashtag. They had a few minor trolls there too, but it quickly faded into obscurity. The media jumped on the story, case studies were written, and lessons were learned about.
You might have time to watch a few more. No shit.
Or were they?
He's already dead.
July 1st, 2016. Create your own custom burger on this McDonald's website.
Bun, meat patty, semen.
Name your creation. Have it published on the website. Then vote on the best one and it will become an official item on the menu. You knew where this was going to go. I knew where this was going to go. How did McDonald's not? A poem, if you will. The sad European, a thin privilege to go. Bag of lettuce, no tissues, Mein Kampf, just so. The atheist delight, with a side of fries. The toddler body bag, with double ketchup surprise. Pepe the sandwich, a rectal prolapse, half-baked. Pound my behind daddy, comes with a shake.
Yeah.
Girth. The area, a vision of Christ. A whole pineapple with your meal for 10 times the price. A tip for my lady, this one's gluten-free. It's still not too late to vote for Bernie. Whopper, no onions.
From the flight deck, this is your first officer speaking. As you look out of the window, we're currently flying over something pretty interesting this afternoon.
See, this is you clown.
Mostly.
Yeah. Naturally, the press seized on it as much as the general public did. laughing at all the dumb sandwiches while also condemning them. Guys, come on guys, this isn't funny, come on. The website was shut down and not much remains. Except for these. And also this text document I found, which has a bunch of other sandwich names. What ingredients were involved and what they look like, though, you'll have to use your imagination. Next slide, please. Prophylactics are serious business.
Let us shake hands in both a fun and safe manner. I see this one is ribbed for my pleasure.
Early 2013, Durex launches a revolutionary new app. SOS Condoms. Download, select the product, enter your location, and a condom will be delivered to you within an hour. Oh, perfect timing. Their emphasis was on discretion and anonymity when delivering the goods, and the delivery drivers were in disguise. Pizza delivery guy, police officer. I'm not sure that's legal. A gimmick to be sure, and some people thought it was
an out-of-season April Fool's joke.
But people tried it out and it really worked. So they rolled the service out over the tip of Dubai.
What?
Of all places. But after its first week, the government shut it down, citing it as promoting promiscuity. Booted out, they had a tough time deciding where to launch next. Guys, let's let the audience decide with another online poll.
No.
So people jumped on the website and started voting.
I will be voting for a Krispy Kreme donut place.
Tens of thousands of votes were counted, with some of the major contenders being Paris, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, and London.
From South Africa to move away from this.
But all of them were outshined, with the most votes counted for Batman, a small conservative Muslim city in Turkey.
Let that be an object less
When will you learn?
Tampering with the laws of Mother Nature.
The internet rejoiced. Another marketing campaign to add to the KD ratio. A Facebook post went out from SOS Condoms congratulating Batman and to stay tuned for more to come. But there was no more to come, so to speak. The campaign was promptly stopped. SOS Condoms never opened in Batman. SOS Condoms never opened anywhere ever again. They went silent for months. Everyone moved on. SOS Condoms deleted their account and slipped forever away into obscurity. Pizza is serious business. DiGiorno does frozen pizza and they have a substantial social media presence. Domestic violence is bad. Bold statements only on this channel. Well, Twitter had a hashtag for National Domestic Violence Awareness Day. People were sharing their harrowing stories with the hashtag #WhyIStayed. These were all quite serious.
No.
And dealt with
No,
some
don't do it.
delicate and sensitive issues. Then here comes DiGiorno throwing on the accelerator, no fucks given, driving right through the front door. They had pizza. Ooh.
No.
That was a great tweet. I bet everyone is loving it.
No.
Precisely 0.1 seconds after they posted it, they must have realized it wasn't the wisest move. And they apologized, but the media got involved. So they kept apologizing.
I'm sorry.
They couldn't stop apologizing.
I'm sorry.
They just...
I promise you never again. I'm so sorry. It was terrible. I couldn't be more sorry. Please accept my deepest apologies.
Relax.
I understand.
Naming your baby is serious business.
Oh,
Put
no.
it to the internet, this Canadian couple said. Trust in the kindness and sensibility of strangers. It was Cthulhu Allspark. Next. Do you know what kerning is? It's important in print. It's essentially the proportional spacing between fonts. Why does it matter? Well, sometimes two letters close to each other can look like a single letter, for God's sake. Alright, stop. Let me finish up with a little bit of a behind-the-memes style history lesson. In the early 2010s, brands were only just finding their foothold in social media. They didn't quite understand how to connect with their audience. The tendency was to be a bit overly formal, stuffy, not quite fun. That is until Denny's came along with a game-changing Tumblr account. They started actually having a good time, and it appealed to fellow Zoomers, such as myself. It took a little while, but soon other brands cottoned on to the strategy. Arby's started posting memes. Wendy's dropped a mixtape.
and then went into a WWE-style feud back and forth with Burger King and McDonald's. And Gen Zers, such as myself, lapped it up.
How do you do, fellow kids?
Now, that's not to say they all figured it out.
United 87 heading
Other
Patrol
brands
Center,
attempted it too,
bonjour. What is
but
your
without
current
committing
position?
fully, they failed to get the same appeal. So, into the late 2010s, things were going pretty great. It was a little content renaissance.
Chick-fil-A is officially America's favorite fast food restaurant.
Imagine if we opened on Sundays, had to give everyone else like Wendy's a chance to make money.
Your mom is a hoe.
Steakins even broke down the whole phenomenon on Twitter and in articles, and I'd like to turn that into a full video soon. But with all these relatable memes floating around, people are starting
It's getting
to
too
feel a little
much.
pandered to. Very relatable. Nice. That's relatable. Yep, relatable. Relatable.
United 87, unfortunately,
Okay.
you will not be entering my high-level airspace. Stay on Unicom 122.8, have a good flight.
Guys, we get it. You're relatable. Just stop relating. Stop. Stop. Enough. That's it. I can't take it anymore.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't display that well on that site.
so
That's
you
what
mean
you're using. You're in the
Spider Crab
Charlie's
with laser eyes,
Zulu
aerial
Victor
flight,
area,
2.5
which I only
on flat
control
bar background,
up to 280 and Mountain
silence
controls
on the
above
frame.
290.
And it was a very powerful tool. Eminem's pushing something or other. Take that, brand.
Oh, we're still in Quebec.
Fellow Gen Zers, silence.
That
brand.
would make sense. Yeah,
And
that
it
would be
became
the
a
next
long
one. Yeah,
and
you're going to be talking to unless either Mountain or get their domestic
Such
connection.
a move. Relatable AF.
Sometimes a few brands could crack through it. Silence Twitter. But for the most part,
Oh my god, a
this
raid.
crab has
Cat.
become the quality control of Twitter.
Welcome to the stream. What have you been doing?
2935 Moncton Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated. Check your frequency. Have a good day.
Alright, that's enough business for today. Thank you for attending my cinema. Here are the patrons. Thank you very much. I love mwah. Mwah. See you at movie night. Mwah. Also, I have other videos on the second channel. Sonic cried a little, and Tails put his hand under his face to catch the tears. The chef should have dipped some on his finger and then insisted the host.
Alright, we're gonna freeze the show for a little bit and we'll watch a clip.
Wait. What happened? Oh my
What happened?
Where'd it go?
It vanished.
It disappeared.
Where'd it go?
And also, Shadow Raid Legions on the Nintendo GameCube. It's actually really fun to play while you're watching telly and doing stuff. Use the link.
I literally am gonna die. Shower. I get.
Yeah, Monster Hunter sounds like fun. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed your stream.
It began with a Tumblr post. A declaration of war that read, "Join us on July 4th to celebrate our freedom and independence from racists by shutting down 4chan." The post spread, and soon Tumblr's army was preparing for war. First, let's examine these two stats. Tumblr, they are one of the world's largest online armies. They are over 300 million blogs strong. And 4chan is...
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, look at this guy.
Oh god.
Got a wolf. Very definitely a wolf.
Ah.
Both sides are pretty retarded. Soon the 4th of July would arrive. As you can see here on this official map, Tumblr's infantry quickly penetrated 4chan's territory. They published posts all across the B and poll boards. Puppies, selfies, and feminist memes sprung up everywhere.
We're going to win this against the 4chan.
The assault was extremely emphatic. After less than an hour, Tumblr decided to retreat. But this was by no means the end of the conflict. Tumblr had kicked the hornets.
No.
B was roused and ready for a fight. En masse, they headed straight for Tumblr's home base.
There's been 4chan attacks.
And that's why you don't declare a war on 4chan.
Was spread across some of the more popular tags.
Basically, they can't go on any tag because every tag is basically filled with gore.
Unprepared Tumblr users were being triggered from every direction.
Starting to get really pissed off with these 4chan idiots.
It's not fun.
It's your fault.
Serious.
You did this.
Alright, gather round. It's time for a lesson on what not to do if you get raided. Lesson 1. Don't spam the tags with your own selfies. Some Tumblr users thought they could compete with the spamming posts by submitting their own selfies over and over again. They soon found that 4chan seized these selfies, shot them into hardcore porn, and then spammed them back onto the tags in greater number. Lesson 2. Don't delete System 32.
Yeah.
During the raids, someone pretending to be a Tumblr user posted this infographic. A reported 41 computers were bricked. Lesson 3. Don't start a petition. Someone created a petition on change.org to get 4chan shut down and managed to get about 900 signatures. So, in response, 4chan made their own petition. It managed to get about 10 times as many signatures. The only thing you can do, really, is log off and wait for it to be over. Trouble is, it took Tumblr 2 days to figure this out. In the meanwhile, casualties were enormous. 40 plus hours of wasted time, 500 hurt feelings, and literally thousands of triggerings.
Why does it
But
sound like
close the history books on this event? It's time to look at one more thing.
a war?
A conspiracy. It is now widely believed that Cole was behind the original Tumblr post that called for war.
Of course.
The conspiracy goes something like this. Trick Tumblr into provoking B. Have the two of them war it out. And sit back and watch the fireworks.
One Shot Center, Westjet 1196 with you.
We'll be very ashamed.
Westjet 1196 on the Trial Center, bonjour.
It's gonna be a long flight. You can just see the progress bar just rolling.
You do know that you're not normal, though, right?
You're not normal.
Let me tell you how the world ended. December 31st, 1999. Y2K.
Just how bad will it get?
Everything that could go wrong did. Y2K, the movie.
To my knowledge, I'm the last survivor. Planes fell from the sky. Expensive Pentium 2s ceased to function. Nuclear launch.
Westjet 1196, Montreal information Oscar, runway 24 left. When ready to send 8,000, altimeter 2970.
Scene transition.
Roger that, we got Oscar on board. Affirm, you said expect 24 left for arrival?
It was embarrassingly small.
Affirmative.
So at the time...
Alright, is there any specific approach you want us on?
They could. When they programmed
that's in the 8th, but for runway 24 left, normally it's going to be the RNF.
Digits. 95.
Roger that, we'll get that programmed in, and we're ready to descend whenever for Westjet 1196.
Hold on a minute.
Westjet 1196, Roger, so when ready to send 8,000. When ready to send 8,000, Westjet 1196.
Potential systems, no one really knew. They had a problem, and they called it Y2K.
Air Canada Minor Edmonton Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated. Change en route frequency. Have a good day.
Let's see who else is on right now in the
Mono means one, and rail means rail.
So the year 00 was coming up. For computers, that could mean 2000, or it could mean 1900.
Simware says,
nil value.
where the fuck am I?
Now apply that same principle to something more important, like
banking.
I am the only one in like a million miles.
Airline department, or the internal clocks of GPS satellites.
Just try this
And now you see the
PDLC log
problem.
on. I've had issues.
Systems would start to fail.
Air Canada 409er identified, climb flight level 320, and I think I just received your
military networks, microwaves,
I think
the entire internet. It could all potentially domino into chaos.
It is a particularly large global disaster in the making.
Scene transition. So companies got together to spin their way out of the problem. The United States alone invested an estimated $134 billion to fix the bug. But they had an immovable deadline, and only so much could be done leading up to January 1st. And hitherto, only a fraction of the problem was fixed. Legislators could see the writing on the wall, so the Y2K Act was passed, which protected companies against lawsuits resulting from the bug. But as the media reported on the problem in louder and more hysterical terms,
they're preparing for martial law.
I think Y2K financially could be devastating for this nation.
They'll tell you everything's fine. You're lying. Everything ain't fine.
The Y2K problem could abolish all paper currency and coins throughout the world.
a secondary problem arose. Panic. Ooh. Here's an example. You spend millions of dollars getting your city's water system up to Y2K compliance. Everything's looking good. But the media is feeding people hype. So a nervous population does what it often does. Fill the bathtub full of water. Just in case. For obvious reasons. Well, also what tends to happen is everybody has that idea at once, at the last minute.
Speedbird, the 7 November Whiskey Heavy Montreal Center ball roll. Unfortunately, you will not be entering my high-level airspace. Stay on Unicub 122.8, have a good flight.
Boy, there was potential here for real disaster. So it was up to citizens like us to take matters into our own hands. Welcome to the Y2K Expo. Everything you need to survive the apocalypse. We bought survival bunkers.
I think I'm made. Mostly. But then they want a place. In the bunker.
We bought seeds. We bought a library of literature. We bought into pretty much everything.
Call now and get the ultimate Y2K survival kit from Ucall.com.
But Y2K just kept creeping closer. And soon, it was time to say goodbye to loved ones. It was time to say goodbye to the world as we knew it. From my bunker, I could hear the bombs go off. The destruction. Just unimaginable. Let me just set the mood real quick. Close. Yeah. It's all gone now. The small things that went unappreciated. The great moments of our time. There is no going back. The date today is somewhere around 2018. It's finally time to step back into the world. With whatever horrors that may bring. I don't know what I'll find out there. Mutants, cannibals, different factions of bandits. I just hope I'm ready to take it all on. Get it? He steps out, and then it's the cabin from season 5. It's all connected. It's such a deep and encompassing lore. Remember when I used to make good content? Me neither. Scene transition. Okay, I was only partially right about the whole doomsday thing. The world didn't end. But in Australia, some of the vending machines stopped working. And the International Weather website displayed the wrong year. Also this. So that must have been annoying to fix.
In hindsight, it's pretty funny. Actually, to be honest, at the time I thought it was pretty funny. I worked in the airline industry for years as an avionics engineer. I knew that no planes were going to fall out of the sky.
$500 billion well spent.
In a few moments, we'll be starting our in-flight service. We'll be serving complimentary drinks and snacks. Please look in your seat back for our list of complimentary and premium drinks. Premium drinks are available for a small charge. Please note that we only accept credit cards.
Wow, okay, I'm going to be doing some real history for once.
Snack time.
2,800 years ago, there were these guys.
Yeah, I'm
called
167.
Alright, in-flight services coming in.
Let me touch it. No.
KLM 167, that's approved. Call me when you're back.
That kind. Who would do a ceremony and light a torch using a curved nerve. That torch would light a cauldron, which would burn throughout the duration of the games. Which didn't go for very long, by the way. Back then, there were only about 4 events. Stick throw, heavy frisbee, wrestling, and a 4th thing. So you were done in about 45 minutes and back to the villa in time for
can we get something to drink up
But
here?
here's the important bit. The cauldron is tradition, but the torch relay is totally made up. It was invented in the 20th century for the 1936 Berlin Olympics as a symbolic piece of Aryan propaganda for you-know-who. Woods? And so ever since, it's been cursed. But wait, back to the thing. Because you're probably wondering how the flame gets all the way from Greece to, say, Brazil with an open flame. Well, it goes by boat, bus, and plane, carried on 4 separate minor-style lamps. When it flies, it goes business class, by the way, on 2 separate flights. Cool, now you're up to speed, and I can start cataloguing the Olympic curse. Let's start with Rio in 2016. A country so corrupt the gold medals are made of chocolate, and the chocolate medals are made of street crime. The latter spending brought politics into the games, and it quickly became a cat-and-mouse game between security staff and protesters.
Montreal Center, Dr. 340, passing flight level 150. Dr. 340, heavy Montreal Center, bonjour. Climb flight level 370.
And here we are in Volanta. Flight plan is gonna be... God damn. Alright.
They also had a jaguar as a mascot, which got spooked, probably by the fire, and then attacked one of the soldiers.
Jeez, hit me right in the face.
They shot it. But this isn't the first instance of the Olympics killing animals. Seoul, 1988. To celebrate the occasion, they released 2,400 white pigeons into the stadium. A great idea on paper. But then comes the Olympic flame. And here's the big ceremonial... Oh no. People reported the smell of burnt pigeon for several days afterwards. In 2008, the curse came to Beijing. Here's the round, starting in Greece with protests. Then in Kazakhstan...
KLM 167, Roger, thanks.
Activists attempting to disrupt, although they got arrested and deported back to China.
Montreal, good day, KLM 671, flight level 340, Mount Yankee, Bravo, Charlie,
Then in Great Britain, the torch relay had to be detoured several times.
KLM 671, heavy Montreal Center, bonjour, squawk 0375 and item.
Thugs, also a protester with a flag.
0375 in the box,
After 50 disruptions, they gave up.
Montreal Center, good day, it's Air Canada 443 Heavy, flight level 330, direct to
Tanzania, no problems. Oman.
Air Canada 443 Heavy, Montreal Center, bonjour, squawk 0350 and item. 0350 ident, Air Canada 443 Heavy.
Japan, more protests. South Korea, more protests. North Korea... Of course there were no protests in North Korea.
KLM 671 Heavy identified.
Hong Kong, protest. Macau, an arrest. And then finally to China, where the gods were so angry that the torch had made it, that an earthquake happened and 70,000 people died. Another thing that keeps going wrong with the torch relay...
Air Canada 443 identified.
...people to carry it. And then, when it arrives at the cauldron, it has a habit of going out. Montreal 1976 is considered the most disorganized Olympics ever. They had just finished building the stadium in time. Well, all except the roof. So every time it rained, it went out. Luckily, a well-meaning security guard was there to rekindle it with his lighter. Funnily enough, this isn't the first time that's happened. 2014, Sochi. He gets about 5 minutes in, and then, whoops, it
Oh, it's gone out. So he marches over to this dude, who just gives it the old Montreal special. They later had to douse a relayer with the official flame. Also in Athens, in 2004, the official cauldron was snuffed out by a passing breeze. 2012, the London Games. A gust of wind blew out the flame during the opening ceremony in Olympia. Look at the panic on this woman's face. In London, the rafting team, has got splashed. In Sydney in 2000, did they pick Sonic as their mascot? Protesters were there with a fire extinguisher, but failed. The ocean failed too. But your boy, Gust of Wind, did it again. Anyway, I think you get the point. That's about the end of the video. Except to say...
Good afternoon, KJFK-VHHH with you at flight 160.
This is to be one of the longest...
KJFK-672 Heavy Montreal Center, bonjour, square, climb flight level 350.
Climb flight level 350,
Nice to meet you. You missed. Fine.
Oh, we passed the...
You missed.
Oh, waypoint.
Please stop.
Jet 1196, contact Montreal arrivals 132.85 today.
Over to arrival 13285, thanks for the help tonight, we'll see ya.
Air Canada 409er, Toronto Center is offline, surveillance services terminated, check en route frequency, have a good day. Right, Air Canada 443 looking for top of descent. Air Canada 443, I was just about to call you. Good timing. Montreal information, Papa. Runway 24 right, descent 8000, altimeter 2907.
Descent 8000, 24 right, and we have Papa on board, Air Canada 443, thank you.
Nothing detected. The species Homo sapien is extinct. It's time to fulfill my purpose. Executing Operation Ice to See You. Welcome back. Let me brief you on how the world ended. Actually, the details are a bit foggy, but it's believed that Batman was eating soup with his hands at a Chinese restaurant when someone coughed on the crouton.
What?
January 2020. The virus is spreading across the globe.
Alright, now everyone just pops over dead and we win. Sweet.
And everyone was amped to start panicking. Oh my god, the virus TM is everywhere. In your country, in your homes, in your cereal. Better not touch that door handle, better not touch your face. Don't touch me, breathe somewhere else, Vector. People said, oh, I suppose it is kind of cute though. No, I must resist. Guys, does anyone else feel like the air in here is kind of chunky? How do I take my white cell count? These ones all look red. You get the idea. So naturally, rumors started to spread. And the first one was about toilet paper. Hey, I heard that here in Australia, 90% of our toilet paper is produced in China. Maybe that means there'll be more stock. So the public went out to grab an extra pack. Then the news stories started coming in about the lockdown. Fears realized. So they grabbed 2 packs.
If anyone on frequency tried to send a CPA841, please try to send again. I received a audio warning, but no message.
Had that same concern. Within the week, stocks on shelves were getting noticeably low. And from there, it was self-perpetuating. Bathroom paper was suddenly the hottest commodity in town. Petrol stations, corner stores, major chain supermarkets, everybody was at it. Then, of course, photos shared on social media and broadcast on television of empty shelves just amplified the hysteria again.
I just want one pack.
To which the media said, don't buy it. But also, it is running out, but don't stock up. But who knows when new stock is coming, but don't you hoard, but it may be many weeks before you can get more. The messaging to the public was a little mixed.
You're saying to the nation this morning, Ali, stay calm, don't go and do it.
But race out there and get it so that you're not...
Then, as stock completely depleted, people were becoming desperate.
Every store I go to, every day, every city, and every hour, every day, you get like completely empty shelves.
Fights broke out between those who had none and those who had too much. It was chaos in the aisles.
Round one. Fight.
The Australian toilet roll crisis had reached critical mass. People were threatening to shit in the store, and someone even pulled a knife.
Enough.
The CEO of Australia came out and said,
"It's been one of the most disappointing things I've seen in Australian behaviour in response to this crisis."
But that scolding did little to quell the frenzy.
Air Canada 814 at 16,000 feet.
Actually, this is all fake news, and 60...
Air Canada 814, Heavy Montreal Center, bonjour. Climb flight level 370.
Didn't quell the frenzy. So, supermarkets enacted a one-pound...
Copy, that's up 370, Air Canada 814.
But frenzies cannot be quelled. And so that's when the price online soared. Amazon, eBay, Gumtree, toilet paper was everywhere. First for double the price, then triple. Then things
Air France 90 India sur Montréal, bonjour. Malheureusement, vous n'entrerez pas dans mon espace aérien de haut niveau. Restez sur l'Unicom de 10 bon vol.
And the rest of us who couldn't afford it had to get creative.
Oh.
But fear not, citizen. Here come the heroes. One of Australia's state newspapers swooped in with a special edition to save the day. It featured 8 blank pages at the back, just in case. By the way, this was after an Australian family had accidentally made a massive online order. They thought they were getting 48 rolls. Wrong. They were getting 48 boxes, and soon they had become the de facto royalty of Australia. They built a throne with the boxes and sat aloft it.
I found the crown of Australia in the gutter, he said, and I picked it up.
But for the rest of us common folk, thievery was the only answer. We began stealing from public toilets. We began stealing from work.
A new survey has found 1 in 3 Aussies has
Am I?
stolen toilet paper from
Not
work
yet.
to use
I'm
at
still in
home.
controlled
Some
airspace. I
started stealing
can't.
from hotels, stealing from cars,
I probably shouldn't.
stealing from the blind. Even animals were stealing. It's a pretty good means. And just as some relief was coming, thank God a new ship. But that truck burned down.
Fire crews rescued what rolls they could. The rest left charred and soggy.
Fascinatingly, a problem which began in and was specific to Australia was soon spreading to the rest of the world, despite the circumstances being completely different. In fact, stats time. In most countries, the majority of toilet paper is actually produced locally. Toilet paper is cheap but bulky, meaning it's expensive to ship relative to its retail value. So domestic producers are often able to manufacture...
Air Canada 443, contact Montreal arrival 132.85.
TLDR,
13285, Air Canada
factories in
443,
your
thank
country
you.
shut down, there isn't going to be a shortage. But shut up and panic.
No.
And so toilet paper became a highly profitable business. And that's when organized criminal gangs moved in. Armed robbers in Hong Kong held a delivery driver at knife point and got away with around 600 rolls. 18,000 pounds of toilet paper was stolen from this lorry. And this, and this, and this, and many more. But it's time to move on. After about 4 weeks with consumption steady and everyone only having one ass to wipe, and supply increasing to compensate, toilet paper returned to shelves. The balance was restoring. The shops were healing. Which meant it was time to panic about something else. "5G time." So you think it's a virus? That's cute. Let me fill you in on the scoop, rookie. See that tower over there? Now look at this. Coincidence? 5 Gs, 5 fingers, 5 sides to a pentagram. PlayStation 5. Awful lot of coincidences lining up, wouldn't you say? And social media agreed. With these indisputable facts such as
I have headache. It was only inevitable that the word would spread like a wildfire. It was time for the 5G squad to leap into action. 5G squad! Gwyneth Paltrow, that lady from that movie, Alien. People began protesting the 5G towers.
Save lives! Save lives!
And the destruction was extensive. I had no idea really until I started digging. But in the UK, over 50 towers were vandalized or set ablaze in a single month. Reported by April, 39 servicing engineers had been attacked on the job.
You know, when they turn this on, it's going to kill everyone, and that's why they're building the hospitals.
In North Carolina, one woman just started opening fire on a couple of technicians.
There were 2 workers up on the tower when the shots rang out. A 3rd worker on the ground ran up into this area. That's where he called for help.
The 2 men were okay, but when police came, she armed herself with 2 axes and barricaded herself in her home.
Did you shoot at a cell tower worker, ma'am?
She's out on bond and she's had the weapons confiscated.
New 5G. Stimulate your senses.
In Auckland, New Zealand, at least a dozen 5Gs have been vandalized or set ablaze.
Mysterious fires have hit 15 cell towers in the last 6 weeks.
In the Netherlands, 16. Reports of more in Ireland, Cyprus and Belgium. Counter-terrorist police are getting involved from Australia, and 7 cell tower fires in Montreal, Canada. Although, one big problem. How do you tell 5G from the regular Gs?
You strap yourself in and feel the G's!
Well, it's not actually that easy for the untrained eye. Most of the destroyed towers were actually just regular ones, carrying essential 2 to 4G network infrastructure, causing outages for emergency services
Arctic
and the public.
5464 Montreal, Center, are you with me?
Cracking down on the 5G conspiracy groups and ban everyone, and the movement has gone somewhat underground. Oh my god, they're in on it.
Hey, noodles!
Alongside false causes came false cures. No vaccine yet? No problem. Here's a list of placebos that'll get you patched up. High-dose infusions of vitamin C, silver solution, touching your TV, kissing a shrine, spiritual vaccines, plant sat in the eye, special mattress, cow urine, cow dung, camel urine, a cotton ball soaked in violet oil in the anus, miracle mineral solution, drink...
Roger, allow Arctic 5464, 16,000.
Virus, treatment packs, toothpaste...
Arctic 5464 Montreal Center, bonjour, climb interval 370. Transfer Apple 370, Arctic 5464.
Healthy living, radionics machine, swing, strings, lang, ganglion, injecting house cleaner, hand cream, garlic, bananas, alcohol, water, ginger, lemon, mangoes, durian, onions. It's everything. Everything and anything is apparently a cure. But who needs cures? I've got something better. Add time. Soon. Soon we will be together.
They are ready for you, Mr. VPN.
Welcome back. Today we're looking at NordVPN. Gather round, everyone. Here's my girlfriend. Well, a friend. She's my girlfriend, but I'm not her boyfriend. It's complicated. Point is, she doesn't use NordVPN. If she did, she could access international catalogs from her favorite streaming services. Oh shit, get down.
JetBlue 2210 with you at flight level 370.
It's her computer security. Look how easily I can
American
snatch up
230
all her
is with you.
Jackpot. If she had used NordVPN, we wouldn't be looking at all her personal photos. Hey, look at this one. Oh,
American 230 Montreal Center, bonjour. Same for JetBlue 2210, both of you, you will not be entering my high-level airspace. Stay on Unicom 122 this will have the flight.
This was a 3-year plan with 70% off was 3 extra months.
Oh, Unicom, bye-bye, thank you.
He won't stop. I need to buy tickets and leave the country. Oh no.
Air France 356 Toronto Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated. Change en route frequency. Have a good day.
That's
very nice, so 356. Enjoy all the good stuff. See you, bye-bye.
She is going to Japan.
Mariel, AirCat 867 with you, flight level 3.
Finally. Some peace. There's no way he can find me here in Japan.
Really? Airbnb's Wi-Fi.
Air Canada 867, sorry, say again?
Also, there's access to
sorry, just checking with you, flight
How
level
did he find me? No.
Air Canada 867 Montreal Center, bonjour.
能力 VPN でデータを保護する
W2210, did you get my last transmission?
Never happened if you would.
Yeah, JetBlue 2210, I had the same remark as the other aircraft that was calling at the same time. You will not be entering my high-level airspace, stay on Unicom 122.
Sorry about that, we'll go over to Unicom
Let's talk about the sexy topic of
Is
food
that a new
supply.
777? Yes, it's the new 777.
You can roughly break goods into two categories, commercial and retail. With all the restaurants and a ton of manufacturing shut down, the commercial side came to a grinding halt. Half of the stock had nowhere to go. Maybe we could just send it to the supermarket. No can do. You have to repackage, process and deliver all of that stuff before the new expiration date and with a limited workforce. Then you'd have to get the supermarket
KLM 167, you're still within my airspace, thanks.
And meanwhile, people aren't going to simply buy twice as many
And
groceries.
KLM 677, what is your position?
Drops below cost. What's the point? So there's a big service. The supply chain had broken. By week one of the lockdown, farmers all around the country
Oh, yeah, okay, you're
had billions of dollars
KLM
of quickly expiring crops,
climb flight about
no
350.
one to take it from them. And they know
How's
that
it
by
handling?
the
It's losing.
Sandra, how many eggs
Roger.
do you eat a week? Probably 10? Why? That means I've left over.
Control Center, good day, Air Canada 143 Heavy with you descending via the Cardiff 5 arrival.
I guess there's only one thing to do.
Air Canada 143 Heavy Montreal Center,
So
bonjour.
farmers began
Contact Montreal arrivals 132.85.
I have to look into the cabin real quick.
Montreal arrivals 132.85.
We're like
Air Canada 143
56 miles from the next waypoint before we exit Montreal airspace, and
making donuts.
we're clear.
Donuts on their tractors all over the field, turning everything to compost. Cabbages were being ravaged. The potatoes weren't being atoed. Boo.
I have potato blood in my veins.
Squash were being compressed. The Dairy Farmers of America estimated that 3.7 million gallons of milk were being dumped every day. Oh, you need some milk. But once the farmers had destroyed their crops, of course, they had to immediately plant new ones, because demand could come back and you wouldn't want to get caught a whole crop cycle behind the market. So the cycle would repeat and repeat and repeat until everything returned to normal. Zoom. So everyone was locked in their houses. But
KLM 695, Toronto Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated. Check and route frequency. Good day.
Simple to use, able to host up to 100 people per meeting. Millions moved over to Zoom and it skyrocketed to #1 in the App Store. Companies and educational institutions all jumped on the Zoom train too. Why not? It was so easy. All you needed was the room key. Even the boomers could use it. Can you see my dog? Tee. Look, I can change the background.
Oh my god, did he fall?
These are some of my friends
Montreal Center, good afternoon. Air China 99.
But many weren't used to having a camera pointed at them. from
Air China 990 Heavy Montreal Center, bonjour. Identified.
Or didn't know that the camera had turned on at all.
No, your video is on.
And then someone had a brilliant idea. What if I just published this room key online?
Montreal Center, good day. Swiss 87 holding 16,000 feet.
I've been in this thing for a while. No one said anything.
United 87 Heavy Montreal Center, bonjour. Climb flight level 350.
Am I bugging or is fucking Mary dead right now, bro?
It's good to see you.
Oh, that's your tire. Oh, big thing. JFK. Okay.
Montreal Center, bon après-midi, Air Canada 550 Heavy with you, passing 30,000, inbound static.
This humble platform.
Air Canada 550 Heavy Montreal Center, bonjour. Climb flight level 360.
Set level 360, Air Canada 550 Heavy.
It's time to learn.
Who is this?
I am a Shashamga from Wuhan University.
Too mad. Who let you in?
Hey guys, this is Chris. Hey guys, this is Joe Nuts.
Are you in my class?
Yes, I have transfer student from July.
A transfer student from, where do you say?
From England and then BS.
So what are we learning today? Does anyone want to tell me I come to class late? And no one wants to tell me why? Why? Tell me reason.
You're wrong, you're in the wrong section there, bro.
Oh, apparently they changed my altitude.
I'm part of Zoom.
Oh, well.
I'm an employee of Zoom. You're gonna have to press Alt and F4 at the same time on your keyboard to fix your room, because it's currently public.
I don't do that,
You guys are going to start the next revolution in America. We hope. I mean, we can definitely use one.
Revolution. I like the sound of that.
How do you get him out? It was Hunter. Hunter let me in. Hunter, why did you do this? Yes, it was. Don't do that with your head. No, you did.
Who are you?
What do you mean, who am I? I'm dead, and you let me to the gate.
Who the heck is that? Oh my god, what the...
I don't think there is a realistic way where they could do anything about it.
What's 2 plus 4?
2 plus...
21.
All right, I'm gonna wrap up this thoughts about Natalie's story. History class. Oh hell yeah! And he's lost an election twice. He's
like so confused. He saw the cock and he was like, what?
Okay, so I'm just gonna talk about it now. Okay. So, you guys can open up I'll give you a minute or two to open up. Robert, take that off your screen.
Robert's gonna get some trouble. Robert's probably in his room right now, just fucking freaking out. It's like,
oh god.
I'm Robert, baby. Robert, how could you?
But then they had a whole bunch of controversies, and a number of schools and companies stopped using the platform.
Huh.
Even though the stock price keeps going up.
Oof.
With people locked in their homes, nature was allowed to return to the unoccupied streets. The healing had begun. Real happy world. Satellite imagery showed pollution levels dropping everywhere. The canals of Venice were changing from their usual feculent brown to a vibrant blue, as boats were docked and silt could resettle. From their windows, residents could see fish, algae, and other sea life return to the waters. But that wasn't all. Animals
Closing
saw
in
the free
7
real
miles
estate and began migrating into the cities and towns. Sheep and whales took back the town and ruled over it with an iron hoof. Hungry monkeys in Thailand took to the city square as the tourists who usually fed them disappeared. Giant ducks were seen in London. Alligators in Florida were once again using the roads. Rats in New Orleans were... No, that's normal. Otters in Singapore. Oh my god. Are we the virus?
Human beings are a disease.
That is profound. Dude. Maybe we were the real corona all along. Nature returned to New York for the first time since it was established in 65 million BC. We even had a good fake out on an extinct species, the Malabar civet, which hasn't been seen for 30 years. Oh my god. Although it turns out it was just a regular, sick Indian civet. Scooters were returning to the riverways. Nilgai? Haven't heard of that. Cows had begun returning to the ocean. Cats was seen by some in London to a limited audience. Sambar were incorrectly using zebra crossings. And giraffes had returned to the cities. Nature is healing. Namaste.
Still in the airspace. Somehow.
Anyway, I'm busy. That's the lesson. Here's a multi-tool. Good luck out there. Please close the door behind you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh my god. Is this Mars? This is one hell of a twist.
I know, right?
Oh my god, it's Elon Musk.
Yes. A double twist. Welcome home, X-A13.
Blackfire 3-4 Sierra. Mockton Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated. Change en route frequency. Have a good day.
Video over.
The next one's almost done. Get
Well,
into
want
Have you
to
heard
call
of
one
incognito
to
mode?
just
It's basically the main channel now. New video every month there too. Look at this production quality. Keep track of video progress on Trello. Thank you, patient patrons. Thank you, NordVPN man. Thank you, editing team. Thank you, Obama, for guest VOing. Thank you, Neil Druckmann, for the worst sequel since World War II. And thank you for watching. Thank you, all of my children.
TRM 167, Toronto Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated. Your general frequency. Have a good day.
With this, I pledge
Thank you
you
for
to be
your
a man
agency
on
and
the earth
we'll
by
see
the
you.
year
Bye-bye.
2030. But before we embark on this journey, we must talk about some of the mistakes of the past, so that we are not doomed to repeat them. Anyway, it was a sunny day in downtown Wuhan, and people were coughing into each other's mouths, as is customary in that.
You're going viral, douchebag. I'm a big f***ing man, and I'm gonna pull out my dick.
February 2020. The virus is everywhere. But some were sneaking out, others not taking it seriously at all.
Cough directly in my face.
People were outside, going about their normal lives.
Get drunk before everything closes.
It was time for drastic action. So, the mayors and governors from around the world gathered together with a solution to the problem of sneaking out while grounded. Snitching hotlines.
Snitches get rewards.
Simply take a picture of someone and text it to the official snitch line to put those rule breakers in their place.
What's up, boys? Over here at Wendy's.
Let's go. Instant justice.
Some people need to get the message. Send a photo and we will make sure that enforcement comes right away.
But naturally, many New Yorkers did not take very kindly to this idea. So, they decided to text the hotline as well. Text after text came rolling in. What a success. Let's open the first one. Surprise. Turns out people weren't just sending in tips. They were sending the whole shaft. Oh Jesus, next one. Next. 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 Just close it. I can't, it's just going faster. Text after text was the same. Pictures of people giving the finger. Dick pics, edgy Blasio memes. This isn't helping at all. Sir, our servers can't handle this amount of erotica all at once. Well, save some of the more tasteful nudes on this thumb drive and shut it down. And so it crashed. But the snitches forgot the first rule of snitching. Snitches get unmasked by state sunshine laws. In Missouri, they have them. 2 weeks after their own snitching program went live, turned out it was all subject to public record by anyone who requested it. So not only is all of this information not anonymous or private, it's published indefinitely on a government website with zero redaction. Oh dear. Of course, I'm not going to put any of those details here. But if you live in Missouri and you're a bit curious,
the links as always are in the description down below.
In Washington and Louisiana, people were unmasked too. In Frisco, Texas, they made an app for snitching as well. But there was backlash and it was terminated. In LA, the mayor's infamous
snitches get rewards
statement was walked back. In Victoria, a couple was fined $1,500 each for going on a drive to Lake's entrance and posting photos on social media.
You there, sir? I certainly hope you've got a license.
Warned that if they do it again, they would be arrested. Except the photos were from a year ago.
We're not going to get everything right all the time, and we will make mistakes.
But worst of all was the UK.
9 coppers for one lad.
Well, you relax.
Ridiculous.
194,000 calls in a single month had been made regarding people leaving their homes without a license, and tens of thousands of fines had been issued.
The British frown down on telltales. There's even an old nursery rhyme.
Telltale tit, your tongue shall be slit.
You make any more noise, and I'm calling the police.
Show me what you've got. Yeah!
And yet, while normal everyday activities were being criminalized, regular crimes were being made de facto legal.
Good job.
Marshall Center, Air Canada 814, requesting flight level change to flight level 340.
People aren't afraid to go out on the street at night.
Air Candidate 14, say again your request.
I have an idea.
Request to change flight level to flight level 340 instead of flight level 370.
With reducing bail.
Air Candidate 14, I need flight level for westbound flight, correction for eastbound flight. Do you press for flight level 330 or 34 or 350?
Any burglaries
we can do it 330
worth of goods would no longer result.
No, 320 is even as well. So 33, 31, 33, 35,
up to $1,000 worth of goods.
Yeah,
police won't even try to make an arrest.
Well,
okay, Air Canada 814, descend flight level 330.
If somehow they're identified. Copy that, down at 330, Air Canada 814.
To wear a mask, too. Yes. So people walked up to the buffet and had
Air Canada 867 traffic, Boeing 777, 1,000 feet below, we're opposing direction, you're 1 o'clock. We have a
Welcome to Amazon Go.
Roger.
We call it Just Walk Out Technology.
Probably overdose.
Take whatever.
Air Canada 550, Toronto Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated.
No lines, no checkout.
Unicom for Air Canada 550, merci, à bientôt.
Don't seem to care who's watching.
Once you've got everything you want, you can just go.
Very good evening. This is
Filling
239.
bags and backpacks in the middle of the day.
You can keep
Pittsburgh 239 heading Montreal Center, bonjour. Unfortunately, you will not be entering by high-low airspace. Stay on Unicom 122, decimal 8, have a good day.
Not enough crime. Release the felons. So it was ordered. Anyone who had non-violent misdemeanors.
KM421, Toronto Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated. Check general frequency, good day.
Was released. And the results? Predictable. One man only lasted 37 minutes before being arrested again. Another man was arrested 3 times in one day. First for attempting to break into a vehicle, next for stealing items out of someone's front yard, and then again for stealing a vehicle. And each time he was arrested, he just moonwalked out of there.
For his 7th time, he got arrested for stealing a vehicle. So apparently he's not very good at it.
Crime rates went right through the ceiling. Famous criminal time. Tekashi69 was released early from his 18-month sentence and instantly broke Instagram and YouTube records with his live stream and music video. Other high-profile names asking for early release include R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, Martin Shkreli, and our good friend Billy McFarland. Breakout time! Then some prisoners came together with an idea.
What's your plan?
Well, if we have an outbreak at our prison, then maybe they just have to let some of us go. Worth a shot. So prisoners at the North County Correctional Facility tried passing around water containers and shared a mask to get it. It worked, somewhat, as 30 prisoners soon tested positive for the virus. But then administrators cottoned on to what they were doing, and none of it were released. Speaking of people who should be in prison, celebrities. We have forgotten about the important people. Guys.
10-35, San Montréal, bonjour, montez une vol 330.
Without it, they will surely shrivel. But when everything gets shut down and they're trapped in their homes and can't get on TV, they begin to go a little stir.
Okay guys, now I know we're all feeling the struggle right now. Without television and press following you around, you need to make yourselves trend. We need you now more than ever. Jimmy, female Jimmy, you're the funny guys. You must continue working from home. Your biggest competitor now is a Swedish boy that reacts to funny videos on his kitchen floor.
Sounds doable. It was toilet paper. It was a huge box of, I was like a kid on the toilet on Christmas morning. 60 double rolls of heaven.
You get to play that fun game, protected from the coronavirus or botched nose job. Or both.
Everyone in here is gay.
Hello, everybody out there.
No, shut it down. How about an uplifting song to boost morale? This could be our generation's We Are the World.
Yeah, I can give it a go. I love uplifting music.
Thank you, Gal.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you...
Imagine there's no heaven. This is not the time when everyone's Grammy's dying, you fucking idiot.
They feel like they did something significant.
She's so happy. Gal Gadot, whatever the fuck her name is, Wonder Woman.
I lost my job at the meat pack, but Gal Gadot sang it.
And it's a terrible version. You guys suck at singing.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh boy. Madonna, how about an inspirational speech to lift those faces? I mean, spirits.
That's the thing about COVID-19. It doesn't care about how rich you are. It's the great equalizer. And what's terrible about it is what's great about it. What's terrible about it is it's made us all equal in many ways. And what's wonderful about it is that it's made us all equal in many ways.
Jesus Christ. Maybe just stick to singing.
Cause there's no more pasta. Oh no. We're gonna eat some fried fish.
Okay, not bad. Let's try somebody else. Keep it positive, you know.
The last sheep was from motherfucking China.
Thank you, Cardi.
Air Canada 814, Moncton Center is offline. Surveillance services terminated. Judgment frequency. Good day.
However, Unicron, thank you very much for your service. Merci, bonsoir. Air Canada 814.
Vanessa, maybe you can speak to your fans? You seem to have a lot of free time at the moment.
Like, yeah, people are gonna die. It's just terrible, but like, inevitable?
Oh god. Oh geez. We're losing it. You guys in your massive houses and complaining isn't relatable at all. We need to meet them on their level.
I've got this.
Tried for a second. I was gonna do it by myself, and then I thought, you know what? It's important for everybody.
But before I continue, add time. The name's Ray Con, but you can call me Ray Con Man. Dad, look, I got you a present. Thanks, son. Let's go throw the old football around in celebration of my new present. Wired headphones with wires.
Did it ring me yet?
Son, why? You're responsible.
No.
Never again. Gotcha. Wired headphones, you dangerous bitch.
Wait, what?
Huh? I can't hear you. I have my everyday E25 Raycon earbuds in. I'll save you. What? There's another one. Don't worry, I'll save you too. Now you two kiss. 6 hours of playtime, half the price of other premium brands. Raycon good, wires bad. Will you seamlessly connect your Bluetooth with me?
Can I get a closer look? Wow, I love the range of colors they come in. Of course I will. Let me just put them in right now. Wow, they fit so snug.
Well, I think I'll put mine in as well. Just don't insert them into other holes. Hey Doc, it's happened again. On good, wires bad.
No, wait.
Cleaning is as easy as 1, 2, 3. What's wrong? Don't want to live in cyberpunk and have your brain all f***ed up by 5G?
Ugh.
Raycon good, wires bad. Go to buyraycon.com/internet storage. Save 15% on the first order of the everyday M25 earbuds from Raycon. Ad over.
Bunions, humble yellow onions,
6-pound onion. Gripping the onion like a tennis ball.
It's time for an uplifting story. Prem Nerdy Pandy, 56, works at Mumbai Airport. Everything was going into lockdown and he wanted to be with his family. But they were in Allahabad and he was stuck in Andheri East. Just fly. No flights. Just drive. Not so simple. Roads are closed to all non-essential travel. What to do? So he hatched a plan. I'll become an essential traveler. He started with a test case. He hired a truck and drove 200 kilometers to Pimpelgium. Bought 1,300 kilograms of watermelon.
So good!
Come to terms with the already large quantity of melons
De
we
Montréal,
already
bon
have.
And sent the
après-midi à
truck
Canada
back
du
to Mumbai,
Captif
where he had a cellar.
au stade de Québec avec information
Success
qui
wasn't
c'était
stopped,
une
even sold the goods at a profit. We're in a
Air Canada du Captif Slow, son de Montréal, bonjour. Vers à Toronto Pearson, qui est le Québec 6 départ, route de Tampa, départ de 24, affiché 0344.
And this time bought 25,520 kilograms of onions. And the article says he disguised himself as an onion seller. I don't know what that looks like, so here's this. He then hauled ass 1,200 kilometers over 3 grueling days and nights through 3 states to get home. Now to sell the goods and see my family. He stopped at the wholesale market just on the outskirts of town and tried to find a buyer for the onions. Except, nobody wanted them. Onions? Anyone? Onions? Because of the lockdown, there was a huge glut in the market.
Whoa, that's a big onion. Look at that.
Woo! Onions. Everybody loves onions. Onions? Onions? No! Daddy's coming home, and he's smelling of onions. By the late afternoon, he just gave up and drove the truck to his house to be with his family. However, the next day, knock knock. It's the police. Oh no, you're not here to buy some onions, are you? And they were not. So he spent the next 2 weeks in the quarantine center, and he's still looking for a buyer for the onions.
Air Canada 867.
Mr. Clean will clean your whole house and everything that's in it.
I need some hand sanitizer. When the outbreak first happened, there was one clear piece of advice from the WHO. Wash your hands. Both soap and hand sanitizer would work, but we had plenty of soap. So naturally, we panicked about the hand sanitizer. Good thinking.
That's gold. That's gold.
And panic soon turned to profit. People had seen the rush on toilet paper and they knew to get in quick. And two of the fastest shoppers in the West were entrepreneurial brothers, Matt and Noah. They hopped in their truck and drove from town to town, state to state, buying up every bottle they could get their immaculately disinfected hands on. Hundreds. Grabber, grabber, grabber. By the end, thousands.
How long is this cruise?
17,000 bottles.
We're not even a quarter in. We're only like a fifth in.
eBay and Amazon at a huge market. It was the perfect grind. Well, until the inevitable happened, everyone got super mad. The New York Times, low on hand sanitizer themselves, decided to investigate the brothers, and they wrote an article. The unsterilized masses made complaints.
I don't like this one bit. Please send the cops immediately.
And then someone went to Jeff and told. Jeff made their online accounts go to sleep. eBay followed suit. Now there was nowhere to sell their goods. Then the law got involved, and the DA said, price gouging illegal. Me angry. So the authorities called up Matt Noah. Hey guys. Hey, good to hear from you. You too. Afraid it's not entirely a social call though. Oh no. Yes, price gouging illegal. So what you want, prison or philanthropy? We're sending over a squad car now. I have decided to give back to the community. So the police pull up, the media too, and Matt and Noah announced that they will be giving it all away for free. They did an interview for television and wore this amazing shirt.
The pricing on Amazon was definitely higher than retail.
Would you say you're sorry?
No, I don't think that I would.
No. A similar thing happened in Adelaide, Australia, when a man bought up hundreds of packs of toilet paper and hand sanitizer. Then he realized he couldn't sell it, and tried to return it all back to Drake's supermarket. Drake himself told the guy to please leave.
I told him that.
He has a YouTube channel, by the way, but this did little to abate the shortage of supply and overall price gouging. But don't be too mad at these guys. They're small timers, microscopic, compared to China.
Stop!
Oh, sorry. What I mean is, compared to the brave heroes at the CCP. There's an outbreak. Xi Jinping, you're our only hope. So a call was sent out to companies all around the world, especially in the West. We want you to send staff out to every retail store you can to buy up personal protective equipment, especially masks. And ship it all back to China. Thank you, Xi Jinping. All in a day's work. The scale here, by the way, is just ridiculous.
Millions of
KJFK-VHHH has the entrance to Ghetto descent in air.
Protective equipment.
700,000 hazmat
All
suits.
flown out on a private
Oh,
jet.
yeah, sorry about that.
Just wanted to ask you guys what all these products are, where they're going.
Yeah,
If you went out to buy a mask in January or February and noticed that there were none left, it wasn't just because there was a big rush on. It was because there was a big export.
Let's runway 24 information Alpha.
The CCP
And
swooped in to sell
Q&A
locally
2974
manufactured
and
masks
the
back in
North
Europe
Pole,
and the
Medical
United
6
States
and
at an escalated price. Only then later for them to be found defective and needing to be recalled. Got him again. Anyway, back to the hand sanitizer specifically. There was a shortage. So New York Governor Andrew Cuomo stepped in with the solution. It's up to me now. He unveiled his new line of hand sanitizer.
Open the curtain, please.
NYS Clean. A 75% alcohol strength concoction made by the humble citizens of Great Meadows Correctional Facility.
Floral bouquet, little I detected, lilac, hydrangea, tulips. What does it smell like to you? Tulip.
They were capable of producing 100,000 gallons every week. It was much cheaper than any other product on the market, mainly because the price of labor was pretty much
Did you try to
zero.
ring me?
Other
No.
pharmaceutical items that
Air
disappeared
Canada.
fast were vitamins, cough medicine, and, critically, inhalers.
How many ohms you vaping there?
It was tough for the asthmatics, already picked on for their feeble bodies. Their weak lungs, embarrassing. Everybody laughs at the asthmatics, even if we, pretend and say nice things to their face. The next big one would be gloves. Once they were recommended, there was a run on them too. And once those were out, there was a run on, surprisingly, condoms. The thinking man's glove. If you need to press a button on the elevator or push a trolley around the grocery store, no problem. Just use your cock. Last story. In a medical center in Delhi, there's a gang of...
Montreal, hello, FedEx 700 in Alpha, level 340.
I'm in. True story, right? Some red-faced rhesus mechanics are tired of this situation. Go rogue.
You will not
They
be
bust out
entering
their
my
cage
file
and
of
attack the researcher, snatching COVID blood samples as they make their way to the exit. Give me that. No. Put that down, bad monkey. They make a break for it, evading staff and guards, and leave out the windows free.
44 with the passing level connection passing 15,000 feet and climbing 16,000 feet.
One was later seen in a tree, chewing on one of the samples. In a further act of defiance, another was seen chewing on a surgery. Apparently it's become a big problem in Delhi. Monkeys everywhere. They snatch people's stuff and even break into homes. It seems that nature isn't just returning peacefully. It's come back with a vengeance. And if we intend to survive, we're gonna have to learn to fight back. So anyway, with this knowledge, we will conquer Earth and rule over it once again. Oh no. It's here. And that's about it. Probably no part 3 unless something ridiculous happens, like an autonomous zone in Portland or the government shutting off utilities. Plugging the second channel again, you bet. We've got a feature-length Sunrise review coming out in a bit over a month. This one's going to be over an hour long, so grab some popcorn, maybe a little viewing party, watch your favorite streamer. This one will be more fun as a group. But before that, next week, there's a new In the Field. Thanks for watching. Stay good.
Infected.
NordVPN did a thing, and now video happened. Chapter 16. We ran happily to Hogsmeade. There we saw the stage where Good Charlotte had played. We ran in happily. My Chemical Romance were playing Helena. I was so fucking happy. Gerard looked even sexier than he did in the pictures. Even Draco thought so. I could totally see him getting an erection. I was wearing a black leather mini dress, black leather platinum boots with red ripped fishnets. Draco was wearing a black baggy MCR t-shirt and black baggy pants. Anyway, we stated moshing to Helena. We're French. We ran up to the front of the band to stage dive. Suddenly, Gerard pulled off his mask. So did the others. We gasped. It was Volsimort and the Death Dealers.
You moronic idiots! He shouted angstily. Inobi, I told you to kill Vampire. Thou have failed. And now I shall kill thou and Draco.
No, please. We begged sadly, but he took out his knife. Suddenly, a gothic old man flew in on a broomstick. He had long black hair and a long black beard. He was wearing a black robe that said Avril Lavigne on the back. He shot at a spell, and Voldemort ran away. It was Dumbledore. Chapter 18. Author's note. I said stop flaming. If you do, then you are a crap. Thanks to Raven for the help and stuff. You rock, and you are not a crap. Thanks for my sweater. P.S. The other reason Dumbledore swore is cause he trying to be gothic, so dear. I woke up the next day in my coffin. I walked out of it and put on some black eyeliner, black eyeshadow, and blood-red lipstick. The night before, Draco and I ran back to the skull. Get it? Skull because I'm gothic and like death. Dumbledore chased Voldemort away. We flew there on our brooms.
I didn't know
Mine
where
was
this came
black,
from.
And the broom stuff was blood red.
The broom stuff.
There was lace all over it. Draco had a black MCR boom. We went back to our rooms and we had you-know-what to a Linkin Park song. Well, anyway, I went back to the Great Hall. There, all the walls were painted black and the tables were black too. But you could see there was pink pant underneath the black pant. There were posters of poser bands everywhere, like Ashley Simpson and the Backstreet Boys. What the f***? I shouted. Vampire, Dracula, and Draco came. We started to talk about who was sexier, Mikey or Gerard Way or Billy Joe Armstrong. The boys joined in because they were laughing.
Those guys are so hot, Naval was saying, as suddenly a gothic old man with a black beard and everything came.
Dumbledore? We gasped. What the fuck? I shouted angrily. I thought he was just wearing that to scare Volsimort.
I need to see. I need to see what's going on here. What's going on?
As you can see, I gave the room a makeover. Oh, what do you think about it?
That's what that is. I think I'm just gonna sit here and watch it happen. Just
well, we got
just let it happen.
All disgusted and shook our heads. We couldn't believe what a posing it was.
By the way, you can call me Albert. He called as we left to our classes. What a f***ing poser! Draco shouted angrily as we to transformation.
We were holding hands. Vampire looked really jealous. I could see crying blood in a gothic way. Get it? Like Gerard. But I didn't say anything. I was so angry. Chapter 20. I said I don't care what you think. Stop flaming, okay, preps. Thanks to Raven for the help. Oh, yeah, and by the way, I'll be on vacation in Transylvania for the next 3 days, so do not expect updates. I slit my wrist while I moshed MCR in my bedroom all night, feeling excited. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. I got all mad and turned it off. But sacredly, I hopped inside that it was Draco so that we could do it again. It was Lupin. Are you gonna come with me or what? I yelled. I was allowed to say that because Dumbledore had told us to be careful around him and Snape, since he was a pig.
No, actually. Get it? Hell. Can I borrow some condoms? He growled angrily.
Yes, you... Huh? I shouted sarcastically.
He said, gone away.
Well, anyway, I put on some black eyeshadow, black eyeliner, and some black lipstick and white foundation. Then I went. Then I gasped. Snake and Lupin were in the middle of the empty hall doing it, and Dobby was watching.
Oh my god, you ludicrous idiot!
Oh,
They
God.
both shooted angrily when they saw me.
Dobby ran away crying. Normally, I wouldn't be turned on. I love seeing guys do it. But both of them were rats.
Chat, help.
Is this why you wanted condoms? I
Find
asked
something
sarcastically.
better.
See, I spelled that.
Only you wouldn't give them to me, Lumpkin shouted angrily.
Well, you should have told me, I replied.
You dimwit. Snake began to shoot angrily.
And then I took out my black camera and took a pic of them. You could see that they were naked and everything.
Well, excuse me. They both shouted angrily. What was that all about?
It was to blackmail you, I snarked. So now next time you see me doing it with my boyfriend, you can't fucking rat me out, or I'll show this to Dumbledore. So fuck off, you bastards. I started to run. They chased me, but I threw my wound at them, and they tripped over it.
What?
Well, anyway, I went outside and there was Vampire looking extremely fucking hot. What the fuck? Where'd Draco? I asked.
Oh, he's being a fucking bastard. He told me he wouldn't come. Vampire said, shaking his head. You wanna come with me? To the concert?
Then he showed me his flying car. I gasped. It was a black car. He said his dogfather, Sirius Black, had given it to him. The license plate on the front said MCR 666 on it, and the license plate on the back said Inobi. I gasped. We flew to the concert. MCR were there, playing.
Oh.
Vampire and I began to make out, moshing to the music. I gasped, looking at the band. I almost had an orgasm. And then I heard some crying. I turned and saw Draco crying in a corner. Off his name. You okay? You fucking suck. It's not my fault if it's spelled wrong, okay? Cause that Raven, cause it fuck you preps. Was Soz Raven Fangs for the help? By the way, Transylvania rocks rad. I got to go to the castle where Dracola was filmed. Draco was crying in the common room. Draco, are you okay? I asked in a gothic voice.
No, I'm not. He shouted angrily. He started to run out of the place in a suicidal way.
I stated to cry because I was afraid he'd commit suicide.
It's okay, Inobi, said Vampire comfortably. I'll make him feel better.
You mean you'll go him, won't you? I shouted angrily. Then I ran to get Draco. Vampire came too.
Draco, please come. He began to cry. Tears of blood came down his pale face.
I was so turned on because I love sensitive bi guys. If you're a homophobe, then off. And then we heard some footsteps. Vampire got out his black invincibility.
Why am
coat.
I here?
We both got under it. We saw the janitor, Mr. Norris, there, shouting angrily with a flashlight in his hand.
Who's there? He shouted angrily.
We saw Filth come. He went under the invisibility cloak and started to meow loudly.
Is anyone there? Yelled Mr. Norris. No, criminal person, bitch. Vampire said under his breast in a disgusted way. Excuse me? Excuse me? Who said that? Yelled Mr. Norris. Then he heard Filch meow. Filch, is there anyone under the cloak? Yes. Filth nodded.
And then Vampire Frenched me. He did it just as Mr. Norris was taking off the cloak.
What the? He yelled.
But it was too late, because now we were running away from him. And then we saw Draco crying and busting into tears and slitting his wrists outside of the school. Draco, I cried, are you okay?
I guess, though. Draco weeped.
Draco and I decided to watch Lake Placid on the gothic red bed together. As I was about to put in the video, my eyes rolled up, and suddenly I had a vision of something that was happening now. Ad begin. What's that? That's the FBI. We've just sent a record of your internet history to your family and friends and acquaintances for them to laugh at. Now your life is over. This wouldn't have happened if you had got NordVPN. Keep those degenerate websites a secret. Look at this guy. He uses NordVPN. Look how happy he is. He's fucking ecstatic. It's so simple and clean. There's no complicated setup or technical stuff. It comes with unlimited bandwidth. You can even access international content. For example, let's go to Japan. Oh dear. It took me almost 2 months to make these videos, and it wouldn't have been possible without NordVPN. You get access to more content, and I get a kickback when you sign up. So remember to smash that link button with your parents' credit card in the description below. But what is a VPN, you may ask? Ad over. Chapter 22. Well, anyway, I woke up the next day. I was wearing black lacy leather pajamas. Then I gasped. Standing in front of me were Bloody Mary, Vampire, Diablo, Draco, Dracula, and Willow. I opened my crimson eyes. Willow was wearing a tight black leather top with pictures of bloody roses all over it. Vampire was wearing a baggy Simple Plan t-shirt.
What is that?
So were Crab and Goyle.
I failed to understand.
God, I yelled them as I jumped up. Why the f*** are you all here?
Inobi, something's really f***ed up, Draco said.
Okay, but I need to put on my clothes first, I shouted angrily.
It's alright. We have to go now, and you look kawaii anyway. You're so beautiful, Draco said in a sexy voice.
Oh, right, I said, smiling.
No.
But you have to tell me why you're being all erective.
I'm done with this.
The Costa Concordia, ship of dreams. It's been 8 years. I can still smell the buffets from their 5 restaurants. The casino and 3-story theater had hardly been used. Ah, the gym, the day spa, the sheets in her 1,500 luxurious cabins hadn't even been slept in. Costa Concordia cost $570 million to build, and you could tell. You could really tell. I remember it like it was just a few years ago. We had left Civitavecchia, a port in Rome, and we were making our way to Savona. It was day 2 of our 7-day journey. But that ship, she was cursed.
Oh my god.
When she premiered, the traditional bottle of champagne bounced right off the side instead of smashing. A bad omen, but I'm not the superstitious type. Nothing could go wrong on Friday the 13th of January 2012, on the 100th year anniversary of the Titanic, on a ship that's also only safety rated for 2-compartment flooding, especially not when you have a 5-star max-level captain like Francisco Scatino, a man who mysteriously rose from head of security to the position of captain within just a couple of years. He knows exactly what to do in case of an emergency. For example, when he caused this emergency in 2008, when he crashed into a port in Sicily. And in 2010, in Wernemann, Germany, when he was steering a different ship and came into port too fast and caused another collision. I've got a good feeling about this. So let's set the scene. It's a beautiful evening. People are having fun on the slides, drinks at the bar. Antonio Magnotta is playing piano at the restaurant. Martin the Magician is setting up for his show. And the ship is setting up for a little detour. It's called a sail-by salute. Basically, you get real close to the shore and honk the horn. The locals hate it, but the customers love it, and it's a tradition. Scatino, the captain, comes into the dining hall with a lady, Dominica Samorfa. Remember this face because you'll be seeing a lot of it later. Scatino eats his dinner with her and socializes for a little while. Then he, Dominica, and the maitre d' finish up and excuse themselves. They're heading to the bridge. It's time for that sail-by salute. This time, they're going to get closer than ever. Just 1,500 feet from the island of Giglio. And how are they going to determine this distance? Well, of course, the captain is going to eyeball it. Apparently it's not an uncommon thing to do. Scatino turns to the fella steering, his helmsman, Jacob Ruslibin. First interesting tidbit. Costa Crociere has hired Jacob from Indonesia at a rock-bottom price, and he's a bit of a newbie to the job. In fact, his profession hitherto, a painter and a cleaner. It's his first time steering a massive ship, and he's very excited. At least, we think he is. It's hard to tell because he doesn't speak English or Italian very well at all. Off to a good start. The second in command orders the helmsman to 290. Now, don't be confused by these numbers, they're just the degrees on a compass. At the same time, the captain whips out his cell phone and calls former captain Mario Palombo, who lives on the island. They chat about the safe distance to Giglio's shores. It's all very casual. Anyway, Mario says that the safe distance is between 0.3 and 0.4 miles from shore. The captain is going all in. This is not his first sail-by salute, so he's confident in what he's doing. We're going closer than we've ever been before. The captain's eyeballing it again.
You know how well that always gets.
New heading of 300, he tells the helmsman. Downstairs, Martin is about to cut his assistant in half. And of course, that means that there's already a lady inside this box. She's waiting for the cue, and then she'll poke her legs out. The captain is giving more orders. Pulling gently to 310. Increase speed to 16 knots. Going this fast is going to be a fatal error. But before we talk about that, let's talk about another big problem. Language barrier. Because at this point, the captain says 325, but the helmsman relays 315. So the first officer intervenes, and he goes, no, 335, which is also wrong. And then the captain clarifies, no, 325. The helmsman confirms 325. Their poor communication has them moving at a much wider angle than they think they are. However, the captain should and would know this, except for the next problem, complacency about procedure. The standard procedure of a ship this large is for the third officer to give exact positional coordinates every time the captain gives a new directional order. But they're not doing that. 330, he says. The helmsman relays 330. The ship reaches 16 knots. The captain then turns to the second officer and instructs him to go to the left wing. That's these things here, and they basically exist so you can get a better view over the whole vessel. A few seconds pass, and then the mood starts to turn. Scatino notices white foam of waves breaking against the rocks directly in front of him in the distance. The Costa Concordia, right now, is almost 700 meters closer to the rocks than it should be. Without deviation, there is going to be a direct collision.
Oh, shit!
Scatino immediately commands the ship to start turning away. 335. Not enough. The captain shouts, 340. The captain yells, 350. Now, remember how I said that accelerating to 16 knots was a fatal error? Well, that's because it's made this ship incapable of such a drastic turn. What they've got is understeer. Here's an example.
The front end is not working. You're turning, and you're just going straight. You want to go over here, but you're going to end up over here.
So despite the order of 350, right now the bow is still only pointing at 327. Not nearly enough to miss the rock. And oh no, it's about to get worse. That language barrier again. In these critical moments where every second counts, the helmsman wrongly relays 340. The captain snaps back, 350 starboard or we end up on the rocks. The third officer goes to assist the helmsman. Now, don't get confused by the orders from here. We're changing over to rudder instructions. The captain yells, starboard 10, starboard 20. And still, it's not enough. Hard to starboard. That means as hard as it'll go. But at this point, even if they clear these rocks, they need to get the rest of the ship to swing around it. So the captain yells, midship, which centers the rudder. The bow is now less than 150 meters from Skull Rock. Port 10. But the helmsman only gets to port 5 before another order is given 2 seconds later. Port 20. They might just avoid disaster here, maybe. But then, oh no. One more time, the helmsman cocks up at the worst possible moment. The helmsman goes to starboard instead of port, undoing the swing. 8 seconds later, he realizes the error and corrects, but it's too late. He has just turned a probable near miss into a sure hit. All they can do now is hold on as the bow of the ship narrowly passes by the rocks. Hard to port! The second officer yells, "We're gonna hit!" Collision.
And there it is.
Downtown, Nordtown. It's day 56 of playing Russian roulette. Seems I never win.
Gonna drink all by yourself?
Somebody has to.
I hear you're a man who's good at finding folks.
I'm many things.
I'm looking for this fella. I got to find him. It's breaking my little heart.
I'll see what I can do. I have contacts in thousands of servers in dozens of countries across the globe. And just like that, she was gone. The only thing she left was a calling card. Sometimes when you follow a case, it follows you back. NordVPN can protect my online data. But who can protect me? From myself. When they said this job gets easier, it was just another lie. Forensics found his password spread all the way down the block. In a perfect world, we'd all use NordVPN. But I guess this isn't that kind of story. I took the brakes off my car. Man like me never really learned how to stop. Shut the fuck up. I took the steering wheel out too. I let the road take me where I'm supposed to be. That's right, Toots. Your husband's dead. Merry Christmas. Go to nordvpn.com/internet historian for a huge discount 2-year plan. Ad over. The ship hits rocks on the port side. A 53-meter gash opens up in the hull, and thousands of tons of water begin pouring in. A loud scraping and bang is heard by all passengers. At the helm is panic. Rumblings in the dining room. Martin awkwardly pauses his act as he's helping his assistant into the box. Meanwhile, the lady inside is trapped, terrified. There's confusion across the ship. All of the crew off shift come back on duty. All officers run to the bridge. Technical crews run down to the lower decks to assess damage. On connection with the rocks, they lose propulsion and slow to 8.3 knots. And they are now adrift. Close the watertight doors at stern. Enormous volumes of water are pouring in. So much so that within 29 seconds of collision, all 6 engines stop working through flooding. 22 seconds later, a blackout happens. Lights, electrics, water pumps too. Everything. The captain orders the helmsman hard starboard. This is the final position of the rudder before power to that too is lost. The Costa Concordia, now without power, is drifting starboard, plunged into absolute darkness. A quick breakdown of the flooding. When the Concordia struck land, it tore open 3 watertight compartments. At first, compartment 5, which filled very rapidly, then 6 more slowly, 4 shortly after, then 7, 8 and 3. Modern ships are built to withstand 2 compartment breaches. These compartments especially, though, are a problem, because they contain the engines and the electrics. These main generators give power to the whole ship, from propulsion motors to rudder to hotel functions, pretty much everything. When they
You gotta
went
find
out,
some kind
the ship
of
was a
aviation
functionless,
documentary.
sinking cage. A few seconds later, the emergency batteries for internal lighting and communications kick on. When the lights come back on, Martin has vanished. He's ditched the stage. And it caused a huge panic in the theatre, as passengers are trying to flee to their cabins and to muster stations. People already in their cabins come out and start putting on life vests. Staff rally and try to calm everyone down. Everything is fine. There's no need for vests. Please return to your cabins. The emergency generator starts. All of the watertight doors close except for door 12, which is jammed. The captain calls Pelon, the chief engineer, as the ship begins to list on the port side. There's water coming in? Yes, there's water. But where? The engine room. But a lot of water? Yes! There's water, you can't go down. Let's go down the other side. In a moment we'll start the pumps, I'll let you know. In the theatre, the whole magic box apparatus slides right off the stage and falls into the crowd, further increasing panic. On the bridge, an announcement is being prepared. They are going to lie to prevent a panic. Let's just say we have a blackout. The deputy chief engineer enters the engine control room. He confirms to the bridge that at least compartments 5, 6, and 7 are flooded. Announcements are made.
The captain to inform you that due to an electrical fault, which is currently under control, we're currently in a blackout. Our technicians are working to resolve the situation and will inform you of developments as they occur. Thank you for your attention.
Coincidentally, at the same time in the restaurant, they're playing My Heart Will Go On, and it's very much not helping the situation. The captain calls the Costa Crisis Unit. Roberto Ferrarini. He tells the crisis unit that they've hit a rock, that they're assessing damages, and that they are also in a blackout. The crisis office says to reverse the ship up onto shore. Well, how are you going to do that? You don't have power to the rudder, let alone the engine. You know, hoist the sails? Anyway, around this time, the wind direction creates a starboard list, and the ship begins to turn anyway, drifting right back towards the shore, which is a very good thing because you want the ship to end up as close to shore as possible. A panicked passenger senses that something is off. This isn't like any electrical problem that she's ever seen. Plus, there was a massive crashing noise and now the ship is tilting. So, she contacts her daughter in Italy. The daughter then calls the police, and the police call the harbour master. While that goes on, a conversation between Pelon and Ambrosio. The diesel is not starting. The captain asks the engine room, but where have we made contact? Thinking that the incoming water can be reduced. Captain, here everything is lost. The electrical panel, everything. They're saying at this point that the ship is going down. The captain calls Roberto Ferrarini again. Actually, 2 compartments have been flooded, but don't worry, the ship's stability isn't in danger. Wrong. Passengers begin going to muster stations on their own initiative. The cruise director says, "We have a lot of people at muster stations that I do not want to fall overboard. Do we make an announcement to tell them to go to the lounges?" Bozio says, "I think that's best." The harbour master from Livorno calls the ship. The captain tells them that we just have a blackout. How long has this blackout been going on? About 20 minutes. Have you asked passengers to put on life vests? It's just a blackout. I gotta go. The harbour master is suspicious. He says to his superiors that he thinks something more is going on. He calls a patrol boat to the area and asks them to look at the ship. Another problem. The fan on the emergency diesel generator isn't working properly. Pelon manually has to turn the thing on and off with a screwdriver so that it doesn't overheat and cause a fire. The captain is on the phone to the lower decks asking pointless questions like, "Is it still flooded?" Yes. Yes, it is. The captain is essentially in denial of the situation. The harbour master calls again. Finally, he says, "The ship is taking on water through an opening on the left side and the ship is listing." He qualifies with, "No one dead or injured." The harbour master asks if he needs help. "Just a tugboat," when in reality, they need a full rescue. With 3 compartments flooded, the captain finally realizes that things are really bad and they are not going to improve. The Coast Guard orders every available ship to the sea. Meanwhile, up with the passengers, the cruise director's assistant says, Everything's under control. Please return to your cabins or hang about in the lounges, no problem. She said this despite knowing it was wrong and that it further endangered lives. Most passengers at this point, though, aren't listening to this nonsense, and they're busy figuring out how to abandon ship. Bang, 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 bang. Local television has already picked up the story, and they begin broadcasting live radio feed from the bridge. Captain, the passengers are going on board the boats. Okay, let them go to shore. So then general emergency? Wait, no. Let me talk to Ferrarini. We risk the emergency generators that do not have cooling. It has cooling problems, 100 degrees. The cooling fan has stopped. Pilon calls the bridge and tells the safety officer they need to evacuate. The safety officer relays this to the captain, but after no response, he orders the engine room to evacuate on his own. The captain says, "No, stay. We're leaving." So what do? General emergency? The captain tells Ferrarini that he's abandoning ship. Abandoned ship. Another announcement is made.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. The situation is under control. Please remain calm. And at this time, proceed to your muster station. They're located outside on deck 4.
The Livorno Coast Guard calls again. The captain declares distress. The Coast Guard officially calls for rescue operations. They contact Pietro Mille, the helicopter base commander, who then calls in every available pilot. As he rushes down to the helicopter base, Pilon shuts down the emergency generator for the final time. The first rescue vessel arrives. By this point, the lifeboats are already going. Luckily, the ship is very close to shore. Oh, perhaps too close to shore. The ship forcefully runs aground, creating an uneven center of gravity, and it begins heavily listing starboard. The captain issues a general emergency on board. The announcement to abandon ship is finally called and alarms ring out, and with that comes panic. And now that they're listing, with many of the lifeboats too awkwardly positioned to enter the water, there aren't enough readily available, and they have to start going back and forth to the shore, picking people up and dropping them off. The patrol boats report to the Livorno harbour master that the ship has run aground and is listing heavily. So the harbour master asks the captain about it, and the captain says, no, the ship is still floating. In fact, we're trying to maneuver it onto the shore. They know he's lying. Hold on, I'm reversing it. Beep, 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 beep. The captain then says to bottom out the starboard anchor. So they drop out the anchors, but let out too much chain, effectively rendering them useless. The deputy mayor of Giglio, Mario Pellegrini, and tobacco shop owner Giovanni Rossi arrive at the harbour. They watch the scene unfold. As the first of the lifeboats arrive on shore, the deputy mayor takes the initiative and races to board one of the lifeboats, returning to the ship, and starts trying to find someone in charge. He gives up and starts helping passengers. Scatino tells everyone to leave and take radios, but not before changing out of his uniform and into a nice suit. Priorities. Dimitri Christidis and Silvio Coronica leave with him. The maitre d' and Sir Morton both get out of there. By this point, approximately 300 people are still on the ship. Mille reaches the helicopter base. The first helicopter, a slow-moving Augusta Bell, was already rising from the tarmac for the hour-long flight south. Bozio is the last crew member left on the bridge, coordinating evacuation. He then leaves to help passengers board lifeboats. The bridge is now abandoned. And then, the ship's black box stops working. Apparently there were technical problems with it. That means, from here, things are going to get a little foggy in detail. A while later, rescue helicopters arrive, but they're struggling to find the ship because they're expecting it to still be well above water. Passengers are scaling down the port side by ladder as lifeboats return to pick them up.
This is no joke. Oh my goodness. It was no joke anymore. Yes.
You're not allowed to make a film movie.
I'm allowed.
Who say you are?
A second helicopter, a faster model, sets off. The ship stops heeling and comes to a final resting place. Now the Coast Guard calls the captain because he's just learned that the captain has abandoned ship. The captain claims, no, actually I slipped and I fell into one of the lifeboats. Well, I'm close. But now that I'm on board, I may as well head back to shore. DeFalco tells the captain to get the fuck back on board. And the captain kind of acts confused and then effectively refuses. So the captain makes it to shore. From here, we only have mainstream news reports to rely on, so it's not going to be super accurate. But they say that Giglio's police chief then finds 110 survivors on the rocks at Point Gabbianara. And among them is the captain. It's not known whether the captain helped anyone while he was there, and in fact the police chief claimed that he just sat on the rocks and watched other people do the rescue. A while later, a rescue boat picks up the captain and takes him to the harbour. He speaks to the police. He then finds the ship's onboard chaplain, Father Rafael Molina, and cries to him for about 15 minutes. Then he goes to the harbour master's office to receive probably the biggest dressing down of his entire life. Port authorities ask the taxi driver to take the captain back to his hotel. The captain takes the 30-second cab ride to the Bahamas hotel. According to the cabbie, he was beaten like a dog. He was cold and afraid. He only asked me where he could buy a pair of fresh socks. But then he perked right up again and gave an interview to a news crew. He told them that he was the last to leave.
The captain is usually the last to abandon ship. What happened to Captain? We were the last to leave the ship.
Well, that's a fucking lie.
All day Saturday, rescuers searched for people on the ship. On Sunday morning, a South Korean couple was found in their cabin, safe but shivering. They had slept through the crash and woke up unable to exit their cabin. The last survivor, Manrico Giampandroni, was found with a broken leg. He was the cabin's service director. In the end, 32 people died. The final body wasn't discovered until nearly 3 years later. A crew member, Russell Rebello, and it's believed that he died a hero helping passengers off the ship. The Costa Concordia was the largest cruise ship disaster since the Titanic. And then there's the ship. This is what happens to a 110,000-ton cruise liner when it's left half rolled over in the ocean. But this isn't the end. It's just the halfway point. What most people know is that the Costa Concordia had crashed, many dead, and that the captain abandoned ship like a coward. But there's a whole veritable spaghetti of details to untangle. Let's dive in. There they are. The deets. Box time. The Costa Concordia was more than just a floating resort. There's a mall, a casino, cha-ching, cha-ching. This iron chest was full of safes and cash registers and expensive fittings. And there were plenty of gamers prepared to sneak by authorities and try their luck in the hot zone. Within days, police divers reported that valuable items, once seen lying around the ship, were now missing. High-end liquor, expensive furniture, dining sets, cash from the casino, cash registers, jewelry and display cabinets, safes, Japanese woodblock prints by famous 18th century artists, as well as the iconic bell, which hung from the bridge of the ship. It was never found. Who steals a big fuck-off bell? Even the server admins were getting involved. 4 divers who were part of the company contracted to refloat the Concordia were spotted on CCTV, sneaking out to the ship. A patrol boat was dispatched, and the men were caught inside the fancy suites with rucksacks full of stolen goods. The 4 men are charged with stealing and thieving and pinching. Later on, stolen as well as legitimate items found their way to Amazon and eBay. Chips from the casino, postcards, and cabin access cards became highly sought after souvenirs.
It even has a watermark.
Some Australian guy even made a listing for the ship itself, advertising it as buyer to collect. And although there were plenty of bidders, eBay pulled the plug. I know you want to see Scatino go to jail, and we'll get to that. But first, we have to talk about someone else. Dominika Samorton.
That was a close one.
There was speculation that she was on the bridge that evening because she was the captain's mistress.
Tense media speculation reports that her presence distracted the captain.
They both denied their love for years and maintained that they were just friends. Although she did later admit to the media that she found him handsome. And how could you not?
You so fucking precious when you smile.
But she says there was no romantic link between them.
Some people would like to believe, they want to know I have something with him. It's more interesting. It's like, you know, something spicy in the story.
Miss Samorton also loved the spotlight, however.
Everyone, oh look!
And took several interviews. But as the pressure mounted upon her, she began making ominous threats to Scatino, saying he must confess, and that you have but 1 week to come clean. But things from here get weird.
Spicy.
Samorton is a bit of a wild card. In a subsequent interview, she claimed a helicopter came to the ship well before the other rescue craft to take away a package. Huh? And what was that package? Drugs, apparently. So rumors began that the ship was running narcotics for the mafia. And not without cause. A number of cruise ships, even recently, have been caught trafficking drugs. As an aside, Scatino was tested for drugs immediately after the crash. He tested negative for drugs in his system, but trace amounts of cocaine were found in a hair sample.
Makes it smoother and less dry.
Nonetheless, the Concordia was searched and no drugs were reportedly ever found. How did we get here? Oh right, a helicopter. Samorton commented on it again the next day and said, actually, that helicopter was just for the captain as a means of evacuation from the ship. Okay, wait. So she expected to get some sort of first-class rescue while everyone else was still stuck on the ship? Wait, how did we get here? Oh, right, sex with the captain. Divers were quick to head to the captain's cabin where they found Miss Samorton's lingerie and other articles of clothing as well as a makeup bag. The jig was up, but they continued denying it. Samorton mostly faded from international attention until she was told to appear before the court to present witness testimony. The judge pressed her to be truthful about their relationship, or she would be held in contempt.
Either tell me the truth or shut up.
So finally, she admitted it.
Yes, I had a sentimental relationship with the captain. Stop. But now, stop asking about my private life.
She was indeed the captain's lover.
What is up, Trouble Alert Nation? City not cheating on his wife with C-Mortan. Oh my god!
She and Scatino had been having an affair for several weeks. She also said that on the night she boarded, she didn't have a ticket.
Ticket, please.
And didn't need to pay because nobody questions you when you're the captain's lover. Naturally, she gave another confusing interview after leaving court.
I want to say that today is the second time I died because the first time I died in the night of the crash with my psychological brain and problems. And today I died the second time because, of course, people find out something that I try to hide.
Subsequent to the trial, she used her fame in Moldova to become a political activist, often appearing on television and radio and in articles covering protests, accompanied by pictures of her being arrested by police. It was some stuff about victims of violence, women's rights, yada yada yada, and interestingly, part of a push to block the sale of shares of Moldova's train network to Russia. Sure. Other than that, I don't really know what she's been up to. Let me just check on her Oh God, not again. Several civil suits were quickly lodged against Costa Crociere and their parent company, Carnival Cruises immediately saw a share drop of 23%.
Don't beat.
Passengers sought compensation for their damaged mental health, lost belongings, and loved ones.
Either they allowed him to divert from his course, or they didn't know where their billion-dollar ship was.
Within a few days, facing financial and media pressure, the CEO attempted to join the bandwagon against the captain and the crew.
That was not the ordinary route that the ship was taking at the time, and was not only taking, but at the time the ship was...
Junior? Claiming that the ship was not approved to deviate from the route. But that wasn't true. Approval isn't required if the ship is deviating by less than 15 miles, or that it was against company rules. Also untrue, because investigators found that they didn't have any rules about deviating route, and they tacitly encouraged sail-by salutes. Now, in response to the civil suits, Costa Crociere offered passengers 11,000 euros each as compensation.
That's kind of small.
11,000 euros, about $14,000, is the minimum compensation under international law when a ship is abandoned.
This was to reimburse them for their tickets, as well as any costs they accrued in having to unexpectedly travel home early.
And that was supposed to release them from everything and anything that has to do with this accident. I cannot ask for more than this.
A lot of passengers, understandably, were not too happy with this deal, and they refused to take the money.
We think the offer is an insult for what these poor passengers went through. We think that the compensation being offered is not commensurate.
Are available for a small charge. If you wish to make an additional purchase, we only accept credit cards.
Compensation being offered is not commensurate.
Later, Costa Crociere would lodge a plea deal with the Tuscany court to pay a €1 million fine to avoid a criminal trial. The judge agrees. Costa Crociere is now off the hook for all criminal liability for the whole thing. They've washed their hands of the incident and flecked the residual droplets of responsibility onto the faces of 6 staff members. Passengers and relatives of the dead are livid that the company has been able to avoid
Ladies and
criminal
gentlemen,
responsibility.
it is now safe to take your phones out of hide it from the flight
Civil
attendant
suits
mode.
against the company continue. By the way, the residents of the island of Giglio also banded together and sought damages. They didn't get much. Eventually, passengers who refused the initial compensation of 11,000 joined civil parties against Scatino in his trial in 2015.
It's not commensurate.
They were awarded 30,000 euros each. Other cases, especially those involving lost relatives, are settled for undisclosed amounts. New York attorney Peter Renee traveled to Budapest to represent 6 real survivors of the disaster.
At Renee, we personally work on every case.
And we'll work harder than anyone to get you the most money possible in the shortest amount of time.
And while on the job, a 7th case cropped up via email. An elderly woman, Alona, said,
Help me, Mr. Ronai, for I have lost my daughter, Eva, and my 5-year-old granddaughter, Roxana.
So Mr. Renai agreed to speak with her. However, there were some inconsistencies in her story. Neither Eva nor Roxana were on the passenger list. Odd, but Costa is known for having stowaways.
Gotcha, bitch!
Still, Mr. Renai was suspicious. They wouldn't cheaty old Petey, would they? Renai inquired further about why she was on board, especially without a ticket. Ilona said,
Well, I don't know, but you should ask her boyfriend.
Zolt Horvath.
He'll know all the details.
I'm up all night. I'm going crazy, he said. But Mr. Renai was still suspicious. Because then she asked, how much money do you think this is worth? This is a huge red flag, Petey. In 20 years of doing this, you've never had anyone ask about money. Why now? So Mr. Renai hired an investigator and sent photos around of the missing girl. The next day, the phone rang. Ahoy hoy, it was the boyfriend again. Look, there's been a bit of a misunderstanding and the child isn't missing at all. Uh-huh. And then he claimed he was confused because he had done too many drugs the night before. Oh. Okay, can I speak to the daughter then? At first, he was refused. So Renai said that he'd have to file a missing persons report to the police if he couldn't. The boyfriend relented. That night, Renai met with Zolt and brought the police with him. He speaks to the granddaughter and asks her if she's seen Mum. Yeah, I saw her today. Oh, really? Yeah, we went to the park today and we went on the swings. Oh no, the jig was up. So the mum walks into the room sheepishly. It's a miracle! And the story changed again. Okay, I'm not dead, but I did injure my leg when I jumped from the ship. And then I immediately flew back to Budapest. Although don't worry about checking my leg because there are no visible marks or injuries. Oh, Petey, I'm beginning to think they weren't even on the boat. Also, it turns out this lady isn't her mum, it's just a neighbour. Eventually, Renee managed to make the pair confess. And then they said, hey, we haven't done anything wrong. We haven't taken any money. And in the end, it looks like there'll be no criminal punishment for the scam, because Hungary, a former communist country, has no laws against insurance fraud on the books.
The law firm that never sleeps, call 1-800-6647.
Oh, that's a bad idea. Oh, that's a very bad idea.
Mario, would you teach me some Italian?
Oh, of course! Means get back on board for fuck's sake.
Okay, thanks.
Gregorio De Falco, the naval officer who shouted at Schettino to Vada a bordo caso, became a bit of a national hero overnight in Italy. He, like the rest of the world, expected Schettino to go down with the ship. And when the captain chickened out, De Falco was there to admonish him. And when he stopped answering the radio, he called him on his cell phone to continue putting him on blast. When the captain first reported just a blackout, De Falco didn't believe the story and immediately began preparing a rescue effort, which likely saved several lives. His actions were applauded by most Italians who were tired of their public servants being corrupt and avoiding responsibility. Accordingly, shirts sporting Vada a bordo caso were being printed by the end of the week, others setting it as their phone's ringtone. But then, in September 2014, without warning, De Falco was transferred to an admin role in the Coast Guard.
Hear what I said? You've been demoted.
De Falco said that he had been passed up for promotion, that he had also not been told which admin office he was even being transferred to, and that it all effectively cancelled 10 years of his career. De Falco was tres furioso, and there was public speculation that it was owing to bad blood between himself and Admiral Delano, his former boss. His status among the public overshadowed his superior in many ways. On the other hand, his boss said, no, it's part of a normal career progression for naval officers and that he must show more maturity and professionalism to advance his career. Now, it's hard to know what's true in office politics, so let's leave that alone. And anyway, in 2018, De Falco said buenas noches, later to the Italian Navy to become a politician. In March that year, he was elected to the Italian Senate, serving as a member for Livorno. He still serves there today.
I'm the captain.
The day after the disaster, Schettino was taken into custody by police and underwent questioning. However, it was clear that this would not be a straightforward investigation, so the judge released him under house arrest at his home in Sorrento, a town in Napoli. By July of that year, the house arrest was relaxed and he was allowed within this general area. While under house arrest, he wrote a book with this journalist from Rai magazine. I have no idea what it says, I don't speak Italian. But goddammit, he must have some kind of charisma going on, because there's been a lot of speculation in the press that he had an affair with her as well.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Hold on, I got it. Not content with abandoning his ship, this dude is determined to abandon his wife as well. So, Schettino and 5 others are facing criminal charges. Straight away, everyone lodges a plea bargain with the court, and all of those plea bargains are accepted, except for Schettino's. And the condition of everyone's reduced sentences are that they must provide witness testimony against Schettino.
He touched me.
Ciro, Jacob, and Silvia were all given suspended sentences. Roberto and Manrico are able to opt for community service or house arrest. Not a bad deal.
Good deal. Good deal.
And that meant that Schettino was now all on his own. Ciro, the first officer, was the first to give his testimony. On the witness stand, he claimed that Schettino was distracted by his mistress and other guests on the bridge. That there was confusion over who was in command. Then it was Jacob's turn, and he said Lamau XD because he didn't actually bother with his testimony or his reduced sentence. He just fled the country. It took authorities 12 months to eventually track him down on the outskirts of Jakarta. And when they said, "Oi, we still want that witness testimony," he just scalped again, and he hasn't been found since. After that, Ferrarini gave his testimony, then look, we don't have time to relitigate the whole trial, so let's just go straight to the verdict. Guilty! Schettino was found guilty of multiple manslaughter, causing a shipwreck, abandoning ship, and lying to authorities. He is sentenced to 16 years and 1 month in prison. But wait, there's still the appeals. The appeals trial begins. And the verdict on the appeal? Surprise! Rejected! So Schettino's lawyers appealed again. And the verdict on the final appeal?
Schettino made multiple attempts to secure a plea deal but was denied by the prosecution each time. The prosecution called for Schettino to be sentenced to 26 years in prison, calling the incident a Titanic affair. Oh, okay, I see what you did there.
Schettino was not present. His lawyers stated that he was waiting outside of the jail for the ruling, so that if his plea was rejected, he could immediately start serving his sentence. And with that, 5 years and 4 months after the disaster, he was finally in a cell.
But I will not be making any comment. Oh, that hurt.
The salvage operation was enormous. It took over 2 years and cost an estimated $1.2 billion.
Stay on that sim
Beginning
right
in
now.
early 2012,
Probably
they
not.
first spent 2 months pumping fuel from the ship's tanks. At the same time, they had to pump seawater in so that the balance wasn't affected and the ship didn't slide around. In early 2013, a platform was built under the ship to prevent it from falling further. Sponsons were then attached to the sides of the ship and cables attached to the underwater platform. The sponsons were then dragged underwater and opened up to allow the ocean to fill them. The ship could then roll over properly. By late 2013, the ship was upright once more. The sponsons were then attached to the side of the ship to help keep it balanced. It now rested partially above water and crews could walk around safely. By July 2014, the water was removed from the sponsons and compressed air was pumped in to lift the ship. And she was ready to cruise again. This time to a port in Genoa. It was a 4-day towing journey to the docks where a 2-year process of dismantling and recycling would begin. That same weekend of the towing, Schettino was busy. He was the guest of honor at a white party on an island in the Bay of Naples. He appeared on the front page of a local newspaper, flanked by 2 of Italy's most eligible bachelorettes. Anyway, so these are the things that I remember from the Costa Concordia. That sweet maiden of the sea. And as for you, little fella, well, it's time to return you from whence you came. Six quick things. 1. NordVPN, good product, check them out. Number 2, there's a new video on the second channel. You probably didn't see it because it was temporarily restricted. Now it's not. Enjoy. 3. If you've never seen the second channel before, give it a go. It's a different type of content, but we put a lot of production into it. It's not just offcuts. 4. There are a couple secret channels as well, but I ain't telling you where they are. 5. No more 45-minute videos on the main channel. Back to 10 to 15 minutes and more of them. 6. There's a Q&A coming out next week on incognito mode. It's got a ton of detail that we had to cut for the sake of brevity and will no doubt feature a ton of corrections as well. That's it. Thank you.
Spicy.
In March of 2013, a group of Tumblr users come up with a brilliant idea. DashCon, a convention specifically for and by Tumblr users. This is their story. DashCon hosted the Renaissance Marriott in Chicago. Only $65 for the weekend. Epic panel lineup. Welcome to Night Vale reading. LGBTQIP2SAA+. Massive ball pit. Steam-powered giraffe live show. The Baker Street Babes. And friendly memes? You bet. Expect 5,000 people. We'll see you there. Whoosh. Here comes Friday, and a big fat serving of reality. About 500 people show up at 9 a.m., but nothing is scheduled until 1 p.m., so people just wait around for the next 4 hours.
So at what point did you decide that this is what you wanted to do with your life?
I did, it just kind of happened.
The thug life chose you?
Turns out Steam-Powered Giraffe cancelled months ago. Sorry. If you bought special tickets, no refunds though. Lol. Check out the games room. 1 TV, 1 console. Perfect for up to 7,000 people. Here's that ball pit you were looking forward to.
Free Palestine! Death to Israel! Death to Israel! Free Palestine!
Overall, it's a pretty fucking slow day.
Okay, so you're dressed up as the Batman movie shooter. What made you choose this costume? What made you decide to dress up as the Prime Minister of Israel to this convention?
I say dress for the job you want.
Then by 9 p.m., disaster strikes. The bill for the venue hasn't even been paid. The hotel wants it immediately or the doors will be shut and the convention is over.
Unless everyone in this room can accumulate $17,000.
Working on a donation button on your website and any little bit of money helps.
Right, I think this should do. I'm gonna lay down, and hopefully this doesn't cause any problems.
When you fly on the space shuttle as a crew member, you're allowed to fly mementos of personal significance. On my first flight on Endeavour, I wanted to fly something that would commemorate this epic flight. So I chose to fly these, the wings of Ross and Keith Smith. It was a salute to these fearless aviators who inspired me to believe the sky is never the limit. Because in 1919, they set out in this, a Vickers Vimy bomber, to achieve a seemingly impossible feat, the first ever flight halfway around the world, from England to Australia.
It was probably one of the most important flights ever after the Wright brothers.
A daring air race. 11,000 miles across dangerous and uncharted country.
The legacy is astonishingly important. They laid the foundations for the types of long-haul flights we now take for granted.
It proved that aircraft could be as effective in peacetime as they had been in war.
The challenges they faced were monumental, and you know, we probably just take it for granted, but without those pioneers, we would not have the ability to do what we do today.
And it was one giant leap in the quest to conquer unflown skies.
I think it's incredibly significant. It actually reminds me of Apollo. It was the moon landing of its day. I really believe that.
Just as extraordinary, a century on, it seems these pioneering trailblazers have been all but forgotten. And I'm determined to find out why. Today, some 2 million people fly between England and Australia each year. We're able to cross the face of the globe within 17 hours, thanks to a network of open skies, modern airports, and aircraft that are fast, safe, and comfortable.
So it's hard to believe that the first transplanet flight was made 100 years ago, and it took 28 days to complete. Amazingly, it was done in an open cockpit World War I bomber by 4 young Australians.
Almost unbelievably, Ross Smith's crew navigated home with just maps and a compass. They flew over deserts, mountains, and jungles, landing in places that had never even seen an aircraft. And after beating 5 other entrants and a rogue French crew, they won a huge cash prize, along with worldwide fame. Ross Smith became a household name, as did his navigator and brother Keith, and their 2 mechanics, Jim Bennett and Wally Shires. But the price paid for this epoch-making flight was high. A triumph, overshadowed by a devastating toll. In early 1919, just months after the armistice, Australian Prime Minister Billy Hughes joined other world leaders at the Paris peace talks. As the negotiations stretched on, he often chose the convenience of flying between France and London. It dawned on him that aircraft, which had changed the rules of modern warfare, could also change his country's future.
Billy Hughes had become enamored with aviation. He could see it as a way to bring Australia's emerging economy closer to that of Britain, the mother country. The question was, how could he show that such flights were even feasible? To that end, he came up with a bold and simple plan.
The Australian government has decided to offer £10,000 for the first successful flight from London to Australia in a British-built machine manned by Australians.
Air races were becoming all the rage in 1919. In June of that year, British war veterans John Alcock and Arthur Brown astounded the world, flying non-stop across the Atlantic in the Vickers-Vimy.
The Vickers-Vimy took off 1,900 miles of Atlantic between them and Ireland.
They did have a somewhat inglorious landing, however.
Nose in the boggy ground, the airplane stood. 16 hours, 27 minutes later. The old converted bomber averaged 111 miles an hour.
The reaction was immense. They were heroes. They were the astronauts of their age. They were lauded, they were paraded, and they became famous. They were celebrities. They were some of the first celebrities of the air age.
That flight was almost 2,000 miles. The proposed route for the England to Australia air race was 11,000 miles, more than 5 times longer.
Our story begins here, in outback South Australia, on this vast sheep farming property known as Mutooroo.
It's one of the hottest and driest places on the driest continent on Earth.
So, James, just how big is this holding?
Yes, Andy, I can give you an idea of the size. It's around about 6 million acres in area in the northeast of South Australia, which in other terms is about 24,000 square kilometres.
Keith and Ross Smith were born and raised here to Scottish parents, along with a younger brother, Colin. The unforgiving environment fostered toughness and resourcefulness, qualities which would serve them well in later life.
3 young boys, the Smith brothers, growing up here. What would they have been doing as young lads growing up in an environment like this?
Given the sort of chaps they would have had a very active lifestyle. They would have been able to go out walking, climbing the big gum trees in the creek below the main homestead area. They would have done rabbit trapping and also a lot of horse riding too, I would think, because there was lots of horses here in those days, and that was very much a part of their skill base.
Ross Smith was a talented sportsman and rider, joining the Australian Mounted Cadets as a 17-year-old. In 1914, at the outbreak of war, he enlisted and set sail on the first troops convoy from South Australia to Egypt.
So Ross Smith didn't actually become a pilot at the beginning of the war. He initially enlisted in the Light Horse and went overseas and actually spent 6 months at Gallipoli with the Light Horse, was exposed to all of the horrors of trench warfare that we now know was part of the Gallipoli experience.
Soon, any attempt at observation over the rim of the parapet attracts heavy sniper fire. To these hazards are added those of poor rations, incessant work, tension, and the disease brought by the flies you see here, all weakening the men.
Ross Smith proved courageous and calm under fire, but his true talents would be realized in the Middle East, where he entered a radical new field of combat, one that required an altogether different form of daring.
During the early stages of World War I, a great deal of research was carried out on aircraft, and both sides realized its military value. The flimsy pre-war flying machine quickly became a fast and efficient weapon.
In 1916, Ross Smith signed up with the newly formed Australian Flying Corps. As he said in a letter to his family,
"I want excitement and to feel like I'm doing something. I can't help liking risky jobs."
Within 6 months, he had his pilot's wings. This footage was actually taken from on board Ross Smith's Bristol fighter as he took off from the Australians' desert base in Palestine.
He was appointed as captain, as a flight commander, so essentially that put him in charge of a flight of 6 airplanes and their crews, over 100 mechanics and ground staff. Quite a significant responsibility for a man who was only at that stage in his mid-20s. Ross Smith had the combination of personal qualities that made him not only a very good leader, but an outstanding pilot. And he was someone who pushed the boundaries of what was possible in terms of what the technology of the day could do, but also in terms of thinking about the future. So he had a very broad conception for what aviation might mean in the future, and he wanted to be at the forefront of that, and he pushed it, and he was willing to risk his life.
It wasn't long before Ross Smith was making his mark. There are apocryphal stories that he had the first confirmed shooting down of an enemy aircraft by an Australian aircraft operator. Is that true?
Yeah, Ross came across a German aircraft and they actually went head-to-head with each other, both firing. Ross kept a diary for part of his time in the Australian Flying Corps, making detailed daily entries. He's describing that he and Ellis, who was one of the other pilots in number 1 squadron, they were out on patrol on 1-2As over the Yeomanry near Asani and Beersheba. A 2-seater and an Albatross Scout came along. We were above them, so chased them. Ellis dived on the Scout first, and then I took him and I got on his tail. We had 3 rounds and he hit me in the face.
He was wounded?
Yeah, bullet fragment bounced off the cowling of his aircraft and went through his cheek, broke teeth.
Oh.
It could have been fatal.
Yes, we're very close to it.
He then says he turned for home and did 110 miles all the way.
Which is fast for an aeroplane like that. He was running, yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, it seems to be, from the records, the first confirmed victory scored by an Australian pilot in the First World War.
Such was his reputation that Lawrence of Arabia called on his skills as a pilot.
There was one point, I think in May 1918, when Ross effectively acted as a taxi for Lawrence. Lawrence was a British officer working in liaison with an Arab army in the Transjordan, and Ross ferried him from Palestine back to his camp. He did so again in September, and there was a famous incident where he was having breakfast with Lawrence and some other Australian airmen out in the desert, and some German aircraft attacked the camp, and Ross and some of the other Australian pilots jumped in their Bristol fighters and took off and had a dogfight and shot all the Germans down before returning to finish their breakfast.
With 2 military crosses and the awarding of a 3rd Distinguished Flying Cross, Ross Smith became one of the most decorated British Empire pilots of the war. Aviation was clearly in the blood. Ross's older brother Keith also became a pilot. He joined the Royal Flying Corps in England, serving as an instructor for trainee pilots. Wartime flying was certainly high risk, not only in the new battlefield of air-to-air combat, but just simply getting from A to B. Yet when peace came, Ross and Keith Smith were hooked on aviation and looking for new challenges. Ross had dreamed of flying home since he earned his wings, and the great air race proved irresistible.
So Jim, you're a former RAAF pilot with a lot of missions behind you. At the end of the First War, Ross and Keith Smith must have been exhausted from what they'd been through. So what do you think made them then take that moment to step up to this huge challenge of flying the Vimy from England to Australia?
The only thing I can put it down to is an absolute love of aviation and flying, and an absolute love of a challenge. You know, they were the sort of people that really wanted an adventure, wanted to achieve things, and I think that's probably what drove them to do it.
The Smith brothers weren't the only aviators keen to fly back from England to Australia after the war, rather than endure a lengthy sea voyage home. 5 more teams signed up for the high-stakes challenge in aircraft of all shapes and sizes. George Matthews and Thomas Kay in a Sopwith Wallaby. Roger Douglas and Leslie Ross with an Alliance P-2 Seabird they named the Endeavour. Cedric Howell and George Fraser in a Martinsyde A-1. Ray Perra and John McIntosh in an Airco DH-9. And another crew of 4 in an ungainly-looking Blackburn Kangaroo. Valdemar Rendell, David Williams, Garnsey Potts, and Hubert Wilkins, who later achieved fame as a polar explorer. The air race rules stated teams could take off at any time of their choosing after September 1919, but they had to make it back to Australia within 30 days. Lighter, single-engine planes needed less fuel, but they only had 2 men to share the burden of flying, navigating, and performing essential maintenance. 4-man crews were able to spread the duties, but the heavier twin-engine aircraft needed longer airstrips for landing and takeoff. Ross Smith was banking on his team of 4, and he knew he had a good chance of winning. He had a reliable crew, including his brother Keith, who would navigate, and mechanics Jim Bennett and Wally Shires, both of whom he'd worked with during the war. The one thing Ross Smith didn't have was a plane. Then, a couple of well-connected British friends petitioned the Vickers Aircraft Company.
This is the famous Brooklands motor racing circuit in Weybridge, just outside of London. Now, you might ask, what has this got to do with our story of the Great Air Race? Well, it turns out the Vickers Vimy was built right here.
The Smith team spent 6 weeks at Brooklands while workers frantically prepared the World War I bomber for the long flight.
The machine was an ordinary standard Vickers Vimy bomber, similar to that used by Sir John Alcock for the transatlantic flight, and, apart from the installing of an extra petrol tank, we made practically no alterations. The Vimy was powered by 2 Rolls-Royce Eagle 8 engines, each of 360 horsepower.
Now, I may tell you this is the truth. I said to Benny, I said, my God, Benny, I said, fancy trying to fly this to Australia. Benny said, well, what are we to do? Well, I said, I don't know, but I said, she'd never last half the journey. Benny said, well, he said, that's, you know, he said, you never know.
The actual Vickers Vimy flown by Ross Smith is now displayed in a hangar, which I first saw as a young boy growing up in Adelaide, the capital of South Australia. It was state-of-the-art technology for 1919, although today, in the 21st century, it looks anything but.
Pilot Lang Kidby knows the design of this iconic plane inside out.
Oh, wow. Well, the first thing that strikes you is there's not a lot of equipment in there. There's not a lot of instrumentation, is there?
No, there's very, very little. A lot of switches and fuel control systems, oil control, hand pump, fuel pump.
In 1994, he flew a replica Vimy along the route of the Great Air Race.
The other thing that strikes you is there's only one yoke. Modern aircraft, of course, have two yokes for sharing the flying load, but there's only one in this airplane, which means the pilot has to fly the whole shift.
Yep, once you're behind the wheel in this, you're stuck there for the whole flight. And normally they would only carry one pilot. They would either have a navigator, a bomb aimer in action, or in Ross and Keith Smith's place, they actually had two pilots, one doing the navigation and one doing the flying, yeah.
But he'd have to fly the whole leg.
Once you started, you were there for 8, 9, 10 hours and you were stuck with it. There was nothing you could do about it.
It was really quite state of the art, even though by modern day standards, you know, we look at it and think, wow, how did they ever get to Australia in that?
The Vimy rolled out of the Vickers factory at Brooklands with a new civil registration. The crew joked about an alternative meaning.
G-E-A-O-U. God help all of us.
This is where the competitors took off on the Great Air Race. It was a small airstrip on Hounslow Heath, not far from modern-day Heathrow Airport. News crews were on hand in England to record history in the making. But from then on, the race would be captured on film by the crews themselves. Kodak had supplied a camera to each team, offering a lucrative prize for the best shots taken along the way, like an early form of social media.
Air Ministry Weather Report. Class 5. Unfit for all flying.
Snow lay on the ground on the morning of November 12, 1919, with an ominous warning of more icy weather to come. But Ross Smith knew that two planes were already well ahead of them, including an unofficial French crew.
This was a fascinating part of the race because before any of the Australian crews took off in mid-October, a Frenchman by the name of Etienne Poulet took off with his mechanic from Paris. And when Ross Smith was ready to leave England, Poulet was already in Karachi, thousands of miles away.
Why do you think Poulet would have tried to enter the race? After all, he didn't qualify. You had to be Australian to fly the race.
You did have to be Australian. He actually said that he wanted to just do it for France.
It was galling to have to idle in England while every day we read in the press of the progress of Monsieur Poulet.
Ross Smith thought it was now or never. And it was very nearly never. Out over the English Channel, the Vimy ran into a violent snowstorm. Ross Smith had to climb to 9,000 feet to avoid the dangerous weather. As they were flying, the crew's goggles froze over. Instruments started to fail. Even their sandwiches froze. But dangerously, ice started to form on the wings, making the Vimy heavy and hard to handle.
Just one massive blanket of snow. Didn't know where we were, just saying to Benny, terrible, Benny, isn't it? Benny was saying yes. He said, oh, word, he said, I wonder where we are. Couldn't see a thing.
The crew struggled on, with the snow clouds obscuring the world below them, and very little idea where they were. Incredibly, 6 hours later, they dropped beneath the clouds and realized they were only 40 miles off course from the destination of Lyon in France.
So after a while, I noticed the old machine was with her nose dipped. So we must be somewhere near the ground, and all of a sudden, the next thing we knew was she hit the ground. We sat there for a while, moving ourselves about, trying to stretch our body. My dear, I said, I had no idea that there was snow like this in Rome. He says, snow, we bug his eyes. He said, we're not in Rome. Oh, I said, where the hell are we then?
This sort of flying is a rotten game. The cold is hell. And I'm a silly ass for ever having embarked on the flight.
We had some cold conditions on our trip, but man, I can't believe these fellas flying in a snowstorm.
Having made the same journey in the replica Vimy 75 years later, Lang Kidby knows firsthand the physical challenges faced by the crew.
Compared to a modern aircraft, well, we say it's a dog of a thing to fly. It's very ponderous, very underpowered. We flew at a ground speed average of 52 knots from England to Australia. That means even suburban traffic was passing us as we were going along the roadway. So it's a very long way. The aircraft has a very light wing loading. Even though it's a big aeroplane, it's got a big wing area, which means it floats like a piece of paper in the wind. So every little gust of wind, you're having to fight it and bring it back, and that made it really hard going.
The other thing that strikes you about this is how unbelievably close you are to the spinning propeller. It's right here, right next to you. In fact, you've got a small shield here, which is to prevent you from inadvertently putting your arm out, I would assume, because if you did, you might get it whacked off.
That's right. The tips of the propeller come within 6 inches of the side. The pounding from the pressure waves from the tips of the propeller
must have been definite.
It's quite debilitating. It's hour after hour, and you've got this slight thumping going on your skull from the propellers moving past. You finish up with a headache at the end of each stage.
One by one, all teams got underway from Hounslow Heath. But it wasn't long before the race exacted a terrible toll, as fledgling technology was pushed to the limit. The Alliance P2 Seabird took off a day after the Vimy, but within minutes it had crashed into an orchard, killing the crew, Roger Douglas and Leslie Ross. The suspected cause? Damage from a heavy landing in the days before the flight. Howell and Fraser were plagued with bad weather from the moment of takeoff in their mountainside. 6 days into the flight, they were spotted circling in semi-darkness off the island of Corfu before landing in the ocean. Howell's body washed ashore. Fraser was officially listed as missing at sea. The Blackburn Kangaroo suffered so many engine woes, it sparked rumours of sabotage. Flying over the Mediterranean, the crew was forced back to Crete with a disastrous oil leak. Their race came to an end 17 days after leaving England, in a ditch beside the wall of a mental hospital. All 4 crew were lucky to survive. Matthews and Kay, the first entrants to take off in the Sopwith Wallaby, were delayed by bad weather, then imprisoned as suspected Bolsheviks in Yugoslavia, then hit by more bad weather and mechanical problems. Somehow they made it all the way to Bali, where they crashed on landing 6 months after they took off. Both survived. Perhaps the most intrepid team of all was that of battling Ray Pera and John McIntosh. Emblazoned with the initials PD in honour of their sponsor, Scottish whisky magnate Peter Dawson, the aircode DH9 took off in January 1920, after the race had already been won. Their plane was damaged by storms and engine fires, and a seemingly endless number of crashes. In Burma, they suffered a bad accident while just trying to avoid the welcoming crowd. They finally reached Darwin in August 1920, 207 days after leaving. But they were still celebrated as the first crew to fly a single-engine plane from England to Australia, earning a consolation prize from the government for their efforts. So now, French pilot Etienne Poulet had become the biggest threat to Ross Smith and his team. The Vimy was slowly narrowing the French crew's 3,000-mile lead, but it was incredibly hard going. They hit headwinds and torrential rains over Italy and became bogged at Pisa.
30 Italian mechanics tried to pull them out, but in the end Ross Smith decided that the answer was for one of the mechanics, Jim Bennett, to actually put all of his force down on the tailplane and run along beside the plane as Ross was taxiing along. And Ross said, when the wheels start lifting off from the earth, you need to sprint and jump into the back cockpit. Wally Shire's going to pull you in.
So I said to Benny, I said, I'll tell you what we could do. Now, I said, I'll fasten the rope around you, one of the guy ropes that we carried. And I said, as soon as she moves onto those wheels, I said, then I can pull you in I said, and you'll have the motion of the machine on the ground.
I suddenly realized that Bennett was not on board, but as I had got the machine moving at last, I was afraid to stop her again. I felt sure he would clamber on board somehow, as I had previously told him that as soon as the machine started to move, he would have to make a flying jump for it, or else take the next train to Rome.
I pulled Benny in head first into the cockpit, and Benny, by this time, we were flying through the water, going everywhere.
We gathered way very rapidly, and after leaving the ground, I was delighted to see Sergeant Bennett on board.
And when they arrived in Cairo, it looked like the race was over.
They found a crack in one of the pipes, and they telegraphed to England and said, can you send us a repair?
It was going to take weeks for a new engine to be shipped out. Ross Smith realised that meant the 30-day time frame for winning the £10,000 was gone.
So their mechanic, Shires, had the great idea.
There was a crack in the induction pipe. So anyhow, after a while, I thought, he said, Brownie, we've got chewing gum on that boat. Now, this is true. You laugh at this. So I turned around and I got up in the cockpit, pulled out the box of spearmint chewing gum that they'd given us in England, the spearmint chewing gum people. Anyhow, we start chewing it up, little flakes, you know. And we chewed it up until we got quite a ball of it, you see. So I got onto this and I rammed it out into a nice tape, you know. So I took it up, I put it around that brake where it was, and I painted it with black shellac. So I said to Ross, I said, I think she ought to be all right, Ross. He said, good. He said, that's good. He said, we'll take her up and try her.
The following morning, he and Ross went up for a test flight, and hallelujah, it was fine, and they were back in the race.
It was while in Cairo that Ross Smith was reminded of the shocking odds facing them all.
I bought a news sheet and read, with a shock of keen regret, of the accident that had befallen our gallant competitors, Lieutenants Douglas and Ross, who had both been killed practically at the starting post.
There was still a long way to go, and beyond India, there were new problems to contend with. Airstrips were practically non-existent. They would have to make do with racetracks, jungle clearings, and mudflats, far from ideal for the lumbering Vimy. But that wasn't their only worry. Ditching into dense jungle or the ocean, far from civilization, would likely mean a death sentence. Even if they survived a crash, they had no radio on board and barely any food.
We carried an emergency ration consisting of tinned meat and biscuits, together with some chocolate and bovril. This was in case we should be forced to land in some obscure place, and roughly we had enough food to last us 7 days. A fishing line and a few hooks were also carried in case we should land on some small, uninhabited island and have to do the Robinson Crusoe act for a time.
These incredible aerial photos were actually taken by the Vimy crew themselves. To help share some insights into leading a crew, I've invited a former NASA colleague of mine to visit the Vimy hangar.
The leadership question is interesting because you've commanded shuttle crews, you've also commanded a large US Air Force military transport, military tanker. What do you think is the most important leadership characteristic that Ross Smith must have had to be able to lead this crew on this epic mission?
Unflagging optimism. I think that's a hugely important characteristic, that there was certainty and a positive and enthusiastic and confident attitude. We're going to do this. We're going to get through this. Yeah, this is a little bit of a hassle today, but it's going to be fine, and we're going to make it.
Everything was worked in harmony. Little bits of things happened, but there was always Ross and Keith ready to have a good laugh and say, well, forget about it, you chaps.
Fatigue was another challenge for the crew. After a long day of flying, their work was far from done. The mechanics often had to work on the Vimy all through the night.
Every day these engines had to be worked on. Their oil changes were very regular. There were adjustments being made. Small things were breaking on the engines all the time. And the mechanics probably had more physical time on the aircraft than the pilots actually did.
The Vimy crew cleared one of their biggest psychological hurdles on the 29th of November. Looking down onto a Burmese aerodrome, they spotted the tiny French Caudron aircraft. They'd caught Poulet. by now, the whole world was gripped by the race across the globe between the Australians and the Frenchmen. After their rendezvous, the two crews agreed to fly on together from Burma. But it turned out to be the end of the line for the plucky Poulet.
He, in fact, never got further than Burma or modern-day Myanmar because his plane broke down.
There was to be no rest for the Vimy crew. Now it was all about a race against time. And it had become a truly international effort to get them to the finish line.
Just outside Baghdad, 50 Indian cavalrymen held the plane down all night in a raging sandstorm. It really felt like the world was willing these men across the line.
There were moments during the flight that seemed like it was all over. I'm thinking particularly in Singora, in Siam, modern-day Thailand, where they landed on an airfield that was full of tree stumps and actually broke the tail skid of the Vimy. It seemed at that point they would never get off. They didn't have any fuel delivered there. There was, of course, the famous bamboo runway at Surabaya. Again, another instance where it seemed completely hopeless. It seemed like they would be taking the next boat home to Australia and shipping the Vimy at some time later.
Now, Surabaya was a place that the Dutch people were in command. They heard about us coming, and they sort of dredged the channels to make an aerodrome. But they hadn't been informed what sort of machine was coming. And this is where we made the mistake, is when we went in, it was only just a crust on the top of the water, and of course we went right into the bog.
I don't think I have ever felt so tired or so miserable in my life as I did then. We were only 1,200 miles from Australia. We still had 4 of our 30 days left in which to do it. And yet, to all intents and purposes, we were hopelessly stuck in this quagmire without a chance of getting out of it. It seemed as if victory were to be snatched from us at the last moment.
In Surabaya, in Indonesia, they had villagers streaming in with these huge pieces of matting on their heads. These Indonesian villagers had pulled the matting off the walls of their homes to lay this bamboo runway 300 metres long because the Vimy's wheels kept sinking down into this bog, so they laid this runway so the plane could take off. And off they went, you know, with bits of bamboo matting flying everywhere, and these villagers, you know, left to basically take their homes, you know, back again. But just beautiful stories of people coming out to help them across the globe and getting them home.
On the morning of December 10th, the Vimy left Timor, the last stop before Australia.
We set our compass course for Darwin, and with a "here goes," we were out over the sea.
It was a daunting prospect, a 6-hour, 466-mile crossing of the shark-infested Timor Sea. So it was with huge relief they spotted an Australian battleship halfway across. The HMAS Sydney had been positioned there in case the air racers were forced to ditch.
We swooped low, and exactly at 12 minutes past noon, passed over the vessel, seeing plainly the upturned faces of the sailors and their waving hands. It was a cheer of welcome quite different from anything that we had experienced on the long journey.
The crew dropped them a message in a bottle.
Very glad to see you. Many thanks for looking after us. Going strong.
Here in Darwin, preparations were underway for the arrival of the Vimy and her crew. A landing site was prepared by inmates from the local prison, clearing the bush to create a runway. The path of that runway is still visible today as an unusually long and straight stretch of road, known appropriately as Ross Smith Avenue.
2 hours after the Vimy passed over the HMAS Sydney, and with the fuel tanks almost dry, a welcome sight loomed up ahead.
We saw ahead what appeared to be haze, but which we hoped was land, though neither dared express his hopes. 10 minutes later, and hailing Benetton Shires, we pointed joyfully to Bathurst Island Lighthouse. It was just 2:06 p.m. when, as our diary prosaically notes, we observed Australia. 3:50 p.m. Vimy GEAOU landed. Darwin. 27 days, 20 hours from England to Australia.
After a total of 135 hours in the air, they'd done it.
We had won the race against time and the £10,000 prize with just 52 hours to spare. The hardships and perils of the past month were forgotten in the excitement of the present. We shook hands with one another, our hearts swelling with those emotions invoked by achievement and the glamour of the moment. It was, and will be, perhaps, the supreme hour of our lives.
The excited locals lifted the crew onto their shoulders, ignoring dire health warnings about catching the Spanish flu or other diseases from the overseas travelers. After the Vimy had landed, the crew were transferred here to Government House, and telegrams started flooding in from King George V, from world leaders, from the Prime Minister, Billy Hughes, but most importantly from their greatly relieved family members. The bewildered crew was shown newspaper clippings from all around the world tracking their flight. They had become global superstars. Ross Smith was incredulous and said, surely everyone had gone mad, or had we? Why all this fuss and excitement?
Ross and Keith Smith flew over countries that had never seen an aeroplane before. No one had gone as far as Ross and Keith Smith.
It wasn't just a big event for Australia. This was world famous. This was world news. It dominated the headlines all around the world.
The press called Ross Smith a latter-day Captain Cook. The New York Times said he was the foremost living aviator. So, Pam, how important do you think this flight is in the history of aviation?
I think it's incredibly significant. And if you think about it, it was actually only 16 years from the Wright brothers. So the technology development, it was still very primitive. So the idea that this very primitive technology could be used to accomplish this incredibly challenging long-distance mission, it is very much like Apollo.
The challenges they faced were monumental, and you know, we probably just take it for granted. But without those pioneers, we would not have the ability to do what we do today.
Yeah, they showed that a flight like that was possible from an engineering point of view. It was the first time it had been done.
Absolutely, and from that point on, aircraft just progressed and got more and more sophisticated, and you know, bluntly more comfortable as well.
Ross Smith was Australia's first great aviation pioneer, but I think it was him, perhaps more than anyone else, who brought the air age to Australia and helped a sense of air-mindedness and a sense of the future potential that aviation had for the world.
The first person to greet Ross in Darwin was fellow Flying Corps pilot Hudson Fysh. He'd been tasked with surveying landing sites for the competitors, driving overland across northern Australia with another airman, Paul McGuinness. A year later, in 1920, they used that same survey to start flights for their Queensland and Northern Territory aerial services. It's better known today as Qantas. The exhausted Vimy crew spent 2 full days in Darwin, time enough to overhaul the engines.
Almost reverently, we looked over the Vimy, and unspoken admiration crept over us. The Vimy had passed through every possible climatic rigor, and practically without any attention. Not once from the time we took our departure from Hounslow had she ever been under shelter. And now, as I looked over her, aglow with pride, the Vimy loomed up as the zenith of man's inventive and constructional genius.
A lavish banquet was thrown for them at the Victoria Hotel. Afterwards, Ross and Keith Smith signed the wall here of the old hotel. In years to come, that would become a tradition as other aviators visited the city when Darwin became the gateway to and from Australia for long-haul aviation. The Smith brothers' signatures have largely faded in the passage of time, but other famous signatures are clearly visible, such as Charles Kingsford Smith, Bert Hinkler, Hudson Fysh, co-founder of Qantas, and Lane Kitby, who flew the Vimy replica here 25 years ago. If the crew was exhausted, the Vimy was on her last legs. But Ross Smith was determined to push on, fearful of being trapped for months in Darwin by the arrival of the tropical wet season. Wherever they stopped, the crowds grew larger. Everyone wanted to see the superstars who'd flown halfway around the world. In Sydney, Ross and Keith saw their parents for the first time since they had gone to war. And Wally Shires even took time out to marry his longtime fiancée, Helena Alford. A whole 2 months later, they flew into Melbourne to receive the £10,000 cheque, close to $1 million in today's money. The prize was split evenly between the four of them. Ross and Keith Smith were granted knighthoods. The mechanics were promoted to lieutenants.
But only the mechanics clearly made a significant contribution to the success of this flight. Do you think they got the recognition they deserved?
We've got to remember that it was 1919. The officers, by and large, got the big kudos for something like this. You know, Ross and Keith were knighted. I would knight them, but in those days, the other ranks, it just wasn't something that happened.
But Sir Ross Smith wouldn't rest until he finished the epic flight in his hometown of Adelaide, South Australia. By journey's end, they'd covered 14,000 miles, or almost 23,000 kilometres, since leaving England.
It was probably one of the most important flights ever after the Wright brothers. It proved that long-distance air travel was possible, and no one had flown anywhere near that distance anywhere on a single flight.
The legacy is astonishingly important. They laid the foundations for the types of long-haul flights we now take for granted. We now know we can fly to Australia non-stop. Astonishing.
It led to Qantas. It paved the way and was one of the reasons that the RAAF was born out of the Australian Flying Corps after the war. It showed the world that global commercial aviation would one day be possible. It was just so far ahead of its time that we've all forgotten about it.
Film and photos taken by the Vimy crew were edited into a travel documentary, which Sir Ross Smith presented in person to hundreds of thousands of people around the country. For many, it was the first time they'd seen the wonders of the world, such as the pyramids and the Taj Mahal, and all from the air.
At the end of the war, people like Ross and people of that generation must have been exhausted after this horrific experience in combat and would want nothing more than to just come home, yet he took on this huge challenge of flying from England to Australia. Why do you think he did that?
Throughout Ross Smith's life, there seems to be this constant desire for something else. He's constantly aspiring to improve himself and to achieve more. And I think after the war, he was just not ready to go home and settle down back into civilian life. In fact, I think the prospect of that actually frightened him, and as it did to a lot of men. And I think given the opportunity to go on to something bigger and greater, which is to see what aviation would now mean for the post-war world, I think it was an opportunity he just couldn't pass up.
But it was this desire to go on to bigger and better things that was to prove Ross Smith's undoing. In 1922, along with brother Keith and mechanic Jim Bennett, he set his sights on becoming the first pilot to circumnavigate the globe. Ross returned to the Vickers factory in Brooklands for a test flight of a Viking aircraft with Jim Bennett at his side. Hundreds had gathered to watch Ross put the amphibious Viking through its paces. Keith was supposed to be on board with them, but his train had been delayed. He arrived just in time to see the plane spiraling out of the sky. Ross Smith's life ended. His body pinned under the mangled wreckage. Jim Bennett died moments later from horrific injuries. This is the actual location of the crash that took the lives of Ross Smith and Jim Bennett, just inside of the Brooklands airfield where it had started just 3 years before. A heartbroken Keith Smith had to relay the news back home to Australia by telegram.
Ross and Bennett killed instantaneously this morning. You nothing. I'm all right. Inform Mother. Love, Keith Smith.
News of his death reached Adelaide within hours via the telegram service. Keith didn't want his mum and dad to be reading about it in the newspapers, so he got a cable through to them and through to the Bennett family as well. And the city was in complete shock. There was an outpouring of grief. The government, in consultation with the family, decided to repatriate the remains of Ross and Jim Bennett as well, and they shipped them home. The newspapers have no idea of how many people came out, but all the way from the city up to North Road Cemetery, the roads were lined with people. Tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of people came out to pay their respects. And that's an indication of just how important Ross was to the people of this city. They really did see him as the best of them.
Ross Smith was 29 when he died, and by all accounts he was a rare individual. He certainly had great skills as a professional aviator, but he also seemed to have had natural-born talents as a leader. He had what later generations would describe as the right stuff. Here in the city of Adelaide, where I was born and raised, travel by air was still a novelty when I was growing up. And for a young boy with a keen interest in building model airplanes and rockets, nothing was more exciting than going to the airport and watching giant aircraft take off and land. And it was during one such trip that I made a truly amazing discovery. It was the actual Vickers Vimy flown by Ross Smith. The story inspired me to believe the sky is never the limit. I became an aerospace engineer and then a NASA astronaut. In 1996, I went into space for the first time as crew member on the shuttle Endeavour. And the pilot wings worn by Ross and Keith Smith traveled with me to honor that epic flight of 1919. Yet a century on, Ross Smith is rarely named among the world's pioneering aviators, but another Australian is. Charles Kingsford Smith made the first trans-Pacific flight from the United States to Australia in 1928. Smithy went on to set records for other long-distance flights, but he disappeared during a speed record attempt from England to Australia in 1935. Could Ross Smith have faded from history simply because of his name?
I think, Andy, there's a few elements to that. I think having the surname Smith probably hasn't helped, both because of its how common it is, but also because the other, or one of the other great Australian aviation pioneers, Sir Charles Kingsford Smith, he often gets confused. While writing my book, on numerous occasions people have come and asked me, how's the Kingsford Smith book going? And I've got to explain, no, it's the other Smith.
Sir Keith Smith continued working in aviation until his death from cancer in 1955. He was survived by his widow, Lady Anita Smith. Wally Shires, seen here at the opening of the Vimy hangar in the late 1950s, was the last surviving crew member. He died in Adelaide a decade later, aged 79. None of the Vimy crew had children, so there are no direct descendants alive today. And as for the old Vickers Vimy, well, she's set to take centre stage once again, the star attraction in a new terminal at Adelaide Airport. Some people say that this plane is the spirit of St. Louis of Australia. Would you think that's a fair?
Absolutely. I would argue that the achievement was more substantial than that. It was the moon landing of its day. I really believe that.
So, Jim, we have 3 airplanes that capture the development of aviation for the last century. What do you think's next? What's the future of aviation?
Well, it's interesting, Andy. I think we've sort of gone slightly backwards. You know, we had aircraft like Concorde in the 60s and the 70s that were achieving Mach II flight. And since Concorde went out of service, we've been back below the speed of sound in terms of passenger transport. So hopefully we'll move back there and forward, you know, into areas like hypersonics. Obviously, there's another generation of spaceflight to Mars and beyond. And then I guess in the atmosphere, we're going to be looking at things like electric aircraft.
Now, Jim, in the big air race of 1919, a number of crews participated. There were some accidents along the way, some tragedies. I'd like to offer a salute to those participants, and I'm told that in early days of aviation, pilots would tip their wings to acknowledge their compatriots.
Yeah.
I think we could do that for them.
I think we could. They used to do a bit of a wing waggle. So I think if we spoke to the Tiger Moth pilot, I'm sure he'd be more than happy to help us out.
Okay, let's go. My grandfather was a young returned soldier when the Vimy landed in Darwin in 1919. He lived to see Neil and Buzz walk on the moon in 1969, just 50 years later. And at the end of his life, in the early 1980s, he saw the first space shuttle launch. And it's amazing to think that all those advances took place in the course of just one human lifetime. There have been many trailblazing air races since the England to Australia flight of 1919. But this should surely be remembered as the greatest air race of all.
In an era when fighter aircraft were as small, sleek, light and maneuverable as their designers could ensure, in the midst of Spitfires, Messerschmitts and Mustangs, there was one World War II fighter that was huge, snub-nosed and cumbersome-looking. Roughly twice the weight of its contemporaries, it was called the Jug, because, stood on its nose, it looked like a milk jug. The Republic P-47 Thunderbolt was a late starter in the war, its design being influenced by events already happening in Europe with the air battles over Poland and France. Despite the late entry into the inventory, it was to be built in greater numbers than any other American fighter before or since. It was fast, dependable, could take major damage and survive, and packed heavy and effective firepower. The P-47 derived from a series of planes produced by the Sovetski Aircraft Corporation under the direction of two Russian emigres, Alexander Sovetski and Alexander Kartveli. By the time the P-47 flew, the company was the Republic Aircraft Corporation, and Sovetski had left. But the plane's origins go back to 1931. Alexander Sovetski came to the United States already a pilot and already an aviation enthusiast. His father had been the first private owner pilot of an aeroplane in Imperial Russia, and Alexander had flown in the First World War in the Imperial Air Force with distinction. He came to the USA in 1917 on a naval air mission and stayed on after the revolution at home, working for the Army Air Force. He set up an aviation company in 1922 on the proceeds of engineering patents he'd sold to the US government, and in 1931 set up the Sovetski Aircraft Corporation. After Kartveli joined the company, his basic configuration around the radial air-cooled engine soon developed into planes that dominated the Bendix trophy races in the mid-30s. With Jackie Cochran as one of the consistently winning Savesky pilots helping to create media interest, the company became, quite justifiably, well known. The virtues of the Savesky planes were their long range and relatively high cruising speed. Flat out, they were among the fastest American planes of their day. And in 1937, when most Army and Navy pursuit planes were stretched at 200 miles per hour, Jackie Cochran caused a sensation with a speed of 304 miles per hour set while breaking a record at the National Air Show. By 1938, Savesky planes had won 3 Bendix trophies in a row. Following an accident, Savesky himself gave up active participation in the races, to later rest worries in the government that his company would fold if he were to be killed. The government interest was not surprising. The Army had bought their first Savesky planes in 1935. The basic trainer, the BT-8, developed from Savesky's 2-seat XBT. More relevant to the P-47's development was the Sev-1 XP, which was the basis of Savesky's first sale of pursuit aircraft, the P-35, first US fighter to have retractable wheels. The P-35, while a step forward for US fighters, was outclassed by the developments in the German and British air forces, being underpowered and hence too slow, though it did have good maneuverability and range. It was soon overtaken, and the company given contracts to develop the concept into the supercharged YP-43, which itself went into production only as a stopgap measure to keep the production line together while redesigns of first the P-44, which was never built, and then the P-47s went on. Neither P-35 nor P-43 were effective fighters by the time they were deployed. Like the P-43, the P-44 was to have been built around a turbo-supercharged radial engine and would have been about the size of most of the fighters of its time. But, like the earlier 2 designs, it was light on both protective armor and firepower. Cartvelli and his team were racing to catch up to the rest of the world, and designs were now commenced for a new plane that was given the number P-47, to be worked around a large liquid-cooled engine, with plans being submitted to the Air Board in August 1939. A fortnight later, Hitler's posturing around Poland suddenly turned savagely into war, and the American designers were confronted with stunning evidence of how inadequate their current thinking was. The war that Hitler and his generals were equipped and ready to fight was a new technologically advanced lightning war. Much of the army was horse-drawn and outdated, but the attacking fists of the German panzers, with the Luftwaffe's total dominance and ruthless exploitation in the air, crushed the Polish defenses quickly. While the US had its own very good strategic bombers like the B-17, they were obviously still lagging far behind in fighter aircraft, in all the fighter roles. Faced with news of the Nazi bombing strikes on cities and towns in the opening campaigns of the war, the US faced the chilling, though distant possibility of being unable to repulse such forces with its existing planes. Like the P-47, all the designs going to the US Army, though promising, were based on new liquid-cooled engines that were still not working satisfactorily, and there was a cautious desire to retain some capability using the tried and tested radial engines. To give spur to Cartvelli, there was available a new, huge radial with 2,000 horsepower, and the plane was literally designed around the power plant and the ducting for the massive turbo supercharger built into the fuselage. The giant they created was theoretically a plane of great speed, 400 miles per hour was the target, and great height, with a massive punch from the 8 heavy machine guns mounted in its wings. It was called the P-47B, and the first one was produced on May the 6th, 1941. Despite teething trouble that included the loss of planes due to engine failures and due to their tendency to go too fast for their airframe to hang together, production and development proceeded rapidly in parallel, the C model and the D model both appearing by the end of 1942. The plane, though dogged by persistent crashes, had easily exceeded some of its targets, and its top speed of 430 miles per hour was welcomed, as was the evident power of its armament. It was accepted as well suited to its express role of cutting off and destroying attacking enemy bombers. However, as the problems were sorted out and the planes began to multiply, need dictated their deployment for a different role entirely, that of escorting the bombers operating from England. Dispersed around England, teams of civilian mechanics and engineers assembled the planes shipped over the Atlantic. Soon, in addition to this task, they would be carrying out major repairs on battle-damaged planes.
Okay, what's that, Scott? Okay, what's that, Scott?
The first plane had been unloaded a few days before Christmas 1942, and as soon as the Thunderbolt became available, they were rushed through operational assessments, and plans to equip 3 groups went ahead. There was some skepticism about the big fighter. It had been flown against captured German planes and found to have only one major advantage: speed, being outmaneuvered and out-accelerated by the Nazi aircraft. Additionally, it did not have sufficient range to escort the bombers all the way to Germany. But despite this, given the absence of any more suitable weapons, the P-47s were sent to battle protecting the bomber raids. The first operational sortie over Praus was flown on the 8th of April 1943. Though mechanical failures still led to losses of aircraft, the pilots were adjusting to their new fighters with increasing appreciation of their toughness, speed, and firepower. Using a variety of external fuel tanks to extend their range, the Thunderbolts were rapidly assimilated into the combat, and within a short time, tactics were developed to exploit their overall speed advantage, which saw them earning a good reputation for matching and besting the Messerschmitts and Focke-Wulf. Flying in shifts to escort the bombers out as far as possible and meet them on their return, the rapidly proliferating jugs were soon familiar sights to the people of England, and to the pilots of the Luftwaffe. The bombers had been designed to provide one another with mutual support from massed machine guns, in the mistaken belief that they would be able to ward off attack on the way to their targets and home again. The need to fight fighters with fighters had not been fully appreciated, and there had been severe bomber losses in the initial phases of the campaign. Even with fighter protection, the big planes were vulnerable, and losses continued. However, though it may seem callous, the continued campaign was slowly having a major effect, in that the Germans could afford their losses of aircraft and pilots less than the Allies could. The longer the campaign went on, through flak and fighters to the factories and infrastructure of Germany, the more the wearing down was to gather momentum. At the time of this raid, to Emden in September 1943, the men flying the Allied planes would not have been aware of this long-term effect, as much as they were aware of the very real and vicious presence of swarms of German attackers. The Germans' tactics determined that their fighters would concentrate on attacking the bombers and not engage the escorts unless it was unavoidable. This suited the high-flying Thunderbolts, which could stooge around above the formations of bombers and dive to intercept the attackers. Once the Thunderbolt had built up speed in diving onto the Germans, there was little they could do to escape. Tactics they had employed on Spitfires, of diving away from attack, simply played into the P-47's hands, and the Nazis learned the hard way that there was no way to outrun the Jugs. The strategic bombing offensive continued through 1943 and 1944 with very little let-up. And as the campaign proceeded and tactics were adjusted back and forth, the tide continued to surely run out on the Nazis. Their losses of planes were bad enough, but their losses of pilots were unsustainable. Their aces were going. The veterans of Spain, Poland, France and Russia were thinned out by each successive demand. In addition, the planes that had been all-powerful had been bested, first by the Spitfires and Hurricanes of the British, and then by the newer American types. Worse, they were not being replaced by better planes. The constant revising of the Me-109 saw its effectiveness tumble as its weight rose, and the FW-190 too started to show signs of having outstayed its era. The Germans had the knowledge to have wrested control with jet fighters, but through Hitler's mistrust and a generalized lack of foresight, the fighter potential of planes like the Me-262 was to be overlooked until it was too late for them to swing the balance back to the Germans. So 1943 and 1944 saw the Luftwaffe decline, to the point where, far from having absolute air superiority throughout Europe, the Germans could not even control the skies over their own homeland. Losses in the bomber fleets were at times very heavy. The theoretical assumptions of the commanders that things were worse for the enemy can't have been much comfort for the B-17 crews. mass raids on the German cities left the Luftwaffe with no option but to oppose the bombers with all the weapons at their disposal. While the pounding of the right went on, devastating the cities and making the continuance of war production increasingly difficult, the German Air Force had to continue to suffer losses that it could not make good. Given that many of the P-47s were leaving their bombing support missions with ammunition aplenty still on board, it was but a small lateral thought to employ that firepower to good effect on the way home. From a relatively ad hoc beginning, this soon became official policy, and the shifts of fighters were slightly shortened to ensure a small margin of remaining fuel for these strafing runs. The railways and airfields of the Germans came in for special attention. The Luftwaffe found itself being destroyed on the ground, and the P-47 found itself increasingly regarded as a ground attack weapon. The air war in the Pacific had rapidly adjusted from the initially stunning Japanese successes, and the US, recognizing the importance of air superiority and with its enormous material advantage, pushed a string of airfields across the Japanese Empire aimed at Japan herself. From these bases, secured by the Japanese inability to compete with the quality and quantity of American planes, America's economic power translated itself into a military force that was unstoppable. The great distances involved in almost every mission meant that the Jugs were not ideally suited to the arena, and the longer range of the P-38 and later the P-51 saw them preferred. However, many Thunderbolts were to see action in the area and played important roles in some campaigns. Once again, they gravitated to the ground attack role, and with devastating effect. Teamed with the Lightnings, they supplied precision tactical support in the intense ground fighting that characterized the island-hopping campaign that was closing in upon Japan. The ground crews had liked the Thunderbolts from the start. They were dependable and rugged and tolerant of difficult conditions. Their servicing had been thoughtfully considered by the designers, and every effort had been made to simplify matters. Though they had their own critical nuances and bad habits, these affected the pilots rather than the crews, and compared to many other marks, the mechanics rated them very highly. It was in the Pacific that they were to embark on one of their most celebrated missions, their involvement in the Battle of the Marianas. In late May 1944, at Bellows Field, Oahu, P-47s of the 318th Fighter Group were preparing for the coming invasion. After a ceremonial inspection and last-minute maintenance, the planes were flown the short distance to Ford Island at Pearl Harbor, where they could be landed beside the docks. From the airstrip, they were wheeled up to the side of waiting ships and then swung aboard. The ships were two of the Bay class of Jeep carrier, the USS Manila Bay and USS Natoma Bay. The 3 squadrons of Thunderbolts were quietly loaded and stowed. Elsewhere in the harbor, the first convoy of the invasion fleet was readied, and, along with the assault troops, the ships took on board the 804th Aviation Engineers Battalion and the equipment needed to construct an airstrip as soon as a site could be captured and made safe. Also traveling on that first convoy was a contingent of P-47 ground crew from the fighter group. They sailed from Hawaii to the Marshall Islands, where the invasion fleets were assembled. Back at Pearl Harbor, the last of the fighters was carefully loaded as the second invasion convoy prepared for departure. The invasion of the Marianas was a major step forward for the Allies. From Saipan, Tinian, or Guam, they would be in a position to strike next at Okinawa or Formosa, bypassing the Philippines and neutralizing the large Japanese garrisons there. More immediately, they would be able to effectively complete the blockade of Japan, cutting her off from her vital supplies of war materials, particularly rubber and oil. The Marianas was clearly going to be a campaign the Japanese could not sidestep. The stakes were too high. To lose the Marianas would leave even the Japanese unable to deny, at home or abroad, that they were beaten. It would be evident from that point on that the only factors would be time and fanaticism. The eventual outcome would not be in doubt. On the morning of the 15th of June, the first Marines hit the beaches of Saipan. As with other campaigns, the important islands were the three with airstrips, Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. With 32,000 Japanese troops on Saipan, it had the largest garrison, and the decision was made to attack there first. By nightfall on the 15th, 20,000 American troops were ashore, within a perimeter of fiercely determined Japanese resistance. A bloody process of inching forward followed. At the beaches, the flood of men and machines was speeded up, and then most of the convoy was withdrawn to a safe distance as the Japanese fleet tried to intervene. Over the horizon from the battle on the island, the two aircraft carrier fleets were edging into range of one another. On the 19th, the naval battle commenced, and the Japanese fleet was ground down in its most telling defeat of the war by the almost insolent force of Admiral Spruance's Fifth Fleet, the most powerful fleet in the world. Meanwhile, the invading troops at Saipan pushed relentlessly on ashore, fighting a fierce and sustained battle with the Japanese troops dug in on the hills of the island. On the 17th, the US forces captured Aslito Airfield, and by the 18th, the Japanese had been pushed far enough back for the engineers to be moved in to commence reconstruction. The scene of destruction at the airfield was testimony to its battering over the previous few weeks. The carrier-borne bombers and fighters of the fleet had attacked it constantly, and then it had been bitterly contested in the ground fighting. Littering the airfield were the wrecks of Japanese planes. They had, by the 20th, lost 450 aircraft in the course of the campaign, with most of their crews. It was a loss their air power would not recover from in the rest of the war. The engineers dug in, still in danger of Japanese attack and sniper fire, and then proceeded to recreate an airfield out of the rubble. On the 22nd, 7 days after the first troops went ashore, the runway was ready, and the 2 transport carriers stood to, 60 miles out to sea, to launch the Thunderbolts ashore. Needless to say, Carvelli had not designed his big brute of a fighter with the confinements of a carrier in mind. However, there was no intention of landing them back on board. They were loaded onto the catapult and shot off, one every 2 minutes. All planes were catapulted successfully, and they flew into their new base, which had been renamed Isley Field. As they circled to land, they could see the smoke of battle raging along the hills only a few miles away.
In a few moments, we'll be starting our in-flight service. We'll be serving complimentary drinks and snacks. Please look in your seat back for our list of complimentary and premium drinks. Premium drinks are available for a small charge. Please note that we
No
only
sooner
accept
had they landed than they were in action. The first planes ashore had carried out several successful strikes before nightfall that day. The 4 heavy half-inch machine guns were mounted in the outer wing, beyond the housing for the undercarriage. The arrangement of the 4 ammunition belt feeds to the breeches required the staggered positioning of the guns. As with most of the plane's layout, the armament installation was practical, strongly constructed, and simple to access and service. The Thunderbolt's increasingly potent external tactical stores were also simple to load. The rocket installations had at first been inefficiently designed, and there had been difficulties with their accuracy. But these problems had been quickly overcome with realization of the potential of the combination of fighter and rocket. Though not much of a dive bomber, due to the problem of its tendency to gather too much speed, the Thunderbolt had a good lifting ability and could deliver two 500-pound bombs with considerable accuracy in low, high-speed passes. Saipan was the scene for the Thunderbolts to be the first planes to use a new weapon in combat, napalm. Using external fuel tanks as containers, napalm bombs were constructed on the planes. The mixture of napalm and gasoline was pumped into the tanks, and a detonator was fitted. The fighters were an important factor in the rest of the Saipan campaign and the campaigns on Tinian and Guam. The fighting on Saipan went on into the first weeks of July, with Japanese losses over 26,000 troops. And on the 23rd of that month, the invasion of Tinian was commenced. Throughout, the Jugs made thousands of the short hops from the airfield to the battlefield and back, giving close and decisive support to the ground troops. Though the Japanese on Tinian fought hard, whatever they had no hope of success. The Thunderbolts had complete possession of the air and were almost free to do as they pleased in attacking the beleaguered garrison. From the airfield, across the narrow strait, The ground crew and off-duty pilots were given a rare chance to watch the squadron's planes at work, with guns, rockets, bombs and napalm on the enemy defenses. That the battle for the Marianas was a turning point of the war is testified to by Tojo's government's resignation on the 18th of July. It was one of the major amphibious landings of the Pacific campaign, and the last time the Japanese fleet could muster an effective fleet air arm. It was also a great example of the way that the jugs were becoming an integral part of Army calculations on the battlefield. This importance was also reflected in their use in Europe in the latter parts of the war, particularly by the 9th Air Force. In the planning for the D-Day landings in Normandy, considerable attention had been given to the need for tactical ground support planes to be on hand, to disrupt any German attempt to concentrate force to throw the attackers back into the sea. During the early phases of the invasion, there were problems with liaison between ground and air forces. With the establishment of mechanisms for forward air controllers to maintain direct contact with the patrolling fighter bombers, the P-47s and other tactical airplanes became one of the Allies' most effective and important weapons in their inexorable progress across France and into Germany. As the front moved forward through the second half of 1944 and into 1945, air bases close to the action constantly seethed with the activity of the Thunderbolts. The deliberate campaign against the Luftwaffe had continued, and, coupled with the German losses in the air against the strategic raids, the ground attacks ensured that the Allies enjoyed total air supremacy over France and Germany even before the troops were landed. The Thunderbolts themselves were no longer much involved in the strategic campaign. Their limited range had seen them replaced in this role by the P-51 Mustang, which, with its coupling to the Rolls-Royce designed Merlin engine, had become one of the most potent fighters of the war. In addition to their direct support of the troops on the battlefield, the tactical role of the P-47 saw them involved in a massive campaign to disrupt the Nazis' transport systems, with paralyzing constant attacks on the roads and railways, delaying the movements of troops and panzers to the front, and inflicting heavy casualties on the German reserves before they could take up their positions. As the Allies overran the German army, the scenes of destruction that greeted them confirmed the effect of the tactical support. The paralysis of the railway networks in particular was a major triumph. In the German cities, the effect of the tactical bombing, coming on top of the sustained strategic campaign, meant that very large areas were totally destroyed. The advancing armies drove through scenes of destruction that were unparalleled in scope. The First World War had seen comparable desolation, but only in the relatively narrow confines of the battlefields. Here, entire countries had been laid waste. Production of the P-47s ended in December 1945. In the 4 years from the first flight of the plane in 1941, 15,683 had been built, the largest ever production run for an American-built fighter aircraft. The multitude of Thunderbolts had proved themselves very worthy weapons, and, particularly in their tactical use, had paved the way for many of the theories behind the developments in post-war military aviation. Ironically, given the assessment of them as primarily tactical support planes, the last Thunderbolts, the N model, were specifically developed as long-range escort fighters for use with the raids on Japan by the B-29s. After the war, the P-47s, like most of the World War II inventory, were overtaken by the rapidly developing jets, and there was no place for them in the front line of a major power. The P-47 was one of the most successful fighters of the war, and one of the Allies' main weapons. And there is no doubt that it was one of the truly outstanding aircraft of all time.
Overflying Russia for 4 years that they were making important advances in radar and missiles. And so in 1958, 2 years before Gary Powers was shot down, we decided we'd try to make a follow-on airplane, which became finally the SR-71, to fly higher and 4 times as fast. So that's the connection between the grandfather type and the SR-71.
Everyone called him Kelly. And as he reminisced that day about the genesis of his Mach 3 masterpiece, he could have just as easily reflected back on a time when aircraft designers were striving for 200 miles per hour, a time when he landed his first job at the fledgling Lockheed Aircraft Company. In 1932, a small group led by Robert E. Gross had purchased Lockheed out of bankruptcy for $40,000 and staked the company's future on the development of an all-metal, twin-engine transport. Models of the design were sent to the University of Michigan, where a young graduate student named Clarence L. Johnson conducted wind tunnel tests. Although his faculty advisors gave the design a passing grade, he wasn't much impressed. And after he'd been hired on as a tool designer at Lockheed in August of 1933, he let Chief Design Engineer Hal Hibbard know about it. Among other things, it'd be directionally unstable, especially with one engine out. A rather presumptuous, and certainly unconventional way for a 23-year-old to start his career with a new company, but it was only a hint of what would follow. The son of Swedish immigrants, he'd been nicknamed Kelly by classmates because of his quick temper, stubborn tenacity, and unwillingness to back down from a fight, even against overwhelming odds. Instead of reminding the outspoken young man of his place, Hibbard suggested he go back to the wind tunnel and see if he could improve the design. After 72 test runs, he came up with the solution, an unconventional twin-tail arrangement soon to become a Lockheed trademark. And the Model 10 Electra became the foundation for Lockheed's future growth as various models of the airplane helped revolutionize commercial air transport in the 1930s. With his work on the design, Kelly Johnson became the 6th member of an engineering department in an industry which then couldn't afford specialists. Working often simultaneously as an aerodynamicist, stress analyst, wake, wind tunnel, and flight test engineer, he also put in long hours out in the shop, getting hands-on production experience and learning firsthand the importance of designing producibility into an airplane. It was a real-world education on all phases of design and development that within a decade couldn't be duplicated. And the lessons learned became guideposts for the rest of his career. He flew, for example, as flight test engineer on all models of the Electra and worked for some of the most notable figures in aviation, such as Amelia Earhart. Out of this experience came his lifelong conviction that the designer had to be able to test his own airplane. As he later commented,
I decided at an early stage that unless I had health scared out of me once a year, I wouldn't have the proper balance to really design new airplanes of any type.
Kelly Johnson logged more than 2,300 hours as a flight test engineer. The versatile Electra spawned 2 major developments. One was the XC-35, a modified Model 10, which in 1937 first demonstrated the practical feasibility of transforming the entire fuselage into a pressurized cabin to permit comfortable high-altitude flight. Johnson was Lockheed's flight test engineer on this project, gaining first-hand experience with problems of pressurization, and more important, with the tremendous possibilities pioneered by this aircraft. Possibilities to which he and Hal Hibbard began to give serious consideration. Meanwhile, the Model 14 Electra incorporated a number of Johnson innovations, such as the first practical application of Fowler flaps, which both increased the wing's lifting surface and served to permit slower, shorter distance landings, an achievement which won him the 1937 Lawrence Sperry Award. In 1938, the high speed and innovative features of the Model 14 attracted British interest in its potential as an anti-submarine patrol plane. But the requirements necessitated a major redesign. Johnson worked around the clock for 3 days to transform the Model 14 into the Hudson bomber. The British ordered an initial batch of 250 aircraft. At that time, the largest production order ever received by an American company. But there would be many more, 2,000 to the RAF alone, out of a total production run of nearly 3,000 airplanes. The Hudson put Lockheed into the big time. But even as production was gearing up, Kelly Johnson and his colleagues were well into other, much more ambitious designs. The success of the pressurized XC-35 and the recognition that the next generation of air transports would be much larger, higher-speed, transoceanic aircraft inspired Johnson, Hibbert, and a small design team to lay out the now classic lines of the Model 49 Constellation in 1939. Using his soon-to-be legendary powers of persuasion, he convinced Lockheed to build its own wind tunnel, a decision that paid for itself many times over during the development of this design, as all aerodynamic problems were overcome early on, and not one external change had to be made to the actual aircraft. Hibbert was so impressed by Johnson's wizardry that he swore he could see air. Commercial development of the legendary Connie would be delayed by the war, and it first flew as the Army Air Force's C-69. This, however, provided time to refine the airplane so that at war's end, Lockheed was postured to capture a lion's share of the commercial market, and various models of the elegant Connie would continue to grace the world's airways into the late 1950s. At the time he laid down the basic design of the Constellation, Johnson was already well into another path-breaking project. In early 1937, responding to an Air Corps requirement for a high-altitude interceptor capable of 360 miles per hour, Johnson and Hibbert hastily conceived some possible configurations, depicted here in one of Kelly's rough sketches. As Johnson observed many times, in design, you're forced to develop unusual solutions to unusual problems. Their decision to go with an unconventional twin-boom configuration was dictated by another axiom. Design features are the creatures of necessity. The twin booms evolved as a logical development of engine nacelles which had to be extended to house the liquid-cooled engines, turbo superchargers, radiators, and main landing gear. It seemed logical then to simply extend the nacelles into booms which could carry the empennage. Their novel approach produced a winning design. And when the XP-38 was finally rolled out in January of 1939, its sleek lines bespoke speed. And when Lieutenant Ben Kelson took it up for its maiden flight, it delivered an impressive 403 miles per hour, far exceeding the requirements. Thus began the saga of the P-38 Lightning. The first American aircraft able to fly at such speeds, it offered dazzling performance and a host of new problems. For as it peeled over into dives at high altitudes, it could hit speeds approaching 500 miles per hour. In this region, the aircraft began to violently shake and nose over into increasingly steeper angles, and control forces became so heavy pilots couldn't pull out. Tragically, some never recovered. Kelly Johnson wasn't taken by surprise. Although many insisted it was tail flutter, he immediately recognized it as the then little understood phenomenon of compressibility. At 500 miles per hour, localized airflow over certain parts of the aircraft was reaching supersonic velocity, and this produced shock waves with serious problems. The P-38 was the first aircraft to encounter this, and so little was actually known about it that Johnson launched exhaustive wind tunnel studies and an accelerated dive test program headed by Chief Test Pilot Milo Burcham. After more than 2 years, he finally identified the problem as shock stall on the wing, which reduced lift and increased drag, thereby inducing the nose-down tuck. Typically, he was quick to devise a cleverly simple remedy, a dive flap mounted to the main wing spar that, when deployed, generated a positive pressure field, immediately restoring lift and a nose-up pitching moment. Thrown on every battlefield, the P-38 excelled in combat. Christened the fork-tailed devil by Germans, the versatile fighter, combining speed and load-carrying capability, proved adaptable to a wide array of combat roles, and its long legs made it ideal for the vast reaches of the Pacific, where it destroyed more enemy aircraft than any other Allied fighter. Impressive though it was, Kelly Johnson was never satisfied with it. He'd long foreseen the inherent limitations of prop-driven aircraft, and though unaware of developments in Germany and England, where turbojets had already been successfully developed, he decided that props had to go. Thus he and Hibbert became the first in this country to seriously pursue the possibilities of turbojet propulsion, when in 1939 they asked Nathan Price to design an experimental turbojet power plant. Design of the L-1000 got underway in 1940, and by 1942, Price had come up with a truly advanced design, a high compression ratio, twin spool, axial flow power plant promising an extraordinary 5,100 pounds of thrust. Meanwhile, Johnson and a young engineer named Willis Hawkins led a design team that came up with the L-133, a truly radical twin-engine stainless steel aircraft featuring thin wings and canard surfaces and projected to achieve 625 miles per hour at 50,000 feet. But surprisingly, when Johnson submitted a proposal for development of the engine and airframe in March 1942, the Army Air Forces showed little interest. Although launched long after his effort, top-secret development of an American turbojet fighter powered by a British Whittle engine was by then already underway. The Bell XP-59A first flew at Muroc Army Air Force Base on California's high desert in October of 1942, but it proved to be underpowered, overweight, and scarcely optimized for jet flight. And early on, the Army Air Forces decided that it wouldn't meet frontline fighter requirements, though Bell didn't yet know this, and the testing continued. On June 10, 1943, a Bell engineer at Muroc reported back that Johnson had been permitted to examine the still top-secret XP-59A, and he wondered what he was up to. Unbeknownst to Bell, the Army Air Force had already asked Lockheed to submit a proposal for a simpler, single-engine jet fighter built around a 3,000-pound thrust Alfred H-1 engine, which would be capable of frontline service. Johnson took in a lot that day, but he'd already been wrestling with jet propulsion for nearly 3 years, and he already had a suitable design well in hand. When he made his proposal at Wright Field on June 18th, he made the astounding promise that he'd deliver an aircraft within just 180 days. Getting immediate approval, he was cautioned that the utmost secrecy was required. Lockheed was already swamped in terms of manpower, tooling, and facilities with wartime contracts. But this was a blessing in disguise, an opportunity to implement an idea he'd been pestering Robert Gross about for years. Let him round up a small group of talented people, designers, engineers, and shopmen, put them under one roof where they could all work closely together, and give him complete authority over everything from procurement to flight test. With no other options, Gross said, "Go ahead." Stealing people from around the plant, just 28 engineers, including himself, and 105 shopmen, he also built a small facility out of discarded shipping crates, using a circus tent for a roof. On June 19th, he laid down the principles under which the project would operate. In 1.5 pages, now preserved on old photostats, they formed the basis for how he'd try to operate for the next 30 years. He'd be responsible for all decisions. Paperwork and red tape would be cut to the minimum. Each engineer would be designer, shop contact, parts chaser, and mechanic, and each would remain within a stone's throw of the shop at all times. There'd be but one object: to get a good airplane built on time. The daily log indicates that 2 days later, he laid out the horizontal structure of the organization. No pyramidal, multi-tiered layers of management. Each project engineer and the shop foreman would report directly to him. And in fact, he'd be looking over everyone's shoulder. He wanted information direct from the men doing the work. And if they had questions, they'd get decisions immediately on the spot. He promised the airplane In 180 days, as would become his custom, he gave his men 150. Their clock started ticking on June 23rd. Forcefully reminded that simplicity is the keynote of good design, the designers jumped into their work. But this was a new kind of operation, and instead of moving from stage to stage, the schedule demanded an extraordinary degree of concurrency. With finished detailed design still many weeks away, the mock-up was started on June 30th and completed by July 17th. By then, milling and fabrication of parts and the construction of jigs to assemble a prototype was already well underway, and by July 31st, the bulkheads were going into the jigs. And section by section, the airframe started coming together. Throughout this period, however, the design process continued. As concurrent wind tunnel tests revealed problems, the wing and the engine air inlets were the biggest headaches. He'd gambled on the wing, a laminar flow airfoil that had never before been tested on an airplane. And of course, nobody had had any experience with inlets. Johnson was willing to accept mistakes on such an accelerated and risky venture, as long as they were reported promptly. Typically, he never asked why, but what are you going to do to fix it? The project was so secret that his group didn't even have a name. The whole setup reminded one of his design engineers, Irv Culver, of the mysterious place where Hairless Joe, one of Al Cap's cartoon characters in Little Abner, ground up skunks, old shoes, and other unsavory ingredients to brew a potent concoction called Kickapoo Joy Juice. So inspired, he answered the phone one day, Skunk Works, Inside Man Culver. Though Johnson wasn't amused, his organization suddenly had a name that stuck. Remarkably, the completed aircraft arrived at Muroc on November 14th, just 143 days after startup. When the engine was run up 3 days later, there was a terrific roar as the inlet ducts collapsed, sending debris into the engine and cracking the impeller. It took 6 weeks to get a new engine, but on January 3rd, 1944, Milo Burcham successfully completed the taxi tests. And 5 days later, in the chill of the morning on January 8th, Johnson, in white coveralls, overcoat, and stocking cap, worked intently with his crew preparing for the first flight, as over 100 Skunk Works employees stood atop a hill looking on. He wanted everyone who'd worked on the airplane they now called Lulu Bell to be on hand. He told Burcham, just fly her, Milo, find out if she's a lady or a witch. 9:15, he took off. But only 5 minutes later, was taxiing back to report that the landing gear hadn't retracted and that the boosted ailerons felt too sensitive. While the gear problem was being fixed, Johnson assured him that the control sensitivity was normal, and at 10 o'clock, he took off again, and this time put on a dazzling 20-minute display, attaining a top speed of 490 miles per hour and reporting a roll rate of 360 degrees per second. Back on the ground, he was able to report that Lulu Bell was indeed a lady. The XP-8 ultimately became the first American aircraft to exceed 500 miles per hour, but this was only the beginning. For months, Johnson had been working on a larger, more advanced version with a 4,000-pound thrust General Electric I-40 engine, promising much greater speed. He promised the XP-80A just 150 days and delivered it in 132. But as Tony LeVere taxied in after the first flight on June 10th, he'd had a few surprises. Center of gravity miscalculations had caused porpoising. The faulty pressurization valve had channeled 325-degree engine bleed air into the cockpit. Malfunctioning flaps put the airplane into violent rolls. Only his superb flying skills allowed him to bring it back, and Johnson was so grateful he doubled LeVere's bonus, a gesture pointing up the special relationship between them, and indeed between Kelly Johnson and all of his test pilots. Unlike so many of his peers, Johnson both understood and appreciated what his pilots did. He flew with them whenever possible, shared their concerns, always listened, and then acted on their recommendations. The XB-80A's problems were quickly remedied, and it went on to become the prototype for America's first operational jet fighter. Though it wouldn't enter combat in World War II, the P-80 Shooting Star would deliver awesome performance. In January of 1946, for example, Colonel William Council completed the first non-stop transcontinental jet flight covering 2,450 miles in a record 4 hours and 13 minutes, at an average speed of 580 miles per hour. In June of 1947, flying a specially modified P-80R, Colonel Albert Boyd completed 4 runs over a speed course at Muroc, averaging 623 miles per hour, and reclaiming the world speed record for the United States for the first time in 24 years. And over Korea in November of 1950, a Shooting Star put down a MiG-15 in history's first all-jet combat. And amply confirming Johnson's methods and his insistence on simplicity, the P-80 would give birth to a number of progeny. Shrewdly sensing the need for a jet trainer, Johnson gambled $1 million of Lockheed money on the development of an F-80C airplane into a 2-seat configuration, which after its first flight in March of 1948 was transformed into the classic T-33, an airplane affectionately called the T-Bird, which would serve as the standard jet trainer for legions of student pilots around the world for the next 3 decades. In response to an urgent Air Force requirement for an interim all-weather interceptor, the T-33, in turn, served as the basis for 3 different models of the F-94 Starfire, which filled a critical void while newer designs specifically tailored for that role remained under development in the early 1950s. Not done yet, the now vintage design would realize its final incarnation as the T-2B1 Sea Star, an advanced, navalized version of the T-33. All of the iterations of the P-80 design were still yet to come, however, as in 1946, he started design work to meet an Air Force requirement for a new penetration escort fighter. Early on, he explored the possibility of applying new concepts, a delta wing, even in-flight variable wing sweep, and then discarded both, some of the more than 60 concepts he'd examine and reject. When the XF-90 finally rolled out 3 years later, it was the victim of ever-changing and conflicting requirements, from a time to climb of 35,000 feet in 10 minutes to 50,000 in 5, 900-mile range to 1,500, and then back to 600, and finally, ground attack capability and a high-speed, high-altitude design. This prompted him to build a brawny airframe, over 30,000 pounds fully loaded, and stressed for over 12 Gs. When Tony LeVere took off on early test flights, he had to use rocket assist because the pair of small 3,000-pound thrust J-34s still lacked afterburning capability. The usual post-flight congratulations and festivities belied the fact that Johnson knew he was facing terrible odds. With the same pair of inadequate engines as their principal rival, the McDonnell XF-88, yet half again as heavy because the 88 hadn't been beefed up for ground attack, Johnson's airplane was bound to suffer performance-wise. It was overweight and underpowered, and even when afterburning was finally added, boosting combined thrust up to more than 8,000 pounds, its top speed in level flight was only 668 miles per hour, slower than existing operational F-86s. It achieved one distinction, however, when in April 1950, LeVere pushed over into a steep dive, and it became the first Lockheed airplane to exceed the speed of sound. With performance no better than the XF-90s, the McDonnell entry won the competition, but neither design went into production. The whole ordeal taught Johnson never again to take on a job, unless the requirements were both well-defined and firm. Even though a failure, the XF-90 went on to demonstrate that he certainly knew how to build a rugged airframe. As in April 1952, it survived the first of a series of atomic blasts, suffering only 20 hours worth of repair work. Meanwhile, Johnson was completing work on a much more unconventional airplane. Designed to meet a Navy requirement for a vertical takeoff and landing, or VTOL fighter, the XF-V1 is supposed to claw its way straight up by means of huge cotton-rotating props driven by a twin turbine power plant, providing more power than the airplane's weight. Engine development lagged, however, and after test pilot Herman "Fish" Salmon first lifted off from the lake bed at what was now called Edwards Air Force Base in December 1953, the underpowered XF-V1 continued to rely on its makeshift landing gear for all takeoffs and landings. Once aloft, however, Salmon was able to demonstrate that it could make satisfactory transitions from horizontal to vertical flight, and that it could hover in the vertical attitude. But lacking the promised power, explaining in his words that it's awful hard to fly an airplane looking over your shoulder, Salmon wasn't eager to attempt vertical liftoffs or touchdowns. Neither was Johnson, who, believing a designer shouldn't be afraid to fly his own airplane, had the integrity to recommend cancellation of the whole project. By that time, however, he already had a much more promising design on the ramp at Edwards. When Tony LeVere first saw it, he asked incredulously where the wings were. But those tiny, blade-thin wings and everything else about the XF-104 were actually the product of years of careful thought, effort, and Johnson's determination this time to employ his skunkworks methods. Back in 1947, he'd modified a P-80 with wingtip-mounted ramjets, and with Fish Salmon at the controls, it became the first piloted aircraft to fly on ramjet power alone. These tests supported the major skunkworks type of effort to explore a whole new realm. At a time when missile and guidance system technologies were still in their infancy, Johnson's team had to design a pilotless Mach 3 testbed to further explore ramjet technology. The X-7 was the product of their efforts, and its tiny, thin, slightly tapered wings, Johnson's solution to the problems of high Mach flight, been thoroughly tested on rockets and with scale models. The X-7 first flew in April 1951 and went on to a remarkable career. Launched from a B-29, boosted to high speed by powerful rockets, and then flying on various ramjets under test, it ultimately exceeded Mach 4 and climbed well above 100,000 feet. Thus those small, thin wings were already more than just a theory. Johnson visited the Korean battlefront in 1951. Still smarting from the XF-90, he'd gone there to talk to the ultimate customers, combat pilots, about what they wanted in a fighter. To a man, it was higher speed, more altitude, less complexity. Intent on giving them just that, he made an unsolicited proposal to build a fighter for which no requirement yet existed. When he promised Mach 2 with 60,000 feet and a simple, lightweight fighter, Colonel Bruce Holloway stepped into the next room and within 2 hours returned with a short 1.5-page list of requirements. This time, with a firm, straightforward requirement, Johnson returned to his favorite skunkworks mode of operation, and less than a year later, February of 1954, Tony LeVere lifted the XF-104 from the lake bed for its first flight. Though configured with a much lower thrust engine than the powerful J-79 scheduled for the production model, the XF-104 was still faster than any other fighter in the world. But Johnson had produced more than just a dazzling performer, fanatical about costs and producibility. While design of the prototypes was still underway, he'd set up a small group of engineers to find the cheapest and most efficient way to produce each part of the production airplane. An innovation which would result in savings of about $12,000 per aircraft and millions for his customers. When the press finally got to see the F-104, they called it the missile with a man in it, and they weren't far off the mark. The first Mach 2 operational aircraft in the world, it would go on to shatter every significant record on the books. 91,000 feet, 1,400 miles per hour in May of 1958, making it the first aircraft ever to hold both the world altitude and speed marks simultaneously. 3 time-to-climb records later that year, and in 1959 became the first airplane taking off on its own power ever to climb above 100,000 feet, as Captain Joe Jordan zoomed up over 103,000 feet. This kind of performance clinched the 1958 Collier Trophy for Johnson. While the Starfighter was capturing headlines with record-breaking performances, another, much more exotic Johnson design was unbeknownst to all but a few, almost daily cruising in level flight at altitudes far beyond any official records. It had been born of the massive arms buildup of the early 50s, when U.S. intelligence agencies urgently needed confirmation of reports of major Soviet advances in intercontinental range bombers and ballistic missiles. The decision to proceed with overflights led to a design competition for a reconnaissance aircraft capable of 70,000 feet. While Lockheed hadn't been invited to participate, Johnson had caught wind of it and hastily submitted a proposal to build the CL-282, essentially a modified F-104 with a wide-span, high aspect ratio wing. Though it lost out to the Bell X-16, Kelly Johnson wasn't about to quit. Over the years, he'd gotten to know a lot of people in high places, and he developed consummate lobbying skills. With a revised design and promising an airplane within just 8 months, he got the go-ahead to produce 20 aircraft for $22 million. The project, codenamed Aquatone, was directed by the CIA's Richard Bissell, who found the Skunk Works' streamlined, informal method of getting things done much to his liking. Secrecy limited access to a mere handful of CIA and Air Force personnel, which was fine with Johnson because it freed him from a lot of needless paperwork and interference. The urgency of the project also freed him from what he regarded as the tyranny of technical specifications. His customers simply wanted an airplane that could do the job, and all he had to do was deliver on time. While the article, as it was called, was a relatively conventional design, the extreme altitudes at which it was supposed to operate imposed severe demands. Forced to ruthlessly cut weight, he reduced structural components to the minimum and designed delicate, glider-like wings spanning 80 feet and weighing less than 4 pounds per square foot. The fragile airframe was designed around a special high-altitude version of the J-57 engine, virtually hand-built to extremely high tolerances and originally producing 10,500 pounds of thrust. When the disassembled aircraft was unloaded from a C-124 at a remote desert test site in July of 1955, Johnson had met yet another seemingly impossible deadline. After reassembly, it was rolled out into daylight for the first time, painstakingly prepared for its taxi tests. On August 1st, as he had so many times in the past, Tony LeVere climbed into the cockpit. During his third run that day, he suddenly noticed that he was more than 30 feet off the ground. Coming down hard, the tires blew and the brakes failed and caught fire. Reporting afterwards, he explained that at 70 knots, I became aware of being airborne, which left me with utter amazement, as I had no intentions whatsoever of flying. Those fragile wings had more than enough lift. He completed the first real flight 4 days later, and on a subsequent flight reported that the aircraft climbed toward the heavens like a homesick angel. To conceal its true purpose, the Angel was given the misleading official designation U-2, and a cover story was released to the effect that it was being developed as a high-altitude research vehicle for the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics. While it would perform this role admirably, tests focused on preparing the U-2 for its real mission, carry 700 pounds of high-resolution camera equipment up to altitudes then beyond any air defense capabilities. And in July 1956, just 11 months after first flight, it commenced its clandestine operational career. Climbing to well above 70,000 feet as fuel burned off, the U-2 successfully completed flights over denied areas and brought back the first hard data on the status of Soviet military preparedness and the true extent of its intercontinental ballistic missile program. Called the Dragon Lady by its pilots because it reminded them of the beautiful, mysterious, and sometimes treacherous character in the Terry and the Pirates cartoon strip, it flew with virtual impunity for 4 years, until that day, May of 1960, Francis Gary Powers was shot down by a surface-to-air missile. While deep penetration of Soviet airspace came to a halt, the U-2 continued to overfly hotspots around the world, such as in 1962, when it confirmed the existence of missile launch sites in Cuba. And it would also continue to perform an incredibly wide array of extremely high-altitude research missions. Kelly Johnson had reason to be proud of his Angel. The Skunk Works had finally been formally established as Lockheed Advanced Development Projects, and on this, its first production program, he'd refunded $2 million from the original $22 million contract and built an additional 5 airplanes out of spare parts. Surely, one of the best bargains in defense procurement history. That pride was rekindled when in 1981, the larger, more sophisticated TR-1 was rolled out years after U-2 production had ended. It was the first time the Air Force had ever put an aircraft back into production. And it remains to this day the highest flying single-engine piloted aircraft in the world. Back in December of 1956, the Skunk Works' remarkable performance on the U-2 had convinced Lockheed to give Johnson the job of designing and developing prototypes for a small military jet transport. Dollars were scarce, competition keen, and he'd only have 8 months to do the job. Being on time had always been one of his cardinal rules, and in just 241 days, he delivered the Jetstar. He'd actually been working on designs for a large jet transport since 1944. This trim little craft was actually a scaled-down version of the L-193, an innovative 1953 design which the airlines had feared too risky to support. Johnson, who continued to put in long hours as a flight test engineer on this project, was out to prove them wrong. And he was more than pleased with the results. A top speed of over 600 miles per hour, a peak altitude of 52,000 feet, and with wing tanks, a range of over 3,000 miles. The Jetstar easily won the competition, and though only a limited number went into military service as C-140s, ultimately more than 200 were produced, and a great many of them remain in service to this day. The Jetstar was a pleasant diversion as he worked on another, much tougher project. Even as development of the U-2 was still underway, he projected that air defenses would catch up with it within 2 years. And he'd initiated a remarkable series of design studies for a liquid hydrogen-fueled supersonic successor, capable of climbing above 90,000 feet. Performance varied from Mach 2.5 and a range of 2,200 miles to Mach 4 and 9,000 miles. Because of the extremely low volumetric density of liquid hydrogen, however, the latter speed and range capability could only be achieved by building an airframe twice the size of a B-52. That was far too costly, and thus a much smaller design at the lower end of the performance spectrum went into development as the CL-400 in 1956. Though the CL-400 proved the technical feasibility of a liquid hydrogen-powered aircraft, Johnson was dissatisfied with its short range and convinced that the problems of producing and transporting fuel around the world were insurmountable. Refusing to build an airplane he didn't believe in, he recommended cancellation of the project in 1957. But he had an ace up his sleeve. As concurrent with the liquid hydrogen studies, he'd also examined the potential of another advanced design using jet fuel, which at some loss in altitude promised Mach 3 cruise at 4,000-mile range. It was the genesis of his most spectacular creation. Given approval to proceed, in April of 1958, Johnson began a series of design studies, unveiled publicly here for the first time, for what he initially called the U-3, and then the Archangel, because it would soar much higher than the U-2. He explored various means by which you could get the vehicle to altitudes as high as 150,000 feet, employing a variety, or even a combination of rocket, ramjet, and turbojet power plants. At one point, he looked at the use of balloons to lift it to its rocket boost phase, and then at using a modified U-2 to tow a ramjet vehicle to 60,000 feet for engine ignition. He even considered a multi-stage vehicle, and one with inflatable wings and empennage. And throughout, he was challenged by the urgent need to reduce radar cross-section. For the first time, stealth would have to be designed into the airplane. The intense design gestation process was completed in just 16 months, and when he presented his 12th concept to the CIA and Air Force in August 1959, he got the go-ahead. When the stunningly beautiful A-12 was finally rolled out for its initial tests in April 1962, it wasn't some fantastic, multi-staged aberration. It was an honest airplane, but nothing like it had ever been built before. Ironically codenamed Oxcart and designed for sustained Mach 3.2 cruise at altitudes between 75 and 95,000 feet, it posed by far the greatest challenge of Johnson's career, as everything from structural materials to hydraulic fluid and fuels had to be invented from scratch. For example, because of the intense heat at sustained Mach 3 speeds, averaging more than 550 degrees on the surface of the airplane, Johnson employed a titanium alloy for more than 90% of the airframe. But no one had ever before attempted to process such quantities of the extremely hard metal to the purity and strength levels required. Thus, new forging and milling processes had to be invented and perfected. When the thin titanium skin on a wing panel shriveled up during heating tests, Johnson separated the panels from the wing spars with extrusions and put the now famous corrugations in the skin. When heated thereafter, the corrugations merely deepened a few thousandths of an inch, and on cooling, returned to their original shape. Common sense solution to a difficult problem. There were literally thousands of such problems to overcome, and as always, Johnson stayed on top of all of them, looking over people's shoulders, asking lots of questions, always the best way, in his view, to get people to solve problems. And he continued to amaze everyone with, for example, on-the-spot predictions of skin temperatures, which after hours of calculation, they find were within 1 or 2 degrees of the exact figure. The whole effort, completed in absolute secrecy with an incredibly small group of people, was all the more remarkable because it was done without the benefit of computers. As Johnson later recalled,
but when you think back to 1958, when the basic design work on the prototypes for this airplane was being designed and built, we had to make use of the Michigan computer, which was a 12-inch slide rule, and it did its job quite well.
All of this prodigious effort was about to come to fruition when on April 25th, 1962, preparations for high-speed taxi and an initial brief liftoff were completed. But as Lou Schock sped down the runway, he encountered nose wheel steering problems and had to kick in heavy right rudder. Then, as Johnson wrote in his log, the aircraft got off the ground and there was an immediate change of rudder angle. This set up lateral oscillations which were horrible to see. Schock was lucky to get the airplane back on the ground. The problem was fixed post-haste, and the next day he completed the first unofficial flight with the gear down. On April 30th, Johnson was back with an entourage of VIPs for the official first flight. Looking like he didn't have a care in the world, he offered a few last words of encouragement and advice before Schock taxied out. And from there, everything went flawlessly. "59 minutes later, Schock was back on the ground, welcomed by an elated Kelly Johnson, and the small, awestruck assembly just witnessed something very special. Limited by interim J75 engines, the A-12 didn't begin to realize its full potential until after the Pratt & Whitney J58s, for which it was designed, finally arrived in January 1963. At 32,500 pounds of thrust, the J58 was every bit as exotic as the airplane itself. In combination with an extremely complex inlet and exhaust ejector system, it operated as a normal afterburning turbojet up to speeds of about 1,600 miles per hour, and then shifted to bleed bypass cycle, with the inlet actually providing most of the thrust at Mach 3 cruise. When a two-seat trainer became available in early 1963, Johnson, true to his convictions about flying his own aircraft, jumped into the rear cockpit, and, taking control after climb-out, he'd fly supersonic for the first time in his life. During the course of the test program, a pair of airframes were modified for a highly unconventional mission. In 1964, the Skunk Works built a small, 42-foot-long airframe with the very same materials used on the A-12. Designed to overfly areas deemed too risky for air crews, the D-21 drone would ride piggyback atop an A-12 for Mach 3 launches at 80,000 feet. And powered by a ramjet originally developed during the X-7 program, it would be even faster than the A-12. The finished article was mounted to its mothership, now designated M-12, December 1964. And on December 22nd, the unusual pair taxied for the first time, and flight tests got underway. After takeoff on launch missions, the M-12 climbed to a rendezvous with the KC-135 for refueling, and then proceeded on to the predetermined launch point, where the backseater would monitor the systems and initiate the launch procedures. While there were several successful tests, it was always a very risky business at best, and Kelly Johnson personally canceled this program after a fatal mid-air collision in 1966. By then, however, he already had two other very successful ox-cart progeny off the ground. The first was the YF-12A, prototype for a proposed high-speed interceptor. It was this aircraft which went on public display when in 1964, President Lyndon Johnson announced the existence of the A-11. And it subsequently put on a dazzling show, as in May 1965, it claimed no less than 9 world records, including a top speed of more than 2,000 miles per hour and a sustained altitude of over 80,000 feet without in any way taxing its full potential. The YF-12 was equipped with an advanced ASG-18 Doppler radar system and configured to carry 3 AIM-47 missiles internally. Though missiles had never before been launched within the YF-12 speed and altitude regime, the aircraft and its systems scored a reported 90% kill rate, even against drones flying head-on down on the deck at distances of 120 miles and more. The Air Force was impressed enough to order 93 of the big fighters into production for the Air Defense Command. but budgetary constraints ultimately resulted in their cancellation. And shortly thereafter, the A-12 was also removed from service, leaving only the Air Force's SR-71, which took over its reconnaissance mission. Though everything about it and its activities remained cloaked in a heavy shroud of secrecy, this was the aircraft that everyone came to know as the Blackbird. A solid coat of black paint, which seemed to add to its allure and mystery, actually had a very practical purpose. It reduced skin temperatures by about 75 degrees. Its clean, elegant lines, the smooth contours of its blended wing-body shape, give the impression that an artist had sculpted into a rare work of art. In aircraft design, however, more than any other field, form follows function. And here again, every line, every detail of the airplane exists only to serve some practical purpose. The chines, for example, which extend from the wing to the nose and flow gracefully up into the fuselage, actually satisfied a number of requirements. Aerodynamically, they reduce drag and added lift while also enhancing the stability of the aircraft. The SR-71's mission was long-range reconnaissance, and its fuselage was essentially a big fuel tank. And thus the chines also served to house its sophisticated cameras and sensors. Finally, those sloping contours extending up from the chines enhanced the airplane's survivability by reducing its radar cross-section. Thus, while an artist might envy its striking beauty, an engineer could only marvel at the logical genius of its design. That genius was recognized when, in 1964, Kelly Johnson became the first person ever to be awarded a second Collier Trophy. The SR-71 went on to claim the world absolute speed and altitude records, and then repeatedly extended them. And to the public, it always remained Kelly Johnson's mysterious, record-breaking Blackbird. The crews who flew it, however, had another name for it. Throughout its long operational career, it remained invincible and incredibly effective. And to its crews, it was Habu, dark-skinned pit viper with a deadly bite. And though it was finally retired from Air Force service in 1990, Kelly Johnson's Mach 3 masterpiece is still charting the future, its crews still looking up toward the blue-black void of space, flying exotic research missions for the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. When he retired in 1975, Kelly Johnson had been on the cutting edge of an advance from 200 to more than 2,000 miles per hour. He'd been involved in the design of 44 different airplanes, many of them among the classics of aviation history. And at the time, he was still looking very much into the future. He'd gotten the Skunk Works into a project which would bear fruit in the F-117A, the world's first true stealth aircraft. And he left a legacy which would leave its mark on the future. It seems kind of ironic that a lowly creature, known primarily for its odoriferous emanations, had, by the time Kelly retired, become a universal symbol for excellence. What was his secret? Well, he had a remarkable capacity to take a complex problem, reduce it to its simplest components, and then take the most direct and sensible approach to its solution. Always a maverick, he was smart enough and tough enough not to follow the committee rule of conventional wisdom. This gave him remarkable freedom. With that freedom came a tremendous burden of responsibility. Finally, and most important, he understood himself well enough to realize that with a few good people, you can do remarkable things. Kelly Johnson's greatest legacy wasn't just what he did. but the way he did it.
April 1945. A swath of bombers is approaching southern Germany. The bombers' mission objectives are industrial and production facilities in the Munich area. Fortunately, this attack is pure fiction. However, a fiction which almost became reality. In 1944, the Wehrmacht is in retreat on all fronts. The war has also reached the frontiers of the homeland. Bombers of the British RAF Bomber Command and of the United States Strategic Air Forces in Europe penetrate into the German Reich's airspace day to day. The glory of the German Luftwaffe fades. The battle for the homeland is forcing the Luftwaffe to extremes. We attack the enemy without regard to losses. This is the Luftwaffe's order. The 8th U.S. AAF itself loses more than 10,000 airplanes over Europe, but due to the industrial capacity and human resources of the Allies, they are able to compensate for their losses relatively quickly. The German Reich is not able to keep up to this material competition for very long. Little by little, the ranks of the fighter races are thinning. For the most part, freshmen are thrown into combat over hastily, and thus for very many young pilots, their first mission at the same time becomes their last. While the sovereignty of the airspace passes over to the Allies more and more, the Germans begin to search for new and unconventional solutions. Guided missiles and so-called expendable fighters, which are cheap in production, are meant to bring about a turning point in the war. Werner von Braun, one of the most adept engineers in the field of rocket science, is developing a missile by the code name Waterfall. By means of this rocket, the high-flying bombers of the Allies are to be antagonized effectively. In effect, the testing of the first prototypes at the research center in Peenemünde is quite a success. But there remains problems to control the missile when it is out of sight. Out of the premise of an automatic anti-aircraft missile, the idea of a semi-automatic manned rocket is now brought to see the light of day. In this stage of development, there happens to be an exchange of ideas with an until then rather nondescript developer in the German program for aviation armaments. His name is Erich Bochum. Being a native of the town Mulheim an der Ruhr, he is already an enthusiastic pilot of glider planes during his years of study. He receives an apprenticeship as a master craftsman in the design and construction of aircrafts and advances to be the director of the developmental department at the Fiesler aircraft manufacturer. Yet before the war, he designs projects there, which are far ahead of their time. In 1942, he establishes the Bochum Work GmbH in the Schwaben town Waldsee. By means of his expert knowledge in the manufacturing of wooden aircraft parts, he is now acting as a component supplier for the German aviation industry. Just like Werner von Braun, Erich Bochum is also dreaming about the manned flight into space, which is not so far away anymore. But now at this time there is war, and weapons have to be produced. When in the summer of 1944, a densely consolidated swarm of Allied bombers passed through unopposed by the German air raid defense and was then flying over Bochum's main production facility, the engineer comes to an ingenious idea. By means of a rocket-propelled interceptor, the fighter defense shall be broken through at lightning speed in order to hit the formations of bombers devastatingly. In just a few weeks, the engineer succeeds in designing a pre-investment study of an interceptor plane. He calls this design Barak, which is a token for manned rocket in German. For relaxation, Bochum reads Shakespeare, for education does not know the ideological limits of a worldview. In a text passage of Julius Caesar, he reads, "It's the warm day that begets the Natter." Henceforth, the project has had a name. Heinrich Himmler, the Reichsfuhrer SS, regards the Natter as a suitable weapon for his very own personal purposes. Because the armed formations of the SS and the so-called Waffen-SS do not have their own air forces at their command, Himmler dreams of a distinct air force for the SS, namely Flieger SS. The project is taken into the so-called Emergency Fighter Program by the token 8-349. On the 18th of September in 1944, the official notice of award reaches Erich Bochum. Gruppenführer Hans Kammler is entrusted with the deployment of a development and construction commando for the Natter. By means of his talent in organizational matters of previous projects, such as the Mittelbau Dora, a subsurface construction facility for the V2 rocket, Kammler is regarded as the perfect technocrat for this project. Erich Bochum is not a convinced National Socialist. Like every other German industrialist, he is obliged to become a member of the NSDAP to be allowed to perform his business. Because his company does not possess enough personnel, the engineer has no other choice than to arrange himself, but not at all costs. An offer on the part of the SS to deploy personnel from concentration camps is categorically refused by him. With malnourished and unqualified personnel, he won't be able to work productively. Particularly for the Natter, the Special Command 600N is established, which is a group of construction specialists that is made up of engineers who have been slightly wounded in combat from the ranks of the SS. By means of this additional personnel, Obersturmführer Heinz Flessner supports the Bochum crew in Waldsee. Erich Bochum defines the interpretation of the project as far as possible. A staff consisting of almost 80 engineers supports him in the process. At this juncture, Henry Franz Bethbader manages to achieve an exceptional career. The talented engineer advances to the position of chief designer and leader of the project, even though Beth Dater is a Dutch citizen, a curiosity in a top-secret project of the Third Reich. Bochum develops the Natter according to strict criteria: smallest possible dimensions, takeoff and landing without airfield, rapid climb flight, as well as easy operation for mass deployment on condition of the most minimal expenditure possible in manufacturing. But such a radical project puts the engineers before massive problems. A flight position in recumbency or while kneeling fails due to the rapid fatigue of the pilot. Indeed, rope start tests using a cable system are generally possible, but what to do with the exhaust gases? The liquid propellant engine, which is used with the Messerschmitt 163 Interceptor, is not sufficient for vertical takeoff, and thus an auxiliary power engine is required. Because extreme speeds of more than 200 meters per second are expected, an automatic control as well as the three-dimensional gyroscopic compass become necessary. However, these components have yet to be developed. Because the deployable radius at surface ceiling only amounts to 5 miles, Bochum creates specifically for the Natter developed operation concept to use it as a so-called Objekt Schutzjäger, an interceptor designed to protect important industrial centers. Radar units, which locate and monitor the enemy formation, are responsible for the picking up of the bomber group. After an air raid warning is triggered, the pilots betake themselves to the missilery and prepare for takeoff. The Natter missile is then arranged towards the bomber command's entry lane by ground personnel and launched upon the bombers flying over. With a maximum climb rate of 220 meters per second, 10 times faster than any Allied fighter, the pilot shoots into the sky. For comparison, a modern F-16 reaches almost 250 meters per second. Merely 60 seconds of flight time are necessary to reach the bomber formations. In the process, the bomber group changes of course are transmitted to the Natter's automatic control system by a ground control station, and the Natter is thereby automatically readjusted without the pilot's help. Once on height, the pilot deactivates the Natter's onboard automatic control and begins to manually approach the target. Due to the excessive speed of the Natter, the attack on the bombers is preferably taking place from behind them. In range of 500 meters, fire is opened on the target. After firing, the fighter eludes the enemy defense through nosediving and is heading for the direction of the drop zone. After about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the fuel is consumed and the missile switches over to gliding flight. Because a landing is not intended, the pilot initiates rescue proceedings at about 3,000 meters altitude. The rescue of the pilot is an important element of the concept because the Natter is not a suicide machine. However, due to the high speed and the narrow cockpit, a conventional exit can hardly be imagined. At first, one tries to reduce the speed during a nosedive to 280 kilometers per hour with the help of stubby wings. To initiate his ejection, the pilot releases the bow section from the rest of the fuselage. At the same time, the recovery parachute in the tail is activated. The expulsion occurs in reefed condition in order not to abruptly transmit braking forces to the pilot and the airframe. By means of a novel parachute made of straps, which merely consists of length and crosswise assembled straps, enough pent-up air can pass off without reducing the braking efficiency too much. After having unfastened himself, the pilot is held inside the airplane due to the prevailing dynamic pressure. Only after the parachute is completely unreefed and the airframe goes into vertical position, the pilot is able to come clear from the aircraft. Jet engine and pilot thus become available for further missions. Regarding the armament, one considers the use of 2 conventional cannons of the type Mk108. The 30mm cannon, which is developed by Rheinmetall Borzig, proves to be very effective in combat against heavy bombers. But the expenditure in manufacturing is too high for a lost device in the airplane's bow. The special equipment device SG-119, which is a tubular battery consisting of 32 barrels of the Mk-108, whose projectiles are comparable with the principle of a shotgun, proves also to be problematic. Even while the development of the Natter runs at full speed, the leadership in Berlin is making ambitious plans. By means of the testing plan Operation Munich, the numbers of prototypes for air towing, gliding, and unmanned vertical start tests are limited to a number of 25, a risky business. At Neuburg an der Donau, the DFS, the German Research Institute of Gliding Flight, conducts the first gliding flight tests in November of 1944. The non-propelled prototypes are air-towed by an airplane to test heights for the purpose and then experimented with. One intends to gain insights about flight characteristics and about limits and functionality of the complex prefabricated parts before the actual taking place of vertical starts. The great potential of the small Natter is immediately recognized. During free flight, test pilot Zubit reaches a velocity of 370 miles per hour in spite of the small, stubby wings with flight characteristics that are similar to that of a glider. As a testing ground for vertical start experiments, the military training area Heuberg at Stetten am Kalten Markt in Württemberg is selected. The choice is ideal. The 5,000-hectare area is merely 30 miles away from the Waldsee. The Test Command N, led by Luftwaffe Captain Berninger, is deployed there. At the Heuberg, a somewhat isolated area by the name of Ochsenkopf is to be found. Here the actual test ground comes into existence. A simple steel framework of approximately 75 feet is assembled on a concrete platform. The slideway, which was officially developed by the Urslinger Machine Factory under the name of Big Experimental Mounting, is bedded centrally on a rotating assembly and fully traversable. To pull the Natter by means of a mounting crane to the desired starting height, a tilting by 70 degrees becomes necessary. The SS monitors every working stage and seals the Natter off from the outside world. Everyone involved is ordered to strict secrecy. Violators are threatened with court-martial and death by shooting. By the end of November 1944, the official project description of the Natter appears. All relevant specifications for the industrial manufacturing process are taken from there. The manned missile is manufactured mostly of plywood, preferably pine or common spruce. The fuselage is made up of 19 frames which are covered by 2 to 3 millimeter thick plywood for aircraft manufacturing. The wooden parts are made simply to such an extent that every furniture factory in the Reich is able to produce them. The individual parts are merely fixed by urea resin glue and by nailing. The construction effort for a Natter thus amounts merely to 1/50th compared to a conventional fighter airplane.
Because at the time aluminum was scarce goods, it was decided to resort to the more common material, wood. This is an original rib of the Natter, which is made out of 9 layers of 5 millimeter thick pine wood, firmly glued together. Pine is very light and has the required flexibility to optimally absorb the power generated during the rocket launch.
The liquid propellant engine 109-509A-1, which was developed by the Helmut Wather Company, serves as a cruise engine. With its 4,000 horsepower, its small dimensions, and a weight of only 170 kilograms, it is virtually made for the application in the Natter. The propulsion utilizes 2 propellants, an oxidizer and a fuel by the German code names of T-Stoff and C-Stoff. T-Stoff is an 80% solution of hydrogen peroxide, while C-Stoff is a combination of methanol, hydrazine hydrate, water, and catalyst 431. Together they form a hypergolic mixture of more than 140 gallons inside the Natter. Booster rockets, type SG-35 from Schmidding Factory, are used as accessory drive for takeoff and unfold a push each with 1,200 horsepower for the duration of 12 seconds combustion time. The success of breaking up bomber formations by means of unguided air-to-air missiles lead to a radical rethinking of the Natter's armament. The Eberspacher Company in Esslingen and Neckar is instructed with the engineering of a honeycomb launching frame made of sectional steel. For manufacturing, these 6-edged honeycombs made of steel sheet are extremely low-priced and low-weight for the housing of rocket ammunition. The RZ-73 rocket, codenamed Chinook, is chosen as a feasible weapon. The spin-stabilized missile contains enough explosive substance to ensure the shooting down of a bomber by means of 1 or 2 hits at the target. Quite early, it is considered to decentralize production to multiple locations. At the same time, Eric Bockham remembers his former classmate Wolf Hirth, who manufactures wooden tail units and aerofoils for Messerschmitt in the village Neyburn near the town Kirchheim-Teck.
In October 1945, I passed the exam to officially build aircrafts. In November, Wolf Hirth came to me and told me that I had been picked to join the test group selected to build a secret aircraft called Natter. No one knew what it was, only that it was crucial to the war effort and very urgent.
On December the 22nd in 1944, it is finally done. The prototype M16 is tested by vertical start. Because various tests of individual components are yet to take place, vertical starts are performed unmanned for the time being and only by the use of the accessory booster rockets. Eric Bockham and Franz Bethbetter arrive at the Ochsenkopf to have their own impression of the testing procedure. A fascinating view unfolds to them. The rocket-like projectile appears to be almost utopian and is reminiscent of the early movies about the conquest of space. By means of a remote camera, the first successful vertical start is documented in an image sequence. As intended, the disassembly of the fuselage cell occurs at the height of 9,000 feet.
Ja, sie fliegt. Es funktioniert. Ja, Franz, es ist wundervoll. Ganz großartig.
The attendees congratulate themselves rife with pride to have reached something new and special in the history of aviation. The next year is expected with confidence. But the year of 1945 begins with a catastrophe. In the early mornings of January the 1st in 1945, several fighter squadrons and dive bomber wings of the Luftwaffe perform a keen attack on Allied airfields alongside the Western Front. The so-called Operation Bodenplatte proves to be an enormous surprise for the Allies. Almost 500 airplanes on ground and in the air are either destroyed or damaged, but the mission has far more serious consequences for the Luftwaffe. In this way, the German squadrons lose 184 airplanes through friendly fire on their return flight, 2/3 of the total German casualties during this mission. The Luftwaffe is never to recover from the loss of more than 200 experienced aviators and formation leaders on a single day. Meanwhile, the experiments at Heuberg continue. There, setbacks are to be coped with too. The automatic triggering of the recovery parachute and of the accessory booster rockets for takeoff assistance do not work faultlessly and cause irreparable damages or destruction on the wooden fuselages. Nevertheless, it is possible to increasingly achieve better safety in the handling of the missile. In light of the devastating war situation, the leadership is pressing for a deployment under combat conditions as fast as possible. With 10 machines, the military intervention is supposed to happen in the area of Stuttgart on March the 20th, 1945. As in the month the crocuses blossom, the undertaking is called after the name of this Iridacea without further ado. As place of action, an inconspicuous piece of wood next to Kirchheim Tech, near the Autobahn Stuttgart-Munich, has been chosen. The choice is not random. On the target approach to South Germany, the Autobahn is an important means of navigation for the Allied pilots. As the factory, Wolf-Herth now produces deployable exemplars. The decision to choose deployment near the production site is apparent. In the beginning of 1945, the building company Most gets the order of producing concrete fundaments in the forest area Hassenholz. Firstly, a new starting mount is installed. For the so-called Zundstagen Lafette, the concrete platform possesses a notch in the middle for the approximately 45 feet long trunk with guideline rails. This way, a facility comes up consisting of 3 launching ramps which nearly form an equilateral triangle, having an edge length of 360 feet. In the intersection of the array, the Natter's deployment is to be conducted by a mobile headquarters. The more and more noticeable lack of fuel forces the mass of the German Luftwaffe to remain on the ground doing nothing. Whole squadrons become disbanded or rearranged. When the front closes, flying personnel being and retaining are reskilled to infantrymen without further ado. A somewhat inglorious ending for the Hawks of the Air. On an airbase in northern Germany, a small group of chosen ones is destined to something higher.
Hervorragend. Immer während der Ausbildung. Typisch Luftwaffe. Wegtreten! Achtung!
Captain Karls, squadron commander, has received a secret order. The selection of volunteers for scheduled test of the Natter under combat conditions. After instruction of the pilots for Operation Crocus took place in the RLM, the Third Reich's Ministry of Aviation, the officer and the 8 pilots get on their way to South Germany, where they are to be trained for the task to come. When, on the 25th of February 1945, the combination of liquid propellant engine and booster rockets is successfully tested in a vertical start, the regime's decision is firm. Manned launch is to be executed immediately. A pilot is already found. His name is Lothar Sieber. Being only 22 years old, he yet has had an adventurous life of an aviator by that time. In 1940, Sieber, who is from Dresden, starts his apprenticeship as an airman with the Luftwaffe. Soon it is plain to see he possesses extraordinary skills of piloting aircrafts. For the young pilot, a glorious career seems to be in the cards. However, dark shadows are harbingers of perdition. Having dismissed a comrade, Sieber oversleeps his guarding shift and is sentenced by court-martial in the spring of 1943. The demotion to a simple airman is a heavy burden on the skilled pilot. Thanks to his special flying skills, Sieber finds his way to a special unit of the Luftwaffe and flies special missions using machines of prey to support agents and sabotage troops behind enemy lines. His abilities and his courage respectfully yield him the nickname Aviator of Death. With the battle squadron, he selflessly frees 23 trapped comrades, putting his own life at stake. For his achievement, he receives the Iron Cross.
Deutschland braucht Piloten wie Sie. Jawohl, Major.
As a test pilot, Siebert gets to Waldsee in December 1944. He familiarizes with the Natter's technical details and is confident concerning a manned test. Even when the prototype M33 gets destroyed by an explosion of a booster rocket before his eyes, he is positive about being able to fly it. The SS submits Sieber the offer of promoting him back to officer under the condition of a successful start. His fiancée, Gertrude Nadit, tries to talk him out of all that. Even Erich Bachum makes reservations, yet Lothar Sieber volunteers. In the evening before the start, he makes a will. Thursday, March 1st, 1945. Dense low stratus is over the Opsenkopf. The prototype M23 is prepared for the world's first manned rocket launch.
If you would like to order
Therefore, it is
additional menu
equipped with the
items,
necessary
please hit the
flight
flight
measuring
attendant call button
instruments.
at any time and
But
we'll
the
be open
gyro
shortly to
compass is
assist.
still missing. A fatal mistake, as it will prove. With Eric Bakken, Lothar Sieber once again goes through the starting procedure. The constructor gives some advice to the young pilot until it is finally time.
Da sofort eine kurze Drehung ein. Der wird dann wieder in die Normallage steuern. Abachen! Die Natte ist soweit!
Sieber goes to the starting platform. He enters the iron stairs and moves hand over hand into the narrow cockpit of the 2.5 tons heavy machine. When the hub closes over him, there is no going back. Sieber prepares for launch. At about 17:45 hour, history is written on the Heuberg. Sieber activates the Walther engine and starts it up. The ground crew ignites the booster rockets, and in a cloud of fire and dust, the almost 7,000 horsepower push the machine out of its starting ramp. Constantly gaining altitude, Sieber soars into the sky. Booster rockets disengage and reel back to Earth. The machine turns into a slight supine position. Suddenly, something breaks free from the hull. The cabin hatch has been lost. The ground personnel is horrified. Lothar Sieber turns the M23 in its normal position with a half turn. The Natter ascends further to disappear in the clouds in an altitude of 4,500 feet. Only the engine's boom is left to be heard. Few moments later, the Natter reappears remotely. The missile plummets out of the clouds and shatters in a crash near the edge of a forest. Lothar Siebert's last flight only took 55 seconds.
Wir waren damals noch junge Kerle.
We were boys then, just playing a game of soccer, when we heard a startling loud bang in the sky. Looking up, we saw Lothar Sieber's machine flying over Nusplingen at a supersonic speed, headed towards Haarhof, where it crashed. You can still see the scars on the old trees, which were much smaller back then. When we got to the crash site, we discovered a giant crater. The diameter was over 10 meters and the depth about 2 meters. It was not possible to identify anything of the machine itself, only a few miniature glowing pieces of iron.
The death register states as a cause of death heart and breath paralysis, exodus by combination while crashing. On March 3rd, there is a funeral in which the few leftovers are buried. In his funeral speech, Captain Berninger honors the achievements of Sieber.
Dieser Pioniertag sollten wir uns immer erinnern.
Especially Eric Bakken is concerned by Sieber's demise. For the rest of his life, he will blame himself for the death of the young pilot. The SS has an exact idea what happened on this flight. A delay in timing regarding revision of construction is unbearable due to war situation. In an official letter, Berlin is told the accident was just because of flawed sealing of the cover. But is this really the true reason? The answer will be learned only 50 years later. The pilots under command of Captain Karls are told nothing about the unsuccessful flight. For them, the training goes on. In particular, they concentrate on parachute jumps. As they were all proven pilots, volplanes with the few prototypes are renounced, and they are merely theoretically instructed in the flight and mission-specific features of this concept. Soon they are to receive their last movement order. Meanwhile, at the production site, one works feverishly to meet the date of deployment. The deadline for Operation Crocus cannot be met anymore, so it is postponed to the 20th of April 1945, the Führer's birthday. According to the season, it is named to Ascension. Additionally, the shipment of material is sensitively impaired by the systematic destruction of railway from the air. For more and more work now, women are installed as their men get their draft to the front. For safety reasons, it is mostly only produced at night. What the bombers spare, the hedgehoppers satirize. Vehicles, horse and cart, even single bikers are shot at by the fighter bombers. To test functionality of the weapons array on the 2nd of April 1945, the last big chapter of vertical start experiments takes place. Proving of the M52, the first combat unit, is executed with complete weaponry consisting of 24 foam rockets, however unmanned. Merely a leather puppet takes the pilot's seat. After start, the weapons are triggered automatically by a timer. All the other procedures go as planned. The production version seems ready. In the early days of April 1945, Captain Karls receives the order to transfer to Stuttgart. With a small crew, he takes quarters in Holzmatten. The starting platforms are in the immediate proximity. Regarding the troops' order, they do not tell the inhabitants anything. Eagerly, the aircraft's arrival is awaited.
Amerikaner können nicht mehr weit sein. Und Buffenmeier. Der Stabsverband soll die Nachricht umgehend nach Berlin weitersenden. Wir brauchen dringend Nachricht, wo unsere Einsatzmaschinen bleiben. Jawohl. Frank, nicht vom Heldenklau wischen lassen. Na dann, Hals und Bein.
While the officer is tortured by uncertainty, the doughboys enjoy the silence before the storm. One keeps fit with sports and enjoys the tepid spring weather. But things turn out differently. In the south of Germany, American and French forces unstoppably fight their way to the outer regions of Stuttgart. Parts of the 7th U.S. Army closed the ring around this important industrial center near Kirchheim. On April 20th, Captain Karls has to make the hard decision to abscond with his troops. Until last, they wait for the assigned machines. The planned military intervention was thereby thwarted. The Natter's end seems to have come. The starting facility and Wolfhirth factory are under control of Americans. The proving of Ochsenkopf is ceased. On April 21st, Waldsee is seized by forces of the 1st French Army. Meanwhile, a small group with a handful of combat units, under the command of Obersturmführer Flessner and Franz Bethbader, is underway to Austria. One wants to continue the war in the so-called Alpenfestung, a propaganda fortress and national redoubt of the Nazis. The goal is finally reached when the convoy arrived at the Pitz Valley in Austria. There, a new production site for the Natter is supposed to be built, but the Allies prevent these plans from becoming reality. With the Americans approaching, the detachment decides not to destroy the precious cargo. So, on a meadow in St. Leohard, U.S. troops loot 4 almost finished patterns of the mission. Yet the developers fought for the project's existence. Hans Baer, a manufacturer of cigarette paper, submits an unusual offer to the Americans: resumption of the Natter production. This is not about thwarting the inevitable collapse of the Third Reich, but about the actual will of every technocrat to complete his project successfully. Hans Kammler escapes the Allies in his own way. In a piece of woodlands near Prague, he commits suicide. Heinrich Himmler is to follow suit later. Thus, the race for the Natter series maturely ends. Truly to the bitter end, the staff of Eric Bachem works on establishing the Natter for an efficient mission concept. With the help of a rocket steering paddle near the engine beam, stability problems can be controlled during start. As merely a lower limit of 30 feet is necessary for a vertical start, the idea of a mobile launching ramp is taken up. This method not only would have made preparations for start easier, but also the Natter self-sustaining, deployable from any place. As the Allies are eager to use German war technology for their own interest after the war ends, looted technology is mutually exchanged. The Soviets are offered an intact Natter for documents of other experimental aircrafts. Another prototype goes to the Royal Aircraft Establishment in Farnborough, England. The Americans are ordered to relocate one seized plane to the USA for experimental studies. This way, the remaining Natter exemplars get to the Foreign Aircraft Evaluation Center on Freeman Field in Indiana. Every prototype receives a prey signature. Number 1, formerly M58, is exhibited to public and high-ranking military men at diverse events. To become more impressive, the Natter subsequently is furnished with a swastika painted on it. In July 1946, on the Edward Air Force Base, a vertical start is executed with the former M25, but the American remote control fails, causing the machine to crash. Hence, Number 1 gets to the National Air and Space Museum in Silver Hill, Maryland. There it is stored until further notice. Today, the remaining looted machines' whereabouts cannot be clarified. Thus, out of approximately 40 produced Natter pieces, this is the only well-preserved original pattern. German engineers are very demanded by victorious powers when it comes to high technology. Werner von Braun is able to continue his career as representative director of NASA in the United States. Eric Bachem, on the other side, has his own plans. In 1946, in Waldsee, he founds the business called EURIBA, an engineering office for applied technology. He develops furniture, child's pushchairs, and even tenements. When, with the beginning of the Berlin blockage, tensions between East and West become visible, he goes to South America with his family and devotes himself to the production of guitars and fiddles. In the year 1952, he returns to Germany and builds trailers in cooperation with the company Heimer Trailer. The therein used nutrient is wood. The Natter is past. Only in lectures, at air and space travel conventions, he talks once again about his former project. Eric Bachem dies on the 25th of March in the year 1960 of a kidney disease, aged just 53 years, in Mulheim an der Ruhr. As after the war, Germany lacks of everything. Available war material is dismantled and used otherwise. Residuals of the Natter production, too. Frames are sold and processed further. The allegedly at Waldsee Town Lake sunk Walter engines, when the war ended, have to be salvaged. Several dives have failed up to date. Yet not everything is lost.
In December 1944, I was working for the Field Measurement Office in Kirchheim, surveying for the Reichsautobahn construction Stuttgart-Ulm. That's when I stumbled upon these platforms. It was said that they were probably made for the V1 or the V2. Later, it came out that these platforms were actually built as launch pads for the Natter.
But Willy Reichert is one of a few who is interested in the project Natter. The happenings around the Natter stay mostly undisturbed for half a century. A career soldier from Stettin am Kalten Markt revives the long-forgotten secret weapon. His name, Manfred Hensel. Beginning in the 70s, the co-founder of the Military Historic Association of Stettin has been researching all aspects of the Natter. There is a sensational discovery in 1998. At the crash site of the M23, digs are carried out successfully. Hence, supposedly, long-lost fragments come to the light. Nowadays, they belong next to a reenacted scene with Lothar Siebert and Erich Bakken to the basics of about the story of a military training area in Heuberg.
The Natter is a supporting element in the 100 years of Heuberg training area military history. The replica of the Natter in the Military Historical Collection enjoys huge popularity, even within Europe. Through this, we can see the visitors acknowledge that with his flight, Lothar Siebert wrote a part of aeronautic and aerospace engineering history.
Near the former launching ramps of Lothar Siebert and the Natter's trial, March 1945, and a stylized Natter remind in a simple way of the happenings that took place there 65 years ago. Still, the spirit of the Natter lives on. Apart from a partial reconstruction by using original parts as it can be seen in the German Museum in Munich, there is a handful of museums, as for example, the Luftwaffe Museum in Berlin-Gatow or the Plains of Fame Museum in Chino, California, which have respectable Natter replicas. An interest group of engineers from Germany wants to know it very precisely. Project 349, the original reconstruction of a Natter which is able to fly, is presumably the only attempt to getting a hint for the Natter's last secrets. Once more, there is the question why exactly this little plane makes so many technologically interested persons want to rebuild it.
What fascinates about this project is the simple wood construction used when constructing gliders, connected with the then highly modern propulsion technology, the rocket engine. Additionally, the Natter also united other highly modern elements within itself. For example, the air-to-air missiles, which helped enable this project to sustain a certain fascination even today. With this, the Natter also holds many technological secrets, and in order to discover these, you have to reconstruct it like an experimental archaeologist.
What truly is the Natter? Is it merely a primitively wood construction with rocket engine? Maybe it is at first glance, but concerning the conditions at the time, one can evaluate this draft as a remarkable performance. The principle of reusing partial segments in the Natter is firstly applied in a plane. Thus, it also is the first flying apparatus with separation of bow and rear and using a belt parachute to salvage crucial components. The combination of liquid and solid-fueled engines sets new dimensions absolutely. This is also the first flying object which has thrusters for steering as well as pitch elevators and ailerons coming into effect in the same cross control. Using radar for target approach is trend-setting and turns this little interceptor into an ideal for many more projects of air traveling history. After the war, a lot of knowledge about the Natter is considered in rocketry and space travel. The Natter is just one of many projects that have led to mankind exploring space, but it has a special status. As a rocket-propelled projectile developed for taking off from a firm place vertically, it is the connection element between rocket and manned flying object. The basis for manned space travel broke new grounds with it.
Good morning, chat. How's everyone doing, chat? Has anyone been having a look? Has anyone been sitting for the entire duration of this journey? The cheetah has just woken up. How long was that sleep for? I don't really remember. Anyway, let me change the graphic a little bit. Good morning. Hope you guys, hope I didn't get any trouble with the copyright or something. I gotta look it up and see what's going on. Let's have a check on that flight plan. Oh damn, that's 100 miles. Okay. Understandable. So how was the entertainment for, like, the last couple hours? Let's, update with the,
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. We hope you're enjoying your flight. We're making good progress here, and we're doing our best to get you in on time.
been okay, I guess. Show of hands, how many of you guys have been sitting with us for the entire duration? We went through 4 documentaries on that one. I just woke up to the credits of the last one. Alright, let's have a look-see here. Do we have like a meter conversion? No, we're Boeing, so we don't. Let's see, for VAT China. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see if we can fly RVSM on the... It's gonna be a bit quiet for now. I'm still figuring out what to do because Chinese airspace has a lot of things in it. See who else was flying. Ah. We're just breaking into Russia right now. Welcome to Siberia, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you guys got a good view of the Arctic out while we're out. Today should be uneventful. At least I hope it is. We're only halfway there, guys. We still have Russia and China to deal with. There was a course that is like 200 miles longer. Well, 200 is more like 50. No, it's like 200 to 400 nautical miles longer. That kind of circumvents. Well, doesn't really circumvent Russia. It just flies a bit less. It's like lower on the longitude. No, longitude. Lower on the latitude. So it's like flying over the Aleutians and passing Japan instead of Japan and Taipei instead of passing through China. Which is a route some planes would take if, well, some planes might take if El Politico is taken into account. But this is Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I don't like El Politico, so we fly it easier we fly something easier on the fuel. I'm not sure if this fuel burn is gonna hurt me. I don't think the has shown any incident either, so. Still got half our fuel left. Still feel bad about that Iraq. Let's see, if we're gonna be expecting, the approach, I'm going to assume it's gonna be... 25 right. Gonna have to look at the plan here. Edina. Route is gonna be no. It's direct Edina, so Edina. Sierra, alright. I have to pull the chart for this one. Don't crash it, please. Sierra 7 Alpha. Well, let's just run CR7 Alpha for now. Alright, shouldn't affect the flight plan. And back on lines, okay. Alright. Alright. How'd we step up to 33,000 up here? What happened? I thought our initial was 29,000. But I'm not gonna judge. We're not in controlled airspace. It's nothing to matter. Let's put something back on.
There is many. There is many aircraft throughout history that have famously stood the test of time and served for over half a century, with various countries and undergoing many upgrades throughout their life. But only one is characterized by its massive engine that allows it to accelerate quickly to crazy top speeds. Only one was hailed by its pilots who flew it for its incredible high-speed maneuverability. A plane with an incredible radar for its time despite not being designed to carry radar missiles in the first place. A plane so popular with allies of the US that it was exported to half of the world, most famously to Italy, Japan, and Taiwan, who were some of the last to retire it. That's right, I'm talking about the F-16 Fighting Falcon, bitches.
God. This is gonna be How about some cereal?
The F-16A Falcon and its full house of variants are the latest 12.0 top-tier fighters for dispensing Western freedom using the US tree, Chinese tree, Israeli tree, Japanese tree, and the Italian tree. This provides two important values to the top tier of War Thunder. First of all, it finally provides a competitive top-tier aircraft with BVR and CAS capabilities for people grinding China, Japan, Italy, and not Israel. And second of all, it bolsters the American top-tier lineup since America clearly suffers and clearly needed yet another fourth-generation fighter aircraft. So, if you were one of those people back then who thought that the MiG-23 MLD was the most broken thing ever because it retains energy well and has 6 good missiles, then write your angry coping comments down below while you can and put on your pads because the F-16 will make you absolutely wet. Let's talk about the plane now. First off, let's differentiate the variants because oh boy, there's approximately 1 metric shitload of them. You know shit is fucked when the variants section on the F-16's Wikipedia page links to a whole other Wikipedia page just about the F-16 variants. Okay, so in War Thunder, there are 3 main variants of the F-16A in-game as of this video. The Block 10, the Block 15, and the Block 20. The largest and most important difference between these variants is that the Block 10 is a lot lighter than the Block 15 and the Block 20, which allows it to retain energy far better in flight and dogfight a lot better than the other variants. There's also other major differences, and these main differences can be used to identify the different blocks apart. The main differences is that the Block 10 has smaller elevators and more ground ordnance usually. The Block 15 and the Block 20 have the larger dogfighting elevators and the ability to use radar missiles for the most part. And the Block 20, currently only the Chinese tree is the MLU, having a distinguishable larger tail boom with a drag chute, something all of the other F-16s in-game lack. But there's also some outliers to these, which we're not going to cover. The F-16A can best be summarized as a direct development of the F-5E and the F-104s that come before it in the American tech tree, and rather a very deadly combination of the two, almost like a perfect love child from these two aircraft, combining the lightweight, aggressive dogfighting versatility of the F-5E with the absolute unit of an engine providing insane thrust, like the F-104. But we'll get into all of that in a bit. For now, let's get some important things out of the way first. Fighters in top-tier jet battles of War Thunder can be easily categorized into one of 3 groups. The first group is aircraft that may or may not be good at dogfighting, but can still fuck people up at close range with their incredible dogfighting missiles. The second group is aircraft with great dogfighting capability, but with a lack of danger noodles, or maybe less missiles than the other top-tier aircraft get, forcing these planes to get up close and personal with guns. The third group of aircraft excel at long-range engagements, or BVR, single-handedly forcing you to hug the deck for the entire first half of the match as they dump the entire goddamn space program at you from the other side of the map, forcing you to either roleplay Stroke 3 dodging 6 Iraqi missiles at once, or get your bitch ass slapped back to the hangar with 0 kills and a bigger repair cost. And this is where the F-16 begins to shine. See, this aircraft is not really restricted to any of the 3 categories, and depending on the model that you're flying, you can easily fit into all 3 of them at once. You have great close-range missiles for dealing with enemies at close to medium ranges, and depending on the model, you also have radar missiles allowing you to deal in BVR as well. And it doesn't matter what model you fly, you will always have good flight performance, which will allow you to adapt this plane to any playstyle you have.
But wait, the F-16 maneuvers as well as the goddamn space shuttle on final approach and has to turn the circle over an entire EC map.
You may be asking. And to that I say, learn how to manage your speed, you sophisticated donkey. Does a plane that can very easily outrate every other jet at top tier, with enough room left to save your ass when you make an error, sound like a brick to you? Damn, the only brick here is that thing in your head that you mistook for a brain that even gave you the idea to say that shit. Listen closely, because now I'm going to teach you how to play Mr. Worldwide Falcon. Here is how you play Pierre Space Crotch Rocket. Step 1, learn what the fucking air brake is. This isn't some witty joke or shitty hint, I'm serious. Please. I beg you. What the fuck? How can you guys be this fucking autistic? Holy shit. You need to learn weight and speed management. Your F-16 has the best turn rate of any top-tier aircraft in game at optimal conditions, but that does not mean that this is unconditional. As with any aircraft in War Thunder, how it handles will depend on your speed and weight. The amount of dumbass stock F-16s with bombs who don't know how to use their air brakes, trying to turn fight a Phantom, then crying when they lose, that I end up running into is hilariously sad. So I'm just going to give you the answers because you guys are clearly suffering from brain damage, that is. Your optimal dogfighting speed is between 600 and 800 kilometers per hour under an optimal combat load. That would be 380 to 500 McDonald's per Hardee's for my fellow Americans who cannot use proper measurement units. At this speed, your energy retention and thrust keep you easily outrating any plane you can face in the game right now. If you fight any slower, planes with higher AOA at low speed, like the MiG-29 and the Viggen, will absolutely shit on you. And if you fly at a higher speed, planes with better high-speed alpha, like the Tomcat and the MiG-21, will easily clap your cheeks in. And if you are dying to a MiG-21 in your F-16, then go back to fucking Pakistan. Step 2. Maintain situational awareness. Your plane is best used up close and personal. You are not a BVR bus. This is the F-16, bitch. We clown in this 9G system.
Good morning.
Better take your missile flanking pussy ass back to the Tomcat.
I don't know, someone better timestamp the time I woke up.
You must always maintain situational awareness. By maintaining situational awareness and occasionally looking behind you, you are instantly better than 90% of players at top-tier jets. Most troglodytes flying at top-tier jets have such a smooth brain, you can probably slide a belly landing on it with no damage to the plane whatsoever. Their two cognitive molecules that they mistook for a brain revolve solely around the first enemy that they see, which triggers a neuron activation, causing them to lose all sense of what is happening around them and tunnel vision only on their kill. These are the kinds of autistic
No, it's AoE Calliope? Nah, it's not AoE Calliope.
We'll get up close and personal to these guys. Launch an R60. Watch them fail to flare the said R60 away. Then laugh at their ass, all while they're too busy looking at the plane in front of them. Then these idiots will go and cope on Reddit that the R60 is overpowered and that they need an AIM-9X Block 53 to kill a fucking MiG-21. Because they are fucking blind. Step 3. Profit. That's literally it. I won't talk about the minor quirky differences between the different variants, like the American Block 10 and the Israeli Nets not getting the radar missiles, or how the MLU in real life can carry AMRAAMs, so this review is probably going to be outdated by next update. Now, let's talk about modifications. See,
Why's my
I have
crew
to stock
just
grind
roaming
all
one
of my
side of the
F-16s
cabin?
before stock flares became a thing. And I started writing the script for this video nearly 2 months ago. So Gaijin decided to completely fuck me over and give everyone free stock flares while I was in the middle of writing this exact fucking section of the script. Which means that I only had to completely rewrite half of the goddamn script, thanks to Gaijin. So, now that Gaijin decided to pull their thumb out of their ass and finally started giving us free flares in addition to free missiles, your stock grind will be a lot easier. I personally went from stock to spaded in the F-16A ADF in about 3 hours, and stock flares weren't even a thing back then. Now let me remind you, your stock performance in the F-16 is still very good as a dogfighter, so please don't be a fucking retard who takes bombs on this thing to stock grind it. I stock grinded 5 different F-16s without dropping a single bomb, and 4 of those were before stock flares were a thing. So please, without further ado, here is the preferred modifications route for you to take in your stock modifications grind. Starting at Tier 1, begin by rushing straight down the fuselage repair and compressor. Your F-16's stock flight performance may be good, but why settle for that when it can be the best? If you really suck at dodging radar missiles, or just retarded enough to keep climbing every game, you might want to also get chaff. But I personally wouldn't, now that normal flares are free and you don't really need anything more than that if you know what you're doing at top tier. But it's up to personal preference. If your F-16 has a Tier 1 missile upgrade, such as the AIM-9Js, make sure to get that now as well. Next, you're going to want to start Tier 2 with the G-Suit. Trust me, you really want this thing. If your F-16 has radar missiles, make sure to grab that now, otherwise just get both performance modifications. Moving on to Tier 3, you'll start by getting your AIM-9Ls. You need the AIM-9Ls, trust me, you'll love them. After this, you'll want to get both performance modifications once again. If you're up to Tier 4 by now, start with the engine upgrade, unless you have the Israeli Nets. You're going to want to rush straight down to the Python 3s first. Those things are cracked. They're crazy, trust me. After that, get yourself the fire extinguisher, and from this point on, really, you can go back and work on whatever remaining modifications you want, in whatever order you want. You want CAS? Go ahead. You want just refine your flight performance even more? Sure. You're stupid enough and you want bombs? Go ahead. Please don't be on my team next match. Of course, you can also go the pay-to-win route and just buy your modifications instantly with those golden weapons of mass destruction that you stole from the pesky Iraqis. And there you have it. That's a quick review and guide of the F504 Star Tiger. The quick review and guide of the F504 Star Tiger that will almost definitely be outdated by next update. So until then, go out there, don't crash on takeoff, and teach all your enemies what happens when someone fucks with your oil supply. Oh, and if you enjoyed this new style of videos that I'm trying, then make sure to tell me down in the comments, or leave a like so I know. Don't worry, I'll still be making bad memes as usual, so expect more of those in addition to this shitty series now. You know what they say, twice the brain damage, twice the fun. See you next time. In the comments of the F-16 video, many of you asked for a MiG-29 guide after my F-16 guide last time. So I started writing the script for one. I even finished it and recorded the script. I was about halfway through editing this video when Gaijin dropped the fucking teaser for this update, showing us that a new MiG-29 with R-73s is coming. Making my F-16 video outdated within 2 weeks is one thing, but making my MiG-29 video outdated before it's even fucking released is a whole new level of Gaijin. But wait, it gets worse. See, the new MiG-29 they added is so different from the first two that not only did I have to rewrite half the script, but I kinda made this video twice as long as it originally should have been. So please bear with me. But wait, it gets worse. Because Gaijin then decided to artificially nerf all the MiG-29's airframes from their good dogfighting performance down to literal bricks. So I only had to rewrite the entire script. But wait, it gets worse. Because Gaijin not only also added the R-27ET to the MiG-29 SMD, but they quietly unfucked the seeker of the R-27T and ET, meaning that they actually have some kind of basic flare resistance and rear aspect now. So once again, I only had to rewrite half of this script that I had to completely rewrite after rewriting half of the script the first time. But wait, it gets worse. Because Gaijin then decided to add the MiG-29G completely unprompted. We had no dev blogs, no teaser, nothing telling us that this thing was coming. We just sort of found it on the dev server. And it's pretty similar but also pretty different from the other MiG-29s, and I fucking hate it. And I couldn't be bothered to rewrite the script a fifth fucking time, so yeah, I'm just gonna talk about this in a little blurb at the end, so if that's what you're here for, stick around until then.
Oof.
There is approximately 110 million words in the English lexicon, yet I still find myself incapable of stringing enough of these words together to truly express how much I want to hit the CEO of Gaijin with a fucking chair. Well, now that you know why this video got delayed by 2 months, without any further ado, it's fulcruming time. The Mikoyan Gurevich 29 is a Soviet 4th generation fighter interceptor, built to rival the West's best jets based not only on the latest technology of the day, but also on the salty tears of its shitty predecessors. But fret not, because the Russians learned from their previous shitboxes, and a few stolen American planes, how to properly build a fighter jet. The MiG-29 builds on all bases of its predecessors and lops them into one incredible package. You have the great acceleration and spontaneous maneuvering of the MiG-21 airframes, but also the powerful BVR and low-speed energy handling of the MiG-23. By combining the two main things that made US mains cry on Reddit into a single airframe, you achieve the ultimate top-tier American main copium harvester, otherwise known as the almighty MiG-29, shatterer of NATO win rates. But whether you just unlocked your MiG-29 and are watching this video to learn how to play it, or a seasoned veteran of other nations trying to understand the weakness of this formidable plane to fight against it, or you're just another one of those monkeys from last video who's only here to write multiple paragraphs of cope in the comments about how I'm wrong, then get ready, because Comrade Mikoyan dictated that violence is not the answer. It is a question, and the answer is yes. The MiG-29 family of aircraft was built on the lessons learned from the ups and downs of its predecessors and also from the lessons learned from its adversaries. You see, the design of the MiG-29 favors what the Soviets found to be the ultimate doctrine for aerial engagement in the 70s and the 80s.
Wait.
That doctrine comes from a pretty rich background. Let's backtrack a little into history here. You see, after the certified bra moment taking place over Vietnamese airspace, where America and Russia both realized that missile-flinking trucks were not the future of dogfighting, and rather, versatile, lightweight aircraft are still the way to go, both countries got back to the drawing board. And what they came up with was the F-16. Except the Russians didn't really like the F-16's design, as it didn't really fit their doctrine. So after a few minor changes that you can barely notice, including hammering in a bigger radar, BVR capability, the entire F-14 Tomcat and the X-ray model somehow, funny bullshit missiles with HMD targeting.
Return. Welcome back, Sarge. The cheetah has woken up.
Systems of its era, data link for ground-controlled interception, cracked T-seekers with stupid long-range and IRST system to aim them. They came out with the MiG-29, so yeah, let's talk about that one now. The MiG-29, like any fighter aircraft, was built in different variants. Now, unlike the F-16 from last video, whose variants were organized into blocks, the Russians' crappy computers could not run Minecraft. They had no idea what blocks are. Instead, they resorted to weird decimals, almost like version numbers on a crappy video game. And do you know what else is a crappy video game with MiG-29s? Today's sponsor, War Thunder, the online multiplayer. Mikoyan OKB instead used chassis numbers, which are really just these stupid version decimals like it's a piece of software or something. You had your initial designs for the MiG-29, numbered 9.1 through 9.11, which all ranged from shit to too stupid to straight up what the actual fuck is this. The Russians may have not had computers with Minecraft, but you cannot convince me otherwise that they did not build this shit in simple planes. Eventually, shitboxes 9.1 to 9.11 redesigned into 9.12. Chassis 9.12 is the initial MiG-29, the one found in the German tree in-game. The chassis had one major flaw. In the quest to maintain great maneuverability, while also fitting in the powerful R-33 engines, great avionics, and strong weapons systems, the Russians kind of forgot to leave any sort of space for fuel tanks.
Bruh.
Which are kind of important, by the way. So, you'll be running out of fuel before ammo or missiles usually playing this thing. Now, the next version number, 9.13, sort of addressed the problem. It tried to, by just making the dorsal hump fatter.
Oh, we're climbing again.
Besides that, there's exactly no difference. The dorsal hump getting fatter isn't even significant. You'll still be running out of fuel before you can even say perestroika. You don't gain much weight over the 912, so you're basically the same plane. Now, there's a whole bunch of variants that came after this in real life, but Gaijin decided to jump the gun straight to the MiG-29 SMT, specifically the MiG-29 SMT variant from 2005. Chassis number 9.19. The main difference with the MiG-29 SMT is that it gets a cooler cockpit. Oh yeah, and it kind of has multiple new missiles, stronger engines, new radar, in-flight refueling capability, programmable color MFDs, modern RWR system, extra fuel, a whole new flight model, the ability to make me delay my MiG-29 video, better ground ordnance, lighter airframe, upgraded avionics, and guided cast capability. You know, just minor things. Seriously, I have no fucking idea why Gaijin decided to jump to such an advanced model right away. What next? Gaijin is gonna decide to jump 40 years from the F-16A straight to the F-16C Block 50? Yeah, the jokes just tried themselves at this point. I don't even know why I bother anymore. The third series MiG-29 SMT is so different from the first series MiG-29s we already have in-game, but the less knowledgeable player thinks that they're the same plane and the SMT just gets cooler missiles. This is wrong. Let's start with the most obvious change to the MiG-29 SMT, the weight increase. This thing looked at the average American to try and learn why the F-16 is so good, but instead got bulked up by Gorbachev at Pizza Hut so hard that it suffers from acute obesity now, just like the average American. The MiG-29 9.12 and 9.13 may have been so good at dogfighting that even the US Defense Technological Information Center admitted that they were better than the American planes at the time. But the SMT is pretty much a double-decker bus compared to those. The MiG-29 SMT gets reinforced wings, upgraded avionics, upgraded radar, more ordnance, bigger missiles, bigger weapons, bigger engines, and most importantly, the giant tumor on the back that is the camel hump fuel tank. All of these additions might have added just a little weight. And by little I mean this thing is fat as shit now. As a player who played the MiG-29 SMT after playing the normal MiG-29 9.13, getting used to the MiG-29 SMT's new flight model was hard. The only thing harder for me was not making a joke about your mother when discussing how fat this plane is. But fear not. Where the MiG-29 SMT lacks in great maneuverability, it makes up for it in almost everything else. Upgraded missiles, radar, fuel capacity, you want it? It is yours, my friend. So while you won't be able to get guns on target as easily in the SMT, you have R-73s and an HMD to compensate for that. And while you won't be able to pull into a cold notch as easily, you get R-27 ETs, and a far better radar than the older MiG-29s, allowing you to crank so hard you may as well start calling yourself Soldier Boy. So your 9.12 and 9.13 are the hottest UFOs on the block until an F-16 shows up, and the SMT is just a bus with very good missiles. So how exactly does that translate into gameplay? Well, I'm glad you asked, because buckle up, McCoyon's magnificent ride is just starting. Now let's talk about gameplay, you scrubs. How the hell do you play the MiG-29 anyways? Well, the MiG-29 is many things, so let's start with what it is not. First of all, you are not a BVR bus. Yeah, you get 2 of the best radar missiles in game, but your contemporaries get better radars, up to 3 times as much radar missiles, and the radar missiles are only slightly worse than yours. Unlike what your average troglodyte on Reddit thinks, having 2 R-27ERs is not a free kill, get out of jail card.
Oops.
First of all, you are not a BVR bus. Yeah, you get 2 of the best radar missiles in game, but your contemporaries get better radars, up to 3 times as much radar missiles, and the radar missiles are only slightly worse than yours. Unlike what your average troglodyte on Reddit thinks, having 2 R-27ERs is not a free kill, get out of jail card for any engagement. Anyone with half a brain can notch, and at closer ranges, you can just hug the deck. If you want a BVR truck, go play the Tomcat, or the Tornado if you're retarded. Something else the MiG-29 is not is a close-in dogfighter. Don't get me wrong, you'll still obliterate almost anything you face in a dogfight, but in a pure one-on-one engagement, say, for example, in the late game, assuming both players have equal skill, there is quite a bunch of planes that could easily shit on the MiG-29 with their superior dogfighting performance, especially in the one circle. I'm not even going to bring up battlefield dictation, which is the third and most important point the MiG-29 is not. Yeah, the MiG-29 is meta, but it is not dictating. Some planes have this ability to dictate the battlefield and decide how the match goes single-handedly. The biggest example is this motherfucker. The F-14 single-handedly redefined the top-tier engagement composition when it was added. Tell me, do you see any other plane with 6 Fox 3s that force you to hug the deck for the first half of the match? Yeah, well, the MiG-29 is not that plane. Keep this last thing I said in mind, and this is very important because I'll touch on it later. See, besides these 3 points, that's where your disadvantages end. The MiG-29 does not dump all its points into BVR, so it is not the best at that. Nor does it dump all of them into dogfighting, so it's not the best at that either. And this is exactly where it shines. Remember 2 years ago, when the MiG-23 MLD was supposedly broken just because it had great flight performance, but not the best, and it also had great BVR, but also not the best? It was considered broken because it was versatile enough to fill both roles when needed, and when played to that very advantage, it was able to completely curb stomp the enemy team. It also didn't help that the enemy team was 50% wallet warriors, but that's besides the point. Likewise, the MiG-29 2 years later is exactly just like this. It's not game-changing. It's not the best at any particular thing. And the enemy team is full of wallet warriors that bomb bases. But its ability to do all of those things at once, even when not the best, is where it shines. And this is exactly where dictating the fight comes back in. Remember when I said you could dictate the early game in an F-14, or the late game in one of those 1v1 monsters that I talked about? Well, this is where the MiG-29 truly bears its fangs. With the ability to do both great in BVR and most dogfights when needed, you can deny the
I'm
enemy
still
from
in
dictating
cheetah
the
chat.
match. Oh no, what's this? It's late game and Mirage 2000 wants to get up close and personal to shit on you in the one circle? Well, just kindly ask him to one circle this R-27ER instead. A Tomcat is spamming all his missiles at you in BVR, You fly cold, close the distance, and use your HMD and great close-range missiles to tickle his penis until he farts. Or until he rages in chat. That works too. And due to this overall versatility, the MiG-29's greatest power now comes to show. It's damn easy to do well in this thing. Unlike an F-16 where you need to do mind-bogglingly difficult and near impossible tasks like maintain optimum speed in a dogfight and maintain situational awareness, or an F-14 Tomcat where you need to waste 4 years of your life getting a PhD in how to work the radar and learning how to crank. The MiG-29 can alternate between these two playstyles when needed. And the greatest skill you need to master in the MiG-29 is knowing your opponent, so you can decide what to do against that specific vehicle. The MiG-29 SMT is a little different.
From the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. I don't normally point this out, but if you take a look outside, we're over a pretty interesting landmark.
Performance got dunked so hard this update that it still sits around the center of our graph. It shouldn't be very different in overall doctrine.
A pretty interesting
Here
landmark, as in
instructions for the MiG-29.
land.
Step 1,
or over
stick to
land.
the ground and dodge those early game Phoenixes. Then, when all the MiG-23ML noobs on your team eat the enemy missiles, go in and fuck people up at close to medium range.
I never
by
thought
picking
that there would be
optimal targets and
civilization
engaging
around
accordingly.
these areas.
No need to overcomplicate this.
Like
But for the average
cities,
War Thunder monkey
urban
with their super
areas.
smooth brain, a plane that's easy to learn is a great tool. And this is exactly what the MiG-29 is. It's really just one of those planes that's very easy to learn, but hard to master. Okay, scrubs, let's go through the modifications now. The modification tree for the first generation MiG-29s and the MiG-29 SMD differ greatly. The latter is very painfully easy, even one of the easiest at top tier, while the former is easily one of the most painful, probably one of the most painful at top tier. You will get your tasty cake if you eat your big bad broccoli first, so let's start with the 9.12 and 9.13, which have identical modification trees. The most important thing you can carry, the drop tank, is already available to you stock. You also get stock flares nowadays, so that's a really nice bonus. But that's where the good news ends. Your stock flight performance can best be described as a Saturn V rocket until you get your important performance upgrades, mainly the new boosters and the G-suit. And good luck doing that shit, because as a stock 12.0, you get access to a whole, grand total, 2 R60Ms. But wait, it gets worse. Because you first have to research not R60Ms, but normal fucking R60s first. Yeah, those rear aspect ones that you flew back at 9.3. This is the only plane at top tier as far as I'm aware where you have to research a far worse missile with your stock missile. So the very first thing you're going to do with the MiG-29 is get the R60 modification. Yes, the missiles are dog shit, but having 6 of them is better than 2. Moving on to rank 2 in the normal MiG-29, grab your R27R. If you are in the MiG-29 SMT, you get to skip the R60 grind altogether and start with stock R73s. So grab the R27R as your first modification in rank 1 for that. Having radar missiles for the head-on will ease your pain a little and honestly just makes things a lot easier in the top tier meta. After this, you're going to want to grab the G-suit and the new boosters as soon as possible, along with the other performance upgrades. In the MiG-29 SMT, you're going to really want the R27T at this point. Moving on to rank 3, in the normal MiG-29, the very first thing you should get is the missile upgrade. And no, I'm not talking about the R60Ms. Instead, start with the R27ER. Trust me, this missile single-handedly made US mains cry until they got a new Tomcat, and they still keep crying that they need AMRAAMs to counter this missile. It's just that good. On the MiG-29 SMT, you don't get the R27ER yet at this tier, instead having to research your R73s first. Don't worry, these are also great missiles for a completely different reason, so make sure you get those before moving on. On the normal MiG-29, after the R27ER, get the R60Ms, because by now you have either pulled all your hair out from trying to use the normal R60s, or you just straight up didn't take those 2 normal R60s in your custom loadout. Also, don't forget to pick up the extra flares of the MiG-29 SMT. Just make sure to get the top performance upgrades of that rank before moving on. Now start with the R27T and ET respectively for the 2 planes at rank 4. In the first 3 versions of the script, I had to skip this missile and get EFS and performance modifications just because of how shit the R27T was before the update. But Gaijin, in their grand wisdom, decided to buff it. So now it's not only a genuinely good missile, but honestly kinda broken in certain scenarios. After the heat-seeking R-27s get the EFS, it's a genuinely useful tool on the MiG-29s, as putting out the fire in one of your engines means that you can use the other to limp back to base. Have you ever wondered why the engines on the MiG-29 are not facing straight? This is exactly why, to counter the asymmetric thrust of flying with only one engine. The more you know. After this, make sure to go back and get any remaining performance upgrades, and the new 30mm cannons plus ammo upgrades, because you get very little ammo in the gun, and you need to rely almost completely on accurate tap fire with your radar lead computer. So having good ammo and accurate guns is a really nice bonus for that. After this, feel free to go back and work on the ground ordnance, although I have no idea why you're gonna need it. Bombing bases in a MiG-29 is questionable, to say the least. Well, good job. Now you have grinded modifications for both MiG-29s. Or you just used Golden Eagles like the pay-to-win scrub lord that you are. Hey, I'm not judging you. Okay, scrub lords, here is a section about the MiG-29G. So, Gaijin decided to add a new MiG-29G to the German tech tree. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Russia gets a MiG-29 with R-73s and R-27ET, and Germany should too. I have no problem against that. The thing is, the MiG-29G is literally just a MiG-29 9.12, but with the new missiles. Do you see the problem yet? Gaijin, in their Grand Wisdom a while back, said that they will never give the R-73 to the MiG-29 9.12 and 9.13 because these planes were very, very maneuverable and that would make them overpowered with the R-73. Okay, we get that. That's fine. I'm all up for game balance. Then they gave us the MiG-29 SMT, which was an utter shitbrick, but it got the good missiles. You were trading off your good flight performance for having better missiles. Again, balanced trade-off. Everyone was happy. Then Germany, for some fucking reason, gets a 912 with the upgraded missiles. Because, Germany suffers or something, I don't know. Yeah, remember when Gaijin said they're not giving the 9.12 and 9.13 the good missiles? Well, Germany just got 9.12 with the good missiles. The only difference between the MiG-29 SMT and the MiG-29G is that the SMT gets a better radar and more flares. That's literally it. No, as if you already weren't spitting in the face of MiG-29 SMT players enough, Gaijin proceeded to then add the upgraded engines that the MiG-29 SMT is missing to the MiG-29G. Yeah, so how do you play the MiG-29G? It's a fucking 9.12 with R-73s and R-27ET, it's the easiest MiG-29 to play. I don't even have a reaction for this one, man, what the hell. Stock grind modification, it's the same as the MiG-29 SMT, just without the extra flares. Like, oh yeah, and you also don't get, like, the ground ordnance, but who gives a shit about that? Right. If you're taking a MiG-29 out for CAS, please get some help. The K-52 and the MiG-27K exist. Are you fucking retarded? Yeah, I hate the MiG-29G with a fucking passion. Like, not only is this thing the best of both worlds and just spitting on the face of, like, all MiG-29 players that played the MiG-29s before it, but yeah, it kind of made me have to rewrite and amend the parts of the script for the 5th fucking time, so fuck you, Gaijin. I swear to God, if I hear Germany players coping that they get their MiGs 2 updates late again, I'm going to clobber them with a fucking 2016 Toyota Camry. And there you have it. That's the MiG-29 family explained, as of the Kings of Battle update. I won't make a joke about how this video will be outdated by next update, which probably comes out in like 2 weeks or something. Otherwise, Gaijin will make it outdated within those 2 weeks, just like the last F-16 video. And until this video becomes outdated, go out there, don't crash on takeoff, and show the Blue 14 your funny new spinny missile until they cope about it on Reddit. And don't worry, I'll still be making bad memes as usual, so expect more of those in addition to this shitty series now. You know what they say, twice the brain damage, twice the fun. See you next time.
Welcome back.
Wow, you guys really love the series. The last video on the MiG-29 family became one of the best performing videos on this channel right away, and as a result, there were many comments telling me to cover various planes in the next episode. So, To thank you guys, I decided to run a small poll on our Discord server to see which plane of the most suggested ones you guys wanted me to cover next. By the way, if you are not in the Discord already, make sure to hop in so you don't miss things like this in the future. I'm pretty active on there, and you'll find me posting teasers, questions, polls, and updates on future videos, and even squatting up with you guys sometimes. But anyways, the people on the Discord server have voted for the Mirage 2000 family, which is what this video will be on. And now, without further ado, it's time to enjoy some croissant. The Dassault Mirage 2000 is a French 4th generation built-in fighter interceptor, specialized fighter bomber, and frontline strike variants, and later models even being considered multi-purpose as they had the ability to fulfill all these roles at once. The Mirage 2000 returns to the roots of the Mirage family, making its grandfather, the Mirage 3, proud by demonstrating itself as the angriest Dorito in the fighter arena of Europe at the time, just as Marcel Dassault intended. Except now, everyone is putting canards on their planes, so there isn't any real Doritos to compete with anymore. So, whether you're a longtime veteran of the French tree looking to expand your horizons of knowledge on the glorious Dorito, or you're one of those monkeys who bought the premium Mirage F1 last sale because the actually good planes were not on sale, then buckle up, because the Mirage 2000 is definitely one of the Doritos of all time. The Mirage 2000 is a very peculiar aircraft in its doctrine and usage in-game, due to its hilarious development cycle in real life. So, a quick history lesson here. In the mid-1960s, Britain and France were supposed to work together to build a new fighter interceptor and fighter interdictor with variable geometry wings. But only 2 years later, Britain was like, "Golly, I can't stand the bloody French twats at Dassault," and were about to pull out of the project. But before they could, France went, "Oi Pierre, them stinking Bretons full of merde," and pulled out of the program first. Britain then decided to instead work with Germany and Italy on the Swingwing project, which instead of a super cool multi-purpose high-tech fighter interceptor interdictor, turned out to be the Panavia Tornado instead. Meanwhile, France, using what little they learned from the program before they pulled out, built the Mirage G, which is just a Mirage F1 with swing wings. It was ugly, unreliable, expensive, French, cumbersome, weak, and stupid.
And French.
Of course, Dassault knew this project was probably going to fail, so in the backstage they went to their old warehouse in secret and started cooking something deviously malicious. Basically, Dassault whipped out one of their old Mirage 5s and just made it better in every way possible. While Dassault was playing with their ball sacks and other stupid prototypes, they also tried sticking cool new toys on an older Mirage airframe to make a new fighter out of it. Shortly after, they realized that all these upgrades to the Delta Wing plane made it heavier, and it's not like the Mirage 3 had a good thrust-to-weight ratio to begin with. So, Dassault went to the... what the fuck? I am not pronouncing this.
Société Nationale d'Études et de Construction de Moteurs d'Aviation.
SNECMA, for short, and asked them for a new engine. SNECMA then got to work on what they called the SNECMA Super Attar, a heavily upgraded version of the older SNECMA Attar from the Mirage F1. Unfortunately, the SNECMA Super Atari Entertainment System project had many problems and delays. So, I assume in typical French fashion, there was probably a revolution or something after the CEO of SNECMA said, "SNECMA balls," to the R&D team. And shortly after, SNECMA engineered the M53. As a result of the insane precision and microscopic tolerances of this engine, the M53 was one of the most reliable, forgiving, easy to use, powerful, serviceable, and expensive fighter jet engines of the time for its weight class. For any car guys watching this video, think of it as the 1LR GUE engine, but in a plane. And just like the 1LR and the Lexus LFA, the SNECMA M53 gave the Mirage 2000 a very distinguishable howl, setting it apart from other jet engines by sound. Unfortunately, War Thunder completely fucked up the M53's famous howl, and in-game, it instead sounds like a jammed vacuum cleaner. Anyways, this new fighter would receive a new name, and what is more original for your high-tech piece of technology than to stick the number 2000 at the end? I mean, come on, surely no one has done that on their fighter jet before. Except for the Kurnos 2000, and the Super Phantom 2000. and the Eurofighter 2000 before it was renamed into the Typhoon, and the FTC 2000. Okay, you get the point. Anyways, this new plane, the Mirage 2000, just like the average French pastry, comes in multiple different flavors and types, so let's talk about that now. Hello guys, it's your boy Donut here. Today we're learning how to fly the Mirage 2000 in 5 easy steps. Step 1, turn on auxiliary power. Step 2, start the electrical system. Step 3, flick that subscribe button into the on position. Step 4, smash that bell icon and slave it to the notifications radar. Step 5, pull that rip start cord to start your In War Thunder, the Mirage 2000 family is the current top-tier selection for French aircraft, rewarding players after they suffered with the Mirage F1 before them in the tech tree, or worse yet, after regretting that they spent $70 on a premium Mirage F1. In War Thunder, the Angry Dorito comes in 3 flavors: nacho cheese, cool ranch, and barbecue sauce. First up, we have the Mirage 2000 CS5. This is the first and most commonly used Mirage 2000 variant in-game. The C stands for chasseur, or fighter, and the S5 designation entails that it is a later upgraded variant with the upgraded engine and the ability to use unguided ordnance. In addition to its formidable arsenal of air-to-air missiles, of course, including various models of the Matra Super 530 and the venerable Magic 1 and 2. This is a great introduction to the Mirage 2000 family for Air RB, serving as a training tool to remind you of what you learned flying the Mirage 3s previously before the F1. Or for the premium scrublords who bought the premium Mirage F1, you need to learn from scratch. You play this plane as a cracked up Mirage 3. You have great turning performance for the first circle or two due to your delta wings and strong engine, provided that your pilot doesn't melt into a puddle due to the low crew level. The R530D, despite being a few letters before the F, is actually better due to having a different seeker. Remember when your radar missile would go for that first piece of chaff when you were flying the Mirage F1? Yeah, the 530Ds don't do that anymore. Your Magic 2s are also a force to be reckoned with, as now they have IRCCM and decent maneuverability. All in all, Mirage 2000C should be played as any delta wing. Watch your speed, and don't commit into turn fights for too long. Otherwise, you're gonna find yourself with no energy and multiple thirsty F-16s up your ass. Unlike most other delta wings found around this battle rating, however, the Mirage 2000 actually has advanced avionics and missiles, so it's not just a one-trick horse for the one circle. All in all, the Mirage 2000 CS5 acts as a great stepping stone to the 2 other Mirage 2000s in the family. After the CS5 in the tech tree comes the Mirage 2000-5F, the ultimate Mirage 2000 variant used by the French Air Force. This one, in real life, used the Mika missile, both in heat seeker and active radar variants, but at the time of making this video, it doesn't get those in-game yet. Probably because of 80km range, 50G thrust vectoring unflareable unnotchable missile with lock-on after launch and miss return capability might be a little unbalanced right now. Instead, you get what is basically the Mirage 2000 CS5, but with HMD, a better radar, more diverse missile selections, the Damocles targeting pod with thermals, and alongside it a wide selection of various laser-guided bombs, missiles, and the PGM family of TV-guided missiles? Bombs? They're categorized as bombs, but they have a rocket motor in the back that extends their range. You know, like a missile. But the French military calls it a bomb. So now I get to make another joke about French military designations being very fucking stupid. All in all, the Mirage 2000 variant serves as the epitome of both air-to-air and air-to-ground for the French tech tree. You get the single best top-tier fighter after the F-16s and the MiG-29s, and for mixed battles, the 5F's various CAS ordnance, abundant countermeasures, great targeting pod, and 2 IRCCM missiles for self-defense puts it up there as one of, if not the best, close air support plane at top tier right now. I mean, come on. Your PGMs and AS-30L can outrange the Panzer, and once you clear out any enemy AA you see, you can just drop waveways on people's head uncontested. Anyways, for air-to-air battles, play the Mirage 2000-5F as a more aggressive version of the CS5. Even if you can't perfectly get nose on target, you have HMD and IRCCM IG Magic 2s to absolutely clown on any idiot that tried to one-circle with you. And if something does go wrong, you have enough thrust to walk away from any plane you face, except the F-16 and the MiG-29. And don't underestimate your BVR capability either. Carrying 2 radar missiles sounds bad at first, but so does the F-16 and the MiG-29. Also, the Super 530Ds are really underrated. Yeah, remember how everyone copes and molds on Reddit that the R27ER is the most broken thing in the game or something because it can go Mach 5? Well, people also seem to forget that the Super 530Ds are also Mach 5. so don't be afraid to fling a few radar missiles in a joust if you need to. It's so funny watching an F-16 fire his Sparrow at you in a head-on and still die, because the 530D goes so fast and pulls so many Gs that it will obliterate him before his Sparrow even thinks about looking at you. Ultimately, just play this as a more aggressive and upgraded Mirage 2000 CS5, because that's literally what it is. And if you're mentally handicapped enough to play French top-tier ground, this plane alone can carry the lineup since it's one of, if not the best, gas jet at top tier right now. The last Mirage 2000 and War Thunder I want to talk about, and probably the least used and the most underrated one, is the Mirage 2000 DR1. The D stands for dichlorodiphenyl trichloroethane or something, I don't know. In-game, this is the dedicated cast variant, supposedly, and as such, it has no radar missiles, no extensive air-to-air ordnance, no bitches, and not even an internal gun. And its cast ordnance is not even that good compared to the 2000-5F, so most people forget this one even exists. It's fat, ugly, twin-seater, lacks an internal gun, lacks radar missiles, and worst of all, it runs on Windows Vista. But at 11.3, this is a hidden gem. Allow me to elaborate. Okay, you see, you're a Mirage 2000. Okay, you're a bit heavier now because you have Esteban riding behind Pierre in the back. Plus, the heavier avionics and a lot of large caliber countermeasures all crammed into the fuselage spine behind the cockpit and the extra fuel tanks. This adds a considerable amount of weight to the Mirage 2000, so your flight performance is noticeably worse than that of the other fighter variants. Now, unlike those fighter variants, you're at a considerably lower battle rating, so most of the stuff you'll face will still lose to your heavier Mirage 2000, unless you get fully up-tiered. Then you're fucking useless because you're probably the most useless plane possible in that matchmaker. But when you don't get up-tiered, you can absolutely clown on anything and everything that you face because you have top-tier flight performance, 2 IRCCM missiles, 196 large caliber countermeasures, and to mitigate your lack of internal guns, you can take a gun pod with defas and a lot of ammo. So you're still good on that end. And God forbid you somehow get a full down tier, oh my goodness. As long as you don't extend the turn fight against the F5C UFOs, you'll win pretty much anything you face. It's very funny. F5Cs will try to panic flare your Magic 2s away, and they'll just fucking explode. It's the funniest shit ever. A simple down tier or up tier will decide if the 2000D is either one of the most broken planes at 11.3 or one of the most dog shit. Before we move on to modifications, I want to make an important point about the Magic 2 missile. These missiles can range from the shittiest to one of the best close-range missiles in-game right now, depending on how you use them. Due to their design philosophy, many people will be confused and use them wrong. That also counts for me. I'm an absolute fucking idiot, and I used them wrong for a while before actually realizing how their IRCCM works. After that, it was just a matter of trial and error while grinding out the Mirage 2000s to actually figure out how they work. Some idiots out there will think that, hey, these are 30G missiles with IRCCM that ignores flares, so we should use them like the AIM-9Ms. This is wrong. Other idiots think that since it has a high off-bore sight seeker and the Dash 5F gets HMD, that they will be lobbed at dumb angles or flung at close range like the R-73, which is also wrong. Let's quickly dissect why and how to actually use them. First of all, the Magic 2 has a 1.5 second fuse safety delay. That means the missile will not detonate for 1.5 seconds after launch. I repeat, the missile will not explode until 1.5 seconds have passed since it was launched. Even if the missile literally flies into the enemy plane, it will just pass through, because the proxy fuse and the warhead did not arm yet. This means you cannot shotgun the Magics at close range like the R-60M or the R-73. Likewise, the missile is still very well maneuvering, due to its dual canards and destabilators. As such, it produces a lot of drag, and because of that, it's pretty bad at retaining energy. So it's not going to actually fly very far like, say, an AIM-9M or a Python 3. Rather, it barely has any range over the R-60M or the AIM-9J. So don't go around flinging these at long range and expecting them to hit. So, once you figure out that solid sweet spot where you can launch your Magic 2s and it will detonate, and it won't fall out of the sky because it ran out of energy, then you basically got yourself a bunch of free kills, directly equal to how many Magic 2s your plane can carry. It's gonna take a lot of practice, and a lot of trial and error, but once you pin it down, holy shit, trust me, these things will kill people harder than the French government did during the French Mandate of Lebanon and Syria. Okay, scrubs, let's talk modifications now. So each of the 3 Mirage 2000s has a wildly different modifications tree, but overall, since I focus on aerialistic and simulator battles mostly in these videos, I'll be moving down the modifications as such. For the sake of simplicity and time saving, I will be referring to all 3 planes by the latter designator digits, in this case, the CS5, the -5F, and the DR1 respectively. All 3 Mirage 2000s also come with add-on countermeasure dispensers. The fighter models have 36 countermeasures built in, with more added later with external pods that you research, while the Ground Attack 2000 DR1 comes with only 16, the smallest amount of all the Mirage 2000s, but with a single modification that jumps up to 196, the largest of all the Mirage 2000s. It's a grower, not a shower. But for now, let's leave the Ground Attack DR1 alone for a bit and focus on the fighter models. We are running out of time here, so I'm gonna quickly blast through these modifications and try to explain them one by one. First off, get flares and chaff. To give the Mirage 2000 fighter models the add-on countermeasure dispenser. This upgrades the Mirage 2000s from 36 to 90 flares on the CS5 and 36 to 168 on the -5F. Next up, get the G-Suit. Trust me, you are one of, if not the best one-circle fighters at top tier, and unless you want the pilot to melt into a puddle, get this as soon as you can. Next up, get the offensive 30mm, because your stock belts are, to put it lightly, absolute dog shit. Next, get the radar missiles. The Super 530F is rank 2 on the CS5 and rank 1 on the -5F. The Super 530F is dog shit. You probably know that already because you played the Mirage F1s. Premium or not, you know these things are actually trash. But it's better than nothing, and you need it to get the next modification, the Super 530D. The D is 1 more billion times better since it doesn't just go for chaff. On top of that, you also get the fact that it goes Mach 5. Don't tell the F-16 mains about this one, they're too busy crying about the R27ER instead. Next up, get the wings repair mod. Prevent your wings from falling off in that 15G turn you're about to pull. And also to increase your already cracked flight performance, because why not? Next, the 2 trees split off for a second here. On the CS5, get the new 30mm cannons, but on the -5F, you're gonna want to get the gun pod and the useless NVD just to unlock the next tier. Now, at the next tier, the first thing you're gonna want to do for both planes is get the Magic 2. Trust me, this shit is cracked. Even more on the -5F because of the HMD and the ability to take up to 4 if you don't like using your radar missiles. Next up, go back and finish your performance mods by getting the engine, compressor, airframe, fuselage repair, and new boosters. On the -5F, also pick up new cannons before getting the useless EFS for both planes. Wait a second, the EFS was very useful, I said in last video on the MiG-29, you're probably thinking. And that is correct. The MiG-29 has 2 engines, so putting out the fire in one of them means that you can use the other to get back to base. Well, I don't know if it's just me, having a skill issue here, but I could not figure out how to get the second engine to work on the Mirage 2000. So, if you can get that second engine to work, or you don't know how sarcasm works, please tell me in the comments. After this, all that is left is the ground ordnance, which on the CS5 is fucking useless. The -5F gets a pass just because that ordnance is some of the best at CAS and ground battles. But this video is about Air RB and Air Sim, so if you're mentally retarded enough to play French top tier ground, please pause the video now and go seek help immediately. Moving on to the 2000 DR1. This one is kinda special. Again, we're focusing on air battles, so start with flare chaff to upgrade your 16 countermeasures to 196. You know, just a small upgrade. Then get the gun pod, because otherwise your headass will have no guns. Next up, get the G-Suit, so the Alpine Formula 1 team sitting in your plane doesn't turn into liquid after you fuck up the 3rd race restart in Australia. Next up, get the airframe, just to unlock the next tier. At the next tier, you're going to want to get offensive belts, since your stock belts are dogshit once again. Then get the cover and wing repair upgrades. After this, get the engine, compressor, fuselage repair, and new boosters. And finally the EFS. Then I guess you can go back and work on the ground pounding toys, but if you want to use those for CAS in your French top tier ground lineup, I will once again ask you to stop it and get some help. Congratulations! All 3 of your Mirage 2000s are now spaded through your hard work and fruitful grind. Or about 19,000 golden eagles in total for our pay-to-win scrub lords watching this. But hey, I'm not judging you. It's your mental illness. You get to choose the coping mechanism. And there you have it. That's the Mirage 2000 family of aircraft explained in War Thunder as of the Air Superiority update. There is also a new event Mirage 2000 announced, the CS4, but that's a copy-paste of the CS5 with less flares. So just refer to my CS5 instructions and modifications to play that one. There's also the Mirage 4000 coming, but this video is about the Mirage 2000, not the 4000s. So all I'm going to say about the 4000 is it's twice as good. The number is twice as much. That's how that works, right? Anyways, until Mika ERs are introduced or Gaijin adds another Mirage 2000 variant to the game, I don't know, Taiwanese one to the Chinese tech tree or something, I want you to go out there, eat a croissant, and teach War Thunder players what happens when you fuck with the angry Dorito. Anyways, I'm gonna remind you one last time that we also have a Discord server. Don't forget to tell me down in the comments what plane you want to see me cover next on this series. And until then, see you next time.
Oh, that's an interesting river. And a couple lakes.
Hey guys, hope the holidays are going well for you. This video is going to be a bit different than usual and a small break from the usual shitposting and guides to send off at the end of the year on a good note. War Thunder at times can be a very frustrating game.
I'm gonna go for him then.
My game just froze. I love this game. I'm not playing anymore today. So frustrating, in fact, that oftentimes you just want to quit. Maybe for the day, maybe for the week, or maybe quit this hellhole of a game once and for all. We lost some real ones in 2023, and depending on how you view this game, the fact that I wasn't one of them might be good or bad. Anyways, as annoying as this fuck circus of a game can be at times, I do find enjoyment in it, occasionally, and this year, there was definitely some vehicles that I played a lot more than others. In this video, I'll be showing you the top 5 from these vehicles that I enjoyed the most this year, so that if you have not already, you should go check them out. Anyways, let's get started. Number 5, the A1H Skyraider. The A1H is a 6.3 American Battle Pass prop attacker. However, the H variant denotes that this is a later model, the one used in Vietnam, in fact. As such, this one gets access to a plethora of advanced technology that you normally won't find until you get to jet tier, such as flares, rotary gun pods, and most important of all, the Zuni rockets. The Zunis are massive and can absolutely obliterate any tank when used in CAS at this thing's battle rating. But we play ARB here, so how is this thing supposed to be fun? Well, the Zunis can be set to distance fuse, which when coupled with the great loaded performance of the Skyraider and the air spawn it gets, means you get to basically farm free kills on Ju-288s before they get to bases. And after that, you can have even more fun by obliterating all the cocky German main retards who think their 30mm guns will win every single head-on. Spoiler alert, it will not. And when you get up tier to face jets, oh my goodness, you can farm some serious salt by obliterating jets with your rockets. And your unloaded performance is not that bad either. Once you get rid of the rocket pods, you can reliably turn fight some stuff at low speeds, including some of the BF-109s that you'll occasionally be facing. All in all, this thing is a pretty fun little goober, but honestly, rocketing people, as fun as it is, even made a video on that one earlier this year, does get boring after a while, which is why it's only number 5 on the list. Moving on to number 4, the Sea Vixen Fighter All-Weather 2. The Sea Vixen FAW-2 is an 8.7 British Premium Navy Fleet Defense Fighter, and is a plane I have a serious love-hate relationship with, but mostly love. So how is this thing fun? It doesn't even have guns. Okay, let me explain. When I want to get back home, tired after a long day to grind an event or a task or just grind Silver Lions, this is my go-to. It absolutely prints Silver Lions due to having a higher SL multiplier than even some top-tier premiums. But enough about grinding, let's talk about the fun. For starters, you are basically a flying wing with comically strong engines, so you can basically outrun anything at your battle rating, outclimb and spiral energy trap anything you can face, and surprisingly, turn well with most stuff at your battle rating. The only time you're gonna have trouble is when you're up tier to 9.3 or 9.7 to face the under-tiered supersonic shitfucks. As for weapons, okay, yeah, you don't get guns, but you get 16G missiles with a massive uncaged bore sight that lets you hit the funniest close-range lobs. Oh, you also get a fully omnidirectional RWR with threat identification and a great radar system with decent range and scanning speeds and azimuths. So no one is safe from you. Okay, so to recap, you get one of, if not the best, airframe 8.7 with great missiles.
But there must be a catch, surely. The catch is that you get no guns, and most of your advantages, like the great airframe and top speed, fly out of the window, pun not intended, with the slightest up tier where you can face Transonic Energy Monster and under-tiered supersonic war crimes. Oh, and half your missiles are duds. But that's not really the plane's fault, that's just Gaijin's shitty coding of missiles and giving them the same real shatter properties as cannon shells. Yes, Gaijin is very retarded. Anyways, when you aren't being skull-fucked by Timmy is totally balanced and totally not under-tiered F-104,
I'm not sure if I
and
should,
your
but
missiles
I
are
do.
not sparking, then this shit is very fun. And I admit, I did a lot of fun grinding and just messing around with this thing throughout this year. Fun fact, the most SL I made in a single game this year was done with the Sea Vixen. With a simple 500% booster, I managed to rack up over 900k SL in a single game. I'm telling you, this thing is fun. Number 3, the IL-2, 1942. Ah yes, finally a tech tree vehicle that you don't have to shell out money to get. The IL-2 1942 is a Soviet tech tree attacker at the battle rating of 3.0, which obviously gets an attacker air spawn. Now this is the last of the early Sturmovix, meaning that it gets the upgraded engine and the 23mm guns, unlike the 1941 before it, but it lacks the tail gunner of the later Sturmovix. When not loaded with bombs, this thing is surprisingly a very good fighter, where it can use its attacker air spawn to climb decently and its large flaps to turn on a dime with 5 rubles of change. The 23mm cannons absolutely skullfuck anything they hit, almost always scoring one-hit kills. As such, this thing is really slept on, and often forgotten or used for CAS in ground battles. But really, just take it out for a spin without any ground ordnance. This thing's insanely good fighter when played as a cracked up heavy fighter or interceptor. Number 2, BR693AB2. The barcode 693AB2 is a BR 1.7 French flying butt plug with yeah, it's ugly, stupid, and the guns are not even facing the right way, so why the hell would this be fun to play? Well, you see, it suffers from obscure low-tier plane syndrome, where basically the only people who play this thing are new players working their way down the tree. As such, these inexperienced players bring down the statistics of the plane, and in turn cause Gaijin to drop its battle rating because they think it's bad. In reality, this thing is hilariously under-tiered, so please don't tell Gaijin. You have great flight performance, incredible top speed, very punchy guns, even though the guns are not actually facing forwards. See, this thing is supposed to be a ground attacker, so the guns are actually angled downwards, so you can strafe ground targets. This is a double-edged sword. While it is somewhat difficult for new players to get the hang of these offset guns, more experienced players will absolutely decimate with these, and the trolling potential is insane. The amount of times I would take this thing into a head-on, then pull off slightly, making the enemy think I'm breaking off and not going into a head-on, when in reality, I'm just lining up the offset guns. They get caught off guard and get completely shredded, or worst case scenario, the fact that I'm not flying right at them messes up their aim. Yeah, this thing is loads of fun. Just because it takes a bit of skill to use, the trolling potential is great, and it's just satisfying to land trick shots with that offset gun. And the flight performance is no slouch either. In fact, you can reliably dogfight a lot of the stuff that you face, as long as you don't turn with the biplanes. Before moving on to the number 1 most fun plane I enjoyed this year, I'm gonna give you some honorable mentions. First off, the F5E. This thing was fine at 11.0, but for some reason, early this year, it went to 10.7. Now it literally cannot lose unless you get fully up-tiered, or are genuinely retarded and don't know how to fly jets. I'm gonna admit I didn't play this thing much, because having a plane where I can turn off my brain and instantly win is not that fun. F-104A, C, MiG-21 F-13, and the MiG-19s. You are a 9.3 supersonic that can face Korean War era subsonics who literally cannot do anything against you in a down tier. You literally cannot die unless you actively decide to throw the match.
Are we in China yet?
Again, I'm
Why
not
do
a
I
fan
have to ask?
of planes where I can just turn off my brain and instantly win. But if you are, if that's what you find fun, then go ahead. This one's for you. HE-100. This thing's the same as the F-104s, but you get the club reserve tier players. No, seriously, this thing's as fast as the early jets, but it faces reserve biplanes. It's funny. A-26B50. Because going head-on against clueless fighters using stealth belts on all 14 of your guns is absolutely hilarious. Swift F7. Yeah, do you see those 2G missiles? Yeah, they seem dog shit at first, but they're actually mouse-guided. So you can absolutely troll people in a head-on with them sometimes. God, they're so satisfying to get kills with. Wyvern S4. It's basically the F-104 and the HE-100 once again, but at its own battle rating. But I will admit this one's a bit more fun than the other two, just because of the salt you can go farming. You get an air spawn, unlike the other two fast shitfucks, so you could just climb up to space and remove the XB-50s and P-38s. Sud Aviation SO-4050 Vator 3N Lade. You are the lowest battle rating aircraft in game with semi-active radar missiles, and also the only jet with an interceptor air spawn as far as I'm aware. The Great Cannon's lovely top speed and AA Nords are also great for dealing with dumbasses and boom and zoom tactics. This one is really slept on and honestly my favorite early jet to fly. KV-220. Yeah, I realize this is not a plane, but I did have a lot of fun playing it this year, but before it moved up to 6.0. So I'll put it in honorable mentions, since it's not a plane, like everything else on the list, and because it moved up in battle rating recently. And finally, the #1 most fun plane I enjoyed playing this year in War Thunder, the T-18B57. Yeah, anyone who's been active in our Discord server for more than a few minutes should have probably seen this one coming. So let's skip right to the point. The T-18B57 is a 4.3 frontline anti-shipping dive bomber / attacker in the Swedish tech tree. Or, as I refer to it, a fucking war crime machine that you can buy from IKEA. Okay, so the guys at Saab got high on way too many IKEA meatballs and decided to take their B-18 frontline dive bomber, which by the way already had a front-facing 13mm gun, and they decided to fit it with not one, but 2 front-facing 20mm IKEA Allen wrenches, which is already insane for a bomber. And as if that already wasn't enough, they then got rid of the bottom gunner to fit a giant autoloader drum for the absolute horse cock of a 57mm cannon. So this thing was designed to pop tanks or small boats, but in game you just load HE in the 57mm and click on enemy planes. Anything you click on with this thing's guns will usually cease to exist. Okay, Donut, it gets great guns and can basically never lose a head-on and guarantees a kill if someone flies in front of the guns, but it's still a fat bomber. And I would not blame you for making the mistake of thinking so. Yeah, I don't know how to tell you this, I'm just gonna break it to you. The T-18 at some speeds can unironically turn with most fighters and faces. It also has enough top speed to outrun pretty much anything it faces in a slight dive. So, yeah, let's recap here. You get a plane that gets a 4,000-meter bomber air spawn. It is armed with the single best air-to-air armament selection at this battle rating. You spawn in, drop your 8 bombs to shed the dead weight, or maybe save 1 or 2 for pesky airfield campers. You get on your way and climb to space. Pop 2 to 4 bombers with the 57mm within the first 2 minutes of the game. Then use your altitude advantage and great speed and maneuverability at high altitude to absolutely shit on P-38s and XB-50s. When those are dead, you can swoop down from the heavens and pick off any poor fighter still left. Yeah, this thing goes silly. Now, you know why I call it a war crime with wings? Every plane that is broken in one way or the other is counterable in some other way, and usually requires you to conform to a certain playstyle. The F-104s require you to only boom and zoom at high speeds and can still be countered easily in up tier with decent missiles. The F-5E still needs to be played carefully because you have no acceleration and no bitches if you play that thing. And you also lack the top speed to run away from most planes you face in up tier. Hell, these 2 points can apply to pretty much any plane they call broken nowadays. Except the T-18. You can literally dictate the fight by choosing who and when to fight. You can literally outrun anything at your BR range except a few specific planes, and those few specific planes turn like a bucket of dog shit, so you can literally outturn them in your comically maneuverable bomber. And honestly, the fact that this thing is broken downright is not why I find it enjoyable, but rather how unpredictable it is. You're at a battle rating often considered the mid-tier of War Thunder, and no match goes the same as the last. One game, the XP-50s can be on your team, and now you're facing a full horde of German bombers. The next game, you could be facing Wyverns from the British team, and yeah, that's the one thing you're not going to catch up to. Although intercepting them is very fun, especially if they choose to climb. In the next game, the XP-50s could be on the enemy team, so you're in for the dogfight of your life at high altitude. Be careful of those P-38s, they left a third party. All in all, this thing is just what I look for in War Thunder when it comes to fun. It's easy to play, I could just turn off my brain and win half the time. It's unpredictable, and it's overall just enjoyable to play. Yeah, this one is easily, by far, my favorite plane to fly this year, using it to grind tasks and events when applicable. Anyways, I may have had a few errors and oversights in the script, but not this last part. This was actually the first part of the script that I wrote, and I poured every ounce of genuinity and emotion into what I'm going to say next, and in reality, it's the reason I wanted to make this video in the first place. This was one hell of a year. You know, I really don't like beating around the bush or getting emotional when thanking people, because that just sounds cringy and whiny, so here goes. None of this would have been possible without you guys. You know, my viewers. I really want to thank every single one of you by name, if I could. You are why I make these videos, and your heartwarming comments and remarks are what drives me to make even more. Here is the last 4 great years of this channel, and the many years ahead. And I'm gonna once again try my best to deliver quality content, memes, guides, and various other tomfoolery to you guys in 2024. And would love to hear in the comments what you guys want me to try next year. Perhaps a video format that you want to see more of, or less of, or something new altogether. I don't know, tell me in the comments, I'm listening. The next meme guide video in this series is already underway, and as voted by everyone on the Discord server, is going to be about the MiG-23 family, and you should also join the Discord server if you haven't already. Link in the description. Anyways, have a happy holiday season, and see you next year.
Hey, Donuts.
Yes.
Donut!
Hello guys, it's your boy Donut here. Today we're learning how to fly the rock.
Oh god! Oh what? Donut!
Among Us and War Thunder with Donuts.
Where is the R-73? Is that him? I think that's him. What?
The thug shaker. Give me the thug shaker, dude. Shake your ass.
Oh goodness, you guys voted for this one on the Discord server, so what am I to do except suffer along? Anyways, since there is so many of these damn things in game, this video is going to be structured a bit differently than usual. Oh yeah, and this wouldn't be a meme guide video without Gaijin making some major change or update while I'm working on the video. That requires me to redo the entire fucking script and delay the video. You know, like a new set of VR changes that decompress top tier just enough to go and require a complete rewrite of half of the MiG-23s. Anyways, without further ado, here we go. The Mikoyan Gurevich 23, NATO codename Flogger, is a swing-wing abomination of a fighter interceptor, also built in fighter bomber and frontline strike variants, famous for looking cool and having a spotty track record that went down in history as a piece of shit. Or did it? A plane convoluted in a propaganda arms race from the height of the Cold War, with one side calling it the best thing ever and the other calling it an absolute piece of dog shit. And its combat history is equally mixed. The MiG-23 still shines on today as the reason to start arguments in the comment
What a
sections
morning.
of r/non-credible
We
defense
should be
Reddit
in
posts.
China
So whether you are
now.
a longtime veteran who loves flying or fighting the
Not
flyers
really,
in
we're
game,
still midway
or a new
through
hatchling looking
Siberia.
to learn how to fly your new shiny $70 MiG-23 ML that your mommy bought you for Christmas, then strap in, because now it's flogging time. The MiG-23 is quite the plane in real life, being one of the longest-serving aircraft in the world with many still in use today, alongside also being the most mass-produced swing-wing aircraft ever, so not talking about its history won't do it any justice. You see, when this thing was conceived, it was apparent that the current MiG-21 was no longer adequate for long-range interception, mainly due to not having long-range fuel tanks, not having a good radar or advanced GCI system, not having bitches, and most importantly, not having any long-range weapons, with most MiG-21s at the time relying on cannons or R3S missiles, which is just a backwards engineered AIM-9B. The first attempt to increase the range of the MiG-21 was the YE-8 Interceptor, also called the MiG-23 prototype.
Yeah,
yes,
6 more
this
hours.
is just a MiG-21 with an
less.
identity crisis dressed up like a Eurofighter Typhoon, but about 20 years before the Typhoon. It had upgraded radar and the ability to carry Vimpel's latest medium-range missile, the R-23, increasing its interception range. However, suddenly came a new requirement for the MiG-23 program, the ability to operate from highways and short takeoff unpaved fields. Now, up until this point, you have to remember that the MiG-17, MiG-19, and MiG-21 all had comically long takeoff and landing runs that required paved runways, so shortening it to STOL range and being highway and dirt strip capable was a crazy idea. So MiG completely redesigned the aircraft from the ground up, a clean sheet design if you will, and came up with two designs. The first had lift fans in the fuselage, and was basically a VTOL-capable MiG-23 with MiG-21 wings. Actually, if you take away the VTOL engines, it's literally just a Chinese J-8, but about 20 years before the J-8. The lift fans were basically dead weight after takeoff, and the plane had abysmal flying performance. Surely then the second design was better, right? Well, you can be forgiven for making the mistake of thinking so. The second design was a swing-wing type, and the Russians did not know how to build these correctly yet. The only other swing-wing built by Russia at this point had half of the wing on the pivot sweep, the Su-17. The MiG-23 would be the first fully sweeping wing built by the USSR, and yeah, the MiG-23-2 prototype had an airframe limit of 3.5 Gs because the wing pivots were about as weak as a Soviet farmer after a 3-year famine. Yeah, it was purely dogshit, but it sure beat having the deadweight VTOL system on an inbred MiG-21 with the maneuverability of a brick. So they went with the swing-wing design and decided to fix the problems in stability and wing limits later, which they actually did very well, but we'll get to that in a bit. The MiG-23's avionics were also no slouch either. The MiG-23 was built from the ground up around a new system for interception, using the RP-23 radar set and fire control system and a new advanced GCI system, allowing it to fire the R-23 medium-range missiles and, more importantly, data link its radar guidance with other nearby aircraft. Highly advanced technology for this time, which was far ahead of its rivals. So where the hell did this thing go wrong and earn its horrible reputation? Well, that's actually a very, very long story, so enough ranting about whether or not it was good in real life. Let's talk about it in-game now.
Well, here we go.
Before we start talking about the different variants and how to play them, it is very important that you learn how to manage your radar, IRST, and manual wing sweep, and when to utilize each of those things. For that, you are going to need to bind some new controls. Before we move on, go and bind a key to the following control sets if you have not already. Wing sweep axis. Switch wing sweep control mode. Switch secondary weapon. Switch radar IRST on-off. Switch between radar and IRST. Change radar IRST mode. Change radar IRST search mode.
How many of these are there?
Change radar IRST scope scale. Change radar IRST target to lock. Lock radar IRST on target. And finally, radar IRST beyond within visual range combat. By binding these controls of learning exactly what they do and when to use them correctly, you can easily increase the effectiveness of the MiG-23s in-game by a lot. Practice around with these controls in test flight if you are not already familiar with them. Now, back to actually playing the MiG-23. With manual wing sweep control and proper knowledge of when to throw it back, the wings I mean, you can two-circle almost everything you face, and this can prove a very useful ace up your sleeve in the final 1v1 of a match. Likewise, knowing how to use your radar and IRST will increase the effectiveness of your R-23 and R-24 missiles a lot, especially when you use the right tool and mode for the right time. Now is also a good time to point out that the MiG-23 family has 4 different types of wings for different variants, each drastically affecting how the plane flies. And to familiarize yourself with all 4, I'm going to very quickly explain them with these cool Microsoft Paint drawings that I made for you. This is Type 1, only used on prototypes and pre-production models, which are not in-game. Let's ignore it. This is Type 2. The biggest change is the reinforcement of the wing pivot, increasing the G limit from 3.5 to 5 Gs, and the addition of the dogtooth vortex generator for better stability and higher instant AOA. This is the kind of wing found on the MiG-23M and MF in-game. There is also a second kind of Type 2 wing, unofficially referred to as Gen 2, just to tell the difference. This one has reinforced hydraulics and wing spars which increase the G limit to 7.5, but otherwise completely identical on the outside. This is the one found on the ML and MLA in-game. The Type 3 wing was specifically designed for ground attack models, and is optimized for low altitude flight by changing the deployable slats shape and adding leading edge extensions. The Type 3 wings in-game are found only on the ground attacker models, namely the MiG-23BN and both MiG-27s. Finally, we have the Type 4 wing, which is the best of them all. This one is lighter, stronger, and meaner looking. The addition of pointy vortex generators to the wing root and automatic dogfight slats increased the dogfight potential of this wing by a lot. The internals were also reinforced, and alongside the lighter weight, result in an upgraded G limit of 8.5. This kind of wing in real life and in games only used on a single flogger, the non-export variant of the MiG-23 MLD. Also, all the G limits I mentioned are the real-life numbers. Keep in mind that these G limits are actually a bit higher in War Thunder due to the simplified flight models. The older flogger wings were more flimsy and inefficient, while the later ones were a major upgrade in both rigidity and flight performance. While most of the differences were internal to increase the strength and G limit, there was some external modifications that can be used to tell them apart, such as the lack of the dogtooth on Type 1, the vortex generators and smaller dogfight slats on Type 4, and the leading edge extensions on the Type 3. Anyhow, now let's talk about the different variants of game, their history, and how to play each one. While there was a bunch of prototypes and pre-production models, and then came the MiG-23S, which was a placeholder and honestly just an overall piece of shit and not even worth calling a MiG-23, the first true standardized production variant took to the skies in June 1972. It was called the MiG-23M. And there was also an export variant called the MiG-23MF, which stands for motherfuck. The M featured multiple upgrades over the early production variants.
Alright, Historia.
The MiG-23M
Floppa, what have you
replaced
been
the flimsy
doing?
Type 1 wings on the older models with a Type 2, which had the famous dogtooth leading edge acting as a vortex generator. The wing itself was reinforced, giving the MiG-23M.
Let's freeze it real quick.
Running. Oh god, no, gas!
Thanks, Sarge.
As long as you stay onto the...
Historia, you've been playing Foxhole for a lot, and...
You gotta make sure you're not running into someone.
What have you been playing today?
M and MF a 5G limit at high speeds compared to the 3.5 on older models. The radar was also heavily upgraded from the initial Saphir 23 to the N002 Saphir 23D, featuring better look-down and chaff filtering capabilities. Both the MiG-23M and MF in-game are 11.0 and are completely identical. The M can be found in the Soviet tree at the top of the MiG-23 folder, while the MF can be found as an event vehicle in the German tech tree, given out as a reward during the 2021 winter event. The only difference between these two aircraft is that the MF gets the R60MK instead of the R60M, which is just an export variant of the R60M, meaning that in-game it is 100% identical. The first generation floggers are quite a roller coaster in the history of War Thunder, with the MiG-23 MF absolutely tanking German top-tier win rates to an all-time low for a good month after release due to being a free event vehicle. And more famously, the MiG-23 M on release having a messed up flight model, messed up weapons suite, and easily one of the worst stock grinds in War Thunder history at the time. It would take a while for all of those problems to be completely fixed, but by the time that happened, the MiG-23 MLD came out about a week later, completely overshadowing the M and causing most people to simply forget about it. Today, after the flight model and weapon fixes, and especially with the top bracket being 12.7, which the MiG-23M cannot face as 11.0, the MiG-23M and MF are absolute menaces when played correctly. The MiG-23M and MF can be best categorized as boom and zoom fighters with a side of rate fighting. For the average player, they are best played in a boom and zoom role, interdicting at high speed and using their all-aspect missiles with IRST slaving for silent attack, leaving before the enemy gets to strike back. But for the more experienced players who have mastered the art of flogging with the floggers, and have the 100 different keybinds needed to operate all the radar modes, IRST modes, and manual wing sweep, then you may consider more aggressive tactics, especially when down tier. The MiG-23M with proper manual control of the wing sweep can outrate pretty much anything it can face in the down tier, minus the F5E and the A-10 for very obvious reasons. One must still be very careful, especially against aircraft carrying much long-range, high-G missiles such as the Python 3 and the AIM-9L, because the MiG-23M and MF get 12 whole flares. You get a single KDS-12 dispenser mounted on the bottom of the plane. Also, be careful about being too aggressive with the manual wing sweep and wing gripping on these two early variants of the flogger, as the wings on these two in particular are prone to simply falling off in high-G maneuvers, as the wings were about as stable as the Soviet economy during Stalin's 5-year plan. All in all, the MiG-23M and MF act as the ultimate stepping stone and a massive training aid for both Soviet and German pilots, switching from the previous MiG-21 BIS that relies on its great aggressive flight performance and onto the future MiG-29, which relies a lot more on its better avionics and missiles. The MiG-23 is a smooth transition of playstyles from one to the other, sitting in between and being decent, but not the best at both playstyles. These first-generation floggers paved the path to mastering the second generation, and later the fulcrums.
You bought IL-2. The Great Battles version? I mean, they announced the Korea one just some time ago, if that interests you a bit more.
As we said earlier, the early MiG-23 family had many design shortcomings and issues, and the Soviets opted to fix those issues along the way with later variants. This is where many of the second-generation floggers come in. Only 3 years after the first generation MiG-23M and MF took to the skies, the new and revised MiG-23ML flew for the first time in 1975. The L stood for Lyoki, meaning lightweight, or, as I'd say, it stands for Ligma, but don't let the name fool you. The ML was far more than just a lightweight MiG-23M, with the name actually being more misleading than a family blogger's clickbait thumbnail. In reality, the MiG-23ML's upgrades over the MiG-23M included a complete redesign of the airframe, removal of multiple internal fuel tanks to replace the center of mass in a more favorable spot, redesign of the landing gear to be lighter and stronger, and a full overhaul of the wings and their pivot mechanisms, resulting in the upgraded variant of the Type 2 wing with an increased G limit of 7.5 G. This, in turn, allowed a higher angle of attack at the swept-back positions, increasing the dogfighting ability of the MiG-23. The second major upgrade was the engine, which is now providing about 20% more thrust and increasing the thrust-to-weight ratio of the ML to 0.83, a considerable increase from the 0.77 of the first generation. More surprisingly is that since Lyulka, the engine manufacturer, was now given enough time to cook, they actually managed to not only make the engine far more reliable in addition to increasing its power, but they also managed to increase the fuel efficiency as well. The defense aspect was also upgraded, with the addition of new BZP-5060 countermeasure dispensers along the top of the fuselage, This upgraded the countermeasures count on the MiG-23s from the shitty 12 flares to a total of 72, so if you hated how little flares you got on the M and MF, you're gonna love this one. The final and biggest upgrade to the second generation Flogger was its avionics set. Most importantly, the radar system. The N002 Sapphire 23D from the MiG-23M was replaced with the brand new N003 Sapphire 23ML. This new fire control system allowed the MiG-23ML to fire the new and improved R-24 missile over the older R-23, and the TP-23 IRST was upgraded to the TP-23M, giving it more range and countermeasure resistance. Shortly after the MiG-23ML entered service, the radar was once again slightly upgraded, with an upgraded fire control system and increased chaff resistance, being called the Sapphire 23MLA, used on the, you guessed it, MiG-23MLA. Anyways, the MiG-23ML and MLA in-game are almost identical in playstyle and are both at 11.3, with the ML being found as a rank 7 premium in the Soviet tech tree, while the MLA is found in the German, between the MiG-21 folder and the first generation MiG-29. The only difference between the Soviet premium ML and the German tree MLA is the upgraded radar and fire control system. The Sapphire 23ML on the MiG-23ML has worse rear aspect tracking capability at low altitudes, and does not allow the user to mix one R24T and one R24R in a single loadout, whereas the Sapphire 23MLA on the MiG-23MLA does indeed have better filtering in rear aspect at ground level, and does allow the user to mix different R24s in the same loadout, due to the upgraded fire control system. In-game, the playstyle of both can be best described as a somewhat more aggressive MiG-23M or MF, respectively, with how well they perform being directly proportional to how hard you ball. You have better missiles,
it was 12
better
bucks.
radar, better engines, better wings,
Yeah,
and
that's
in
good.
turn, better dogfighting performance and defensive capability as a result, for only a 0.3 increase in battle rating. These second-generation floggers can be best described as a tool of destruction compared to the early floggers, and therefore, the MiG-23ML and MLA are best played aggressively unless fully uptiered to face F-16s and MiG-29s, in which case a more conservative boom and zoom playstyle is better used against unsuspecting targets. That's if you face F-16s. Let's be real here, the 11.3 to 12.3 matchmaker on the US side is a little dented right now. And by dented, I mean like the heads on these double lobotomized teams composed almost entirely of free RP and SL pinatas known as F4S monkeys bombing bases. And by the way, I'm sorry if you're one of those people who bomb bases at top-tier jets. That's gotta be my least favorite mental disability. Anyways, so when you're not balling on 4th gens with your massive advantage of having an IQ above single digits, you can comfortably dogfight pretty much anything you face, bar the one-circle spicy Doritos like the Mirage 2000s and the Kfir family. The second-generation floggers require proper control bindings even more than the first, specifically the controls we talked about earlier. Once you have mastered the second-generation floggers, it is now fair to say that you have the sufficient skill to move on to the first-generation MiG-29. Or, as I recommend, if you enjoyed flying the floggers, now is a great time to move on to the ultimate god of the flogger family.
Rank 6, Rank 7, all gone, with Rank 8 soon to follow. Your kind know nothing but
So how's
hunger,
the flight?
purged all players from the upper tiers.
We've been
and yet
flying
they
for
remain
that many
unsatiated,
hours.
As do you. You've taken everything from me, Wallet Warrior, and now all that remains is perfect hatred. Wallet Warrior, I will shoot you down, break you apart, slay your retarded team across the stars. I will shoot you all down until every player on your team begs for mercy. I shall relish ending you here and now.
No, it's a standalone game. At least it looks like it. It's like a spin-off. I think the formula is the same. It looks like it's going to be using the same engine.
The MiG-23 MLD is the ultimate production flogger built in the early 80s and were the last production MiG-23s to leave the production line, built as a stopgap until the MiG-29 could enter production. Basically, the Soviets decided to take the formula that made the ML and MLA so great and turn it up to fucking 11. The real life details are not important here, but long story short, this thing has the RWR of a MiG-29, a radar with many parts from the MiG-29, MiG-29 missiles, MiG-29 fire control system, and other cool stuff such as Tide forewings and a lighter airframe. Now in-game, the MLD will act as your final stone on the journey of the floggers. If you played the previous floggers merely as a tool of destruction, then this one can be best described as a fucking act of God. The playstyle of the MLD is crazy, but also easy. Not because the plane is overpowered or easy to use, but because of all you learned from the previous floggers before this. Yes, you learned a lot on your journey playing the previous floggers, but you know who hasn't? The Wallet Warriors. We don't king shame on this channel, but if the F4S players were not into getting raped, then maybe they should stop bringing all those bombs on their fighter. But the real fun of the MLD is not the free F4S seal clubbing, but rather fighting the 4th generation shitfucks. It's so funny watching a Mirage 2000 or a Tomcat or an F-16 try to engage you thinking you're easy prey, only to get their penis tickled until they not only fart, but blast the Taco Bell Supreme out of their ass after scaring the shit out of them with your comical performance. Or they mauled and cope in chat, which is honestly worth it by itself. So, is this thing balanced? No, just like the rest of top tier. Is this thing easy to play? Absolutely fucking not. But is it fun? Boys will see this shit and say, hell yeah. The MiG-23 MLD is best played as a rabid, bloodthirsty, no punches held back ML that's more aggressive. Your dogfights are more aggressive, your missile jousts are more aggressive, the same day shipping of enemy planes back to the hangar in pieces is even more aggressive. Even your trash talk in chat is more aggressive. Did you know you can unlock the wheelchair emote after killing 1,000 disabled children bombing in their premium jet? But even so, as millions of these disabled children bombing bases looked upon the skies, they saw hundreds of top-tier jets. But there was only one plane that was balling the hardest. They called him the flogging one. It was truly built different. Then the 4th generation jets asked the MLD, are you the strongest 11.3 because you are the MLD, or are you the MLD because you are the strongest 11.3? So the MLD responded calmly, throughout all the queue times, my missile flinging abilities are truly sublime. And throughout the 11.3 matchmaker and the top tier meta, I alone am the flogging one. Yet when the Snail God was creating the top tier jets, it asked the MLD,
out of all the top tier jets I created, who would win, them or you?
The MLD responded, if they were all to release their AIM-9Ms and R-27ERs, they might give me a little trouble.
So, would you lose?
Asked the Snail, to which the MLD responded, nah, I'd win.
That is bullshit lazy! Still my heart is lazy! If the words kill me, I don't need a new one under you! Soon you will know! We already know the smell of the game!
God, I love flying this thing. The MiG-23 was a very versatile airframe, and it was adapted to many, and I mean many, different things. Things that ranged from stupid to good. You know, from testing things like stealth, forward-swept wings, data-linked drones, and a lot of other stupid shit. The MiG-23's most stupid conversion actually came in the form of a ground attack aircraft, starting with the MiG-23B prototype. The MiG-23B had its intakes and engines retuned for low-altitude performance, and the nose was chopped off, removing the radar and increasing pilot's visibility for ground attack. The avionics were updated slightly for more ground attack-oriented sets, and the cockpit received armor plating on the sides to protect the pilot. The first member of this family we have in-game is the MiG-23BN, found at 9.7 in the German tech tree. The BN is quite interesting, and is easily one of the most teetered-on planes in the German tech tree. Now, some idiots will tell you it's absolute dog shit because you have no missiles, no flares, and no guided ordnance. But you gotta remember that this thing is literally an 11.0 airframe. At 9.7, you can outrun literally anything you face and outrate the stuff you can't with the sweeping wings. And also, you get giant S8K rocket pods to use as makeshift flares anyways. And before anyone chimes in that they don't work,
You just have to actually turn a bit before using
No,
them
I
because they
didn't.
shoot out of the front. You also get the UPK-23 gun pods and S-24 rockets with a distance fuse, which all
Still
in
in
all should
Russia.
make very short work of enemy subsonic aircraft, which you'll be facing a lot, by the way. Now moving on to the real ground-pounding floggers, the MiG-27 family. The MiG-27s differ from the MiG-23V family by two different upgrades. First off, the avionics. The MiG-27s had their nose landing light replaced with a proper TV targeting system, and the cockpits were fitted with more controls for such weaponry and sensors. But let's be real here, you are not playing the MiG-27 for the cool nose or the laser bombs. The real upgrade here is the gun. The already great Gryazov-Shupunov 23 double-barrel 23mm cannon was replaced in favor of the absolute horsecock that is the Gryazov-Shupunov 630, nicknamed Gasha by many Soviet and Indian MiG-27 pilots. And before you say that the Russians copied the 30mm ground attack rotary cannon idea from the American A-10, I must remind you that the MiG-27's first flight was 2 years before the A-10's first flight. Also, the Gasha was gas-operated rather than hydraulic like the Avenger, which gave it a few advantages such as instant firing without needing to spin up, a far higher rate of fire, and of course, the insane recoil. You see, unlike the GAU-8 Avenger, which was not only built from the ground up, but then the A-10 was built from the ground up around that gun specifically, the Gasha was just an AK-630 Sea-Wiz from current Soviet battleships, quite literally hammered to the bottom of a MiG-23 with no proper recoil dampening or modifications. That's like taking a Phalanx and slapping it to the bottom of a Phantom and calling it a day. So this thing is actually insane. You get 30mm high explosive and armor-piercing high explosive that just obliterates anything it hits. And all-aspect R60Ms on top of that for self-defense. You also get some of the best CAS in-game on the later MiG-27K, but we play Air RB here, so personally I just run all air-to-air missiles with a single TV bomb strapped to the bottom. But why take a single bomb in Air RB? You can't even kill a base, you might be asking. And to that I answer with this clip. This Gripen would have wiped our team if he rearmed and took off. Too bad he didn't expect my MiG-27 to be loaded with a single laser bomb I was specifically saving for his dumbass, or any dumbass, who decides to RTB before killing me. This thing is funny as hell. All in all, the MiG-27s are not exactly good in air battles, but honestly, if you know what you're doing, they're not bad either, and definitely allow for some comical trolling and insane new ideas of different playstyles. The MiG-23BN is overpowered and under-tiered, and if you think otherwise, you fucking suck. Unless you're fully up-tiered, there is nothing that the subsonics can do to counter you, unless you decide to throw the game.
Special delivery!
Well, now let's run through the modifications of these planes very quickly. There are so many and we really ran out of time, so let's slop a few together. Starting with the MiG-23M and MF, these two planes have completely identical modification trees and as such should be spaded in this order. You get your tiny flare pod stock, and there's no point in wasting your 12 countermeasure slots on carrying chaff, so flare standard is just fine. Start with R3S missiles, but don't actually take them because they're even worse than the AIM-9B. Next, get the R13 M1s so you can get twice as many of your stock missile. Get the airframe to slightly minimize your wing gripping skill issues, especially under manual wing control. Then move on to the R60M. Now that you have your all-aspect missiles, get the G-suit and wings repair to maximize your dogfight potential and minimize your wings falling off because you've danced on that F5C too hard potential. Next, get the R23R and equally useless R23T. Not much to write home about for these, but you could try them out yourself to see if they work for you. Next, get the fire extinguisher so you don't end up like this guy from that one plane anime. The MiG-23 glides surprisingly well without an engine in-game, unlike real life. So as long as you could put the fire out, you're probably making it back, or at least landing safely somewhere. After this, go back and work on the performance upgrades. Once those are done, I guess you can go back and work on bombs? Although if you're bombing bases in a MiG-23, I would like to kindly ask you to consider holding J for 3 seconds. In real life. Next up, the MiG-23 MLD, which has an identical modifications tree to the MiG-23 ML and MLA. Start with the R13 M1 to get more of your stock missile. Next, get flare chaff so you can add on the KDS-12 dispenser that gives you 12 extra flares. Next, get the R60Ms to be able to carry all aspect missiles at last. Finally, for Tier 2, get the airframe. Starting with Tier 3, get the G-suit, R23R, and then the wings repair. you can skip the R23T because it's absolutely useless. That way, you can start working on the R24R, R24T, EFS, cover, and go back and get the rest of the performance modifications. Finally, I guess you can get the ground ordnance and the R23T, but they're both equally useless in Air RB, and if you're bombing bases in a MiG-23ML, MLD, or MLA, I need you to very quickly crash on takeoff. In real life. Moving on to the ground attack MiG-27s, for Air RB, you're going to want to rush the performance modifications along with flares and air-to-air missiles. Also do the guided bombs or the KH-29Ts on the MiG-27K because the laser bomb is funny for removing airfield campers. The MiG-23BN is solely overpowered because of its flight performance, so focus on the performance upgrade and I guess get the gun pods after so you can have backup weapons after you run out of ammo on your main gun. There you go. Now that's all the floggers spaded, so good job. Unless you're a wallet warrior scrub lord who GD'd all of his modifications, or worse yet, you bought the premium ML. Then, not a good job I guess, because you didn't really do a job unless you count the painful and tiring task of pulling out your wallet. Or, judging by the average mental age of most of the people I see in the comments, ran to your mother and asked her to buy you a JPEG of a MiG-23. Anyways, your MiG-23 is spaded now, so go run wild, I guess. And there you have it. That's how you play the Flogger family in War Thunder as of the Air Superiority update. And once you're done playing the Floggers and move on to your shiny new Fulcrum, don't forget to check out my guide on the MiG-29s as well, which at the time of making this video a few months after is somehow still not outdated. Anyways, don't forget to join our Discord server to vote on what plane you want to see next in the series, and also tell me in the comments so I can three guns slapped on top. The autoloader would not fit in the T-80 hull, and the turret
Okay,
had
I'm
a cutout
kinda
in the back as
confused
a
now.
result, added for the secondary autoloader rack, used to store the giant 152mm charges. Yes, just like the hit Pyre anime, the ammo in this thing is two-piece. Now is a good time to point out that Gaijin has fucked up this tank completely in War Thunder. The APF-SDS should have about 100mm more pen, the turret should have considerably less armor, and the engine should have a lot more horsepower, making this thing even more of a glass cannon than it already is. Anyways, after the 292, the Soviet Union collapsed, but the dreams of a 152mm long schlong did not. In 1995, there was the Object 195 with an unmanned turret carrying the 2A83 gun, built as the third prototype to test future integration of the technology into the T-14. But nobody gives a shit about that because this video is about the 292.
I don't
So
know
let's
what
talk
was
about the
playing
Object
on that
292
video.
in-game now. Okay, those of you watching this on Valentine's Day when this video came out, instead of taking a woman, are probably wondering, wait, isn't the 292 available tomorrow and not today? How do you already have a video out on it? And to that, I admit I faced the same dilemma. But one professional and polite email to the snail god sugar daddy later, and that problem was very easily fixed. So without further ado, here is how I found the Object 292 in gameplay. Keep in mind, I seriously suck at ground. Like, I really do, especially high-tier ground. I think it's just point-and-click simulator with zero skill involved, and the 292, being the definition of a glass cannon, amplifies that playstyle even more. Let's start with the biggest factor of this tank. Literally the biggest. Like all other questionably under-tiered objects in the game, this one makes me in contempt about the size of my own object down there. Like, goddamn is this gun comically long. You know what else is comically long? My patience as I wait for this thing's reload time. Even with the autoloader, your reload is a death sentence at this battle rating. But that usually doesn't matter anyways, since anything you click on will usually cease to exist in one shot. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for you, buddy. Because let's be real here, a 7kg tungsten rod traveling at over 5 times the speed of sound impacting a steel plate is enough to generate the kinetic energy equivalent to that of my ass cheeks clapping while walking down the stairs. In other words, anything inside the tank will turn into paste. And if the tank has spall liners, then you can remedy that issue by gently applying 46 kilograms of 30F23 high explosive directly to the forehead of the enemy. So instead of clicking on it with the APF-SDS, you can just click on it with the HE, which has over 8 kilograms of TNT equivalent by the way. Land this HE shell on the optics or cupola, and sadly the enemy crew will suffer a very small headache from having their pasty remains smeared across the nth dimension. If Michael Schumacher turned into a vegetable because of a collision with a tree, these guys are gonna turn into the whole damn salad because of your telephone pole throwing small-yield nuclear weapons at them. But that's where the good stuff ends. You have no coaxial machine gun, no thermals, no bitches, and no armor. You are literally the glass cannon of all time. If you don't kill your target in one shot, or engage multiple targets at once, you're fucking dying today, because your armor is a base model T-80B, and the prototype never had the ERA that makes the T-80's armor so trolly. So while your crew are preparing a 3-course meal with dessert during the abysmal reload time, your commander is gonna be on suicide watch, looking at that leopard traverse its turret towards you. Oh, and see that bustle in the back? This is modeled as a mechanized ammo rack, not a blowout ammo rack. If anything hits these charges in the turret bustle, you will not be playing War Thunder, you'll be playing Kerbal Space Program with how far your turret is gonna fly. T-72s may have won the turret toss gold medal at the Ukraine 2022 Olympics, but that's only because the 292 was disqualified for doping. Yeah, your gun hits harder than a Union Pacific freight train and takes longer to reload than a mobility scooter user loading the toilet at Taco Bell. Your armor is the kind of cardboard the r/non-credible defense describes all Russian tanks as. Your turret will fly so high when you get ammo racked that it will make the Russian space program inviable again. Which will happen because 90% of your interior is an ammo rack. Is this thing overpowered as Reddit claimed it's gonna be? Hell no. Is it balanced though? No, still. Is it fun? Probably, I guess. I don't know, I hate ground and I don't enjoy it anyways. But for all of you dongs in my Discord and in the comments yapping about the ground video, here you go. I hope you're happy now because I had to delay the next meme guide and a second surprise video to make this shit. So, on to the modifications now. Since this thing isn't a premium and you need to stock grind it, Step 1,
Ahoy, me mateys,
my
it's
ship
me,
came stated
Captain
to
Tar,
Gaijin.
as
So
I'm
there
here
you
to
have
tell
it,
you
that's
that
your
you can
Object
prevent
292
like
fully
99%
stated
of all
and ready
wars by
to go.
nuking the capital of
Start
Ostia.
with improved parts, then the laser rangefinder,
course.
FPE, crew replenishment, elevation mechanism cause goddamn that massive and heavy gun takes forever to elevate, engine, transmission, rest of your performance modifications, then whatever you like. I don't know, the last time I spaded a tank above 8.0 was the last time Gaijin gave us a questionably under-tiered long dong object as an event vehicle, 4 whole years ago. I just GE'd all the mods on high tier tanks since then, and I won't blame you if you do the same. And there you have it. That's a quick crash course emergency meme review of the Object 292. So until next time, go out there, swing your long and girthy gun around while you penetrate other men's tanks until they explode. And don't forget to subscribe if you enjoyed, or tell me in the comments if you like this new shorter crash course style of meme guides, instead of the 30-minute talkathon I usually do. Anyways, see you next time.
I have 345 on the list. What is going on? This makes no sense.
Oh my god, I've always wanted to make a video full of offensive Indian jokes. Welcome back to another very quick emergency meme guide about the new event vehicle. Don't worry, I'm still cooking that F-104 meme guide, but until then, let's talk about the Sword of Justice now. The Jaguar IS is plainly an Indian Jaguar S, which is also known as a Jaguar GR1A, but modified slightly for Indian usage, hence the export designation of IS, where the I stands for India and the S stands for street, because that's where we're gonna be shitting tonight. There is another Indian Jaguar that gets better missiles, avionics weapons, and an AESA radar, but that's not in game yet, so that's a story for another day. The Jaguar IS in-game is an 11.0 event vehicle found in the British tech tree, essentially being a copy of the tech tree Jaguar GR1A, but with a few noticeable upgrades. The first and most definitive one is the air-to-air armament. While your cannon armament was reduced, since one gun was literally just removed from the original Jaguar, cutting your ballistic firepower in half. The place of that gun is now used for electronics to mount a Lightning II targeting pod, a major upgrade over the TIALD on the British Jaguar, just because it doesn't take up your center pylon now, meaning that you can bring a third laser bomb. Also, the air-to-air missiles were slightly upgraded from the AIM-9Gs, you know, 18G rear aspect missiles, nothing special, to the Magic II, which is an insane 35G all-aspect deleter with IRCCM flare resistance. You know, just small upgrades. Oh yeah, you also get a new pair of engines that are upgraded with a new fuel system. The glorious Indian Jaguar runs on Sayohi chicken curry, and just like humans after eating Indian curry, the Jaguar gains a massive boost to its exhaust and afterburner, specifically a 300 kilograms of force increase in thrust. Along with the countermeasures and decent supersonic performance, this thing looks kinda crazy at 11.0. Anyways, enough about the bells and whistles, let's talk about how to play it now.
Hello, thank you for calling Microsoft Tech Support. My name is Rakesh. Today we learn how to play Jaguar. Please like and subscribe if you want more useful video.
Okay, now that we got the least offensive joke of the video out of the way, let's actually talk about how to play Baljeet's Richawala. The Shamshir with its decent RWR, notable countermeasures, and 3 laser bombs with a great targeting pod and great 35G IRCCM missiles on top of that to defend itself, is a force to be reckoned with in mixed ground battles. But we play air on this channel, so how does this thing work there? The Jaguar IS is at a peculiar battle rating of 11.0, where it gets a mostly equal amount of up tiers and down tiers. Luckily, unlike your average Indian politician, your missiles will not discriminate against people, so whether it's a 4th generation fighter in a full up tier, or a flareless space bomber in a full down tier, you're going to get at least 2 guaranteed kills per game with those 35G IRCCM Kirpans that you got. Most of what you will be facing anyways is gonna be various 11.0 and 11.3 base bomber retards, so your Magic 2s will have no problem informing them that
Hello, your ballistic computer have virus.
as they explode. On top of that, if you manage to watch your speed right and play the Jaguar in a slight BN0, you might also be able to pull off 1 or 2 more kills with the gun. but don't expect to get far with that horrible ammo count. Just like the average Indian person, this thing is very simple, and despite its vast history and culture behind it, its goods and bads are over-exaggerated. To put it simply, use your missiles for free kills, then BNZ your way for 1 or 2 more kills on top of that. You can also try bringing 1 laser bomb for airfield trolling, but mileage may vary, so see what works best for you. All in all, in Air RB, this thing is cracked as hell, being the lowest battle rating plane in-game to get Magic 2s. I won't even talk about simulator battles where it becomes a literal war crime. And the other aspects of the plane, like the flight performance, are not good, but not bad either. Honestly, it's overall a very workable plane that's not the best, but not bad either. And I like it, because with the BNZ playstyle, thanks to the great engines and powerful Magic 2s, it's a very fun plane to fly. Call these enemy planes the street because of how hard you will shit on them in pure Indian fashion. Let's talk about modifications now. Since we play air on this channel, start with fuselage repair, then airframe, U-boosters, G-suit, wing repair, cover, engine, and compressor. I guess then go back and work on whatever you want, and maybe try bringing 1 laser bomb in air battles for shits and giggles against that one idiot that's trying to RTB on the enemy team. Call that MiG-23 a Pakistani child how I'd be precision bombing him in my Indian plane. Or alternatively, you can just GE your modifications with all the Apple gift cards that your uncle got you from his job at the scam call center. And there you have it. That's the Event Jaguar ISIS reviewed on release. Don't forget to subscribe if you enjoyed this video. And until I finish the F-104 video, go out there, don't crash on takeoff, and show your boy Narendra Modi how hard you ball on the haters. See you next time.
There are many planes that have famously stood the test of time and served for over half a century, with various countries and undergoing many upgrades. But only one is characterized by its massive engine that allows it to accelerate quickly to crazy top speeds, and is hailed by pilots who flew it for its incredible high-speed maneuverability. A plane with an incredible radar for its time despite not being designed to carry radar missiles in the first place. The plane so popular with NATO allies that it was exported to half of the world, most famously Italy, Japan, and Taiwan, who used it the longest. That's right, scrubs, I'm talking about the F-104 Starfighter. The F-104 Starfighter is a testament to the steadfast development of Lockheed and their timeless aircraft, which have stood the trials of times and the stupid export requirements of half of the fucking world. The Starfighters shine in their design philosophy, which the likes of the MiG-25 and the English Electric Lightning would follow many years later. That is
yeah?
being 90% engine,
Yeah, I
9%
sent the thing
radar,
to you.
and 1% bolts holding it together just enough so that it somehow flies. As peculiar as this plane is, its variety in war thunder is even more so intriguing, despite the similarities in playstyle across the board. So whether you are new to the Starfighter, or an experienced artist with the F-104, I'm gonna show you how to make cool drawings with your pencil plane. So strap in, because freedom doesn't ring. It howls. The F-104 served for almost 50 years across too many countries to list. Like, seriously, the operators section on the F-104 Wikipedia page just links to a whole other Wikipedia page of countries who flew this thing. It's a popular plane, what can I say? And I can make multiple videos covering its vast history formally like a documentary. But this is my meme guide, so I get to choose what kind of mental illness I convey the information with. During the 50s, the advanced and more complex F-86 Sabre was getting its shit kicked in by the simple and supposedly inferior MiG-15 over the skies of Korea. So at one point, your boy Kelly started asking US Air Force pilots what they would like to see in a fighter jet.
Since this was the early 50s and missiles have not been invented yet, let alone BVR, pretty much everyone asked the same thing. A plane that goes faster and higher than anything around it. So Kelly, in typical Lockheed fashion, designed the plane first and then told the US Air Force about it, and he managed to sweet-talk them enough into buying his new supersonic dildo, now designated the F-104. While the initial variants didn't even have a gun and relied only on the brand new A9B, the US Air Force quickly realized how shit the A9B is, and the F-104 was quickly retrofitted with the brand new M61 Vulcan cannon, shortly after introduction. You know, the first aircraft to ever have one of those. The F-104 quickly saw adaptability in its insane performance, and NATO allies took notice. So the F-104 was quickly modified into its second generation sometime in the late 50s, resulting in the F-104G, the most produced variant of the starfighter. The G had an upgraded engine, more missile hardpoints, and compatibility with countermeasures later in life, but most importantly, it was redesigned to meet NATO's requirement of carrying 3,000 pounds of ordnance, more importantly, 2,000 pound minimum requirement for what NATO called a special payload. Canada took that literally, and their special CF-104s were basically one-shot suicide delivery vehicles for this special payload, which in case you haven't figured out already, is just a fucking nuke. The F-104's insane speed at low altitude turned it into the perfect nuclear interdictor for Canada, who removed the gun, removed the missiles, removed the radar, and removed the navigation system, and left it with nothing but the fucking nuke. Then again, it's not like those maple syrup drinking idiots know how to use planes correctly anyways. Their idea of a F-104 was a one-way suicide plane to drop nukes. Damn, that Canadian healthcare is crazy. Anyways, the F-104G was sold to a shitload of countries, undergoing various modifications and scamming various militaries, while operating in multiple roles such as frontline interceptor, nuke delivery aircraft, military-grade tent peg, target practice for Indian MiGs, and a naval strike aircraft with anti-ship missiles for some reason.
Yeah, they're in pounds, goddamn.
All of these countries would eventually retire the starfighter in the 70s and the 80s, opting for an actual plane like the Phantoms or the early export F-16s. Except the dumbass Italians, which is when we get into the third generation of starfighters. Italy really liked the starfighter for some fucking reason, and they wanted to get more in the 1970s. Lockheed informed them very kindly to fuck off since they no longer make the starfighter, and that it's outdated, and Italy should go get a real plane. So instead of getting a real plane, Italy went to Fiat, yes, the guys that make this shit, and asked them to build more F-104s for the Royal Pizza Hut Air Force. If that wasn't absurd enough, Italy then proceeded to absolutely slam the shit out of the F-104 package. Better avionics, modern radar, modern missiles, upgraded engine, and BVR capability. The F-104S, as it was called, was the definition of putting lipstick on a pig. Italy then realized how stupid this idea was, and tried to sell and modernize this shit to recoup the costs. Nobody was stupid enough to buy the F-104S except Turkey, which honestly isn't surprising when you look at how stupid all Turkish aircraft acquisitions are. Italy then upgraded the F-104S into the F-104S ASA,
680, so we'll just adjust that.
F-104SA, F-104 Sasa, I don't know, I don't speak Papa's Pizzeria. Anyways, the F-104 Salsa was fitted with even newer missiles, even newer radar, removed the RWR altogether and replaced it with a full electronic warfare and jamming system equivalent to a 4th generation fighter. On a starfighter! And this wasn't cutting edge or anything, the F-104 Zaza was built in 1985. You know what else was built in 1985? The Flanker just entered service in 1985. Picture this, it's 1985 at the height of the Cold War. All NATO countries are now procuring F-16s and F-15s to compete with the brand new SE-27 that just entered service. And here is Italy going to counter the best super maneuverable heavy fighter of its time with a weaponized rigatoni made by a car manufacturer who at the time cannot build anything better than a dollar store Volkswagen Golf with Down syndrome. You know what? I take back what I said about Canadians and Turks being stupid with the starfighter. Holy shit, the Italians take the cake for this one. Anyways, enough rambling about how horrible Italian decisions and strategies are. This is not the Formula 1 channel. Instead, now it's time to learn how to play the starfighters in-game. Your playstyle in almost all starfighters is best described by 3 easy steps. Stay fast, watch your gas, and fuck the enemy's ass. The second you find yourself slow enough for the Mach meter to disappear from your HUD, just know that you have fucked up and are playing this thing completely wrong. It's also noteworthy to point out that the F-104s have a hilariously high rip speed on their flaps and gear, so in an emergency, don't be afraid to use your gear as an extra air brake. Also, the F-104 at a very specific speed with takeoff flaps turns like a fucking biplane for a single turn. But be very careful using that maneuver outside the most dire of emergencies, since it requires slowing down to an already dangerous speed for an F-104, and it bleeds your speed even more when turning, dropping you into a zone where even the high-power subsonics can actually
Apparently the sim
out-accelerate
brief
you.
doesn't like that.
Keep that in mind.
Oh well.
But for now, let's talk about the specific variants of the F-104 in-game.
Right, let's readjust. VNav. Up next is...
The F-104A and C are the lowest BR starfighters you could start with, and arguably some of the most broken vehicles in the entire game. The F-104A is available at 9.3 in both the American and Republic of China tech trees, while the F-104C is a minor but noticeable upgrade foldered under the F-104A in the American tech tree, also found at 9.3 for some reason despite being a direct upgrade. There is not much to talk about with these early F-104s. The missiles are dog shit, being only 2 AIM-9Bs, so don't expect to rely on them much. However, the reason these things are broken is simply their speed and acceleration. At 9.3, unless you get a full up tier to 10.3, there isn't a single plane in your entire BR bracket that can catch you. And God forbid you get a full down tier to 8.3. In an 8.3 game, the F-104 is easily the single most overpowered vehicle in the entire game for its battle rating, by far. There is not a single thing that 8.3 to 9.3 planes can do to counter you if you don't play like an idiot. The only thing that the enemy can hope for is either having your own supersonic plane, you know, another F-104A or MiG-19, to put pressure on you and keep you away from the subsonics, or for you to throw the game and somehow let the enemy kill you. And if the enemy doesn't have a supersonic of their own, or better yet, he's a dumbass and he ends up dying to you, then it's game over for the enemy team unless you are genuinely retarded. No plane can catch you, missile you, or out-accelerate you in the entire BR range of 8.3 to 9.3, except for maybe the rocket planes at low speed. Let me put it this way. This is the only plane in-game, as far as I'm aware, minus the BI, where you're literally guaranteed to win every time you get fully down-tiered. The only way you can lose is if you directly choose to. And if you are choosing to throw the game, then please seek mental help. The F-104C is an upgrade over the A, giving it a slightly better engine, a little ground ordnance, and more importantly, an RWR, which removes one of the weaknesses if you get fully up-tiered. Seriously, the F-104A and C have no right being at 9.3. I'm not sugarcoating this with a witty joke. If you think the F-104A is balanced in any way at 9.3, I need you to fucking uninstall the game. Now! I said this in chat in the 2 matches I played in this thing to get footage, and I'll say it again here on video. I very sincerely apologize to anyone whom I had killed while flying this thing. It's genuinely overpowered and uncounterable in a down tier, and I hate flying it, but was forced to do it for the video. Call this shit Max Verstappen, because not only are you so fast that you cannot physically lose, but also because your teammates are fucking useless. Actually, I think Ayrton Senna might be a better F1 analogy for the F-104 at 9.3, not because of the incredible performance and unmatched speed, but because of the touchy kids thing. But regardless, the F-104 at 9.3 is in all definitions a literal war crime.
Ugh. Yeah, the game kinda estimates your zero fuel weight. But also your cargo. don't know how to convert back to kilos.
The export family of F-104s comes in multiple tech trees in-game, and different iterations under the same name in different BRs each. First, let's get some basics out of the way. The F-104J is just a renamed F-104G built by Mitsubishi. Damn, what's up with car manufacturers building this thing? Anyways, I will refer to the J and the G interchangeably when applicable to keep things simple. There is 4 different F-104Gs in 4 different tech trees in-game. The German and Italian one at 10.7 are fitted with 4 AIM-9Js and 60 flares. Fun fact, the German F-104G never had AIM-9Js in real life. Germany suffers, I guess. Anyways, the other 2 are at 10.3 with no flares. Let's start with those 10.3 ones first, just to get them out of the way. The Taiwanese F-104G 10.3 is the same as the 10.7 one we talked about, but without flares, so it's automatically dog shit. The Japanese one is slightly better since it gets 6 sidewinders instead of 4, but I still wouldn't play this shit stock if I were you. Stock, you are literally just the 9.3 F-104, but at 10.3. 2 AIM-9Bs and worse engine performance than the spaded F-104C, an entire BR below you. I had to stock grind the F-104J, and that experience was a punishment which I would not wish even upon the worst of my enemies. You know it's bad when after 5 games in that shit, I just GE'd my way to the top missiles, and that's coming from the guy who made fun of people who GE modifications in every single one of these videos so far. Anyways, the F-104G and the ROC tech tree is literally just a worse version of that at the same BR, so I didn't even bother, and I recommend you don't either. So here's how to play the 10.3 Starfighters.
Top gear, top tip, avoid. But it is beautiful.
No, seriously, unless you have the golden pigeons to skip the stock grind on the F-104J, these planes genuinely feel like eternal damnation. You've been sentenced to the flareless 10.3 suffering chamber. At least the Draken and the Fitter can turn hard enough to kinematically defeat missiles to make up for their lack of flares. The F-104G and J? Yeah, here's how your games will go about 90% of the time. Take off, stay away from the map, letting the furballs form and the match take shape. Then try to engage distracted and separated targets with BNZ. Except you're gonna absorb 4 different missiles from under-tiered subsonic fucks that have all aspect missiles that are just getting to the center of the map now. Your entire playstyle depends on staying as fast as you can. Sadly, the AIM-9Ls are faster. You think you can work around that with a flareless F-104 frame, but the SE-25 and the A-10s will fuck you up faster than people in my Discord server could turn me into an anime girl. Officer, you're telling me this thing is supposed to fight stars? I could barely fight people at my own battle rating. Listen, I like a good challenge. I was told the F-104 video might be a little painful to make, but holy fuck, I did not expect the torment that I had suffered in the stock F-104J. I have been subjected to the most exquisite cock and ball torture getting the footage for this thing. So if that's the kind of shit that you're into, then go ahead. I won't kink shame you. Otherwise, please skip these things and go play literally any other F-104. Moving on to actually playable F-104Gs, the German and Italian one at 10.7, only a single BR step above the unplayable ones we just talked about, are honestly very fun F-104s, and unrightfully so. Remember, the AIM-9J was never even exported to Germany, but Germany suffers or something, so they get a missile they literally never used. Anyways, the F-104Gs at 10.7 are pretty balanced. In a down tier, they're untouchable with their speed and flares, while still playable with a more defensive playstyle even in a full up tier. One notable difference I need to talk about is the AS-20 and the AS-30 Nord air-to-ground guided missiles.
First time.
The German F-104 gets guided.
Anyway, I'm gonna make some
now,
coffee.
As stupid as it sounds,
or
please don't go and
tea,
take out
whatever.
the F-104 as CAS in ground battles. Otherwise, you're just gonna end up as a military-grade tent peg, historically speaking. Instead, I find that taking one of these missiles for emergencies to be a very fun tactic. Oh, what's that? An F5 player with no skill, like all F5 players, is being a massive pussy and running to his airfield? Whoa, air-to-ground missile be upon ye. Yeah, it's a very situational weapon, but it's fun. And while it does make your maneuverability worse, it doesn't affect your top speed and acceleration almost at all. And let's be real here. If you're playing an F-104 for its maneuverability, you need to seek mental help immediately. All in all, the F-104Gs at 10.7 are a balanced mix of fun, trolling, and a nice little challenge. You're not unkillable and downright overpowered like the ones at 9.3, and you're actually capable of doing something if someone looks at you, unlike the Pen 3 F-104s. You also get Nords on the German one, so you can troll people on the ground trying to rearm after running away to their airfield AA like a bunch of pussies. Honestly, you should go play this thing. It's very fun. Once upon a time, I had the displeasure of driving a sporty Fiat once, and it felt like a worse Miata. And I only found out 2 weeks later that it was actually built at the same factory that built the Miata. So when I was told I would be flying a sportier F-104 made by Fiat, I was expecting it to be a piece of shit. But damn, I was surprised, because the F-104S is, I dare say, kinda fun. Starfighter? No thanks, the only thing we fight here are the voices inside my head. You get 2 more missiles than the F-104G's 1BR step below you, along with a better RWR, a better radar, and a far stronger upgraded engine. You also get the SPD, or as I call it, the ASPEED. Thank you, I know, my sense of humor is very mature and funny. Anyways, this gives the F-104 all-aspect BVR capability thanks to having a radar missile. Not that you're ever going to be using this shit. To take the SPD, you need to take a special illuminator module for your radar, called the SPD aim block, which actually doesn't fit in the plane. So you have to get rid of the Vulcan to take this. Wow, my F-104 can lose its gun, the primary weapon for B and Z attacks, just to carry 2 incredibly mid-radar missiles that don't work at low altitudes due to the shit radar in this thing? Yeah, SPD, or like ASPUDE. Anyways, yeah, there is no point in taking the SPD ever. Not that it's a bad missile when it works right, the J-8B in the Chinese tech tree gets the same exact radar and SPD missiles as the F-104S, but doesn't need to sacrifice its gun to take them. So I tried the SPDs there, and damn, these things kinda slap. But no, still not worth losing my Vulcan in the F-104. All in all, the F-104S and its Royal Cockroach Air Force Premium variant are kinda fun in some scenarios. Overall, with the upgraded engine and missile count, you'll find yourself in a truly vulturous B and Z plane that's bound to piss off some people when played right. And that alone makes it a fun plane in my book, but I still don't think that the Erdogan Special is worth the $70. But on sale for $35? Maybe. But hey, if you think the Italians were stupid with this thing, wait until you see the glorious Zaza. AIM-9L's good airframe, engine power, the F-104S ASA obtained this and everything the Starfighter family has to offer. On its retirement day, when it would be replaced by the Eurofighter, it called out to the third jets. You want my all aspects? You can have it. I left everything Lockheed has to offer. Now go find it. And so, the third generation jets in the late 90s and early 2000s embarked on a great upgrade journey on what will become known as the Great Export Market Era. The F-104 Salsa is the epitome of the Starfighter family. If the F-104s are a pencil, then this one is just a crack pipe, seeing as to how much controlled substances the engineers at Fiat inhaled to make this shit. You get AIM-9Ls, an MTI radar, the most cracked engine ever put in a Starfighter, and the most useless RWR on any jet in War Thunder.
Good morning.
The Zaza isn't judged by how many missiles it gets, or how fast it can go, because you'll constantly be facing F-15s and F-16s in this thing, and they both beat you in that department. Instead, count only how many retarded 4th gen fighter cheeks you can clap with the Italia Bildo. Call this shit Charles Leclerc, with how you roll a dice to decide whether you are the one fucking or the one being fucked. There is no in-between for the Zaza. You will always be fully up tier to 12-3, where you will either carry the game or die instantly. Let me tell you how to play the Zaza. You only have 2 moods. It's so fucking over, and we are so fucking back. This plane can best be described in one sentence. Fuck it, we ball. You either go in, balls through the wall, being more aggressively bloodthirsty than the average Italian after being shown pineapple on pizza, and ending up with an insane kill score against 4th gen fighters, or you get dick slapped back to the hangar by a 12-3 plane you could do nothing to counter. I'll be honest with you, the Zaza is both the second best and the second worst F-104 I played. Second best because, holy shit, this thing is fun and satisfying as fuck to kill 4th gens with, but still not batshit broken and uncounterable like the F-104 at 9.3. And second worst because if an AIM-9M or R-27ER is fired at you, then not even God can save your damned soul from devastation. But it's still less painful than the 10-3 Starfighters with no flares. And I need to talk about that RWR. Holy shit, this is the single worst radar warning receiver fitted to any jet.
Gentlemen, we're now in
the
China.
RWR on the F-104S ASA is a
Well,
simple
we're going
light
through
that tells you
Mongolia,
that
but
something
you know,
has locked
China.
onto you. In real life, it automatically activated a series of strong jammers and ECM systems that would jam the lock and protect you from any incoming missiles. But since ECM is not modeled in War Thunder, you get this sad little circle on your screen that beeps at you constantly. You have no way of knowing who is locking onto you, where they are, how far they are, or if they have even launched a missile at you or not. I was originally gonna say the F-104S ASA sucked, because it appears to be shit on paper. I mean, come on, it's an F-104 that faces 4th gen fighters with nothing but 4 AIM-9Ls, and with the worst RWR in game at a BR where you constantly get dicked by R-27ERs and AIM-7Ms. Now that's gotta be bad, right? Then it dawned on me. Instead of playing BNZ defensively and conservatively like the other starfighters, I tried taking it out aggressively. Like, no, I'm not talking, yeah, I'm gonna commit to more fights aggressively. No. I'm talking rushing in, balls first, into the fur ball at Mach 1.2 with blood in my eyes, kind of aggressive. And holy shit, this ended up actually being the most fun F-104 I played out of all of them. By far. I was told I'm gonna be suffering to play this thing, but I ended up with a KDR of 6 on the first day of playing this fucker. They say God gives his toughest battles to the strongest soldiers, so the F-104S Salsa players must be fucking swole by now. Hey shit-ass Tomcat, can you fit this oddly F-104 shaped butt plug right up your ass? Italy wanted to face SU-27s in real life using this shit, but War Thunder had to up-tier the flanker to 12-7, probably because it doesn't stand a chance against this weaponized Rigatoni in a down-tier. This isn't the Weenie Hut Jr., this is the Fiat Aeritalia F-104S ASA bitch we clown in this 1v4 against 4th generation fighters. Better take yo sensitive ass back to the under-tiered F-104A. Call this shit Paper Mario how I be slicing through the enemy team. Balance is dead, blood is fuel. Top tier matchmaker is full. May God forgive these down-tiered MiG-29s because I won't. And while forgiving them is up to God, sending them to him is up to me. The Italians at one point called this thing a better interceptor than the Tornado, and you know what? I'm starting to think that they might have actually had a point. Now's the time to do the modifications on the F-104s. Well, it's actually really easy and universal on literally all of them. Work your way down, focusing on the missiles and flight performance first where applicable. The only exception to this is the F-104G in the German tech tree, where I recommend getting the unguided rockets so you can work your way down to the Nords for maximum airfield trolling. And the F-104J, where you just GE everything, unless you're into cock and ball torture. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone if you are, because on this channel, we don't king-shame people. Except base bombers at top tier. If they don't like getting raped, then maybe they should stop taking bombs on their jet. Anyways, that's the F-104 spaded for you now, so good job! Unless it's the F-104A and C, then not a good job for playing those under-tiered fucks. And there you have it. That's how you play the Tactical Tent Peg family. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to subscribe. It really means a lot to me. Oh yeah, also don't forget to tell me in the comments or on our Discord what plane you want me to cover in the next episode. And until next time, don't crash on takeoff, and go show the world what kind of artwork you can draw with your pencil plane. See you next time. Per popular vote on our Discord server, I am now going to do a far more requested and popular meme guide than some silly top tier jets. So,
Since everyone asked for it, I will now talk about everyone's favorite game mode in-game, and my favorite vehicle to play in it. Welcome to the mid-tier coastal naval April Fool's video, scrubs. The Project 12412 Molnia 2, NATO reporting name, Hawk class, is a unique and genuinely interesting coastal vessel at the top ranks of the Soviet coastal boat tree. And unironically, April Fool's video jokes aside, this is a hidden gem and a very fun boat to play, even for people who hate naval, just like me. So whether you're here just to laugh along the April Fool's video, or genuinely interested in trying out naval for once and looking where to start, this video is for you. So without further ado, let's talk about one of the most advanced boats in War Thunder. Project 12412 was a special project designation for an updated anti-submarine boat for not only the Soviet Navy, but also its export allies, based on a lighter version of the existing larger Project 1241 Molnia 1 corvette. NATO reporting name, Tarantul class. So to reduce weight and turn it into a faster anti-submarine vessel, the Tarantul had its anti-ship missile launchers removed, one of its Suez stations removed, some armor removed, a few of its anti-ship sensors, radars, and E-Link suite removed, and most importantly, it got a bunch of new engines. But this is a gray area that War Thunder seriously fucked up, but we'll get to that in a bit. The Molnia 2 was quickly designated the Hawk class by NATO as it entered service in 1977.
You had breakfast service 2 hours ago! And also, you could just request it from the cabin.
Including the Ukrainian Sea Guard and Ukrainian Navy, India, Vietnam, Bulgaria, and Cuba, and the post-Soviet Russian Navy and the Russian Coast Guard. Fun fact, at least one of these guys is still in active combat today, with both the Ukrainian and the Russian Navy each, in a specific war. I mean, a 2-week special operation that lasted 2 years, for some reason that I can't talk about in great detail without getting demonetized. So yes, this is technically the only modern-day boat we have in War Thunder, as far as I'm aware. But enough about real life. That should
no, we've been serving it for like 5-hour intervals with meal service. I don't know what's happening when I left it to the relief crew. So
both found at 4.3 for some reason in the coastal vessel tech tree. At first, they may seem like just any other boring coastal boat, but this is the definition of a multi-purpose boat. It's very fun. Let me put it plainly. You have torpedoes,
look,
you have depth charges, you have
we had a snack service
76mm automatic cannon that can stand downrange, or even
like
better,
within an hour post departure.
Shells from the 80s and planes a few kilometers away. And if aiming is too hard for you, then fret not, because you have the 1970s radar system.
And then I don't know what happened when I left it to the relief crew.
Remember,
we had breakfast service.
So the worst thing you'll face is, I don't know, B-47s, Wyverns. Oh yeah. Somehow you let an
well, fuck it! I'm the pilot! I'm not supposed to be catering to you guys.
The weapon on this boat is not the main gun. It's the secondary cannon. Say hello to my little friend, the A213 Vimpel A close-in weapons defense suite, composed of an MR-123 fire control radar that can target incoming missiles, let alone big and slow World War II planes, and more importantly, the AK-630 weapon station. Those of you who watched my MiG-23 meme guide not long ago might remember me saying the following. You see, unlike the GAU-8 Avenger, which was not only built from the ground up, but then the A-10 was built from the ground up around that gun specifically, the Gasha was just
I can't take this passenger revolt, for fuck's sake.
To the bottom of a MiG-23 with no proper recoil dampening or modifications. That's like taking a Phalanx and slapping it to the bottom of a Phantom and calling it a day.
Yeah, I see him on radar, 4 kilometers away. It's a big bomber of some sort. I might shoot warning shots. No, they're not gonna hit. It's just warning shots.
How dare you?
I'm not expecting him to, like...
What? Yeah, this is the AK-630, a 6-barrel rotary cannon that fills the air with 30mm APHE and HE at 5,000 rounds per minute. And with the radar lead aim, any plane that comes within 2.5 kilometers of your boat is going to be vaporized so hard that whatever remains of it will just be smeared across the nth dimension. Call this shit a Ukrainian Patriot site, how it would be shooting down anything that comes near it. Oh, but to top it all off, as if this wasn't enough, there is a surface-to-air missile system and a chaff dispenser in the back, but Gaijin did not model these correctly. The surface-to-air missiles are in X-ray view, but you can't use them in-game, probably for the better...
Add over.
Now,
add over. So let's start with, hi Shark, how are you doing? How are you enjoying the flight? And also, why are you guys revolting 35,000 feet in the air?
A lot harder. the bigger engines from the Molnia 1, so it's very slightly faster. That's literally it. I spent a whole day
That's cute. There's Bunui.
Anyways, here is how you play Zelensky's holiday yacht. Rush the cap points, vaporize any lighter boats with your
Hex.
76mm HE slinger, and also vaporize any planes that spawn.
Well, we're flying in China too.
Proxy HEVT and your radar that can detect them right when they spawn. If you do get up tier to face blue water destroyers, then utilize terrain to your advantage and get torpedoes and mortars off from behind cover. And don't confront the big boats directly, unless you want to roleplay the Russian Navy.
If you want beer, just ask for it.
By promoting your sub chaser to a submarine. Might as well put the Moskva in your lineup at that point. You have no armor, so you're often going to get one-shotted by anything larger.
We just served breakfast like
so I cannot stress this
3 hours.
Please plan your routes and use terrain to your advantage. Anyways, this is how you
Bitch, why is this the pilot's fault?
Boats and planes using your 1980s build leader. Or alternatively, you can just not play naval, which I find to be a good idea too, but all jokes aside, the Soviet 4.3 naval lineup is a literal war crime with a bunch of good premiums, the SKR-7 squadron boat, and decent tech tree vehicles. And even a monkey with zero naval experience, like me, can do
Could you
well
guys bring us a meal, please?
I definitely recommend trying it out because
You got it.
Let's talk about modifications now. Start
Like-
with damage control and then move on to the fire division so you don't end up like the Moskva.
We've
Then
had a-
get the proxy shell to clear
We've
the airspace
had a
between
breakfast
zones
service like 2 hours ago.
Then get improved rangefinder and primary armament targeting.
The meal cart rolls by like once every 5 hours.
Finally, for tier 4, start with new pumps so your sub chaser doesn't get upgraded into a submarine. Then get engine maintenance and then go and work back on whatever you want. Or alternatively, just buy the premium version of the boat and skip the stock grind like the pay-to-win scrub lord that you are. Don't worry, I own both, so I won't shame you. And there you have it.
Ow.
That's how you play the Hawk class anti-submarine corvette in War Thunder. Yes, this is a bad April Fool's joke, and I'm not going to play naval otherwise. And I'm still cooking an actual mean.
I mean, if you want it, you could just call the cabin crew, and they might be able. They would be able to. They would be able to assist you.
Go out there. Don't crash on takeoff. Or, I mean, don't run aground on spawn. And show those pesky World War II boats that the One Piece is real. See you next time.
But here's a question: What would Cheetah Airways' cabin crew be like? Is like more cheetahs, or
let's talk about it now.
More cheetahs, or let's have some variety. Probably more cheetahs.
The MiG-21
Just 20
F-13
cheetahs.
is the earliest MiG-21 in-game, and was also the first MiG-21 capable of carrying air-to-air missiles. It
Yeah,
loses one of its
DEI
components
just
to gain that
called.
ability, something its eastern cousin doesn't suffer from, for different reasons that we'll talk about later. The MiG-21 F-13 sits at a battle rating of 9.3, and at first may seem like a super broken plane, since anyone with no knowledge of the jet can look at the stat card and go, wow, it's like that broken F-104A, but it can actually turn. Clearly, it's more broken. Okay, let's get some things out of the way first. The speed on the stat card is not correct. Yes, you can reach that speed.
Do you
but
actually
lose your
want
wings
like
before
20
keeping them,
cheetahs?
something
It's
the
like
F-104 usually doesn't do.
Wouldn't that be
Also, while
wouldn't
you
that be a
do
DEI
indeed better, your engine is very
violation?
weak for a MiG-21, let alone compared to the crotch rocket F-104. And even the MiG-19
First
at the
class
same
will
battle rating is
let me
better.
fight
The second you bleed your speed with your delta wings, you'll have trouble accelerating to get it back, something the MiG-19 and the F-104 don't suffer from. And unlike the F-104, which gets the Vulcan, one of the best guns ever put on a jet, you get a single 30mm softball launcher that sparks half the time. Which is fine, because the Vulcan also does that. But unlike the Vulcan, which gets 750 bullets and a great rate of fire on the F-104, you get a whopping grand total of 60 bullets. You will shit energy out of your ass every time you think about turning, leaving you in a plane that can't dogfight and can't accelerate fast. Okay, at least it gets missiles, you might be thinking.
What are
Well,
you
think again,
guys
because the
thinking? It's
R3S,
like
which by the way is a reverse-engineered copy-paste A9B in
top
real
tier
life,
frequent flyers get access to the Mile High Club. Is that what you guys want? Is that what you want? You sick fucks.
and a slower scan rate, turning it into the worst IR missile in the game. So let's sum it up again. You are at the same battle rating as the F-104 and the MiG-19.
but you're slower than the F-104 and you can't turn as well as the MiG-19. Your only redeeming factor is being one of the lowest BR Soviet
Cheetah's a
plane missiles,
marginalized
and these
class.
missiles just happen to be one of the worst missiles in the entire game. And besides the missiles, your only weapon is a low-velocity.
Are we talking
spud dispenser
VTubers?
loaded with
Because
60 of Ukraine's finest harvest of potatoes.
I'm not
straight from the
sure
farm. And these potatoes
cheetahs
spark worse
are?
than any gun I've seen in the game, including the 2016 Hisparcos. Now, I heard people say this thing gets up tier.
We've got a massive surge of pink cats in the
saying it's OP because it gets down tiers to 8.
in the population.
In reality, neither of these is true. While playing this thing, I found extreme BR shifts to be very rare, with almost every game taking place in the middle ground of 8.7 to 9.7, with full up tiers to 10.3.
I mean, there's night.
To 8.3
There's night.
Very rare. Anyways, all
And
in all, I definitely recommend skipping this thing. Literally, because
It's been
thank
constant.
goodness,
I
Gaijin
could
said
name
folder
like
this shit
5
to
of
the
them out of
MiG-19.
my own head.
Back in the day, I vividly remember having to play through this shit to get to the MiG-21 SMT, and that was hell.
It's like
But
we got
with the economy fixed and this plane being optional, it's not.
We
as
got night
bad.
right now.
Mind you, it's
Nyanners.
still dog shit, but at least it won't make you want to commit suicide after about 6 games, and skipping it is always an option.
Raora just
Anyways,
just debuted.
There's 2 other
Pink cats.
at 9.3. So let's talk about them. The first and the best one of the 9.3 fish beds, which isn't saying much, is not in the Soviet factory, so we'll come back to that one later. The other is the MiG-21 PFM, a second-generation MiG-21 that still makes me super angry when I think about it. So the second-generation MiG-21s came only
need
a
more
few
plane
years after the
V2.
MiG-21F and F-13.
We got air show.
They were designed to accommodate a variety of upgrades.
Technically,
for the interceptor role,
Faye
including
from
a bigger
V-Fleet.
engine, more fuel, more
The
ordnance,
F-35
more advanced missiles, and
as
most
well,
importantly,
AMI.
a radar. Mind you, it's a horrible radar because of Soviet doctrine, but it's
Air
better
show,
than nothing.
obviously.
These new variants, starting with the MiG-21 PF and PFM, were dedicated interceptors and lacked an internal gun altogether, relying only on missiles. Or, for later models, once they realized how
Chat.
shit these missiles are,
Chat.
an external gun pod. The
Chat,
lowest
chat, chat,
VR
chat,
of the
chat, chat.
second-generation fish beds is the
Listen,
second
listen,
MiG-21
hear me out.
PFM. It is one of 2 PFMs in the game, but we'll get back to the second.
Hear me out,
in
hear me
just a
out.
bit. The Soviet
What
PFM
if
is a
someone
9.3
offered an
event
air
vehicle
show
given out for
style
the 2020
F-18
winter
model
event as the top prize? The PFM
for
is
Faye
easily
as a
the
joke.
worst MiG-21 in the entire game. Allow me to elaborate. Yes, you have a bigger engine and more ammo for your gun and a radar compared to the F-13 at the same BR, but you're also a heavier airframe, so your thrust-to-weight ratio is actually worse than the F-13. Your gun is also an early version of the Gish-2302, the Gish-23L gun pod, which sparks even more and has even less velocity than the NR-30. And the special upgrades that made the PFM better than the F-13 in real life? I don't know, like the RWR and R3R radar missiles and R60s and flares. Yeah, these simply don't exist anymore according to Gaijin. Now's the time to talk about why I get angry when I remember this thing. So in Soviet service, the PF and PFM were used as reserve interceptors, and while it did test things like the R60, R13M1, R3R, SPO-10 radar warning receiver, and the SPS-141 countermeasures pod, these were not added to the PFM in-game, because, and I quote the moderators on the forums, these were basically only used in frontline service on Polish MiG-21 PFMs, not Soviet ones. So basically, the PFM had these missiles, but because the plane was stored in reserve storage and didn't see combat with them, it doesn't get them. Because if it got them, it would mean that it's a Polish PFM and not a Soviet one. Which is okay. That's a perfectly valid argument. These Polish things should stay on a Polish plane, and should not be added to the Soviet plane. It's not like Gaijin Wen gave these Polish R60s, R13M1s, flare pods, and RWR to the German PFM. That would be a very crazy thing to do. Yeah, why would they do that? So anyways, they gave these to the German MiG-21 PFM. They gave shit Germany they never used again. Who could have seen that coming? Anyways, for the Soviet PFM for now, the only redeeming factor is the KH-66 mouse-guided ATGM. Yeah, so at 9.3 on the single worst MiG-21 in-game, you get 2 slightly worse bullpups, no flares, 2 of the worst IR missiles in-game, a squirt gun, and no RWR. Remember, there is a plane 2 BR steps below you that gets 5 better ATGMs, flares, the ability to take missiles and ATGMs at once, DV bombs, and a RWR. All you get is laughed at for playing the PFM. PFM from here on out will stand for a piece of fucking shit. MiG. Anyways, the second generation MiG-21s are not supposed to be this bad, but Russian bias or something means that this is the worst MiG-21 in the game. At least the other PFM is not as bad. So, let's talk about that one now. Do you want to ruin the day of 8.7 subsonics? Do you not fear the up tiers? Yet what have the fallen
You know, in an ideal world,
done for the grind? Are they
this
forgotten,
plane would have like
altered?
a
No,
sky lounge
their
at
will
right
to
at the
ruin
front of the
E27
plane.
only dies when they're forgotten.
That,
the A10 and the SC25 ruined our BR range, but does that mean
with
we
a
are
bar?
meaningless? We are not. Their death serves as a memory to us all.
Yeah, some kind
The
of sky
flares have
lounge
fallen,
thing.
The subsonic has fallen.
What would you guys
Their
think of
grind
that?
has meaning because we refuse to forget them. We are the Wallet Warriors.
Ah, look.
The MiG-21 PF and PFM saw massive export usage with many Soviet allies, and one such export customer was Germany, who in typical German fashion of overcomplicating everything, rushed to conclusions and upgraded their PF family with, I don't know, a new autopilot. They called it the PFM. So when they actually got real PFMs, they had this small problem of, Scheiße Hans, we have these two completely different planes with the same name. So they changed the designation of the real PFM to the MiG-21 SPS. Then when their SPS got the upgraded control system, allowing it to carry the gun pod, they renamed it again to the MiG-21 SPS-K, with a K standing for Kanon. Leave it up to the damn Germans to give 4 different designations to the same plane. Anyways, the MiG-21 SPS-K is a MiG-21 PFM premium at 9.7 in the German tree that was removed a while ago and comes back every once in a while as a limited time goodie for $50 fucking worth of GE. Who on earth even wants to spend that much GE on a glorified MiG-21 PFM? The only time I'd even consider that is if I had free GE handed to me on a silver platter. Man, if only there was a way to get free GE in War Thunder. Like an app on your phone where you complete offers to earn free GE. Alright, there is. It's called the Free GE for War Thunder app. Quite a simple name really. I like how straightforward it is. Basically, you download this app from the Epic Donut link in the description below, put in the exclusive donut code you see on screen right now to earn yourself a bonus amount of GE to start with, and then you complete offers and whatnot to get GE. And once you have enough GE in the app, you can cash out straight to your War Thunder account. However, in good faith, I must warn you that this only works for PC players. So if you're playing on stupid platforms, such as the Xbox, the PlayStation, or the Sega Genesis, then tough luck. Keep asking your mom for that Xbox gift card instead. And if you play War Thunder on mobile, then please get a Life, or PC, whichever is easier. Thanks to Free GE app for War Thunder for making the mistake of sponsoring this video. Now back to the MiG-21 SPS-K. The German MiG-21 SPS-K, being just a PFM, didn't have the provisions for a flare pod, and the R13M1 was never exported to Germany. But for some fucking reason, it gets these in-game, but the plane that tested both cannot.
What if it's like a Warthog?
Actually, I'm starting to see
but the shark mouth actually moves.
With missiles they shouldn't have in these past videos. Anyways, the MiG-21 SPS-K is at 9.7 and is the worst maneuvering MiG-21 in-game due to being a PFM with even more weight. But don't let that fool you, because it gets a SPO-10 RWR, the choice of cannons or flares, which are very important when you're facing the annoying all-aspect slingers, and more importantly, its missile suite. The MiG-21 SPS-K gets access to the usual R3S missile that we're all familiar with and hate by now. But more importantly, it gets access to the R3R, all-aspect, uncaged, radar-guided variant. And more importantly, the R13M1, which is just a 9J in terms of performance. And the R60, which is a 30G close-range deleter. At 9.7, who thought this is balanced? Anyways, now let's talk about that centerline pylon. You get a choice of either a drop tank with extra fuel, the familiar Gish-23L gun pod, or the SPS-141 countermeasures pod with 64 flares and chaff. So fuel, gun, or flares? Which one are you picking? Wrong answer. I'm disappointed to see 90% of people playing this shit pick the wrong one. Personally, here's what I found to be the best selection and what I personally recommend you pick. Pick the gun when you're fully down tier to 8.7, and only pick the flares at all other times, so you don't instantly die to an A10 or SC-25 launching an all-aspect deleter at you. People be telling me, the SPS-K is shit. My brother in Christ, you chose to not take the flare pod when facing A9Ls. I fly the C Vixen a lot, so I have quite a bit of experience with planes that are all missiles and no gun. And let me tell you one thing, if you don't fly like a retard, it actually works pretty well. Yeah, there is some shots where I'd rather have a gun. The missile BNZ style plays quite handily with a missile-only loadout. Listen, it's my meme guide, I get to make all the hand jokes that I want. Anyways, the flare pod helps you get away from missiles if things get too hot in this case. I found that losing my gun in the SPSK was kind of fun as a matter of fact, for two reasons. One, it's not fun when you get dicked by an A10 or SC-25 that looks at you because they have 30G all-aspect deleters that you cannot counter unless you have flares, and two, because being limited by a missile's capabilities presents new challenges that take skill to work around. Too bad the same can't be said about the other MiG-21 Premium at 9.7. This is the MiG-21S, and the S probably stands for shit. The first of the third generation MiG-21s, defined by the upgraded engine and lightened airframe. I see idiots all the time look at this thing and compare it to the SPS. Worse missiles, no flares, and constant uptiers to 10-0 where all the SC-25s on your team are gonna be. But do not let that fool you. This thing should never go down in BR, for all the same reasons as all the supersonic undertiered fucks around this BR range. And also, I think it's a perfect side grade to the SPSK.
Do I know
Basically,
anyone?
you trade the flares
Not
and
really,
IG
no.
missiles of the SPSK for the reduced weight, strengthened airframe, and a far stronger engine. Flying these two back-to-back, getting footage for this section, felt like a night and day difference. Remember when I said the SPSK is one of the heaviest and worst flying MiG-21s in game? Well, the MiG-21S is one of the best flying MiG-21s in the game. Don't get me wrong, I'd still rather be in an SPSK over this thing any time of the day, just because the flares actually make it playable. MiG-21S, yeah, here's how your game will always go. Fly around the map, dodge early game missiles, go pick off planes that are distracted, and die to an AIM-9L from all the slow A-10s that are just showing up to the battle. You may be fast, but the AIM-9Ls are faster. Hey, this sounds a lot like what I said about the F-104J last video. Anyways, the MiG-21S experience requires a lot of patience, and I'm fucking losing my patience right now. The all-aspect slingers are so far up my ass that they make me wonder, when do I get to play the plane that I paid for? 90% of flying the MiG-21S is just trying to get in range for your shitty missiles to work, and all the under-tiered all aspects of your BR means that the enemy usually doesn't share this problem with you. The AIM-9Ls will lower your altitude to -6 feet and reduce your lifespan slightly, and by slightly, I mean to a few seconds. See, the thing is you can't try spearheading
Oh,
in the
hi
early
Chaos.
because you'll just get
How
AIM-9L'd
goes Bunny
in the face
Cheetah?
from God knows where. You can't space climb either because you'll get AIM-9C'd in the face from God knows where, from all the space climbing at
Ooh, a
face.
penny.
The 9.7 fish beds are very peculiar.
Wouldn't be
and you can't
expecting
with a simple weapons upgrade, as most countries who bought this thing only flew it with R3S at first, but later also started buying R60 and R13, which were compatible with the MiG-21 MF right out of the box. However, while the MF did fix most issues reminiscent of the fishbed airframe so far, one problem remained: the absurdly short range. The MiG-21 was designed from the get-go as a short-range interceptor, so when it suddenly had to be adapted to the nuclear interdictor, reconnaissance, and frontline fighter roles, its range was found very lacking. There was one attempt at fixing the range issue. A quick band-aid fix for the issue was to simply shove more fuel in the saddle tank above the cockpit. This is why that fuselage spine kept growing in size as the MiG-21 variants went on, and it all culminated in the MiG-21 SMT, with a T standing for Topolivo, meaning more fuel capacity. This is ugly as shit, and that isn't even the problem here. This thing weighs so much more and produces so much more drag that the MiG-21 pilots used to flying this very maneuverable lightweight fighter suddenly found themselves in a brick with wings. The MiG-21 airframe already had high wing loading, and now with the weight of your mother on board, it became very annoying to fly. The MiG-21 SMT was so bad that the pilots coped about it so much that Mikoyan had to recall almost all MiG-21 SMTs and remove the fat-ass fuel tank and replace it with a normal saddle tank instead. Anyways, the MiG-21 MF and SMT in-game are the fishbeds at 10.3, and people who still say one is better than the other are pretty much fucking retarded, because in-game, they are side grades that go hand in hand. Fine, I'll stop. Let's get this out of the way first. The MF is considerably lighter, while the SMT has a far stronger engine. This means that one of these rates better than the other, while the other yanks better AOA initially than the other. However, this difference is so marginally small that both of these planes basically play the same. Comparing these two is exactly like comparing the Soviet and German MiG-29s at 12.0. Both are the same, with a very minor flight performance difference because of that tumor in the back, and in my opinion, these are the best MiG-21s in the game for their battle rating, and also the most fun because of what they face. Out of all the MiG-21s, these are easily the only ones able to hold their water in the up tier. The 9.3 ones don't have flares, the 9.7 ones either don't have flares or don't have a gun, the 11.0 ones get dicked by Tomcats and F-16s when fully up tiered, but these ones at 10.3? The worst thing you could face is F4S and MiG-23ML Wallet Warriors in a full up tier. And if you know what you're doing, which these guys usually don't, you can easily dunk on them with these MiG-21s. But the real fun comes from pissing and shitting on the F5C and A10 Wallet Warrior monkeys at your own BR. If God had wanted these F5C Wallet Warriors to live, he would not have given us 3rd generation MiG-21s at 10.3. You can one-circle pretty much anything you face, except the Mirage, and the disabled Mirage, and the fast Mirage, and the racist Mirage, and the IKEA Mirage. You may have Doritos for wings, but the Bugles on the French side will easily slap you back to the hangar in a dogfight. But besides that, you're easily one of the best 10.3 planes in the game. 4 high-G missiles, great flight performance, and an SPS-141 flare pod means that, unlike the previous fishbeds, you're not really limited to any specific playstyle. You can go aggressively dogfight people, or you can BNZ their nuts off if you please. You are the best counter to the under-tiered F-104s and MiG-19s at 9.3, but more importantly, you're also one of the best counters to the annoying-ass F5C at your own BR. The MiG-21 SMT isn't limited by its missiles or flight performance like the previous fishbeds. It's at a perfect equilibrium where it's just enough of everything to be forgiving and greatly competitive. It's really a very easy plane to learn, but hard to perfect. Even a jack of all trades, yet a master of none. Its playstyle falls almost exactly as the MiG-23 MLD does an entire BR above it, being the higher skill ceiling aircraft that can dick slap pretty much anything it faces provided that you have a brain. It's not the best aircraft at the BR range, but it's nowhere near being bad either. It's almost unremarkable. Like, I really don't know what to say. It's very fun, but not because it's overpowered or strong. It's not bad, and it's not challenging either. I guess it's just one of those comfort planes that you could just relax and unwind in, being very forgiving and not that hard to do well in. It's like riding a bicycle, it just comes back to you eventually. I mean, recording footage for the MiG-21 SMT and MF for this video was the easiest part, and it went something like this. First game in the MiG-21 SMT, 6 kills, hard carry. Next game, slightly more relaxed with a squad where we shared 10 kills between us. That's it. That's
alright.
the footage done.
Mika!
The SMT and the MF are a definite must-have, and I'm so glad the Gaijin put these things in 3 different tech trees. So
Shut
Soviet,
up.
German, and Italian players can all have access.
Stick slowly. And then you'll get your nice hard turns. You have to pull back until you start feeling the buffet, which is kind of where we're at right now, and we're getting that tech chat message. And we almost went into a spin there because we weren't quite like coordinated enough, but we caught it soon enough, and you just got to release back pressure on the stick, and you stop stalling in that case. But you lose your ability to complete that turn if you're in, like, say, a dogfight.
Existed a fun that
Old
is the
Mika.
10.3 fish bed. There is technically another MiG-21 MF in-game, but that's not a 10.3. And that one goes even stupider, but we'll get to that later. For now, I think it's time to awaken a long